Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 397 to Chapter 454. Li Qingshan stepped on the soft carpet and raised an eyebrow. All he heard was the clanking of machinery from behind the walls on the two sides of the corridor. Exquisite patterns lit up on the luxurious carpet, crawling out of the ground like vines and wrapping around Li Qingshan. The walls on the left and right flipped over. Countless specks of cold light flickered behind the pitch-black walls, and a forest of spears suddenly stabbed out. Crack! Crack! Machine crossbows protruded from the ceiling. Like a swarm of locusts, they rained down. The quiet corridor was immediately filled with death traps. It was a sure-kill situation. The assassination plan has failed. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. He had known this ship would not be so simple. Hai Tang, drink some alcohol and cool down. Qingzan was just confused for a moment. In the luxurious cabin, Xianxia picked up a cup of alcohol and passed it to Begonia. He studied her delicate figure countless times from the corner of his eye. His eyes remained fixed on her beautiful face that resembled a crabapple flower the entire time. Begonia felt disgusted when she saw how he feigned pity and struggled to hide his face, but she still accepted the alcohol and drank it all. Xianxia was overjoyed. He passed the alcohol over and over again, and Begonia drank it all without any hesitation. From the beginning until the end, he just rambled on. Begonia remained silent. Before long, Begonia's face became flushed. Her eyes were like water as they drifted about. She was incomparably beautiful. There was sorrow in her eyes, but after all these years of painstakingly practicing the arts of charm, every frown or smile of hers was filled with unparalleled charm. Xianxia was basically stunned. Begonia's smile bloomed like a flower. A voice rang out from the center of the flower, "Am I beautiful?" "Yes, you're absolutely beautiful." Begonia laughed aloud. "Hai Tang, you're drunk. I'll help you get some rest." Xianxia could no longer hold himself back and grabbed Begonia's hand. Begonia actually did not reject him. He was intoxicated. Sigh. There are still many good men in the world, so why must you be so hung up on one? Actually, He stopped there. His expression changed as he took out an item and looked at it. It was like an exquisite palm-sized rudder, flashing with brilliance. Someone has broken in. I want to see who is so daring. I will definitely make him die a horrible death. Having his matters interrupted, Xianxia was furious. If he missed this opportunity, he would never get another one. Right now, Begonia was in a state of dejection, or she would never look at him properly. Was it him? A strong sense of hope rose in Begonia's heart, and her face lit up. Xianxia felt even more uneasy. He was also afraid that Xianxia would chase after him. Oh, Qingzan. They were friends after all. Why did you have to ruin my plans? Rays of light shot out from the center of the helm. They formed a picture in the air, showing the situation of every part of the cabin. Everything came into view. In the end, it fixed on the crimson figure at the entrance of the cabin. Begonia was greatly disappointed. Xianxia eased up. As long as it was not Xianxia, then everything would be fine. The soaring dragon ship had a defensive formation, but the energy it consumed had always been extremely great. If they activated the formation, it would consume even more. With 2 Foundation establishment cultivators present, even if an enemy attacked, they would probably piss their pants in fright as soon as they saw the symbol of their Pine Suff Academy. Xianxia activated the defensive mechanisms in the cabin as if he did not care about the intruder at all. He watched as the crimson figure was swallowed by the spears and crossbow bolts and smiled proudly. The mechanisms and traps in the soaring dragon ship were all the work of Mahast masters. They possessed startling power. Even if the intruder was a piece of steel, he would become a hornet's nest. Within the deathly silence, there were creaks, and cracks. There was a series of twisting and snapping sounds. Boom! The spears snapped, and the crossbow bolts scattered. Li Qingshan was unscathed. The spirit turtle's profound shell enveloped him completely. He stepped forward and discovered that the patterns on the carpet were still entangled. He frowned, and the carpet was torn to pieces. His hands fell to the sides of his thighs, and he discovered that his legs were bare. He was running around naked. He plucked out a strand of red hair and turned it into a pair of trousers. He shoved his hands into his pockets in satisfaction and made his way into the depths of the cabin. What's going on? Xianxia's expression changed drastically. A terrifying sense of danger filled his heart. The figure seemed rather familiar. You still don't remember? Begonia sneered drunkenly. After her disappointment, her heart became even colder. Xianxia suddenly remembered the great matter that had shaken up the world a while ago. Even now, the repercussions were still lingering. He had once seen a painting of the terrifying wretched demon who had killed the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder, as well as frightened the green vine elder to the point where he dared not leave his mountain. He looked at the image projected by the rudder. That's right, it was him. Xianxia paled in fright. The rudder in his hand shone brightly as he gave an order to the soaring dragon ship. Activate all mechanisms. Mobilize all puppets. The soaring dragon ship trembled gently. The sounds of countless mechanisms activating overlapped with each other. It was like thunder, like the roar of a dragon or whale. Xianxia arrived in a large cabin. An army of puppets waited there. 2 specks of light flickered in their eyes. They all turned around and looked at Xianxia. The crossbow bolts rained down like a black storm. Xianxia flapped his wings of wind and dispersed the storm. He wrinkled his nose and curled his lips. Boar, I found you. He had no idea what kind of wood the soaring dragon ship was made of. Not only was it extremely tough, but it greatly affected his senses of aura. However, his scent was not affected at all. He had already grasped the trail of a scent. It was a strange fragrance that did not disperse. With a flash, Xianxia followed the scent and advanced by leaps and bounds. This boar Jiangshore is a deviant. He even uses perfume. Thump. 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 The cabin doors closed up before him. Boom. 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 Xianxia smashed through them one by one. Behind him, groups of puppets pursued him relentlessly. Up ahead, various traps appeared one after another. Sometimes, the floor would suddenly cave in and spit out fire. Sometimes, the walls would suddenly squeeze in. It was like a whale wriggling its stomach and secreting digestive fluids, desperately trying to strangle an outsider like him. However, Xianxia was a foreign object it could not digest. What do we do? Big Sis Chiu, what do we do? The ships will reflected everything faithfully. Seeing Xianxia rush over, Xianxia sweated profusely. He still had some self-awareness. He was only an early Foundation establishment cultivator. He had only managed to reach Foundation establishment out of sheer luck. However, Xianxia had fought against 3 of them alone, killing 2 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators and almost killing the late Foundation establishment Green Vine Elder. He was a great wretched demon with a vicious reputation. I don't know. Begonia also knew she probably wouldn't be able to survive today, but she remained calm instead. If I die here, I'll make that heartless person regret it for the rest of his life. Oh right, your arts of charm might work. Xianxia took out a stack of talismans in a hurry and stuck them on the cabin door. I'll use my arts of charm to draw his attention so that you can use the opportunity to escape, right? Xianxia became slightly awkward after Begonia exposed his plan. He wanted to try and persuade her otherwise. Boom. With a great rumble, the heavy cabin door suddenly caved in, sending wooden splinters flying everywhere. The inscriptions on the door twisted. Before this terrifying power, they bowed their heads in submission. Is anyone home? After saying that, Xianxia unleashed another punch and cracks appeared on the cabin door. If you're home, please open the door, alright? Boom. The cabin door was on the verge of shattering. The voice from outside was sinister and deranged, which chilled Xianxia. Without another word, he abandoned Begonia and fled through a secret passageway in the corner of the room. Boom. The cabin door was torn apart, and pieces of it shot out. The fiendish demon with waist-length crimson hair and an insolent face appeared in front of the door. Even though Qiu Haitang had disregarded her own life and death, that intense pressure still caused her pupils to shrink. Why was Begonia on the ship as well? Li Qingshan finally understood where the fragrance had come from, but he struck out without any hesitation. With a flash, he arrived before Begonia and grabbed her slender, white neck. "Just you?" Xiao Haiteng stared at his face and did not speak. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Li Qingshan was rather curious. Begonia did not resist at all. She did not even use the arts of charm she was skilled in. Begonia sneered miserably. Li Qingshan guessed the whole story from her pitiful expression that seemed to say, "There's nothing I can do about it." Hua Sengzan's infatuation had not changed. Begonia had fallen for him, but he was heartless. Li Qingshan tossed her aside and slammed her against the wall. Afterwards, he wrinkled his nose and kicked open the secret passageway, chasing after her. The secret passageway closed behind him. Seeing how Begonia did not chase after him, Jiang Shanqing let out a sigh of relief. As long as he kept her busy, he could escape from the cabin. He glanced at the tiny ship's wheel in his hand. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to turn the tables. The soaring dragon ship continued to sail through the sea of clouds under the moon. A small door suddenly opened at the back of the ship, and Jiang Shanqing stuck his head out. All he saw was the sea of clouds turning backwards. With a clang, a supreme-grade spiritual sword flew out. He stepped on it and rode it away. He glanced at the ship's wheel in his hand and hesitated. Although there was a chance for him to turn the tables, it was far too dangerous. Whatever. The consequences of losing a soaring dragon ship were severe, but as long as he was alive, there was hope. As long as he survived this, his future would still be bright. There was no need for him to risk his life against a wretched demon, so he had to flee. Jiang Shanqing sensed something and suddenly looked back. All he saw was two specks of scarlet light in the secret door. Oh no! A strike of righteousness. Li Qingshan lunged over. Jiang Shanqing formed a seal with his hand, and the supreme-grade spiritual sword turned into a streak of snow-white light. Human cultivators were not as tough as demon cultivators, but they could control their swords to kill. They moved with startling speed and showed off their abilities. If they truly fought, even regular demon generals might not necessarily be able to emerge victorious. However, was Li Qingshan a regular demon general? He flapped his wings of wind and suddenly turned around. The edge of the streak of light brushed past the spirit turtle's profound shell, and the light collided violently, illuminating Li Qingshan's smile. He avoided the sword chi and shot past it without slowing down at all. He extended his right hand towards Jiang Shanqing. Jiang Shanqing retreated in a hurry and took out a scarlet talisman. This was a life-saving talisman that the Pine Suff Academy bestowed upon Foundation establishment disciples. It possessed startling power. Before he could use it, a black shadow enveloped him, blotting out the moon and stars. Li Qingshan's right hand turned into a huge, pitch-black claw, grabbing Jiang Shanqing. He suddenly tightened his grip, and there was a delightful sound of bones shattering. He sniggered viciously. After the lesson from the Green Vine Elder, it was still very necessary for him to reduce his enemy to a pulp. And, this guy had always been a piece of scum. He didn't even spare his good friend's woman, even running away after abandoning her. I'll make you a little more deserving of your name. The sky collapsed, and the sea of clouds surged. Both of them were boundless. Completely silent. Even the soaring dragon ship had stopped, as if it was silently observing the outcome of the battle. There was a flash of sparks, followed by a violent boom. Li Qingshan felt his hand heat up, and flames shot out from between his fingers. Jiang Shanqing knew he was doomed, so he actually activated the scarlet talisman regardless of the consequences. The calm atmosphere was violently ripped apart, whistling through the air. The sea of clouds parted layer by layer, and a great hole appeared. Li Qingshan collided with the soaring dragon ship, and he felt intense pain. His right hand had already been charred, and the huge soaring dragon ship trembled. Jiang Shanqing rode a white streak of light and fled into the distance. Li Qingshan waved his right hand, and the charred part dispersed, revealing his skin. With his recovery abilities, a wound like this was nothing, but it had depleted a lot of demon chi. He thought to himself, sure enough, no Foundation establishment cultivator can be underestimated. If I'm too careless, it really is possible for me to fail miserably. If the Scarlet Talisman had been a little closer, he might not have been able to maintain his clone due to overexertion of demon chi even with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan spread his wings and pursued. In a few seconds, he had arrived behind Jiang Shancheng. Jiang Shancheng was charred all over. Although he was the one who had activated the talisman, it did not originate from his own power. Detonating it at such a close distance still left him heavily injured. It was impossible for him to put up a fight anymore. However, he roared out viciously, "You wretched demon, I'm going to take you down with me." "Just you?" Li Qingshan sneered. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger and looked back. Tiny doors opened on the side of the soaring dragon ship. Countless pitch-black cannons protruded out. Specks of light gathered together, and the cannons grew brighter and brighter. In the gloomy night, a drunkard walked on a small road in the countryside. Suddenly, he heard a clap of thunder. The road had always been slippery on a rainy night. He leapt in fright and fell to the ground. Damn it! Why is autumn still? He raised his head and opened his mouth, forgetting to close it. All he saw was a hole in the sky. The hole was filled with stars, and a pillar of silver light connected the sky and the earth. He swallowed his saliva, dumbfounded by this strange scene. Before he could react, dozens of rays of light pierced through the clouds, crisscrossing each other. From afar, it was as thin as a thread. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a beam of light and landed not far away from him. Immediately, it became a bottomless black hole. "Immortal, please spare my life, please spare my life. I won't drink anymore and I won't beat my wife." His drunkenness had completely disappeared, and he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Die. The power of the soaring dragon ship surprised even Jiang Shancheng. He ravished with joy as he gripped the ship's wheel. He activated it repeatedly. The soaring dragon ship was not a transport ship, nor was it used to show off. Instead, it was the crystallization of the wisdom of countless craftsmen of the Emo family. It was truly an unparalleled war machine. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and spared no effort to soar between the light pillars. He flew straight, moved sideways, and descended 100 feet into the sea of clouds. The light pursued him relentlessly, completely unaffected by the clouds. It did not give him any time to catch his breath. Jiang Shancheng gazed at the sea of clouds cautiously. He flew towards the soaring dragon ship on his flying sword. As long as he returned to the ship and activated the defensive formations, the demon would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Li Qingshan turned around rapidly. He dared not stop for even a moment, but he stared straight at Jiang Shancheng. He casually fished out an item from his 100 treasures pouch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it as hard as he could. Jiang Shancheng was just about to return to the ship when his entire body ached like it was being ripped apart. He felt like he could collapse at any time. He was both overjoyed and panicked. He flew quickly on his flying sword, but he came to a halt and lowered his head in disbelief. A bloodied spear had pierced his chest. Behind him, a great flag fluttered. As it turned out, what Li Qingshan had thrown out at a critical moment was a great flag. What had pierced Jiang Shancheng was the pole of the flag. His life slipped away rapidly. Jiang Shancheng widened his eyes. "I'm even more powerful than Hua Sengzan, Han Tie, and other geniuses with good backgrounds and good looks, yet I'm actually going to die here. I'm going to die to a wretched demon. I refuse to accept this." Li Qingshan rose up into the sea of clouds and shifted sideways. A streak of light shot past him, drawing a slight arc as it flew towards the end of the sea of clouds. This was also the soaring dragon ship's final attack. Under the stars, Li Qingshan leapt onto the deck. He crouched down as his red hair danced around. He held the ship's wheel in one hand and the flag in the other. Jiang Shancheng hung on the pole. With a swing of the pole, Jiang Shancheng landed on the deck. He only had a sliver of breath left. He said weakly, "I beg you, don't kill me. Pine Suff Academy won't spare you. The Demon Slayer won't spare you. I'll let you know what's going on." "I'm Li Qingshan," Li Qingshan whispered into Jiang Shancheng's ear. Jiang Shancheng's eyes widened. He wanted to say something. Li Qingshan grabbed his head and twisted it 3 times before tossing it into his 100 treasures pouch. He planned on taking it back for little and as a snack. Is this the controller? Li Qingshan fiddled with the ship's wheel in his hand. The power of the soaring dragon ship had tempted him greatly, but he discovered that he actually could not use it. The ship's wheel did not respond to demon chi at all, and he could not use true chi. If I can't use it, then I can't use it. Li Qingshan stowed the ship's wheel away. He hoisted the flag and made his way into the hold of the ship. With this much effort, the woman should have fled already. Li Qingshan held back his killing intent. Although he had once sworn that he would bathe the sect in blood, that was all a few years ago. He had already taken his revenge, so he did not have any direct grievances with Begonia. He would spare her wherever possible. She could be regarded as one of Hua Sengzan's confidants. If he killed her, it would be difficult for him to meet her in the future. However, if he wanted to spare her, he could not make it too obvious, or it would raise suspicion. As a result, Li Qingshan had purposefully thrown her against the wall and injured her slightly before chasing after Jiang Shancheng. He could just treat it as a moment of carelessness, which could be considered as an explanation. No way. Just as Li Qingshan was moved by his broad-mindedness, gentleness, and the importance he placed on friendship, he returned to the hold of the ship. He saw that Begonia was still there. Begonia did not seem to sense his departure or return at all. She only cared about drinking by herself, and she did not even ask about Jiang Shancheng's fate. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. You didn't flee? Li Qingshan asked in disbelief. Can I? Begonia countered with a question. Actually, after Li Qingshan left, she had considered fleeing as well, but she immediately dismissed that thought. Even if she fled, how far could she go? With his speed, he would probably catch up in an instant. Of course not. Li Qingshan was taken aback. If he pursued her wholeheartedly, it would indeed be very difficult for Begonia to escape. He had no idea how to react. I've come up with this brilliant plan to spare your life, yet you don't even appreciate it. Then why run? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I kill you just because you want me to, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Li Qingshan bellowed out. He snatched the jug of alcohol and drank it all in one gulp. The light in his eyes flickered as if he wanted to strip off Begonia's clothes. He pinched her chin and smiled lewdly. Play with me first. This was Li Qingshan's second brilliant plan. She was still a woman after all. Even if she did not fear death, it was impossible for her to not fear something like this. She would definitely say something like, if you come any closer, I'll kill myself, so he would go with the flow and let her go for now. Afterwards, he would purposefully give her an opportunity, and she would definitely do her best to flee. Li Qingshan could not help but feel proud of himself for being able to come up with a second brilliant plan in such a short amount of time. You're much more honest than the one before, and you're much more pleasing to the eye. Sorrow flashed through Begonia's eyes, but she remained unfazed. Li Qingshan almost cursed aloud. Wasn't he just a man? Did he have to act like this? A mighty sect master, a foundation establishment cultivator, was actually a love-struck fool. She sure was a match made in heaven with that romantic. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile and finish off Jiang Shancheng silently, but it's all because of you that my plan fell through. If I go back and mention it, it'll probably lead to suspicion on Li Qingshan. I'll kill one, I'll kill two. Since you don't want to live anymore, I'll fulfill your wish. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll silence you. Li Qingshan frowned and killing intent surged. He grinned, revealing his long fangs. He felt like he wanted to bite off her fair neck in a single bite. Begonia just closed her eyes, ready to receive the humiliation that was about to come. Suddenly, she thought of Hua Sengzan and felt bitter inside. She was so unfortunate, so why did she have to make him even sadder? She might as well go with her innocence. A clear tear slid down from the corner of her eye. She was about to use her spiritual chi to end her own life. Li Qingshan shuddered inside. What's wrong with me? Why is my killing intent so heavy? The spirit turtle's strength still surpassed the ox demon and tiger demon perfectly. It should not have been like this. This feeling was like a shackle in the depths of his heart had vanished. He looked around and suddenly understood what he was missing, little Anne. little and was not by his side, so he did not want to set an example. He was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He almost broke free from the final shackle of human nature and became a demon through and through, fearless and doing whatever he wanted. He even wanted to strip Begonia naked and humiliate her without restraint. So-called morals were extremely fragile before absolute power. The uninhabited environment only encouraged the growth of darkness. Boring. Begonia was taken aback. She opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan retreat to the back of the table. He picked up the jar of alcohol and began to gulp it down. A woman who doesn't fight back is even more boring than an enemy who doesn't fight back. Li Qingshan said. If I become like that, what right do I have to teach little Anne? What right do you have to talk about freedom when you're being controlled? Wouldn't that make me even worse than that crazy woman, Qian Rongji? Come with me. Li Qingshan strode out of the cabin. Begonia could not help but follow him. Just what was this demon trying to do? Catch. Arriving on the deck, Li Qingshan tossed something out. Begonia caught it and took a look. It was the tiny ship. Li Qingshan crossed his arms. If you assist me, I'll spare your life. I promise I won't touch a hair on you. Where do you want to go? Although Begonia's mind was in a mess now that her hopes of many years had been dashed, she was still someone who had cultivated for many years after all. Her willpower was firm, especially after what happened just now. Her will to live instead surged, allowing her to recover some of her usual calmness. Li Qingshan smiled. The Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan gazed at the clouds, in the direction of the Green Vine Mountain. He had already made a big deal out of this anyway, so he might as well cover it up with something even bigger. Fu Qingjin, let's see whether I'm worthy of carrying your shoes or not. You want to kill the Green Vine Elder? Begonia was alarmed. He was still not satisfied with killing a disciple of Pinesuf Academy, Jiang Shancheng. No, perhaps this was his original objective. He wanted to intercept the soaring dragon ship and destroy the protective formation of the Green Vine Mountain. That's right. Li Qingshan had originally come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. The more he thought about it, the more he found it to be a good idea. He had heard that the Demon Slayer had cast down some duality formation of disintegration on the Green Vine Mountain. It was extremely impressive, so he could use the soaring dragon ship to destroy it. Fu Qingjin, if you're bold enough to attend the banquet, I'll make the Green Vine Elder die for you. If I help you, wouldn't I be a sinner? It can't be worse than death, right? How come I don't know whether you'll keep your promise or not? Begonia studied him. Looks like you don't have much of a choice. Li Qingshan grinned, revealing his fangs. Fine then. Begonia no longer hesitated. Just like he had said, she had no choice at all. The other reason was that she felt like he had no ill intentions towards her for some reason. This feeling was completely unreasonable. Was it just because of his extraordinary appearance that was no less handsome than Hua Sengzan's? She shook her head. It was not like she was actually infatuated with him. Under Begonia's control, the soaring dragon ship slowly turned around and parted the clouds, flying in the direction of the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan sat on the dragon's head at the front of the ship. The breeze ruffled his scarlet hair, as well as Begonia's dress nearby. She stared at his back. What happened tonight was so strange. It was completely unimaginable. She had never thought that Hua Sengzan would actually turn her down. She had never thought that she would almost be humiliated by a despicable person. And now, she was actually helping a demon attack the Green Vine Mountain. Qingshan, what are you laughing about? Li Qingshan came back to his senses. In the brightly lit hall, Han Qiongji sat beside him and looked at him strangely. Han Qiongji said, "What are you thinking about?" "I've been daydreaming since just now." Zhuchenzi and the others also looked over curiously. "Are you thinking of another woman?" Zithernote teased. As the chief disciple of the music school, even her usual words would not change. They seemed to have a mysterious rhythm to them, and their voices were indescribably sweet and moving. With a beauty like senior sister Qin here, how can I think about other women? Li Qingshan laughed. At this moment, two scenes unfolded before Li Qingshan's eyes. One was above the sea of clouds, the moon and stars filling the sky. The other was the Hua family's banquet, filled with distinguished guests. It was difficult for outsiders to understand the meaning behind it. Thank you for your praise, junior brother. Qingning pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes seemed to be cold and filled with emotion. She was originally an extremely aloof person. She focused on music and did not like to socialize with others. However, at a time like this, she was forced to use her advantage as a female cultivator to befriend some powerful figures from the 100 schools of thought. Once she really did start messing around, the music family would definitely be involved as one of the 100 schools. Even if she did not plan for herself, she had to consider the junior sisters of the music family. Li Qingshan wanted to joke around a little more. Han Xiongji pinched his ear and smiled. If it weren't for me, would you still be thinking about pursuing senior sister Qing? How did you know? If you keep pinching it, it'll fall off. Everyone roared with laughter. However, the sounds of dispute rang out from the other side of the hall. Beauty, come and have a drink with us. We'll let you go after a drink. Hua Qinglu greeted Hua Sengzan one after another. She arrived before the disciples of the Vermilion Cloth sect. A man with a full beard grabbed her wrist. He was drunk. The rest of the people at his table were also drunk and joined in the commotion. Please behave yourself. My elder brother is Hua Sengzan. Hua Qinglu struggled, but she was unable to break free. Her cultivation was only at the 5th layer, while the man was already at the 9th layer. Second senior brother, just let it go. This is the Hua family. Some of the sober ones tried to persuade him softly. What Hua Sengzan? He's just trash from the Hawkwolf Guard. Is he bold enough to offend me, the demon slayer? The man was taken aback. He sobered up slightly and said something vicious before letting go awkwardly. Everyone in the hall had sharp ears and eyes. The disciples of legalism were all angered. Han Xiongji frowned, but she did not lose her temper. Ever since Hua Sengzan entered secluded cultivation, she had always been handling the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard. She was already the primary disciple of the school of legalism, so before she knew it, she had become much more level-headed. In particular, they were about to embark on a major operation. If they alerted the enemy, it would be bad. Damned scoundrel, take this. Bang! There was a flash of 5-colored light, and Chu Tian appeared out of nowhere. He used the palm of the 5 elements and slammed it against the second senior brother. The second senior brother was also at the 9th layer, but how could he rival Chu Tian who practiced all 5 elements? He slammed into the table before slamming into the wall heavily, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, are you fine? Chu Tian turned around and grabbed Hua Qinglu's hand. His face was filled with concern. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Hua Qinglu was stunned. Who needed you to save the damsel in distress? If it were not for the bigger picture, if she did not want to ruin Hua Sengzan's celebration, would the Hua family be lacking masters with just a single word from her? If the second senior brother continued, even the first senior brothers would not just sit by and watch, allowing him to offend the Hua family. Just you pieces of trash? Why don't you take a look at where you are? Chu Tian cursed loudly. As it turns out, this guy's idiocy is not just directed at me. Li Qingshan was amused and sighed. He felt much better for some reason. This bastard's ability to mock was truly impressive. The expressions of the sect disciples changed, and they all stood up. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Immediately, a small interlude developed into a major matter. The second senior brother shook his head and returned to his senses. He was furious, and his face reddened. He drew his blade and swung it at Chu Tian. Chu Tian sneered. Trash was trash. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. 5-colored light erupted, and he did not forget to smile at Hua Qinglu. Don't worry, junior sister. I'm here. Lu Dun, back down. Chu Tian, stop. 2 voices rang out. 2 figures, one red and one white, basically arrived at the same time as the voices. One grabbed the back of Lu Dun's blade, while the other grabbed Chu Tian's shoulder. Lu Dun and Chu Tian were both arrogant people, but when they saw the two of them, they could only stop and refer to them as senior brothers. The 2 senior brothers looked at one another and reported their names. Jin Faping of the Vermilion Cloth sect. Wei Yangxing of the school of Confucianism. Why did you hurt my people? It's just a misunderstanding. Looks like your esteemed sect's disciples possess impressive cultivation, so they're fine. Let's leave it at that. Misunderstanding? Then why don't we return a palm strike to resolve the misunderstanding? What do you think, fellow? Of course not. It might be a misunderstanding, but it's just for your esteemed sect's sake. It's actually a lesson. None of them wanted to make a big deal out of it, but they still clashed verbally. Neither of them wanted to lose the upper hand. Li Qingshan sat in a corner and watched on in interest. Suddenly, he heard a voice by his ear. Pine Suff Academy has already received the distress signal. They'll definitely catch up very soon. Their academy head is a golden core cultivator, yet you still want to go to the Green Vine Mountain? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Li Qingshan turned around. Under the bright moon, Begonia stood on the deck with her hands in her sleeves. Her clothes drifted about. Just them alone can't kill me. Is this your clone? Begonia had no plans of persuading him to leave. She just wanted to break the silence. This demon general shrouded in danger and mystery had piqued her curiosity. His mannerisms even left her rather surprised. She happened to think of a piece of information she had heard before, so she probed him. How did you know? Li Qingshan's words made Begonia completely give up on fighting back. Even if she managed to kill this clone out of luck, she would still suffer vicious revenge. If the avatar was already like this, how strong would the main body be? That's not exactly a secret. I'm very curious. Where is your original body? Begonia immediately grasped the crux of the matter. It's time for you to satisfy my curiosity. Why do you look like you're about to die? Li Qingshan avoided answering the question. Why don't you take a guess? Begonia was tactful and did not pursue the matter. He sat down with his legs crossed. I'm guessing a man dumped you. How did you know? Begonia was surprised at first, but then she broke into laughter. My actions are already so obvious that even demons can tell? Tell me, what kind of man is it? Li Qingshan admitted that he was a little nosy. However, it was extremely interesting to explore the secrets of these familiar people as a stranger. I don't want to say it. Be careful or I'll kill you. I won't say it either. Then forget it. After a long moment of silence, Begonia frowned. Now that the person she had purposefully forgotten was mentioned, it lingered in her heart. Finally, she said, he's called Wasungzan. From the first sentence onwards, the rest of her words were like a dam collapsing. She poured on endlessly, going from being moved by a chance encounter to infatuation towards the end. Her gaze passed through Li Qingshan and reached an extremely distant, hazy place. Perhaps she no longer cared who it was before her. She just wanted to talk. Demons don't understand these things. I actually told you so much. Begonia smiled in a self-deprecating manner. Jiang Shanqing only wanted to take advantage of her when she was down, but in the end, she actually heard about a demon who had almost killed her. Fate sure was unpredictable. Of course, if it were a human, a friend, who wanted to listen to what she had to say, it would be impossible. Even if I tell a tree hole what's on my mind, I'll feel much better. Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he looked down on her behavior, but towards the end, he actually could not help but sigh slightly. Begonia was taken aback. Sure enough, she felt much better, which made her even more surprised. Did demons care about her feelings? And why don't demons understand? Han Xiongji's figure appeared in Li Qingshan's head, and he smiled. Qingshan, you do it. Han Xiongji nudged Li Qingshan. What should I do? Oh, I know. Li Qingshan was taken aback before coming to an understanding. Although he was just now paying close attention to Begonia's story, he still paid some attention to this side. Jin Faping and Wei Yangxing engaged in a verbal battle, gradually becoming angry. They refused to just let it go. At this moment, Wasungzan and the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect went downstairs to mediate. They wanted to set up a topic and compete against each other. It would not harm their relationship, and it would also liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. The loser would have to apologize and admit their mistakes. On the soaring dragon ship, Begonia looked at Li Qingshan with a smile as she sank into her memories. She remained silent for a very long time. She felt very unbalanced. Do even demons have unforgettable feelings these days? The heavens are far too unfair to me. Oi, we've arrived at the Greenvine Mountain. P.S. My right wrist has been very uncomfortable recently, so I haven't been able to update it properly. I've done a Yunnan Baiyao patch, so it should be fine very soon. Anyway, please forgive me. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. The crowd split into two sides. Li Qingshan walked to the center and asked, "What do you want to compete in?" Compete in strength. You are not allowed to attack each other. Whoever leaves this circle loses. Don't tell me you're the one who's going to compete. Jean Faping drew with his finger and a circle the size of a round table appeared on the floor. Then, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingshan with great interest. When the disciples saw that Li Qingshan was only in the 8th layer of Qi training, they all showed disdainful expressions. Strength was only a part of strength. Qi was the most important. Between Qi practitioners, the difference between each layer was a huge gap in strength. It also determined the level of body tempering. Without the nourishment of Qi, forcefully tempering the body would not only be beneficial but also harmful. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. I thought the 100 schools of thought was amazing, but it turns out it's only SOSO. They can't even find a decent body tempering cultivator and let this guy come out to be humiliated. Yeah, let's wait for a good show. We have that senior brother on our side. The disciples of the 100 schools of thought had all seen Li Qingshan's strength. They retorted loudly and some even shouted, "Senior brother Li will win." For a moment, the scene was extremely noisy. Suddenly, a figure stood up from the crowd. It was a 9 feet tall giant. It turned out that he had been sitting there the whole time. It looked like he was about the same height as the people standing beside him. The giant walked out of the crowd and arrived in front of Li Qingshan, casting a huge shadow. His cultivation was at the 10th layer of Qi training, similar to the eldest senior brother. His eyes were like copper bells, his mouth was like a tiger's and his nose was like a lion's. The muscles on his body were bulging. His arms could really run a horse and his fists could stand on them. He was filled with a heavy and vigorous aura, especially the bulge on his forehead. He looked even more arrogant and ferocious. He looked down at Li Qingshan from above with a contemptuous smile on his face. "I heard you want to compete with me in strength." The noise stopped and the disciples roared with laughter. Although Li Qingshan had a tall figure, standing in front of him, he looked thin and weak. The disciples of the 100 schools of thought calmed down and looked at each other. They no longer had the confidence they had just now. Jean Faping smiled. He was the one who came up with this question. He was determined to win. Horned Rhinoceros Mountain splitting art. It was said that when cultivated to the extreme, one would have the power to split mountains. He was a little slow, but there was no reason for him to lose this kind of competition. Li Qingshan saw Hua Sengzan in the crowd and grinned at him. "Bro, I've heard a lot about you." Hua Sengzan was confused by his laughter. He nodded to signal him to be careful, but he seemed to be absent-minded. He was thinking about Begonia. "I'm talking to you." The huge man glared at him with his bell-like eyes. "I am the head disciple of the School of Novels, Li Qingshan. Let's begin." Li Qingshan turned around and clasped his hands. Even though he addressed himself as this one, he didn't even mention the other party's name or sect. He was even more absent-minded than Hua Sengzan. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't easy to multitask. His voice faded away. Another burst of mocking laughter came from the other side. "What? A disciple of the School of Novels? Is there such a school among the 100 schools?" Li Qingshan was about to say something even more mocking, but Begonia's voice reached his ears clearly, so he shut his mouth. He stood in the middle of the circle casually. "Come." Once he finished speaking, he closed his eyes as well. He was truly arrogant. The huge man flew into a rage. He wanted to use this battle to boost Bighorn Rhinoceros Mountain's reputation among the Demon Slayer and gain more benefits, but his opponent did not give him the chance. A pair of fan-like hands grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. He was not in a hurry to push Li Qingshan out of the circle. The huge man smiled savagely and made up his mind to break dozens of bones in Li Qingshan's body. Qingshan. Han Xiongji's heart skipped a beat. Even though she was confident in Li Qingshan, she felt that he was being too careless. The huge man exerted his godly strength on Li Qingshan, but the sneer on his face gradually disappeared. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was useless. This boy's body is 100 times harder than pig iron. Since he dares to come out and fight, he really has some skills. Don't waste time. Let's end this quickly. The Vermilion Clothes sect master was a little impatient. While he's careless, I'll throw him out and let him fall flat on his face. That way, I'll be able to vent some of my hatred. The huge man no longer looked down on Chu Feng. He roared, and his voice was like thunder on the flat ground. His arms bulged and he pushed with all his might. Chu Feng did not move at all. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. His eyes were tightly shut, and he looked so peaceful that he seemed to be asleep. The huge man's expression changed drastically. He used all his strength to push and pull. However, it was of no use at all. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Li Qingshan stood there casually, but he seemed like a nail that had been driven into the ground. This was obviously not just because of his strength. After reaching the third layer of the Ox Demon and undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he felt like he had developed a profound connection with the earth. In particular, when he stood on the ground, he felt like he had fused with it. This was where the innate ability, strength of the earth, came from. No matter how powerful the huge man was, how could he shake the boundless earth? As a result, Li Qingshan did not pay much attention to this match, nor did he need to. His mind had returned to the soaring dragon ship a long time ago. Is there someone you love? Begonia's eyes flickered. What did you say earlier? Have we arrived at the Green Vine Mountain? Li Qingshan gazed down. All he saw was a sea of clouds. The thick layer of clouds obscured everything. Begonia raised the ship's wheel in her hand, and it shone with light, forming a three-dimensional map. There was a flickering dot. It was the soaring dragon ship, and the mountain below was the Green Vine Mountain. Descend immediately. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He leapt up and waved his hand. However, the soaring dragon ship did not descend with him. Li Qingshan looked back with a frown. I said descend. I'm asking you. Is there someone you love? Begonia was extremely curious. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would have struggled to believe that a demon could actually have an expression like that. As a result, she wanted to understand the inside story very much. Compared to this, even attacking the Green Vine Mountain did not seem important anymore. Of course. Descend immediately. Li Qingshan stamped his foot. Then tell me. Do you love her? Does she love you? Are the two of you together? Begonia pursued relentlessly. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to be together for the rest of our lives. Are you done yet? Hurry up and descend this thing. You're so lucky. Luckier than me. Begonia sighed gently. The ship's wheel turned, and the soaring dragon ship slowly descended. Humph, because I'm not going to hang myself from a single tree like you. Li Qingshan was already prepared to enjoy the Green Vine Elder's dumbfounded expression. What do you mean by that? Isn't she the one you love the most? Li Qingshan shuddered, and the soaring dragon ship came to a sudden halt. Begonia's gaze was rather eager, but also rather confused. She only wanted an answer. What are you doing? I'm attacking the Green Vine Mountain. P.S. Phew, it really is much better. I've written another chapter tonight. Thank you for your concern, everyone. In return, I'll go back to my usual 8 to 6 pace. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Tell me, am I wrong? Begonia ignores Li Qingshan's reasonable request and grabs his arm. If you don't listen to me, I will strangle you to death. Li Qingshan strangles Begonia's neck with one hand, but but he doesn't find any fear on her face. Alas, a woman in love is irrational, and a lovelorn is even more so. Li Qingshan can only let go of her and be patient. Come on, you are a cultivator, won't you die if you don't have a man? The combination of yin and yang is the principle of heaven and earth, and it is human nature for men and women to love. If people are heartless, what's the point of living in this world? Begonia says resolutely. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are two-legged men everywhere. Can't you be more open-minded? Li Qingshan pressed down on Qiu Haitong's shoulders. He could not tell normally, but this bastard was actually a young, cultured woman. You better focus on your career as a procuress with great prospects. Although there are many men in the world, I only love him. That's because you don't want to give others a chance. Let me tell you, I also fell in love with someone at first sight. Helplessly, Li Qingshan squats at the bow of the boat, trying to search for all kinds of love guides he read in his previous life, playing the role of a caring brother, such as love is blind, and feelings are about choice. Begonia also squats down, listening carefully, and nodding from time to time. These topics, in the other world, have been talked about by various newspapers, magazines, and the internet, but for her, it is extremely fresh, and she listens with great interest. And the most important thing is that these messy topics are of no practical use. They were all of no practical use, but they sounded very reasonable. Qiu Haitang was inspired and felt deep respect for them. A demon actually knew so many things. The way she looks at him is very different, a lot more friendly. Now, Li Qingshan's image. In her heart, it can be summed up as a woman's friend. Do you understand now? Li Qingshan says everything in one breath. He could only watch helplessly as his heroic journey of vengeance was dragged down by a woman to this point. It was an unbearable sorrow. I think I understand a little, but I don't. Begonia pondered. She immediately sensed the murderous aura from the other side. She gently smiled and floated backwards, activating the ship's wheel. The soaring dragon warship finally began to descend again. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He leaped up and stood on the dragon's head at the bow of the ship. He was surrounded by clouds and couldn't see anything clearly. The demonic chi in his body surged, refining the flag. With a wave, the flag grew 10 times larger. It fluttered in the wind, stirring up violent winds and breaking through the layers of clouds. Thank you. Begonia looked at his tall and straight back. What? We're here. Begonia pointed downwards. The last layer of cloud and mist broke through. The mountain peaks gathered and the mountains rose and fell. The green vine mountain was right below. Fire the cannons. Li Qingshan laughed. Yes. Qiu Haitang said. It was clearly such a dangerous thing, but he did it like a child's game. Her mood also inexplicably lightened up, and she didn't feel the slightest psychological burden. Instead, she faintly looked forward to it. According to him, he needed to vent after being heartbroken. Her slender finger tapped the ship's wheel gently, and countless pitch-black holes opened up. I was coerced by a demon, so it's not my fault. Qingshan, Qingshan. Han Xiongji's voice rang out from extremely far away. In the hall of the Hua family, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. It's so dark. What's happened? And there's a foul smell. The huge man, the 10th layer chi practitioner, first senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, was currently engaged in a battle to the death against the dazed Li Qingshan. He hugged Li Qingshan firmly. His face was bright red, his veins bulged, and he was covered in sweat. His feet were planted in the ground, and he used all his strength to push Li Qingshan down. His huge pectoral muscles pressed firmly against Li Qingshan's face. Everyone could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. The disciples of the demon slayer were dumbfounded, while the disciples of the academy gradually laughed. Jean Faping was filled with disbelief. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect frowned. Is he really the primary disciple of the School of Novels? He's also a member of my Hawkwolf Guard. I'd find it strange if he lost. Hua Sengzan smiled. Han Xiongji stopped worrying. She called out, Qingshan, stop playing around. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and began to move. He wrapped his arms around the huge man's waist and tightened them. Immediately, he pulled him up like he was pulling up a carrot. His body tilted backwards, and with a headbutt, he slammed him heavily into the ground. The huge man was currently using all of his strength, so it was impossible for him to react in time. In the blink of an eye, all he saw was the floor falling towards him. With a rumble, he was plunged into darkness. Boom! All the tables shook. When they looked at the huge man again, most of his body was buried in the ground. His thick, pillar-like legs were still raised high into the air. The 100 schools of thought wins. Hua Sengzan smiled. Senior brother Li is mighty. Senior brother Li is mighty. The disciples of the academy roared with laughter. First senior brother. A group of disciples from the Horned Rhinoceros Mountain went up and pulled the huge man out. The huge man was covered in dirt. He looked at Li Qingshan with a vicious gaze. Who else? Li Qingshan curled his finger at the other side indifferently. He did not even glance at the huge man. The first disciple of the Rose Cloud sect, Man Ro, has come to challenge you. She wants to compete with you in True Qi. Immediately, a petite, delicate woman walked over. She was also at the 10th layer. Hold on, we'll be changing people for this round. Junior brother, you can go down now, Wei Yongxing said in a hurry. Wei Yongxing said in a hurry. When it came to a competition of True Qi, the most important aspect was cultivation, unless they practiced all 5 elements like Chu Tian. However, according to what he knew, Chu Tian only practiced the regular Gui water method of condensing qi. He had heard that the Rose Cloud secret manual of the Rose Cloud sect focused on True Qi the most. At the beginning, it would be vague, as soft as clouds, but it would be extremely tough after accumulating force. Towards the end, it would be overwhelming and unstoppable. Even he did not have absolute confidence in winning. Unfortunately, junior sister Little and was not here, so junior brother Chu would have the best chance of winning. Li Qingshan was about to retreat when Man Ro said, "What, didn't this fellow just ask who else? Could it be that the chief disciple of the school of novels cannot speak as well as you, the chief disciple of the school of Confucianism?" Man Ro looked delicate, but when she spoke, she was full of energy. She actually had an unstoppable feeling. She wanted to use Li Qingshan's words just now to force him, an 8th layer Qi refining disciple, to compete in True Qi with her, a 10th layer Qi refining disciple, to establish this victory and avenge the humiliation of the huge man. Knowing that she was trying to sow discord, Wei Yongxing did not say anything. The chief disciples were equal in name, and everyone had the right to make decisions. Moreover, in a one-on-one fight, he really did not have the confidence to defeat this unfathomable junior brotherly, compete in True Qi? Then come. Li Qingshan said casually. Qingshan. Worry appeared on Han Xiongji's face. It was very rare for Qi practitioners to compete in terms of True Qi, but the dangers involved were far greater than ordinary battles. Once someone else's True Qi entered their body, the lightest consequence would be that their meridians would be torn and their cultivation would be crippled. If it was serious, their dantian would explode and they would die on the spot. Man Ro was delighted. You're the one who asked for it. Men always wanted to save face and suffer. She raised a pair of petite hands and said, "Please." Li Qingshan also raised his hands. "Let go of my hands." Man Ro's cheeks flushed red. Isn't it like this? It turned out that Li Qingshan's large hands were tightly grasping Man Ro's tender and petite hands. Man Ro tried to pull away, but how could she? Her face was full of embarrassment. At first glance, it didn't look like a True Qi competition, but more like a meeting of lovers. Han Xiongji gnashed her teeth. This guy, he only agreed because he wanted to take advantage of me. I'm so worried about him. Just die. It's the palm. Man Ro said angrily. Red Cloud sect was a sect for female cultivators. Since she was a child, she had never been held by a man like this. Moreover, in public, under the watchful eyes of the public. What's the difference? Li Qingshan curled his lips. I've had enough of this autumn beauty. Why would I take liberties with you? After adjusting their posture, the competition finally began. You dare to be frivolous with me. I must teach you a lesson. Man Ro stared at Li Qingshan. Her Red Cloud True Qi was continuously released. Before she could display her true power, Li Qingshan's Gui water true qi began to collapse. Unfortunately, the Gui water condensing qi method was easy to cultivate. It was suitable for all ages. It was not very powerful. The red cloud true qi unstoppably rushed into Li Qingshan's body. Then, there was no then. Manro's lips parted slightly. She sensed that the true qi she had sent out had completely lost contact with Li Qingshan the moment it entered his body. Looking up, she saw that he had closed his eyes again. In Li Qingshan's body, the spirit turtle's demon core in the shape of a turtle shell bobbed up and down in his sea of qi. As soon as the colorful red cloud true qi entered its territory, it immediately bowed down and became extremely docile. It just happened to be water type, so it was absorbed into the demon core. This time, Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. The spirit turtle's demon core could casually suppress the true qi of a measly qi practitioner. It would be child's play. You're far too naive to want to compete with me in true qi. Let alone her, even if the two red cloud immortals were here, they would still suffer. Manro did not dare to pull back so easily, or it would be troublesome if the opponent's true qi invaded her body. She was extremely reluctant to just accept this. She urged the red cloud true qi desperately. A hubbub suddenly rang out on the Green Vine Mountain. The Green Vine elder roused from his cultivation and arrived outside. He saw many disciples gazing at the sky, pointing and discussing. What's that? Is that a ship? The Green Vine elder looked over. Isn't that the soaring dragon ship of Pine Suff Academy? Why has it come to the Green Vine Mountain? May I ask which fellow is on this ship? Is it Senior Wen? The Green Vine elder said loudly. His voice reached the sky with spiritual qi. The head scholar of Pine Suff Academy, Wen Jingming, was a great cultivator who had undergone 2 heavenly tribulations. He dared not show any disrespect. Green Vine, you old bastard. Hand over your life. Li Qingshan called out. He swung the banner in his hand, and the cloud patterns embroidered on it gathered into 7 large words. It was also Green Vine, you old bastard. Hand over your life. Oh no. The Green Vine elder's heart skipped a beat when he saw the scarlet figure. He saw several hundred stars flicker at the same time, becoming brighter and brighter. In an instant, they turned into several hundred pillars of light, bombarding the Green Vine Mountain. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. The light and might in that moment made all the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain close their eyes subconsciously. They groaned painfully inside. Just how many times do I have to do this before I'm satisfied? He came alone the first 2 times, but he directly brought a warship this time. I'll give up. I won't be a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain no matter what, but do I still have the chance? The power of the soaring dragon ship left Li Qingshan extremely satisfied. He gave Begonia a thumbs up. Good girl. Begonia turned around and avoided his gaze. She tapped the ship's wheel a few more times, and even more beams of light shot down. At this moment, a screen of black and white rose up from the Green Vine Mountain. It was hazy like mist, constantly merging and changing, creating many profound patterns. The beams of light shot into the screen and were twisted and broken down, turning into tiny particles that scattered across the Green Vine Mountain. It was like a snowstorm, yet also like a night sky filled with twinkling stars. The duality formation of disintegration, a powerful formation that Fu Qingjin had specially taken from the Sword Collection Palace and cast down on the Green Vine Mountain. No matter who it was, they would be reduced to dust if they tried to force their way in. It had been cast down for Li Qingshan. Do you see it? Wretched demon, you can't get in here. The Green Vine elder spread his arms and laughed aloud. His hair and beard danced wildly. He basically seemed a little mad. Yu Shuquang opened his eyes. He was in no mood to admire this rare, wondrous scenery. He ran towards the foot of the mountain again with the other disciples. Why again? The peak of the mountain and the prow of the ship were separated by a short and distant distance. Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes and the Green Vine elder's green eyes met. Keep firing. I'd like to see how long he can last. Li Qingshan carried the flag in his right hand. He snapped his fingers with his left hand. Without even waiting for his orders, the soaring dragon ship unleashed its full power. It flashed with light, dazzling the eyes. The moonlight pierced through the hole in the clouds, casting down a huge, silver beam of light. It dyed the soaring dragon ship silvery blue. In the pitch-black world, it seemed like an unbelievably large searchlight. The soaring dragon ship was the main character, roaring as it pleased on the stage. At the center of the ship was the core furnace. It hummed and flickered, releasing the spiritual energy that had been stored for an unknown amount of time. The blood that was delivered to every cannon was like a huge heart, beating loudly, sending blood to every part of the body, turning into furious roars and roaring dragons of light. The duality formation of disintegration did not budge. It allowed the attacks that were enough to flatten the green vine mountain to fall one after another, collapsing against the mist like fireworks. It's useless. All attacks will become a part of the duality formation of disintegration's energy. It's definitely impossible to get through. The Green Vine Elder secretly communicated with Fu Qingjin as he mocked Li Qingshan loudly. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan had also noticed that from the beginning until now. The duality formation of disintegration showed no signs of weakening. The hazy mist instead showed signs of growing thicker and thicker. He knew the Green Vine Elder was telling the truth. However, the speed at which the yin and yang dust formation disintegrated the light pillars was getting slower and slower. In the beginning, the pillars of light would immediately turn into mist as soon as they landed in the formation, but now, they scattered like fireworks before dispersing bit by bit. He believed that no matter what kind of formation it was, there would always be a limit. One was a powerful defensive formation from the Sword Collection Palace, a supersect of the Green Province, while the other was a supreme war machine that was the crystallization of a master of Moism's wisdom and efforts. No one knew who was the victor between the spear that could pierce and destroy anything, and the shield that could disintegrate and block any attack. The two people involved, Li Qingshan and the Green Vine Elder, could only watch this grand display of fireworks eagerly and hopefully as spectators. Bring the alcohol. Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed and called out. In the estate of the Hua family, Li Qingshan's second match was extremely dull and boring as expected. None of the spectators dared to make a sound. They only exchanged glances silently. As a matter of fact, they were not even sure who had gained the upper hand right now. Man Ro's expression became uglier and uglier. No matter how endless her rose cloud's true chi was, it still had a limit. Before her, Li Qingshan was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much true chi she channeled into him, she was unable to fill it up. And, as soon as her true chi weakened slightly, Li Qingshan's Gui water true chi would immediately surge over. She dared not hold back at all. The dangers of a clash of true chi began to reveal itself bit by bit, baring its fangs at her. She refused to admit defeat. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, Li Qingshan's true chi was clearly below hers. However, he had used some sort of method to control the foreign true chi that had entered his body. She believed that as long as she persisted a little longer, Li Qingshan would not be able to last any longer. She would run out of energy and finally regret it. However, she was already unable to admit defeat at this moment. As long as she let out a single breath, Li Qingshan's true chi would invade her body and destroy her. In the blink of an eye, a strand of Gui water true chi flowed through her palm and into her body. It was icy cold before reaching her dantian. As long as Li Qingshan willed it slightly, even if the Gui water true chi was not renowned for its destructive power, it could still easily rip through her fragile meridians. The Vermilion Clove sect leader saw that something was wrong and wanted to intervene. However, he was stopped by Hua Sengzan, who whispered, "Before you can expel her true chi, that uncontrolled true chi will explode in her body." He transmitted his voice into Li Qingshan's ears. "Qingshan, it's about time." Li Qingshan's consciousness was pulled back to this place. He opened his eyes and saw that Man Ro's face was pale, her lips were bloodless, and there was even a trace of pleading in the depths of her eyes. She was exceptionally delicate and pitiful. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and slowly withdrew his true chi. "I lost." Man Ro's body softened. She took a step back and said softly while biting her lips. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her imposing manner was completely gone, and her voice was also very weak. She looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of resentment, but there was also a trace of sadness. Behind Li Qingshan, cheers rang out loudly. The eyes of the disciples of the 100 clans were full of envy and admiration. With a wave of his hand, he gulped down a jar of alcohol. At the same time, Begonia took out a few jars of alcohol for him on the soaring dragon ship. The feeling of 2 jugs of alcohol entering his stomach at the same time was extremely wondrous. It was especially satisfying. There was nothing better in life than drinking fine alcohol and fighting a stubborn enemy. Multiplying this feeling by 2 made it even more satisfying. Who else? Upstairs, the school leaders chatted happily, while the sect masters were stern. They were also paying attention to the competition below. The strength of high chi practitioners could be said to represent the future of a clan or sect. A competition like this was definitely not just a game. Wang Pushi drank heartily. Although this kid's words were infuriating, what he did was still very honorable. Fu Qingjin poured and drank by himself, standing alone. His face was haggard as if nothing could faze him. He seemed like he did not fit in with his surroundings at all. He frowned, and a jade tablet fell into his hand. The Green Vine Elder's flustered voice rang out. "Sir, the wretched demon has come. He's attacking the Green Vine Mountain right now. What are you panicking for?" "It's not like he can get through the duality formation of disintegration," Fu Qingjin said slowly. "It was probably another probe clone, so it was not worth him taking action." He's carrying a soaring dragon ship." Fu Qingjin's expression changed. He was no longer able to drink any more alcohol in his cup. The other Foundation establishment cultivators heard this too and immediately connected the dots. Was the soaring dragon ship the one Jiang Shanqing had brought with him? Just now, Begonia had left with him. Why had she gone to the Green Vine Mountain? Had they all fallen to the demon's hands already? The green ruined sword was drawn from its sheath. Fu Qingjin fused with the sword and turned into a streak of green light, disappearing into the horizon. The other members of the Demon Slayer could not sit still either. They all took off and followed closely behind. News of what had happened upstairs spread downstairs very quickly, leading to an uproar. "Hai Tang!" Hua Sengzan cried out involuntarily. He no longer possessed his usual composure and elegance. He immediately took off. If the woman he had let down died to the demons because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. "Are we still going to continue?" Li Qingshan looked around. The faces of the Demon Slayer disciples were filled with fury, as well as a sliver of fear. The strength and arrogance of the demons had deeply shocked them. As for the disciples of the academy, they could not help but feel some sympathy for the loss of their own kind. After all, they were all humans. "Let's end it here. We'll call it a draw. There will obviously be a time when we fight again in the future." Jean Faping glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Li Qingshan did not mind. He returned to his seat and sat down. The primary disciples all congratulated him on his victory, but they were rather absent-minded. After all, compared to the lives of several Foundation establishment cultivators and the battle between humans and demons, the competition at the banquet was just a side dish to the wine. Li Qingshan felt helpless. He felt like he had completely stolen the limelight. However, the competition here had always been a boring game to distract him. He could finally focus completely. He placed it on the soaring dragon ship. The wind whistled past his ears. The duality formation of disintegration. After absorbing and disintegrating who knew how many attacks, the Green Vine Mountain shone with dazzling light. Everything became blurry, illuminating a range of 100 kilometers like it was daytime. "How much longer do you think you have? Only then can we break the formation?" Li Qingshan stood at the bow of the ship with the flag in his hand. He stared at the light and asked without turning his head. Although it was just a glimpse, the speed of Fu Qingjin's flying sword was still far beyond his expectations. According to his estimation, even if he used the wind god's wings, he would not be able to catch up. Was this the power of a magic treasure? In other words, it wouldn't take long for him to arrive here. At that time. This meant that the outcome had been decided. His plan to kill the Green Vine Elder had failed once again. "I don't know. But I don't have much spiritual power left. Begonia clicks on the helm, and a picture of the Reiki reserves appears. There is only 1/5 left. Before the spear could break the shield, it had already exhausted all its strength. What do you think, wretched demon? There's nothing you can do. The green vine elder stood on the top of the mountain and bellowed out. However, there's still one last move. Begonia suddenly said. What move? Xianxia suddenly turned around. It's right beneath your feet. Isn't this a decoration? Xianxia lowered his head and studied the dragon head sculpture on the bow of the ship. Of course not. This is the largest main cannon of the soaring dragon ship, the Dragon's Roar. A single attack takes up tremendous amounts of spiritual power, and it takes a lot of time to prepare as well. It's completely built for destroying structures and formations. Why didn't you say that earlier? It's too close. The ship won't be able to withstand the recoil. Then why are you saying it now? I want to. Begonia smiled, recovering some of her grace as a sect master. Then show me the power of the Dragon's Roar. All of the attacks stopped, but the rumble still seemed to linger in his head. Yu Shuquang, who had fled to the bottom of the mountain but was blocked by the formations, gazed at the sky in surprise. All he saw was the soaring dragon ship slowly rising into the air. Before long, it had vanished into the clouds. Did you make it? Before he had even finished speaking, a white pillar of light descended from above, piercing the clouds and directly striking the duality formation of disintegration. The pillar of light was so huge that it could not help but make people think of the legendary pillar. The clouds parted, revealing the soaring dragon ship above the clouds. The dragon head on the bow opened its huge mouth and let out a furious roar. The pillar of light no longer vanished in a flash. Instead, it was continuous, channeling all of its power into it. The duality formation of disintegration trembled, no longer able to disperse the power completely. It had reached a saturation point, and rings of light dispersed into the surroundings like ripples. On the other side of the pillar of light, the soaring dragon ship trembled as well, creaking and rocking about. The spear struck the shield. If the shield did not shatter, the spear would snap. Can you break through it? Xianxia called out. That's hard to say. Begonia frowned as she watched her spiritual power rapidly deplete. Glancing around, her eyes narrowed. All she saw was a speck of green light in the sea of clouds. At the same time, Fu Qingjin also saw the dazzling streak of white light. He frowned and powered the green ruined sword even more urgently. I'll have to trouble you with one last thing. Xianxia's voice rang out clearly in Begonia's ears. Do you want to run? This ship can't fly fast. Please help me collect all the puppets and cannons. I want to pack them up and take them away. Xianxia had already learned that the soaring dragon ship could not shrink or expand, nor could it be stuffed into his 100 treasures pouch. However, the tremendous number of puppets and powerful cannons on the ship were all impressive spoils of war. Begonia had no idea how to react. Was this guy really a demon? She controlled the puppets to dismantle all the cannons before gathering them on the deck and stowing them away in her 100 treasures pouch. Let's go down. A cold light flashed through Xianxia's eyes. What did you say? I said fly down. You're crazy. Do you know how much this ship is worth? Begonia finally understood what he meant and was taken aback. I don't care how much it's worth. It's not like it's my ship. Xianxia smiled resplendently. Fine. Begonia felt helpless. What could she do when her life was in his hands? However, she became excited for some reason. Afterwards, all of the levitation formations on the soaring dragon ship vanished, and it fell back into the restraints of gravity. All of its propulsion changed directions, rushing towards the ground as quickly as it could. The soaring dragon ship descended faster and faster. Xianxia stood at the prow of the ship, waving the banner in the whistling wind. The wind became even more violent, sweeping up the soaring dragon ship and making it descend even faster. Under the recoil of the dragon's roar, the indestructible soaring dragon ship collapsed bit by bit. The furnace in the core groaned in pain. Oh no! Fu Qingjin watched on helplessly and paled in fright. The green vine elder squinted his eyes and did his best to peer through the scorching light, gazing at the sky. However, within the surging light of spiritual qi, his soul sense was useless, and his vision was greatly obstructed. He could vaguely make out a black speck that grew larger and larger. Fu Qingjin's voice rang out from the jade tablet in his hand, "Run." In that moment, the soaring dragon ship that was several hundred meters in length collided with the duality formation of disintegration like a small mountain. Time seemed to slow down. As soon as the soaring dragon ship came into contact with the barrier of light, it began to collapse and disintegrate, vanishing inch by inch. Only when the furnace in the center of the ship exploded did the remaining energy erupt all at once. However, before it could unleash its power, it was swallowed up by the duality formation of disintegration as well. The duality formation of disintegration dimmed, twisting as it shrank towards the top of the mountain. It turned into a ball of light and gradually swelled up. In the end, it suddenly lit up, turning the surroundings white. Like a stomach that had been stuffed to its limit, it suddenly exploded after contracting violently. The undigested energy turned into thousands of streaks of light, erupting hysterically. It was like 100 suns had risen up from the ground. It illuminated the green vine elder's terrified face snow white. He seemed like a mortal as he raised his hand instinctively, as if that was enough to block the danger. He was swallowed up by the rapidly expanding ball of light. Boom! Only after what felt like a very long time did a rumble ring out. The shockwave dispersed the clouds, and the sky was filled with stars, dazzling and resplendent. Fu Qingjin stopped moving and stared at the sight before him in shock. Everything had vanished. The soaring dragon ship, the green vine elder, and the green vine mountain. The green vine mountain had vanished, reduced to a huge, spherical pit. Only the foot of the mountain remained, which served as proof of its existence. The other Foundation establishment cultivators rushed over afterwards, and they were all dumbfounded. Their expressions were the same as their disciples, furious and fearful. Xianxia. Haitang. Haitang. Hua Sengzan brushed past Fu Qingjin and called out anxiously. The ground where the green vine mountain used to be at the foot of the mountain trembled slightly. Haitang, is that you? Hua Sengzan rushed over, and a streak of green light shot over. Fu Qingjin stood there with his sword in hand. The soil flipped over, and Yu Shuquang stuck his head out. Seeing the tip of the sword before him, he leapt in fright. Afterwards, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain crawled out one after another. They were unable to leave the Green Vine Mountain, so they dug out a hole together and hid underground. Even if the demons got through the formation and could not see them, they probably could not be bothered with searching for them. As a result, they were buried underground, but they managed to survive. Where's the Green Vine Mountain? Yu Shuquang looked around and saw the pit. He was taken aback before realizing what had happened. He was dumbfounded too. He still had lingering fears. If the pit had grown a few times larger, it would have reached where they were hiding. Fu Qingjin sheathed his sword, while Hua Sengzan was disappointed. Qingzan, I'm here. Begonia emerged from behind a mountain. Hi Tang, that's fantastic. I had thought you weren't injured, were you? Hua Sengzan flew over. His face was filled with joy. Begonia's heart warmed up. After spending so many years together, she had not been heartless after all. It was just a pity that they were not fated to be together. Where's Xianxia? Their eyes met. Hua Sengzan sighed as well. It was not that he did not have any feelings for her, but he was unable to change his mind. Accepting her feelings when he already had someone else he loved was disrespectful to her. It would only make her even sadder in the end. What about the demon? Fu Qingjin interrupted. Xianxia died to protect me, Begonia said slowly with a desolate expression. In her story, the demon used her to threaten Jiang Xianxia, forcing him to control the soaring dragon ship to attack the Green Vine Mountain. In the end, when the demon wanted to silence her, Jiang Xianxia stood forward and kept Li Qingshan busy, allowing her to survive. It was said that women were natural actors, and Begonia was one of the best of the best. She weaved a perfect set of lies, completely absolving herself of responsibility. Who knew where the demon called North Moon had fled to? However, he had left behind a few things in her possession. Begonia's face was pale and she was still in a state of shock. If it was someone else, they would have believed her words without a doubt. Fu Qingjin waved his sleeves, and the leaders of the various sects took their leave. He was left alone, standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the sinkhole. The moonlight was like silver, his long hair was like ink, and his bangs were hanging down. His expression was gloomy, but his lips gradually curved. Everything is glorious. It's inevitable to end up in ruins. North Moon, I'll remember this name. Upstairs, Begonia and Hua Sengzan walked through the rain. They floated down like a pair of immortal companions. Have a good rest. I have to go back. I'll be busy tonight. Before Hua Sengzan's voice died away, a fragrant wind hit him. Begonia hugged him tightly. He hesitated for a moment, then put his hand on her back and patted her gently. There was a helpless smile on his face. After some time, Begonia let go of him and stared into his eyes. Hua Sengzan's heart skipped a beat. Her face was separated by the rain. It was a little hazy, but astonishingly beautiful. But it returned to normal in an instant. Sure enough, no reaction. Begonia smiled. Hua Sengzan opened his mouth, but Begonia's expression suddenly became serious. Tell me seriously. Are you using Gu Yening to hide the fact that you like men? Of course not. Who did you hear that from? Hua Sengzan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Someone who is not a person. Come to think of it, how is that possible? Qiu Haitang smiled. That guy said it with a serious face, and she actually believed him a little. You mean? Hua Sengzan immediately reacted. We're still good friends. Of course. That's good. Go do your thing. Begonia said, then turned around and left without hesitation. Haitang. Hua Sengzan reached out his hand. This was what he had always hoped for, but why did he feel a sense of loss at this moment? Finally, Hua Sengzan disappeared into the rainy night. Begonia stood motionless. She took a deep breath and raised her head. Her face was covered in tears, mixed with the rainwater, flowing down her cheeks. Thinking back to the past, his master had once commented, since ancient times, those who possessed the peach blossom physique were mostly infatuated women, but they were destined to be unable to obtain their love and die of depression. At that time, she was still a little girl. She didn't believe this at all. Later on, she believed it, but she refused to accept her fate. She persisted and struggled until now, but in the end, she gained nothing. He wiped away his tears and revealed a smile. Even if he could not decide the feelings of others, could he not control his own feelings? Die of depression? I want to live happily. Qingzan, I hope you can also meet a human or demon one day so that you can let go. She washed off her makeup and changed into a nightgown. She sat alone in front of the window and listened to the night rain. After who knew how long, a familiar, scarlet-red figure descended from the sky. Begonia beamed inside. She was just about to tell him what she was doing just now and ask for his opinion. Tell me, just what are women thinking about? Li Qingshan was gloomy as he asked. Begonia was speechless. Hua Sengzan returned to the Hua estate. A few sect masters and elders skilled in flight had already returned. The demon slayer disciples were all uneasy, exchanging glances with one another. The disciples of the academy were confused. They had no idea what had happened on the Green Vine Mountain. Qingzan, has the demon been caught or not? How's the Green Vine elder? As soon as Hua Sengzan returned, he was surrounded. Wang Pushi asked him a series of questions. This isn't the place to talk. School leaders, please come with me. Hua Sengzan clasped his hands. Zhichenzi and the others were also concerned. He added, and the primary disciples of the various schools. In a quiet room, Hua Sengzan told them everything he had seen, as well as everything he had heard from Begonia. The atmosphere was heavy. Even though the demon slayer was an opponent, he was still a human. Cultivator after all. The Green Vine elder's fate was unsettling. In particular, the primary disciples felt like they were listening to a heavenly book. He had raised the Green Vine elder and the Green Vine mountain to the ground. Just how terrifying was that? Let alone the fact that they were still chi practitioners, even if they reached foundation establishment, would they be able to escape with their lives if they faced the demon one day? Li Qingshan's face was heavy too. He secretly studied their faces and found it very interesting. Only when he saw how sorrowful Han Xianxia was did he frown slightly. He was just a friend of the past. Was he worth all this? In other words, Jiang Shanqing and the Green Vine Elder both died to his hands. Wang Pushi broke the silence. Yes. The demon slayer of the Sword Collection Palace definitely won't put up with it anymore. He'll demand the demons to hand over the murderer. Will the demons hand over the murderer? The leader of the Yu family asked in worry. Definitely not, Han Anjuan said firmly. The demon slayer will definitely seek revenge. Mediation and negotiation are all useless now. We need to make preparations. Li Qingshan shivered inside. He was in no mood to care about Han Xiongji's feelings. Hua Sengzan was right. Once the demon slayer decided to seek revenge, it was very likely that Milliped's territory would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He needed to return underground and make preparations. He could move freely on the surface like there was no one there. Meanwhile, if Fu Qingjin ventured underground alone with his sword, just how many people could stop him? This was the law of cultivation. The strong played a decisive role. Once one's cultivation was higher, it would be a one-sided massacre. This law would be most thoroughly demonstrated in war. The strong would personally win the glory that belonged to them. If the night did not fall, how could the stars shine? Tonight, the brightest star was named North Moon. The legend was about to begin. RT. The patriarch stayed behind to discuss matters, while the disciples left the Hua estate. Li Qingshan and Han Xiongji naturally rode a cloud together. Han Xiongji furrowed her brows, while Li Qingshan seemed to be in thought. However, he maintained a faint smile the entire time. Xiongji, don't be sad. It's not worth it for a rotten person like that. Li Qingshan could not help but console her. What do you know? I know that he took advantage of her when she was down and disregarded his friendship with her. Shanqing just wanted to comfort her. Even if he did, what's wrong with that? It's not like they're children, so what's the point of taking advantage of her? You're just angry that he looked down on you. Han Xiongji had never liked Begonia's flowery ways. After hearing Begonia's story, she felt that while Jiang Shanqing's appearance was nothing special, he was still a man in the end. He should not be looked down on like that. So you're saying that I should be happy that he looked down on me? Then your wish has come true. I really am quite happy right now. I'm not joking with you. No matter what grievances you had when you were alive, he's already dead. I hope you can show him some respect. Do you know how ugly you look right now? I'm not joking with you either. I only respect people who respect me. I've never sought to look good to anyone. Li Qingshan smiled easily. Why, you really are unreasonable. Han Xiongji leapt up angrily and flew off the cloud, disappearing into the rain. Only Li Qingshan sighed gently. I'm not unreasonable. It was not like he was actually 18. How could he not know? Just now, he should be vague about it and brush this matter aside. After spending so many days together, it was not like there was no conflict between the two of them. However, as a man, he obviously would not bicker with a woman. However, Li Qingshan had always been considering something seriously, which was to confess everything to her. On this night, the war between the humans and demons was about to begin. This thought became extremely intense. At the same time, he also knew very well that it would not be that simple. When that time came, he would need her absolute tolerance. If he didn't handle it properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even turn from a lover into an enemy. Thus, there was the conversation just now. But in the end, the result was not optimistic. If she could not tolerate his shortcomings, how could she tolerate him being a monster? If he could not even accept his criticism of Jiang Shanqing, how could he accept that he had personally killed Jiang Shanqing? Li Qingshan laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps this kind of request was too much. He had already expected such an outcome. Han Xiongji had her own standpoint and principles. He wouldn't change his mind easily just because of love. If it was Begonia, it might be possible. Forget it, even lovers and friends have their own little secrets. It's better not to force it. On the lake of dragons and snakes, the autumn rain scattered thousands of ripples. Li Qingshan sat down cross-legged and slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing the demonic energy in his body to recover. After a long time, he stood up and used up all the demonic energy in one go. His original body returned to Cloudwisp Island. His clone flew towards the building. He still had many things in Begonia's possession. However, no matter what, he still felt rather gloomy. When he saw Begonia, he could not help but grumble. What happened? Begonia was greatly surprised, or even slightly delighted. It's got nothing to do with you. Where are my things? Li Qingshan stepped into the room and looked around before returning his attention to Begonia. The silk-woven, silver-white nightdress was as thin as a cicada's wings. It draped over her like flowing water, accentuating her graceful figure. Begonia's eyes flickered, and her lips parted slightly, but before she could say anything. I'm telling you, I'm not in a good mood. If you threaten me again, I'll strip you naked and hang you outside. Li Qingshan shoved her to one side and lay down on the lounge chair. Qiu Haitang hesitated for a moment before handing over the 200 treasures pouches. She was no longer the girl who had lost her heart to grief. Just the fact that she had been stripped naked was something she could not accept. This fellow in front of her was someone who could do anything. Li Qingshan accepted the 200 treasures pouches, checked them, and shoved them into his bosom. Of the 200 treasures pouches, one was in perfect condition, which obviously belonged to Jiang Shancheng, while the other was slightly damaged, which belonged to the Green Vine Elder. The moment the duality formation of disintegration collapsed, Li Qingshan flew down as quickly as he could and removed the 100 treasures pouch from the Green Vine Elder's waist. He used the Spirit Turtle's profound shell to block the attack for a split second before vanishing in the explosion. However, it was enough for him to toss out the 100 treasures pouch. 100 treasures pouches had always been light and extremely tough. As long as it was not directly struck, it could not be destroyed so easily. However, if it were not for his mirror clone, Li Qingshan would never have been bold enough to take on this risk with his original body. It was exactly because of his clone that he was bold enough to ask Begonia for the 100 treasures pouch. It's been a pleasure working with you. Li Qingshan was in a great mood. He patted Begonia's shoulder and was about to leave. There's something I want to tell you. I did what you said and tested him again. Begonia grabbed his wrist in a hurry and began talking to herself. That's very good. Li Qingshan sighed slightly after listening to that. Little Hua really doesn't get it. So much for helping you out so much. But since we're not fated to be together, it's better to end things early. It's not a bad thing. Thank you for listening to me so much. As repayment, if you have any questions, I might be able to answer them for you. Begonia placed her hand on her chest and smiled. She was noble and reserved. Forget about that. If we're talking about understanding a woman's heart, I believe there aren't many people who can beat me. Li Qingshan walked to the window and stopped. He turned around and said, all right. He hid all the details and only said that he had a big secret that he wanted to share with his lover. But after testing her, he felt that she wouldn't accept it. What do you think I should do? Hey, I'm asking you a question. He waved his hand in front of her. You don't have to do anything. Begonia came back to her senses. She didn't think that someone as wild as him would have such a delicate and complicated mind. His deep feelings for that woman made her a little touched. His distressed look actually made her feel pity for him. If he could win a person's heart, what secret couldn't he accept? This is also a suggestion? At least tell me how to ease the relationship. If I'm not wrong, she'll come back to you soon. What? Her position isn't as firm as you think. Unlike stubborn men, women will always take a step back for the love of their heart. I hope you can treat her well and don't let her down. Begonia's expression was very serious. Suddenly, she seemed very mature and almost experienced. As a foundation-building cultivator and a sect master, didn't she have her own persistence? But only she knew how many steps she retreated until there was no more room to retreat. On Cloudwisp Island, in a bamboo forest, Li Qingshan sat on the veranda. He suddenly felt a familiar breath pass through the night rain. If this secret hurts your relationship and only makes her feel pain, you have the responsibility to keep this secret forever. This is also a kind of love, Begonia said faintly. She had once hoped that he could accept her, even if he only pretended to love her. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw a familiar figure leap over the treetops and fly into his arms. Her voice was hoarse. Bastard, why didn't you come after me? Do you know how painful it was for me? Xianxia? Her whole body was wet, and her cheeks were wet. He didn't know whether it was rain or tears. Her delicate appearance made Li Qingshan wonder if he had made a mistake. Begonia was right. She wasn't as persistent or strong as he thought. Just as she could easily affect his mood, he could also easily hurt her heart. This was the price of love. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her deeply. I understand. Thank you for your advice. I will cherish this relationship. Li Qingshan stepped onto the windowsill and looked back at Begonia with a smile. Then he jumped up, spread his wings, and disappeared in the night rain. The night rain beat against the bamboo forest, and the sound was particularly cold. The two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's bodies as hot as fire. Li Qingshan caressed her delicate body wantonly. Impatient with the obstruction of the layer of clothes, he directly tore her long skirt to reveal her snow-white round breasts. Ah! Han Xiongji exclaimed and said in a low voice, go into the house. Right here. Li Qingshan pressed against her forehead. His eyes were gentle and domineering. There was no one else on the island, only the two of them. Han Xiongji was powerless to resist. In a flash, she was peeled off like a white sheep, without a single strand. The autumn wind was cold, and she shivered. She had long been immune to the cold and heat. Although she knew that there was no one on the island, under the porch, she was still embarrassed. But she didn't have time to think about it, and was immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, the clouds and rain disappeared. Han Xiongji almost forgot how she returned to the house. She saw Li Qingshan's eyes open, staring at the dark dome in a daze. She got up and laid on her side, and placed her hand on his chest. Are you still angry? No. Li Qingshan turned his head and grinned. Actually, I'm not angry because of Shancheng, but because of you. You're not usually so petty. Han Xiongji's finger drew circles on his chest. I understand. But if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be so petty. Li Qingshan held her hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Han Xiongji leaned on his chest. You're not allowed to anger me like this in the future, do you understand? That's not necessarily true. I've already let you do whatever you want, but you're not even willing to agree to such a small thing. Han Xiongji angrily knocked her chin on the ground. It's clearly me who's working hard. You're just lying down comfortably and enjoying yourself. Li Qingshan smiled. Seeing that she was about to get angry again, he said, Fine. I promise you, if I anger you again, I'll chase you back. What kind of promise is this? I'm unlucky to like a man like you. If you don't chase me, I can only come back by myself. I'm really reaping what I sowed. This doesn't sound like something Miss Han would say. Li Qingshan's heart softened, and he gently stroked her hair. Upstairs, Begonia pondered for a moment, smiled, and got up to close the window. In the distant building, there was a faint flash of a green shadow, but when she looked again, it was empty. The night wind whistled, and the drizzle filled his face. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew through the dark sky. The half-transparent wings of wind would expand and contract at times. He was like a red fish, leaping out of the sea of clouds at times and falling into the rain at other times. As he did so, he rapidly familiarized himself with its usage. At this moment, the spirit turtle's demon core suddenly flickered, giving off a hint of warning. Li Qingshan turned around and hovered in the air. All he saw was the sky, but he sensed nothing out of the ordinary. However, the feeling of being watched became clearer and clearer. A streak of green light moved through the clouds. Fu Qingjin's expression was bleak, and his gaze was like lightning. When Li Qingshan stopped, he stopped as well, hiding in the clouds quietly. The drizzle did not stop. They stood in silence. Li Qingshan basically determined the other person's identity immediately. His trip to the tower had still exposed him at the end of the day. He wanted to use his clone to test his strength again, but when he thought about the 300 treasures pouches on him, he turned around and flew downwards, entering the underground through a cavern. What a vigilant prey! Fu Qingjin revealed himself. With prey like this, the mission as a liaison would not be too boring. However, now was not the time to reel in the net. Traveling underground, Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and searched for the path back to his territory. Just now had made him truly understand what it meant to be in a dire situation. He needed to respond immediately. Returning to the cavern, Millipede cultivated quietly on the stone platform, recovering his strength bit by bit. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, materializing from the void. It lunged towards him. Li Qingshan was already prepared. He suddenly turned around, opened his right hand, and lowered it again. A soft, delicate figure fell into his arms. "Master, you're back." Yi Liubo was overjoyed. "You've already undergone the heavenly tribulation." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "Yeah. It's all thanks to the pill Master bestowed upon me." Yi Liubo said gratefully. After ingesting the true spirit pill, she immediately felt her body full of strength. It began to change qualitatively. Finally, he broke through to the next realm and passed the heavenly tribulation. This was not only the effect of the true pill, but also because she had accumulated enough time at this bottleneck. Liubo is willing to use any means to repay Master's kindness. Yi Liubo licked her lips. "That's great. Continue to host the trade. I need more spirit grasses." "I'm not talking about this." "Master, what do you think this is?" Yi Liubo revealed a sorrowful expression. Then, she took out many spiritual herbs from her 100 treasures pouch. Before Li Qingshan left, he gave her many spiritual tools and spiritual talismans that he didn't need. After she passed the heavenly tribulation, she wanted to go back and show off. Along the way, they conducted a few transactions. He also helped Li Qingshan obtain quite a number of spiritual herbs, none of which were less than 100 years old. "Well done." Li Qingshan accepted the spirit grass and smiled. Now, he had two choices. One was to abandon this place. In order to avoid Fu Qingjin's attacks, he could go deeper underground and temporarily live in Obsidian City. The other was to strengthen this place and turn it into a fortress against the demon slayer. Previously, he was more inclined to the former. After all, he had limited manpower. He wasn't cultivating for the rise of the great demon race, so there was no need for him to fight to the death with the demon slayer. But now, he had other ideas. He still had to see the results of his meeting with the Spider Queen. "Let's go. Come with me to see Yi Mingzhu." "Please let me go with you." "Master." Yi Liusu walked out of the darkness without a sound. "All right, bring Millipede." "Master North Moon, long time no see. What good news do you have for me?" In Obsidian City, Yi Mingzhu heard the news of North Moon's arrival and immediately rushed back. Her attitude was extremely respectful. After receiving the help of his weapons, the Spider Shadow tribe had gradually turned the tables in the underground battle. Mistress Yi is the one who is riding the crest of success. Li Qingshan crossed his legs and sat on a high-back chair. Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu stood beside him. "How can I be worthy of Master North Moon calling me mistress?" "You can just call me Pearl. This is all thanks to Master North Moon. This is just a small gift, not enough to show my respect." Yi Mingzhu held a brocade box and offered it with both hands. "There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. Pearl, you must have other requests." Li Qingshan opened the brocade box. Inside was 1,000-year black blood ginseng. It was completely black and overflowed with spiritual energy. It had a vague human shape. Unlike other spirit herbs, as one of the spirit herbs that could be consumed directly, the black blood ginseng was very valuable in the underground. "May I ask if Master North Moon still has the pill that Liubo ingested? If he does, I'm willing to exchange it for even more and even better spiritual herbs." Yi Mingzhu's eyes lit up. There were many night roamers in the clan who had reached a certain level but failed to break through. If she could obtain a few pills, they could instantly gain many powerful cultivators who had undergone the heavenly tribulation, forming a crushing force. "Pearl, you sure are ambitious." Li Qingshan fiddled around with the black blood ginseng with a smile. There's nothing I can do either. If you're willing to assist me, Sir Northmoon, then I promise you that any request you have in this region in the future, Sir Northmoon will be absolutely satisfied, including me. Yi Mingzhu smiled coquettishly. I do, but before that, come with me to see the Spider Queen first. Normally, I'll take what I want personally. Li Qingshan smiled. If he wanted to protect his territory and deal with Fu Qingjin, the night roamers would be extremely important. However, he did not plan on using a weak method like an equal exchange. He wanted to grasp this power in his hands and establish a foundation for his authority in the underground world. It's just a few dozen subordinates. What Fu Qingjin has, I have to have too. In Cobweb City, a bright red carpet was laid out before the throne. Helicoverpa Rosa stood behind the throne in a scarlet dress. She rested her chin on her hand and studied Li Qingshan. Northmoon, you've finally come to see me. Ma'am Spider Queen has summoned you, yet you've never come. Just what are your intentions? Blood Shadow's pale face was filled with undisguised hostility. I've been thinking about Ma'am Spider Queen at all times, but I've always been on the move for Ma'am Spider Queen's orders. I'm not like some people who only know how to pass their days leisurely in the territory. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and glanced at Blood Shadow. In other words, you've brought the Green Vine Elder's head? Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She became slightly interested. Unfortunately, I haven't. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Are you toying with Ma'am Spider Queen? Ma'am Spider Queen, I'll go above ground right now and bring back the Green Vine Elder's head, Blood Shadow scolded loudly before volunteering himself. Spider Queen's expression turned slightly cold. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. His laughter echoed through the high hall. What are you laughing at? From today onwards, no one can bring back a single strand of his hair. That's because he's already vanished with the Green Vine Mountain. Vanished? Helicoverpa Rosa was slightly doubtful. What nonsense are you spouting? Blood Shadow frowned. I couldn't help it. I was a little heavy-handed. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Helicoverpa Rosa curled her finger, and an oval mirror in the corner of the hall shone brightly. It was an arcane artifact. Li Qingshan was surprised. He saw the scene in the mirror pass through the rock and soil, arriving above ground. It reflected the Green Vine Mountain that had become a huge pit. At that moment, even Blood Shadow was speechless. Only now did he understand what Li Qingshan meant by vanished. His first reaction was that this was impossible. Even if he used his full strength, it was impossible for the entire mountain to end up like this, unless he blew up his demon core. The corner of Helicoverpa Rosa's lips curled up, gradually widening. It was beautiful and cruel, a chilling laugh. It was like a thin thread, only passing through his mind. Outside, Yi Mingzhu shivered inside and lowered her head. She gained a deeper understanding of Li Qingshan's power. At this moment, the two powerful demon generals, Dragonsnail and Strong Stone, rushed over. They heard the Spider Queen's laughter and were extremely surprised. What's this pit? After bowing, Strong Stone looked at the reflection in the mirror and asked with a frown. The Green Vine Mountain. Dragonsnail said slowly, speaking even slower than before. She also doubted her own judgment as she stared at Li Qingshan deeply. You did it? Strong Stone's voice was thunderous, filled with surprise. You've done very well. From today onwards, I permit you to see me directly. There's no need to report. Helicoverpa Rosa's voice became much more amiable. No one would dislike a powerful and agreeable gift. Yi Mingzhu's expression changed. This was a privilege that only Dragonsnail, Strong Stone, and Blood Shadow possessed. Did this mean another demon general would be added to Helicoverpa Rosa's list of 3 from today onwards? Let's fight. Strong Stone licked his lips. Fervent battle intent rose up from his body, but he did not object. However, he didn't voice his objection. If this was really his doing, then he was indeed qualified to have such power. Blood Shadow said, Ma'am Spider Queen, he's lying. Northmoon, I don't believe you can do this. Are you bold enough to face me? This time, I won't let you go so easily. Blood Shadow believed that with his own strength, as long as he obtained Spider Queen's permission, he would definitely be able to expose North Moon's true strength. He would make Spider Queen understand that he was not worthy of standing on equal footing with them. Stop. Helicoverpa called out to stop them. Do you want to face off against a clone? A clone? Apart from Dragonsnail, everyone was surprised. Yimingzhu suddenly understood why he was so fearless when he faced the entire Spider Shadow clan in the past. She became more and more glad that she had made the decision back then. You've been using a clone to deal with us the entire time? Blood Shadow's expression became more and more gloomy. He thought of the last time he was hunted down. He had disappeared into thin air in an inconceivable way. It turned out that it was a clone that had played him in circles. Safety first. I believe Ma'am Spider Queen can understand my worries. After listening to the whole story, perhaps even my brothers Dragonsnail and Strong Stone would be able to understand. Actually, even if Ma'am Spider Queen used me as a scapegoat, I wouldn't find it strange. Tell me, what did you do that I need to use you as a scapegoat? I'm also very curious. How did you do it? Helicoverpa's curiosity was also piqued. After seeing the Spider Queen, I immediately went up the Green Vine Mountain to kill Old Man Green Vine, but I fell for Fu Qingjin's trap of the Sword Collection Palace and lost my clone. Ever since then, the Green Vine Mountain has been enveloped by the duality formation of disintegration. It's impossible to enter. The duality formation of disintegration. You destroyed the duality formation of disintegration? Dragonsnail's calm face finally showed a ripple. He spoke much faster too. Brother Dragonsnail knows about it too? To be honest, I was unable to destroy the formation. I don't think anyone present apart from Ma'am Spider Queen can do it, so I've been thinking about a plan the entire time. That was, until last night, when the members of the Demon Slayer gathered in an estate outside the Clear River Prefecture. Demon Slayer? Strong Stone frowned. To demons, this name was without a doubt a great mockery. That's right. The so-called Demon Slayer is a group of sects led by the Sword Collection Palace. The current generation of Demon Slayer in the Clear River Prefecture seems to be under the rule of that Fu Qingjin. Continue, Helicoverpa said after some thought. When I followed them, I saw one of the Foundation establishment cultivators descending from the sky with a huge ship. Then, he left first. Later on, I found out that the ship was called the Soaring Dragon Ship, and it was a powerful mechanism built by humans. I secretly chased after it, and there were 2 Foundation establishment cultivators on it. Li Qingshan told her everything that had happened in a single breath. The hall fell silent. He had hijacked a powerful human battleship, destroyed the formations of the Green Vine Mountain, and killed the Green Vine Elder all by himself. Just how soul-stirring was this series of actions? If he were not both brave and clever, how could he have achieved this? Kid, you've got some skill. What I admire the most in my life are the strong. You're strong and vicious enough. Strong Stone laughed aloud and slapped Li Qingshan's shoulder. Demon Chi suddenly poured into his hand, and he slammed down with tremendous force. Boom! A huge hole had appeared where Li Qingshan had been standing. I want to fight you even more now. Strong Stone raised his head and laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with light. There will be a chance. Li Qingshan dodged to the side and rested his head on his arm. Are you afraid that I will betray you? Helicoverpa stood up and looked straight at Li Qingshan. Isn't that your hobby? Li Qingshan laughed. Betrayal, jealousy, chaos, pain. Helicoverpa had long revealed everything in her nature without reservation, flaunting her evil like a mortal flaunting her good. Compared to saying the conflict between night roamers was for the sake of balance, it was better to say it was to please her. Do you have any objections? No, this is where your charm lies. You're also very charming. You make me want to have sex with you. Then, I'll swallow you one bite at a time. Helicoverpa made her way down from the throne slowly and touched Li Qingshan's cheek. She licked her bright red lips and said with a deep voice that was filled with terrifying charm. A sliver of shock flashed through Yimingzhu's eyes. Li Qingshan shivered inside too. He had heard Yi Liubo mention a few underground customs. There were some customs underground. One of them was that the various clans would sacrifice male night roamers to the Spider Queen every year, while the Spider Queen would eat every single person she had intercourse with. There were no exceptions. If anyone were bold enough to have designs on her, then she would be their most fatal lover. Fortunately, due to the law that demons could not kill one another, she would not force demons to do so. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly and said to her, who was only inches away, "There might be a chance in the future." "Oh? When?" "When you can't eat me." "You're very bold." "It's just a clone after all. If my true body were here, I might have pissed my pants from fright already." Li Qingshan shrugged. "What reward do you want?" "Feel free to ask." Helicoverpa returned to the throne with a flash. "I want to be the king of the night roamers." Li Qingshan answered without the slightest hesitation. "Aren't you a little too bold?" Helicoverpa's face suddenly changed. She radiated with murderousness and a hint of sweetness. The night roamers were her most important toys, yet someone was bold enough to ask her for them. Yi Mingzhu's expression changed too. She suddenly understood what Li Qingshan was trying to say. "What I want, I'll go get it myself." She was ambitious, but all she wanted was for the Spider Shadow clan to become the most powerful clan among the night roamers. Compared to her ambition, becoming the most powerful clan among the night roamers still seemed insignificant. "If you don't agree to it, then all I can do is abandon my territory and flee to another place." "Are you threatening me?" Helicoverpa's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Of course not. Since you refused to hand me over, the Demon Slayer's revenge will arrive very soon. My territory will definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. The Demon Slayer is rife with masters. Only by gathering enough strength can we stand a chance against him in a battle to the death." "Or in other words, are you only satisfied with these small skirmishes?" "War is imminent. The strength of the night roamers is an extremely important force under your command, but right now, they're still a pile of loose sand. When the time comes, they won't be of any use. In the end, they'll only be defeated one by one. I'll gather them together and turn them into the true sword in your hands. Against the Demon Slayer, isn't that more interesting than killing one another?" Li Qingshan took a step forward and said clearly. This was his objective. As long as he gathered the strength of all the night roamers, they would be a powerful force that could not go against the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture. Then, he would have the leverage to clash with Fu Qingjin. There was no need for any trade at all. The night roamers would have to offer up various spiritual herbs to him. Helicoverpa sank into her thoughts afterwards, as what Li Qingshan said did make sense. Before war, gathering their strength was very necessary. "Ma'am Spider Queen, you mustn't do that," Blood Shadow said in a hurry. If he really succeeded, his influence underground would completely surpass the three of them. He would become the strongest demon general under Helicoverpa's command. The three of them are all your seniors. Their age and knowledge far surpass yours. If two of them support you, then I'll agree. Right now, you have an opponent. Helicoverpa smiled afterwards. "I support you. I'll support whatever you oppose," Strong Stone said immediately, glancing at Blood Shadow scornfully. "Strong Stone?" Blood Shadow's voice was as cold as ice. "However, there's a condition. You must fight me in your original form. If you lose, I'll take over this position. What do you think?" Strong Stone raised his hand and pointed at Li Qingshan. "No problem." Li Qingshan smiled confidently. Strength always spoke between demons. At this moment, only Dragonsnail remained. His back was hunched, and his head was lowered as if he had fallen asleep. As the wisest and most mysterious demon general under Helicoverpa's command, no one could guess what his decision would be. "Strong Stone, you might be powerful, but you don't have the ability to lead," Dragonsnail said slowly. "If you want to do it, then I'll let you have it." Strong Stone snorted. "I don't have that kind of energy." Blood Shadow, what do you think? "I also support this, but the condition is the same as Strong Stone." Blood Shadow immediately changed his words. If Dragonsnail also supported it, the situation would be very disadvantageous for him. Perhaps this was instead a heaven-sent opportunity. "I object." Dragon Snail took a step back and said slowly, his eyes shining brightly. Cunning old man. Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. If he wanted to obtain this position, he would have to defeat two powerful demon generals, while Dragon Snail could stay out of it. If he failed, Blood Shadow and Strong Stone would not accept each other, and it would probably be difficult to determine a victor in terms of strength. At that time, Dragon Snail might have to step forward to preside over the situation. Alright, then it's decided. North Moon, when do you plan to proceed? Helicoverpa pursed her lips. She was always in high spirits when it came to disputes. Within 3 days, I will definitely meet Her Excellency Spider Queen and have a showdown with the two seniors. Li Qingshan cupped his hands. After some probing, he had basically confirmed that Helicoverpa was an extreme pro-war member of the demon race. She would not care about the Treaty of Kings and hand him over. Of course, the final decision would still be in the hands of the Dragon King of the Sea who ruled the entire Qingzhou fiendish demon world. But presumably, everyone could see that war was unavoidable. The chances of the Dragon King of the Sea killing his generals in the middle of battle were so small that it was almost impossible. Strong Stone's face was full of excitement, Blood Shadow's eyes were sinister, and Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly. The three powerful demon generals' gazes clashed fiercely before they looked away and took their leave. After leaving the throne hall and returning to the city of the Spider Shadow tribe, Li Qingshan looked down at the entire cobweb city from a high balcony. Her Excellency North Moon, how confident are you? Yi Mingzhu probed. 50%. Li Qingshan was neither arrogant nor unduly humble. Instead, he displayed a kind of transcendental confidence. If you are willing to help, perhaps I can increase it by another 10 or 20%. I will definitely satisfy Her Excellency North Moon. Yi Mingzhu lowered her head slightly. This chance of victory was already shockingly high. If my ambition can be realized, what's so difficult about yours? Uncle, that little brother of yours. How troublesome. There's nothing I can do this time. Du Yenying said helplessly as she held the ink dragon talisman in her hand. After receiving the news from the Green Vine Mountain, she wished she could capture Li Qingshan immediately. She grabbed his neck and asked him what was going on. Did he really think that her words were just passing through his ears? The black dragon quailed a few times and said, "Then let's fight." Du Yenying was shocked. A single sentence from the Dragon King of the Sea was better than 10,000 words from an ordinary person. With a single sentence, he had decided the situation of the entire Azure province and even the direction of the world. Is the peace of thousands of years finally going to be broken? Restricted to those below the second heavenly tribulation within the Clear River Prefecture. What? Why? Within Cobweb City, there was also a small black dragon that resembled a cloud, as black as ink. He passed down the orders of the Dragon King of the Sea. Helicoverpa was overjoyed at first before becoming furious. The battle she had been looking forward to all this time had finally begun, but she was restricted from taking action. Learn how to use your subordinates. Xiaolong finished this sentence. After saying that, it dispersed. It vanished without a trace. At the same time, Fu Qingjin received an order from the Sword Collection Palace. From today onwards, the demon slayer of the Clear River Prefecture would be under his complete responsibility. He could act as he pleased within the Clear River Prefecture. As long as he did not venture too deep underground and reach the existence called Cobweb City, Helicoverpa would not attack him. But at the same time, he would not receive any assistance from Golden Core cultivators. They all sighed and thought at the same time. Were they planning on treating the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture as a chessboard? The Clear River Prefecture seemed to be a miniature version of the Green Province. The entanglements between the three organizations were basically the same. No one knew just what kind of tacit understanding the figures above had reached to decide on a game of chess like this. Were they planning on practicing for the future war? Or were they planning on using the cruel battle to warn these warmongers? Or perhaps it was just a game in their long lives. A wager. Du Yenying stowed the ink dragon talisman away. Is my job to prevent people from interfering with this game? Everyone else would be fine, except the old man from Pine Suff Academy was very stubborn. Only one person could make him stop. The wind blew, and the pine trees rose and fell. The wind swept up the mist and rain, rolling over the pine trees like a cloud of smoke. It swam through the mountains and collided with a huge mountain. There was a series of lofty buildings on the mountain. There were 4 large words written in bold strokes on the door. It was the renowned Xianxia Academy. The sound of reading reached their ears, passing through the autumn rain and rising into the sky. A streak of light descended from above, arriving outside a thatched hut at the back of the mountain. A dark-skinned scholar sheathed his sword. He was already a foundation establishment cultivator who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. The thatched hut before him was so simple and crude that even mortals would find it to be overly run down. However, the scholar behaved politely. He tidied his clothes and bowed. "Master." The wooden door opened, and a figure with his back bent over a table wrote. His small, skinny body seemed especially large with the support of his robes. On the ground behind him, there were many bottles and jars. They were actually used to collect the rainwater that had seeped through the thatched hut. "Junior brother Jiang is dead." The scholar was furious. After receiving Jiang Shanqing's distress message, he immediately went to provide assistance, but he never thought the outcome would be like this. Not only did he die, but they had even lost the soaring dragon ship that was extremely important to Xianxia Academy. After listening to what had happened, the old man had just finished writing a piece of calligraphy. With a wave of his sleeve, a long sword hanging on the wall flew into his hand. The scabbard was very old, but it was simple and unadorned, just like him. He made his way out of the door step by step, and his presence grew stronger and stronger. It filled the entire world with his large robes, the simple hut, and the entire Xianxia Academy. His face was covered in wrinkles, stern and almost rigid. His sparse, white beard swayed gently. In the eyes of mortals, he was just a skinny, small old man, but he possessed an unimaginable bearing, vast and fearless. He was the head of Xianxia Academy, Wen Jingming. "I'll be right back." "Please wait, Brother Wen." At this moment, a man came walking through the rain. At first glance, he seemed to be no more than 20 years old, but he seemed to have the vicissitudes of 100 years old. He wore a luxurious crown on his head and wore purple clothes. His handsome face always seemed cold and indifferent, with a faint smile on his face. Sure enough, Wen Jingming stopped. He frowned. "Sir Governor, what brings you to my thatched hut in the mountains?" "Originally, I didn't want to come to your thatched hut in the mountains and waste my breath on an old man like you." The person who had come was the governor of the Rui Commandery, the hereditary Marquis of Rui. "Did Maamgu send you to persuade me? If you want to avenge your disciple, you'll get the chance sooner or later, but not now. This isn't persuasion, this is an order." The school of Confucianism was unyielding, unmoved by poverty, and uncorrupted by wealth. Even if Gu Yanning came in person, she would not be able to stop Wen Jingming from avenging his disciple. However, the Marquis of Rui was the legitimate ruler of the Rui Commandery. Unless his orders were treasonous, no Confucian could defy them. It was not that they could not, but that they were unwilling. After a few words, Wen Jingming returned to the hut and began to ride away. His sword hung by his waist, unwilling to remove it. In the sky, Gu Yanning said to the Marquis of Rui, "Thank you. I will do my best to satisfy your request." The Marquis of Rui's expression was no longer as cold as before. His smile was as gentle as water as he stared at her face. Gu Yanning ignored his gaze and smiled in thought. The chessboard had been set, so where were the pieces? "Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. Are you a soldier who will never return, or are you a general who leads an army?" On the rippling lake, Li Qingshan confirmed several times that the spirit turtle's demon core truly did not give off any warnings. Just now, he dove into the lake of dragons and snakes and handed the green vine elder and Jiang Shanqing's 100 treasures pouches to his true self. He passed through the formation of dragons and snakes and returned to Cloudwisp Island. Han Qiongji had already left, leaving behind a note for him. "Old Wang wants me to return exactly because I'm the primary disciple of the school of legalism." Li Qingshan placed the note down and turned around. All he saw was a petite figure in black clothes staring at him from afar as she supported herself with bamboo. Li Qingshan beamed with joy. "Little and, come over here. I've got something good for you to see." Little and did not lunge over like before. Li Qingshan's heart softened. He walked over and crouched down, rubbing her head. What's wrong? Are you angry? Yeah. Little and nodded obediently. It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Ma. I'm Little Anne. Li Qingshan scooped her up with a smile. He was apologetic and doting. Do you not want me anymore? Little Anne wrapped her arms around his neck and said extremely softly. What nonsense are you spouting? I don't want anyone else, but you. Her tender voice made Li Qingshan's heart ache. Then why didn't you come looking for me? I didn't dare to disturb you. Little Anne frowned slightly. I promise, I won't do it again. Li Qingshan looked into Little Anne's clear and dark eyes. When he was with her, there was no lingering feeling like Han Xianxia, but there was an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. It was a sense of belonging. She had once said that wherever she was, it was her home. Actually, that was not the case. Wherever she was, it was her home. Perhaps she would not always think about it, but she would never forget it. Come, give me a kiss. Little Anne kissed him heavily on the cheek. Li Qingshan's face was filled with a brilliant smile. Even the overcast rain could not hide it. Little Anne was also infected. She revealed a shy and blissful smile. Let me tell you, I've done something great recently. Li Qingshan showed off as he made his way into the house. He was not as awe-inspiring, not as brave and fearless. At certain times, he even seemed petty, greedy, lustful, and full of flaws. However, this was him. There was no need for him to disguise himself. Their conversation after so long actually gave him an indescribable sense of carefreeness and ease, no less than when he sailed the ship and destroyed the Green Vine Mountain, even though Little Anne only listened with a smile. However, just how many people in the world could find a listener like that? Begonia had said that if he loved her, he would keep her secret forever. That was a very good way of putting it, but she had overlooked the most important point, which was Li Qingshan's feelings. It was not that she was ignorant. She was just imagining the perfect lover in her heart, but she never thought that a demon would have the concept of home. When he decided to properly cherish this relationship and stop making it difficult for Han Xianxia to keep his secret, even Li Qingshan failed to notice the change in his emotions. He just felt like he had neglected Little Anne during this period of time. He really should not have done it. Little Anne showed Li Qingshan the skull prayer beads she had refined. There was a string of 14 prayer beads on her slender wrist. They were as white as new. Even if these are skull prayer beads, are there any special changes now that there are 14? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Little Anne smiled. With a wave of her hand, the prayer beads scattered and landed on the ground. They bounced a few times and stabilized themselves. Yes, they had stabilized themselves. Every single prayer bead had become a complete skeleton. They were only the size of a finger, but their bones were thick, their claws sharp, and their fangs long. They seemed vicious and powerful. What's this? Li Qingshan bent down and studied them carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed in surprise. He could sense that every single skeleton possessed the strength of a regular demon general. They were just holding back right now, not unleashing their true power. Skeleton demons. Little Anne opened her right hand, and the 14 skeletons leapt onto her palm, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at Li Qingshan. Only after she flicked their heads one by one did they become much more obedient. However, in that moment, Li Qingshan truly felt a sense of danger. If they actually began fighting, these skeleton demons would definitely be a huge problem. The 14 prayer beads represented 14 fearlessness in Buddhism. They were the first completed artifact from the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty's artifact forging section, the weakest grade of skull prayer beads. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh in amazement. This ability truly was heaven-defying. Regardless of the person's cultivation, they would possess 14 times the strength of regular cultivators as soon as they underwent the heavenly tribulation. Just how powerful was it? This was not a unique ability. For example, the lone grave elder of the 3 elders refined corpse generals. Or a master of Moism refined powerful mechanical puppets to achieve this effect. However, the difficulty of refining them and the high demands on the materials were all incomparable to the skull prayer beads. Most importantly, the skull prayer beads were closely connected to little Anne. They were basically like clones, so she could control them as easily as moving her own arms. At crucial times, she could even merge them with her original body again to mend her bones and heal her wounds. This was a supernatural power that came from above the 9 heavens. Legend had it that it could be cultivated to the Bodhisattva realm. The higher one cultivated, the more powerful it would be. A white bone sword and a string of skull prayer beads. Little and could basically sweep through the Foundation establishment realm, unless he faced someone like Fu Qingjin. He had a powerful treasure in his hand. Only cultivators who had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm would have some difficulty. Are you trying to pressure me? Li Qingshan rubbed Little An's head forcefully. Originally, after he became a demon general, he was proud of his success and had a sense of arrogance. Only now did he wake up, not daring to be careless. Are you going into seclusion? Little An smiled shyly. His eyes flickered with anticipation. Good, good, good. After this period of time is over, I should go into seclusion for a period of time to properly raise my chi refining cultivation and quickly reach Foundation establishment. I'll take a good look at what exactly Brother Ox left for me. At the very least, it'll be the accumulation of a golden core cultivator. I can't let you surpass me. Let me show you my spoils first. Opening Jiang Shanqing and the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouches, Li Qingshan was first disappointed before becoming overjoyed. Jiang Shanqing had only reached Foundation establishment recently, and he was still a disciple, so his accumulation was extremely limited. Only the supreme-grade spiritual artifact sword he wielded had some value. There were not a lot of other pills and spiritual stones. However, the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouch was so abundant that it completely exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations. Even if the other 2 elders of the 3 mountains worked together, they probably would not be able to surpass him. The tremendous amount of pills and spiritual herbs was basically too much for the eye to take in. The supreme-grade spiritual artifacts all flickered with light. Among the pills, just the True Spirit pill and the Virtue Accumulation pill amounted to over a dozen. However, what caught Li Qingshan's attention the most was not that, but a dark golden pill sealed in a bottle. That's an Origin Spirit pill. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. After spending so much time with Ru Xian, he had basically grasped most of the common knowledge about alchemy, including the renowned Origin Spirit pill. Its effects were similar to the True Spirit pill, also for breaking through to golden core. It was 100 times rarer than the True Spirit pill. It was impossible for regular Foundation establishment cultivators to possess one. Who knew what kind of fortune the Green Vine Elder had obtained, or if it was a gift from the Sword Collection Palace. After examining it, Li Qingshan stowed it away carefully. Then, he picked up a blade from among the many spiritual artifacts. The blade was purplish-green in color, varying in shades. Coupled with the distinct patterns of feathers, it seemed extremely vibrant. In his hand, it was light as a feather, like it was nothing. Its overall design seemed like a strange bird. The hilt was curved and pointed, resembling the bird's sharp beak, while the blade was wide and large, resembling the bird's wings. The blade was circular, just like the strange bird's head. Its 2 eyes were wide open. It gave off a twisted, strange, yet mysterious, and magnificent feeling. It made Li Qingshan feel like it was familiar. Suddenly, he thought of Ru Xian's crystal resin cauldron. Although the patterns were completely different, the overall style was exactly the same. Did this supreme-grade spiritual artifact also come from the Mist Province? Although this was the only supreme-grade spiritual artifact that suited him out of all the supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, using a sword could easily expose his identity, the blade did not seem suited for killing. The blade seemed very blunt. He brushed past the blade with the tip of his finger and suddenly felt a hint of numbness. It rapidly spread up the tip of his finger, leaving behind a dark green, poisonous pattern. It was so vivid that it seemed like a verdant snake. This is a blade of poison. Li Qingshan was alarmed. He suppressed it with the spirit turtle's demon core in a hurry before forcing out the poison with demon chi. The poison was so powerful that even his body could not ignore it. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. The Green Vine Elder's blade did indeed come from the Mist Province. Because the hilt could absorb poison and the blade could release it, it was known as the blade of the drinking poison feather. The drinking poison feather was a strange bird of legends. Due to its fondness for eating poisonous items, its feathers were renowned for being venomous. Tossing its feathers into alcohol could kill, which was why it was said to quench thirst with poison. The blade's design originated from this. After the green vine elder obtained it, he refined it with various poisonous items, which was why it possessed its current toxicity. However, he never had the opportunity to use it. Only when he obtained a more suitable weapon, the green vine staff, did he store it away in his 100 treasures pouch, never using it again. The ox demon forges its hide could block direct attacks, but it could not block the invasion of poison. However, that was not the case for other people or demons too. If they did not possess a cultivation method like the spirit turtle's method of suppression, they would have to block it with everything they had, or the poison would invade their bodies and cause even more severe damage. In battle, who would give their enemies an opportunity like that? Xianxia raised the blade and smiled resplendently. He had finally found a weapon that could increase his chances of victory. Aside from that, the most important reward was a few sets of formation banners and discs for setting up formations. After being replaced by the duality formation of disintegration, the original formations of the Green Vine Mountain were now in the Green Vine Elder's possession. Xianxia had obtained quite a few formation scrolls and discs in the past, but they were all items at the level of chi practitioners, so they were not worth much. These few sets of spirit arrays were true spirit arrays that protected the mountain. In a sense, it was even more important than spiritual tools and pills. It was absolutely impossible to establish a stable base without a formation. Otherwise, no matter how many experts you gathered, as long as the other party's cultivation was higher and they knew some concealment techniques, they would be able to enter unhindered territory. Even if the formations could not stop enemies, they could serve as warnings. Xianxia thanked the Green Vine Elder. With these items, he could begin his plan. Little and, prepare to go on a punitive expedition with me. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The news of the battle between the 3 demon generals had already spread throughout the underground world. Everyone in Cobweb City waited eagerly. This was a battle that would affect the fate of the entire race of night roamers. Hasn't he returned yet? Yi Mingzhu leaned against the window and gazed at the platform. The scarlet-red figure behind Helicoverpa Rosa seemed like a god, also waiting. Don't tell me he's afraid. Yi Liuxing said coldly. He's going to challenge the 2 of them consecutively, so it makes sense for him to be afraid. He actually said he wanted to be the king of the night roamers. What shameless boasting. The elders discussed softly and mocked him scornfully. Master is omnipotent. Why would he be afraid of him? Yi Liubo refuted loudly. Her eyes burned with passion. To her, that person was no longer just her master in name. Instead, he was the mental support that held all of her hopes and feelings. The elders glared at this traitor, while Yi Liubo refused to back down. She was persuaded away by Yi Mingzhu and Yi Liusu. However, among the other races, the voices of disdain, mockery, and ill intent only grew louder. A demon general who had appeared out of nowhere wanted to challenge the order underground and rule over them, night roamers. That was nothing more than wishful thinking. He's here. A gleam of light flashed through Yi Mingzhu's eyes. A scarlet-red figure shot through the air, arriving on the platform in the blink of an eye. Just his startling speed made many night roamers shut their mouths. Xianxia was bare-chested, revealing a body that was as perfect as a sculpture. His hands were placed in his pockets casually, while the blade of the drinking poison feather was wrapped up in layers and hung across his waist. He was extremely relaxed. "Ma'am Spider Queen, I've made you wait. So this is your original body." Helicoverpa Rosa studied him from head to toe and licked her lips. Her scarlet-red eyes were dazzling. "You can say that." Xianxia glanced past the cavern from the corner of his eye. Although he could not sense any aura, he knew little and was waiting silently on the side, preparing for the worst-case scenario. However, it seemed like Helicoverpa Rosa had no plans of falling out with him for now. "Let's begin." Strong Stone and Blood Shadow released their demon chi at the same time. Xianxia smiled and no longer held back. His demon chi rushed into the air. The three demon chi dispersed the black clouds that lingered at the top of the cavern all year round. Strong Stone's was the strongest, Blood Shadow's was slightly weaker, and Xianxia's was much weaker. As a demon general who had broken through recently, it was already extremely rare for him to possess such strength. However, just the size of their demon chi was enough to determine the victor. And I had thought my original body was something impressive. Turns out that's all there is to it. Blood Shadow mocked him loudly. You better cultivate for another 10,000 years before you challenge me. Strong Stone was rather disappointed. It was impossible for him to contend against him with his demon chi. Xianxia raised his hands and pointed at the two of them, tilting his head and smiling. 10,000 years is too long. All I can do is seize the moment. He's clearly in such a disadvantageous position, yet he's still provoking us fearlessly. Is there something wrong with this demon's head? The night roamers either discussed softly or mocked loudly. They believed the outcome had already been decided. Is it just arrogance? Yiliosu suddenly recalled everything that had happened after she met him. His figure that roared fearlessly at the entire Spider Shadow clan was still vivid in front of her. No, that's not it. All of his arrogance was built on his self-confidence. He dared to say, "Who dares to kill me," without any scruples because that was only his avatar. If he really attacked, the ones who would suffer losses in the end would only be the Spider Shadow clan. Looking back, all she saw was Yiliobu's eyes shining. She did not doubt him at all. She opened her mouth and closed it again, smiling bitterly. Was this still the cunning and talented Yiliobu she knew? She had found someone she could rely on, and she chose to trust him without holding back at all. Was this not necessarily a form of luck? What about herself? What about the fate of the entire night roamers? And where would they go? Suddenly, she hoped from the bottom of her heart that the North Moon could emerge victorious, as he was a demon that did not seem like a demon. If he led the night roamers, he would definitely bring about a brand new change. Dragon's Nail said slowly, "I've arranged a suitable battlefield for you." Flowing upstream from the river of lava on the other side of Cobweb City, their field of vision suddenly opened up. Xianxia raised his head and gazed over. A huge rift ran through the ground, several hundred meters deep. Looking down from above, all he saw was a thin, fire-red river flowing at the bottom of the rift like a long, winding snake. Xianxia's figure was as tiny as a mustard seed. Xianxia lowered his head. He stared at the flowing lava, and his scarlet eyes shone brightly. On the other side of the river of lava, Strong Stone clenched his fists and cracked them loudly, sniggering viciously. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just crush your bones one by one and make you understand the price of challenging the strong. Then come and try it." Xianxia strode forward. A pair of iron hooves stepped heavily into the lava river, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Amidst the gasps of surprise, his figure rapidly changed. His scarlet hair was like fire, his horns were like hooks, his head was like copper and his forehead was like iron. There was a type of wild ferocity about him. The barbaric aura of an ancient demon was released. But at the same time, on his pitch-black skin, it flashed with blue profound patterns. This was something he had obtained after reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle. It was exactly the same as the profound inscriptions on the turtle's back. It also possessed a profound aura that could penetrate the true meaning of the world, filled with intelligence and divinity. Doing whatever one wanted, going against the heavens was the devil. Those who obeyed the heavens and fused with the Tao, those who lived as long as the heavens and the earth were gods. Two completely opposite and contradictory thoughts. They appeared on his body at the same time, and even he himself did not realize how strange it was. Helicoverpa was slightly moved. This was his true form. Yi Mingzhu cursed inwardly. In the end, he still refused to listen to her advice. 2 days ago, Yi Mingzhu sorted out the information and sent it to Xianxia. She also helped him discuss the strategy for these two battles. Strong Stone was transformed from a strange rock. It's an extremely rare rock spirit. It's indestructible and has extraordinary strength. To deal with him, the only way is to use the advantage of speed and look for flaws. Makes sense. Xianxia smiled. And Blood Shadow's true form is a bat. However, a demon general cultivated from a normal bat wouldn't be so powerful. It should be some kind of exotic beast. However, not many people know its true origin. Rumor has it that he's not from this world, but from the blood pool hell. If he unleashes his speed to the limit, perhaps only Helicoverpa can restrain him. Therefore, if you want to defeat him, the only way is to remain unchanging. Wait until he's tired, then kill him in one strike. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow both want to defeat each other like this, right? But what's the result? It's a draw. However, according to this strategy, at least we can be in an invincible position. What's the use of being in an invincible position? My goal is to win. Win? Although Li Qingshan claimed to have a 50% chance of winning, Yi Mingzhu deeply doubted this. As long as they could draw 2 battles, they could stabilize their position in the underground world and truly become one of the 4 great demon generals. Then, they could plan slowly in the future. However, Li Qingshan's words just now seemed to be an answer to her. 10,000 years is too long. We can only seize the moment. Interesting, interesting. Let's see how many punches you can take. Strong Stone laughed loudly. He admired and ridiculed Li Qingshan for daring to fight him head-on. At the same time, his body expanded, turning into a tall stone giant. He strode over and punched at Li Qingshan's chest. Simple and unadorned, heavy as a mountain, just like his body. However, in his small eyes, which were squeezed by his fierce-looking face, squashed to only 2 dots, a strange and cunning light flashed. In Li Qingshan's heart, a fanatical fighting spirit suddenly rose. Without hesitation, or in other words, he had no time to think. His body naturally reacted and punched at Strong Stone's chest. He completely abandoned his own defense, as if he had seen the great hatred of the murderer of his father and wife. He could not wait to smash Strong Stone into pieces, not hesitating to perish together with him. With a loud bang, the wind howled, sand and stones flew. Everyone felt a violent tremor under their feet. Even though they were far away, they could still clearly feel the head-on confrontation between the 2 terrifying forces. The river of magma was suddenly cut off. Strong Boulder only wavered slightly, but Li Qingshan was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall and sinking in. He was buried under the rubble that had collapsed. At that moment, he felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. Not only was it firm, but it was also heavy. Master! Yi Liubo cried out. Blood Shadow hung upside down on a stone beam like a bat. A sunken smile hung on his pale face. This guy did not understand Strong Stone's true abilities at all. No matter how great his strength was, no matter how tough his body was, it was useless if he could not land a hit. However, Strong Stone could force his opponent into a battle to the death, an open confrontation. Is this your innate ability? Interesting. Strong Stone glanced at his fist before looking at the pile of rocks. With a boom, rocks flew everywhere. Li Qingshan stood up. The faint blue spirit turtle's profound shell flickered before him, but it was riddled with cracks and slightly deformed. It's just a punch. Li Qingshan was shocked. This was the power of the 3 demon generals. Their wondrous original bodies and millennia of cultivation had turned them into truly powerful and terrifying existences. If it were not for the spirit turtle's profound shell, he would have been injured by the punch. The cracks on the spirit turtle's profound shell healed immediately, but the situation did not improve at all, as it still consumed large quantities of demon chi. Li Qingshan's demon chi was nowhere close to Strong Stone's, so he would definitely lose in a battle of attrition. Li Qingshan found this rather strange. Why had he become so impulsive just now? He was a genius in actual combat. Every time he struck out, it might seem rash and arrogant in the eyes of others, but it would definitely be the best choice of tactics. He would never clash head-on with his opponent like a reckless man. Again. Strong Stone advanced with a wild laugh. His heavy footsteps sounded like war drums. The battle intent and killing intent in Li Qingshan's chest surged uncontrollably once again. His eyes became blood red as a fist tore through the air, filling his entire field of vision. To be continued, you. The stone fist pierced through the air, emitting a muffled thunder-like sound as the wind from the fist surged. Strong Stone was stunned for a moment. His confident punch had actually missed. Is this your innate divine ability? It can actually disturb my mind. Li Qingshan's tiger claws tightly gripped Strong Stone's wrist. His eyes were calm and serene, and his deep voice was like the vibration of metal. He raised his hand and clasped Strong Stone's other fist. With a clang, metal and stone collided. Their eyes met, and the two surging forces clashed fiercely. There were no roars or shouts, only the ground under their feet emitted painful shadows as it continuously cracked and collapsed. What a strong force, he can actually wrestle with Strong Stone. Maybe he can really win. He can't win, Strong Stone hasn't even used his full strength yet. You can actually not be affected? But it's too late, watch me crush you. Strong Stone gritted his teeth and laughed viciously. His muscles rapidly expanded, and huge rocks protruded from his shoulders and elbows to cover his entire body. His head and face were also covered by sharp rocks, and he looked like he was wearing a strange and sinister rugged armor, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. Li Qingshan felt an unparalleled force coming over. It was so heavy that it was like an unmovable mountain pressing down heavily on him. Even the earth's strength could not reverse the situation, and he could only watch helplessly as Strong Stone struggled bit by bit to break free. Break for me. Strong Stone's arms flew up, and he broke free from Li Qingshan's hands. With a tremendous force, he grabbed at Li Qingshan's shoulders. Li Qingshan's shoulders sank, and he bowed and lowered his head. Strong Stone's grab missed. Want to lower your head and admit your mistake? Strong Stone laughed wildly. Suddenly, he felt his waist tighten, and he was picked up by Li Qingshan. A pair of sharp horns were revealed, and they were aimed at Strong Stone's abdomen. He roared, and his iron hooves madly galloped. Boom! Li Qingshan's two horns pressed against the Strong Stone and slammed into the rock wall. Countless cracks instantly covered the rock wall. Boulders fell down one after another, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Interesting. It's been a long time since someone could make me feel pain. Let's have some fun. Wild laughter came from the pile of rocks. Strong Stone casually pushed aside the rocks. Li Qingshan's sharp horns. It only left two dents on his abdomen, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wait. Strong Stone was about to make a move. Li Qingshan raised his hand. Is he going to forfeit? That's the smart choice. The night roamers began to discuss. Anyone who saw this scene would feel despair and doubt whether they could win. I don't accept surrender. Strong Stone roared. Helicoverparosa's eyes turned cold. What she wanted to see was not a fight of this level. Forfeit? That was just a warm-up. Let's play a game. Li Qingshan walked back to the broken river of lava. He turned around and stood firmly on his feet. Oh. What game? Strong Stone asked with interest. Whoever leaves this river loses. Li Qingshan pointed at the two banks of the river. Limit the range. What? Yi Mingzhu cried out involuntarily. Although the river was wide, it seemed extremely narrow compared to their bodies. That way, as long as they took a step back, they would have to step on the shore. Wouldn't that mean that they had completely lost any room to maneuver and would have to risk their lives against Strong Stone? How was this a game? This was clearly suicide. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Helicoverparosa licked her lips and revealed a hint of excitement. Good. Strong Stone was stunned for a moment before cheering loudly. He had never seen such an interesting opponent before. He arrived before Li Qingshan and stood still. Why aren't you using the power you've just now? Li Qingshan asked again. Rock of Slaughter. Strong Stone was slightly taken aback and smiled viciously. What? My original name. When I was still a rock, I already possessed this power. Whether it's humans or beasts, as long as they approach me, they'll be infected by battle and killing intent. If they have companions, they'll kill one another. If they don't, they'll smash their heads against the rock. That's why I'm called the Rock of Slaughter. It's all thanks to them that I can turn a spirit into a demon. Why are you telling me this? Li Qingshan understood. This had already surpassed innate abilities. Instead, it was an ability he was born with. If it were not for the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, even he would not be able to resist this hysterical battle intent. That's because I'm going to cover my entire body with your blood. Strong Stone roared at the sky and unleashed the terrifying power. Even the eyes of the spectating night roamers in the surroundings reddened. When they looked at the people around them again, they were all so despicable. They were tempted to just kill them and be done with it. While they still had a sliver of clarity, they retreated several times, retreating extremely far away. Just now, they let out a sigh of relief. Then bring it on. Xianxia no longer used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to control himself. His blood surged like fire, and his battle intent surged. He conjured a series of blurs and threw 100 punches in a single instant, attacking Strong Stone like a tidal wave. Strong Stone turned a blind eye to it. He raised his right fist and twisted his body, twisting backwards and stretching it as far as he could, hurling a punch at Xianxia. As soon as the spirit turtle's profound shell appeared, it caved in deeply and became riddled with cracks. It was close to shattering. At the same time, Xianxia's fist landed on Strong Stone. After countless collisions, it turned into a great boom. What have you done? The vicious smile on Strong Stone's face suddenly froze up. He stared at his body in disbelief. Cracks appeared on his body, like the ground that had cracked due to drought. The power of tremors penetrated deep into his body, filling his entire body. Beat you up. Xianxia snickered. My innate ability is the most effective against stubborn rocks like you. Though, it looks like you won't shatter so easily. Though, that's fine too. If there's no danger at all, what's the point of fighting? Fair enough. How satisfying. Come, come, come. Strong Stone threw a punch with a furious roar. The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered with a clang, and his fist landed heavily on Xianxia's face. Let's see who collapses first. Xianxia leaned back, but he immediately straightened himself. His iron hooves had already become deeply embedded in the ground, nailed to the ground. He fought back without any hesitation at all. The booms were deafening. The ground rumbled and shook. The spectators were all dumbfounded. All they saw was the narrow space between the two of them filled with blurs of punches. They had completely given up on their own defenses, only wishing to pour their strongest attacks on each other and overwhelm each other. The whirlwinds kicked up by the punches turned into tornadoes, sweeping around them in all directions. The entire underground shook and trembled. Only the two of them did not move at all. Their legs sank deep into the riverbed, up to their knees. They were trapped there firmly, turning it into an immobile battlefield. There was no room for tricks. There was only the most primitive and barbaric clash of strength. Rock fragments flew everywhere as blood sprayed everywhere. Strong Stone was like a reef in the ocean. No matter how the waves battered him or how the storm battered him, he remained unmoved. His body was covered in cracks. Pieces of rock fell off and scattered. The strange power constantly invaded his body, but he was completely unaware of it. He was at the peak of his excitement. This strange stone that triggered the killing was more bloodthirsty and warlike than any other living creature. Xianxia had suffered countless heavy punches. Even the ox demon forges its hide could not dispel this terrifying power. Fist marks appeared on his body, and his bones twisted and groaned as they cracked. However, all of this pain had transformed into indescribable happiness. In his surging heart, in his blood-red eyes, anger, killing intent, and hatred blended into a surging battle intent that was like a raging sea. He cast aside all considerations of life and death, and only one word remained. He kept repeating it. Kill, 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 kill. He was not only infected by the stone of slaughter. Something in his nature was released in this process. It was a bloodthirsty and warlike tiger that broke out of its cage with a roar. The third level of the tiger demon, break. Eh? Helicoverpa Rosa was slightly surprised. She could clearly feel that Xianxia's body was undergoing an astonishing change. Xianxia's eyes were blood red, and his fangs protruded. The demonic chi that rose up from his body became even stronger and more berserk. His huge body seemed to become more slender. In truth, it was because his flesh and blood had become better distributed. His large tendons twisted together like steel wires, and the scattered power was condensed together. Under the layers of flesh and blood, the cracked bones recovered to their original state, becoming even more indestructible. Roar! Li Qingshan suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a tiger's roar, which shook the entire canyon. The wings of wind behind him spread out, and with a push of his legs, he pulled himself up from the ground and headbutted Strong Stone's forehead. The rock armor cracked, revealing his original face, which was full of surprise. Li Qingshan did not become very strong all of a sudden. In fact, in terms of demonic aura, he was still at a disadvantage. But his aura suddenly overshadowed Strong Stone, which made him feel a little panicked. How is this possible? How can his battle intent and killing intent be stronger than mine? Strong Stone roared and punched Li Qingshan's abdomen. Li Qingshan only bowed slightly and returned to his original state. After a fierce battle, under the destruction of the power of vibration, Strong Stone's body also suffered serious injuries. And with his aura falling, it was even more difficult for him to fully exert his strength. Smear blood all over your body? Then I will peel off your skin. Li Qingshan growled, and his curved tiger claws clawed and clawed. In the midst of the sparks, he tore apart the cracked rock armor. Strong Stone grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and threw him hard, wanting to throw him out. As long as he left the riverbed, Li Qingshan would lose. And just a moment ago, did he have any thoughts of winning or losing in his heart? Li Qingshan opened his arms and flapped his wings. He controlled his body and flew above the riverbed. Then, with all his weight, he descended rapidly. Boom! Like a black meteor, he smashed into the ground. His iron hooves stepped heavily on Strong Stone's head, pushing him deep into the riverbed. A ring-shaped shockwave spread out in all directions, lifting up several feet into the air. Before the shockwave had even subsided, Li Qingshan flew up into the sky once more. Boom 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 boom. It was unknown how many times he struck. The riverbed had become a huge, deep pit. Strong Boulder had vanished a long time ago. Li Qingshan landed in the pit and reached down, grabbing Strong Boulder by the head and lifting him up. He said, "Thank you." He raised his arm and threw him far away. With a loud bang, he crashed into a rock wall and was embedded within. To be continued, this turn of events stunned everyone. They were tongue-tied, basically forgetting to breathe. If Li Qingshan had used some sort of trick to defeat Strong Stone, it would have been easier for everyone to accept. However, he had done it in Strong Stone's strongest domain, defeating force with force and fighting force with force. Not only had he endured the terrifying attacks, but he had even forcefully destroyed Strong Stone's supposedly indestructible defenses. All of the night roamers shut their mouths firmly. They no longer dared to utter another word. Suddenly, they realized that this demon might actually become their commander in the future. If they wanted to survive underground, they had to be humble and courteous to the strong. Yi Mingzhu's eyes shone. If she pledged loyalty to him, could he really fulfill her ambitions? He 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 he. Helicoverpa Rose's laughter broke the silence. This brutal battle suited her perfectly. Ever since he had come underground, he had become much more interesting. And, in the future battles, he would definitely become one of the most important demon generals under her command. Blood Shadow became more and more uneasy. If he allowed this guy to continue developing, he would definitely become a great threat, stealing Ma and Spider Queen's trust. He could not allow that to happen. Master is invincible. Yi Liubua's face was filled with fervent passion. Her face was flushed, and her breasts heaved rapidly. She felt supreme glory. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath, and his figure returned to normal. He twisted his neck, which produced a series of cracks. It was impossible to tell on the surface, but his body had been damaged to the point of collapse. If it were not for the endless support of the strength of the earth, he would have collapsed a long time ago. If it were not for the power of tremors, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious against Strong Stone's restraint. However, all of this was within his plans. He was not a brute who would risk his life in a moment of passion. Instead, he was a true warrior, a natural warrior. With a flash of inspiration, all of his strategies and tactics were carved into every single one of his actions. It was carved into every single action he took. You You. You. A massive explosion sounded out as strong stone descended from the sky, landing in front of Li Qingshan. His entire body gave off a berserk aura, and his body became even larger, like an enraged volcano. Li Qingshan stood at the foot of the mountain. She would be engulfed by the volcano at any moment, but the strong wind lifted her scarlet hair. His expression, however, was indifferent. You lost, Li Qingshan said. The crimson eyes glanced at him. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Strong Stone took a step back as if he had been punched. His figure shrank rapidly until he returned to his normal state. He sat on the ground and said, Yes, I lost. There's nothing to be dissatisfied about. Li Qingshan did not use any despicable means. It wasn't a sinister scheme, but rather a victory over him with strength. She overwhelmed him with her imposing manner. Only after saying this did he feel a tearing pain in his body. He had also reached his limit. Good, good. I haven't felt this good in a long time. This time, I lost. I admit your strength, but in the future, I will definitely defeat you. There won't be such a chance. Li Qingshan smiled and raised his head, looking straight at Blood Shadow, who was still hanging upside down on the stone beam. Then, he said, Madam Spider Queen, wait for me to rest for a while and recover my demonic aura. Then, I will fight with Blood Shadow. Hurry up. Helicoverpa urged from behind. With a flick of her finger, an item landed in Li Qingshan's hand. This is? Li Qingshan looked at the item in his hand. It was a palm-sized, crystal-clear mushroom that looked like it was carved out of white jade. Although the mushroom was small, the spiritual energy it contained was larger than any spiritual herb Li Qingshan had ever seen. He did not know how long it had been growing. This is a spirit jade mushroom. It can heal injuries and recover demonic aura. Blood Shadow's expression turned even uglier. His idea of taking advantage of the situation fell through, but he did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Obviously, Helicoverpa did not want to watch a battle without any suspense. It was also a reward for Li Qingshan for bringing her so much fun. Thank you, Madam Spider Queen, for your generous gift. Li Qingshan immediately sat cross-legged and ate the spirit jade mushroom. In an instant, a pure and clear spiritual aura spread throughout his body. Everywhere it went, he felt extremely comfortable and his body felt lighter. After a while, Li Qingshan jumped up, full of energy. He felt as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. His mind was clear and his demonic aura was not only completely recovered, but it was even stronger than when he first arrived. Blood Shadow, do you dare to fight me in the air? Li Qingshan flapped his wings of wind and flew up, pointing at Blood Shadow. As soon as Li Qingshan opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. He had just defeated Strong Stone on the ground with his strength. Now, he wanted to challenge the lightning-fast Blood Shadow in the air? Helicoverpa was even more excited after hearing that. She felt that her spirit jade mushroom was not wasted. This guy. Strong Stone was startled for a moment, then he grinned. Dragonsnail, who had been watching silently, frowned. What did he want to prove? Li Qingshan did not want to prove anything. He just wanted to win. If he defended on the ground, he would be invincible, but he would not be able to defeat Blood Shadow. And if he defended for a long time, he would lose. Because of the gap in demonic aura, he would be the first to collapse. Once his demonic aura was exhausted, he would not be able to use his supernatural powers. The so-called invincible position would become a big joke, and it would become unwinnable position. Although Li Qingshan's body was strong, it was still not comparable to Strong Stone. Strong Stone was originally a strange stone, and sturdiness could be said to be his innate nature. Moreover, he did not have the power to stimulate the fighting spirit like the killing stone, which could make Blood Shadow hesitate and not dare to fight. If he blindly imitated Strong Stone's tactics, he would eventually become a piece of rotten meat that could be toyed with. At that time, even a draw would be an extravagant hope. Many times, what seemed like a smart tactic was actually a dangerous trap. This was not because Yi Mingzhu was ignorant. Normally, this was already the tactic that could make him last the longest. In his previous life, there was a saying, in the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. It was the same in the cultivation world. Not considering his supernatural powers, Blood Shadow's speed was a big problem. Adding on his reaction speed, this problem was completely unsolvable. The weak mongoose could play with and even pounce on the venomous cobra because its reaction speed was a bit faster than the cobra. In actual combat, this bit faster meant that one was as strong as the heavens. For Xianxia, this battle was destined to be much more difficult. In order to overcome this obstacle, Xianxia chose to confront Strong Stone head-on in the first battle. Originally, with his advantage in speed and ignoring the effects of the killing stone, he should have won this battle more easily. It was in order to stimulate all his fighting spirit in the fierce battle, so that the tiger demon could break through the third layer, make his speed and reaction faster, and make his two supernatural powers stronger. Only then would he have a chance to win this battle. Just this point alone, the power of Strong Stone's killing stone helped him. Therefore, before the game started, Xianxia specifically reminded Strong Stone to activate this power. Everything was going according to plan. To be continued, however, there was another saying in the world that went, "Man proposes, God disposes." Xianxia did not have absolute confidence in winning this battle. Now that things had come to a head, he still needed some luck. The wings of wind suddenly unfurled, spanning over 30 meters. Xianxia whistled through the air as he smiled confidently. As a man, he would give it his all even if he had some confidence, let alone a 70% chance of victory. Blood Shadow snorted coldly. With a flap of his cloak, he turned into a red bolt of lightning and chased after Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, they had all become as insignificant as stalks, almost about to melt into the darkness. Xianxia, on the other hand, felt like he had become a part of the wind. The scenery before him changed rapidly. If it were not for the fact that his reactions had become much faster, he basically felt like he was going to lose control. Sure enough, after reaching the third layer of the tiger demon, his abilities had become even more powerful. He reached the center of the gorge in the blink of an eye. However, before he could even enjoy the changes, a bloody demon chi rushed over. Xianxia suddenly turned around, and Blood Shadow's cold, pale white face rushed over. His sharp, pale white claws arrived first. Xianxia's eyes lit up. With a flap of his wings of wind, he accelerated in the opposite direction. He was like the tiger demon descending a mountain. His right hand formed a claw and he used the tiger demon digs out the heart. His left hand was equipped with many forms of capturing techniques. As long as he could capture Blood Shadow and pull him into close combat, the outcome of the battle would be determined. As soon as he struck, he seemed to enter the final battle. Blood Shadow sneered scornfully. His figure flickered like a ghost. The tiger demon digs out the heart sank into his chest, but it was only a remnant illusion. He did not even have the time to use his capturing techniques before he lost track of him. Clang! The spirit turtle's profound shell flashed, leaving behind 4 deep claw marks. 2 streaks of blue and red crisscrossed. The blue light slammed into the rock wall loudly, while the red light made a graceful turn and landed on a stone beam that spanned the gorge. The difference in strength was clear from the clash. Although Xianxia possessed an innate ability like the wings of wind, he was not as good as Blood Shadow, a beast that was born to fly. The sky was not his home field. However, Xianxia didn't look discouraged at all. He turned around and stepped on the rock wall, leaped up, flapped his wings, and pounced at Blood Shadow like a flying tiger. Blood Shadow's figure flashed and brushed past Xianxia. There was a loud bang, but the smoke and dust did not rise. Xianxia borrowed the momentum to leap back and pounce on Blood Shadow. The rumbling above their heads continued without end. Yi Mingzhu looked up. Xianxia was like a ferocious tiger in human form, bouncing and pouncing back and forth in the canyon as if he was walking on flat ground. However, Blood Shadow was even better. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll on the stone beams. He seemed slow but was actually fast, as if there were several Blood Shadows at the same time. He walked back and forth, easily dodging every attack. You said, "I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but it turns out you're only SOSO. Can you even hurt a single hair of mine?" Xianxia stopped his useless attacks. He stopped on the stone wall and panted slightly, using the earth god power to recover his strength. This series of rapid attacks consumed a lot of his energy. Before Li Qingshan could finish his sentence, Blood Shadow disappeared before his eyes. Li Qingshan abruptly lifted his head, only to see Blood Shadow right in front of him. Looking down, Li Qingshan said darkly, "Is that so?" The pale white hand gently pressed against the spirit turtle's profound shell. Dong, dong dong, dong 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 dong. Li Qingshan felt his heart beat like a drum. A strange power directly grabbed his heart, or more accurately, his blood, through the spirit turtle's profound shell. All of his blood flowed backwards towards his heart as if it could explode at any time. The life force of a demon of this level was already extremely tough. Even if the heart was destroyed, the demon core could replace it, and he only needed to use demon chi to repair it in the future. Many vital points were no longer vital points. However, as an extremely important center of life, once it was severely damaged, it would still result in heavy injuries. Why would your opponent give you the opportunity to recover in an intense battle? How is it? Do you feel weak all over? Do you think I've only achieved my current status through speed? Do you really think I'm afraid of close combat? Only a stubborn rock like strong stone is something I can't do anything to. Your vitality is very powerful. I can't wait to taste it. Blood Shadow extended his bright red tongue and licked his lips. The opponent that he had treated as a great enemy the moment he appeared was completely powerless in his hands. He felt indescribable delight. Then how does this taste? Li Qingshan punched Blood Shadow's chest. A very special power. No wonder even strong stone couldn't withstand it. The shockwave wreaked havoc as Blood Shadow's body surged. After the shockwave passed, everything remained the same. Even the disdainful sneer on his face did not change in the slightest. An attack that even strong stone couldn't withstand was completely useless against him. Strong stone stood with his arms crossed and his brows tightly furrowed. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to deal with Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow's greatest strength wasn't his speed, but his strange recovery ability. It was just that very few people had seen this ability. In countless battles, it wasn't that strong stone hadn't found an opportunity to force Blood Shadow into a corner. However, even if he was blasted into a pile of minced meat, he could recover in the blink of an eye. This wasn't an innate divine ability. It was the same as strong stone's sturdiness. It was an innate ability. The blood in Li Qingshan's body surged more and more violently as if the world had descended into chaos. It would flow rapidly at times and flow against the flow at other times. It could even turn into a sharp weapon. If it were not for his tough body, his body would have been reduced to a mess by his own blood already. Although the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression could suppress the sea of chi and sea of consciousness, it could not suppress something tangible like flesh and blood. His current state was not due to the invasion of the foreign ability. Instead, Blood Shadow was using his innate ability to control it from the outside. Having been forced into dire straits, Li Qingshan did not panic at all. He gripped the sharp, curved hilt of the blade of the drinking poison feather behind his waist. With a flash of violet and azure, it plunged into Blood Shadow's abdomen. Blood Shadow did not even have any intentions of dodging. Even the shockwave that could shatter his body could not harm him, so what was a mere wound? All he needed was a while longer, and he would be able to rip Li Qingshan's heart to pieces before tasting his blood. Just as he thought that, his expression suddenly changed. His pale face became enveloped by a layer of violet and azure. Li Qingshan urged it on. The venom that the blade of the drinking poison feather had accumulated for many years constantly invaded Blood Shadow's body, corroding, contaminating, and destroying it. Even if my heart shatters, I'll poison you to death first. The stalemate only lasted for a split second. Blood Shadow could not take it anymore. With a backhand slap, he broke free. Li Qingshan calmed his blood in a hurry, urging his demon chi to repair his ruptured blood vessels and his heart that was on the brink of exploding. Although the information Yi Mingzhu had provided him with had already mentioned this, just now, he deeply understood the terror of this power when he clashed with it. It basically ignored all defenses and attacked from the inside. If he were a human cultivator, his body would have been ripped apart by his blood in a single moment. As soon as Li Qingshan recovered slightly, he immediately swung the blade of the drinking poison feather and lunged at Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow waved his cloak, and a few stinking blood arrows shot at him. Li Qingshan's wings fluttered, and his body tilted, brushing past the blood arrows. The blood arrows landed on the mountain rock behind him, and white smoke rose. In the blink of an eye, a few large holes were corroded. Looking at Blood Shadow again, the violet and azure poison on his face had dissipated. He had actually used his blood to expel the poison. His face became paler, and his expression became colder. Looking at the blade of the drinking poison feather that was slashing at him, fear flashed in his eyes, and he did not dare to let it touch him again. Li Qingshan chased closely. In the battle, he gradually grasped the use of the wind god's wings, becoming more agile and swift. He felt slightly happy, feeling that Blood Shadow's speed had slowed down a lot. Although the poison had been removed, losing so much blood was not a small damage to him. His trust in his own strength had become the biggest trap. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in Li Qingshan's favor. There were only a few onlookers on the ground who could see this clearly, and Yimingzhu was one of them. Is that a weapon made by a human cultivator? It can actually use poison to restrain Blood Shadow's strength. The demonic aura is clearly much weaker, but they can fight on equal footing. This North Moon is really impressive. As for the others, they only felt a strong gust of wind sweeping down from the sky. They saw two light figures flashing in the sky, sometimes intersecting, sometimes separating. It was too much for the eyes to take in. After staring for a long time, one would actually feel dizzy. The explosive sound of the air breaking was like thunder, causing a strong gust of wind to brew into a black storm, sweeping across the canyon. The sound of the wind became more and more intense. At this moment, a sharp sound that was as thin as a thread pierced through the wind and clearly entered everyone's ears. Yimingzhu's expression changed as she said, "Circulate your energy to protect your ears." In the sky, Li Qingshan chopped down with his saber. Blood Shadow's head turned behind him, facing Li Qingshan. His mouth opened to an unbelievable degree, and his originally handsome face twisted into a malevolent expression. Horrifying sound waves were emitted from his mouth and nose. Li Qingshan only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Then, his wind god wings shattered, and he was pushed by an invisible force, crashing into the mountain rocks. Blood Shadow rapidly approached, and the sound waves were endless. The rocks around Li Qingshan shattered, and a huge pit appeared. Li Qingshan was continuously pressed into the bottom of the pit. Li Qingshan's head felt like it had turned into a pile of mush. However, Li Qingshan laughed sinisterly and let out a deafening tiger roar. The two sound waves met in the gorge, clashing and overlapping, surging back and forth. They passed through the stone beams, which slowly collapsed and fell down. However, the demon chi in Li Qingshan's body was rapidly depleted. He could no longer maintain the spirit turtle's profound shell. Blood Shadow saw through this as well. He turned around quickly and turned into a scarlet tornado. With his claws as the tip, he tore through the air. After fighting for so long, he still had enough demon chi, but his stamina was running out. He wanted to claim Li Qingshan's life in a single strike. Faced with such a killing intent, Li Qingshan only gripped the blade of the drinking poison feather in a reverse grip calmly and leapt up. The blade landed on the tornado, but it was actually deflected. Blood Shadow's sharp claws turned rapidly and stabbed into Li Qingshan's skin. Die! Blood Shadow's miserable howl rang out from the scarlet tornado. Poison feather dance. The blade of the drinking poison feather in Li Qingshan's hand suddenly blossomed. Like a bird spreading its wings, it fluttered in the darkness. The purplish-green feathers were extremely resplendent. Blood splattered. To be continued. A large hole appeared in Li Qingshan's chest as he fell from the sky. The blade of the drinking poison feather in his hand returned to its original shape after a brief moment of brilliance, becoming dim. Net. Master! Yi Liubo exclaimed and rushed forward, but was stopped by Yimingzhu. The battle isn't over yet. Li Qingshan continued to fall. Watching Blood Shadow getting further and further away, the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a smile. Blood Shadow lowered his head and looked at his pale hand in disbelief. There were streaks of blood on it. Normally, such an injury could be healed in an instant. The so-called dismemberment was just a normal injury for him. But at this moment, the streaks of blood were expanding bit by bit. Waves of purplish-green poisonous gas prevented his body from recovering and continued to spread. The same was true for his pale face. In that instant, Li Qingshan did not know how many times he swung the blade. This was not only his own strength, but also the power of the blade of the drinking poison feather. Like most spiritual weapons, the blade of the drinking poison feather came with a killer move called Poison Feather Dance. Like a blooming flower and a dancing poison feather bird, it released all the accumulated poison in the blade of the drinking poison feather. It was a fatal blow. With Blood Shadow's speed and reaction, it was difficult to hit him. He could only wait until the last moment, when both sides had nowhere to retreat, and finally played a crucial role, perfectly injecting all the poison into Blood Shadow's body. In midair, Blood Shadow broke and fell like a building block. Net. A blood-colored monster core flickered in it, barely gathering all the pieces of flesh together. Xiaowen, who was hiding silently in the darkness, stared at the demon core. His eyes flickered with a fiery light. Li Qingshan turned over and half-knelt on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest. As soon as he landed on the ground, the power of the earth immediately flowed into him. It nourished his body. Not far away, Blood Shadow turned into a lump of minced meat, squirming and spitting out streams of poison. He tried his best to recover. The battle had progressed to such a tragic degree that everyone was dumbfounded. This kind of injury, Lin Feng's strength was extremely terrifying. It would definitely be fatal to any night roamer. However, with their terrifying vitality, they were able to support themselves and recover. Even at this time, Helicoverpa had no intention of letting them stop. Her eyes flashed and her face was full of smiles. She looked gorgeous and extremely happy. Lady Spider Queen, these two are your generals. The war is imminent. And it wouldn't be good if there were any casualties. Please declare it a draw. Dragonsnail said slowly. The strength of North Moon. This far exceeded his expectations. If he was given such a chance to defeat two great demon generals in a row, his status would probably be above theirs. A draw? Dream on. Before Dragonsnail could finish her sentence, Li Qingshan interrupted in a hoarse voice. How could he be satisfied with this outcome? Internet. What, can you still fight? Dragonsnail raised her eyes and asked. Li Qingshan's organs had basically been completely destroyed. His spine had vanished from the center too. His upper and lower body could basically split apart at any time. Clearly, he could no longer fight. Of course I can still fight. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled. Suddenly, he tossed the blade of the drinking poison feather high into the air. A scarlet figure leapt out of the darkness and caught the blade of the drinking poison feather, landing before Blood Shadow. His red hair drifted about. He was Li Qingshan's mirror clone. If he fought against Strong Stone and Blood Shadow, his mirror clone probably would not even be able to last a single strike before dispersing. He would even have to split his attention to control it, which was why Li Qingshan had always hidden it in the shadows as a surprise attack. Sure enough, it was very effective right now. Madam Spider Queen, this is not fair. Blood Shadow's head, which was barely pieced together, was so frightened that it almost split apart again. It let out a weak protest. This is one of my innate magical powers. It is originally a part of my strength. What is unfair about it? Helicoverpa remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Li Qingshan's statement. Li Qingshan grinned and raised the blade of the drinking poison feather high into the air. I admit defeat. Blood Shadow exclaimed. If more toxins invaded his body, it would cause serious irreparable damage to his cultivation. However, he did not know that the blade of the drinking poison feather had already exhausted all the toxins and turned into an ordinary knife. When these three words came out, the canyon was silent. No one expected that Li Qingshan would win, and win so beautifully. He defeated the two demon generals at their strongest point. Master, you've won. Yi Liubo cheered and rushed up, embracing Li Qingshan firmly. Li Qingshan grimaced in pain and swatted away Yi Liubo. He propped himself up and clasped his hands towards Helicoverpa from afar. All right. From today onwards, you will be the commander of all night roamers. I look forward to your performance. Helicoverpa announced loudly from behind. She smiled charmingly at Li Qingshan and vanished into the darkness with her red dress trailing behind her. Dragon's Nail followed close behind. Once you recover from your wounds, I will challenge you again, North Moon. Strong Stone leapt up and flew towards the top of the canyon with a rumble. He actually moved with startling speed, nowhere near as sluggish as he imagined him to be. His wild laughter rang out from afar, but he had already vanished without a trace. Blood Shadow had finally expelled all of the poison, turning into a red blood bat. He glanced at Xianxia resentfully before flapping his wings and flying towards the other end of the canyon. The night roamers looked at one another. Surprise, worry, fear, hatred. Regardless of what they felt, they all knew that this demon called North Moon would become a figure of great importance in this region. He would also decide the fate of countless night roamers. The situation underground was about to completely change. The Spider Shadow clan is willing to support Sir North Moon as the commander of the night roamers with everything we have. Please return to Blackluster City with me for now, Sir North Moon. Yi Mingzhu stepped forward first, becoming the first matriarch to pledge her loyalty to Xianxia. Apart from the Spider Shadow clan, the other night roamers all remained silent, vanishing into the darkness and returning to the city to discuss their next course of action. Not only did Yi Mingzhu's behavior fail to set an example, but it instead made the other clans even more suspicious. These cunning, suspicious, and unruly night roamers definitely would not listen to a demon so easily. Getting them to give up on the open and covert struggles that had been going on for who knew how many years was even more difficult. Helicoverpa Rosa's words towards the end only gave him status. If he wanted to convert this status into actual benefits, Xianxia would need to work hard himself. However, he had already grown accustomed to this a long time ago. If he wanted to do something, he obviously had to do it personally. In Blackluster City, Xianxia lay comfortably in a soft, fur-lined chair. Yi Liubo massaged his shoulders, letting him lean his head against her chest. Yi Liusu stood to one side, feeding him hazelnuts, a specialty of the underground. However, she was clearly very unaccustomed to this job. Sir, the other clans still haven't responded at all? They seem to be trying to contact each other secretly, Yi Mingzhu reported. Mingzhu, prepare to punish those who refuse to submit for me. Xianxia took out a ship's wheel from his 100 treasures pouch with a smile. Although the soaring dragon ship no longer existed, the ship's wheel was still the control hub for all the puppet soldiers. As you wish, ma'am. Yi Mingzhu lowered her head, and the corner of her lips curled into a smile. As long as she borrowed his power, the Spider Shadow clan could easily surpass the other clans. Everything was even simpler than she had imagined. I'll say this first. I won't be taking action. Xianxia destroyed Yi Mingzhu's plans with a single sentence. She raised her head in surprise. But how can our Spider Shadow clan contend against the other clans alone? Do you really think that a single word from me can make the Spider Shadow clan the leader of the clans? If I do take action, what difference does the Spider Shadow clan and the other clans make to me? Xianxia said those words coldly with a voice that was like the hum of metal. He did not place any hopes on the so-called loyalty of Yi Mingzhu or the other night roamers. If he had no value at all, he would have to worry about everything. In that case, why had he gone to such great lengths to obtain the authority to command the night roamers? Was it to give them democracy and freedom so that they could live happily ever after? I don't know what to do. Yi Mingzhu shuddered inside. She understood that Xianxia definitely was not someone she could use easily. Yi Liusu wanted to say something, but Yi Liubo stopped her with a glance. She sighed silently. Don't worry. I'll provide the necessary support. Xianxia placed the helm in Yi Mingzhu's hand. Thank you for your kindness, ma'am. Hearing Xianxia's explanation, Yi Mingzhu's eyes lit up slightly. She began to think rapidly. With the status that the Spider Queen had promised her and this power, there was a great chance that she could subdue a few weaker clans. And if she worked with them? Now, it's time for you to show your ability. I'll give you a month to realize your ambition. Xianxia smiled and patted Yi Mingzhu's shoulder. Yi Mingzhu bade farewell and left. Yi Liubo wrapped her arms around Xianxia's neck. Master, what if she refuses to listen to your orders after she gains power? This was probably the worry of all rulers in the world. It was difficult to control and could even turn the tables on him. Xianxia's answer was very simple. Then we'll find someone who's willing to obey. This was the rule of the cultivators. In the face of absolute power, tricks and trickery were not worth mentioning. If Li Qingshan wasted his energy on this, he would be a fool. The only way was to free up as much energy as possible and obtain more resources. Making oneself stronger was the right path. Everything. All efforts. It was all for the sake of climbing higher. When he looked back, these people would have long been left far behind him. The temporarily forgotten goal became clear again. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the dark dome. His gaze penetrated through the thick soil and stones. With another pair of eyes, he saw the blue sky. It led to the 9th heaven. Let's go, little Anne. Let's go back to the 100 schools of thought. Leaving the mirror clone to guard the underground, Li Qingshan's main body returned to the appearance of an ordinary human. He pulled little Anne's hand. Clouds rose under their feet and lifted the two of them. They flew in the direction of the 100 schools of thought. The 100 treasures pouch contained a large number of spiritual herbs that Yi Mingzhu or the Spider Shadow clan had offered. When the other clans were wiped out, this number would increase several times. The only thing missing now was a person who could make pills, Xianxia. Xianxia hasn't come out of seclusion yet. In the bamboo forest on Cloudwisp Island, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh, which made Han Xiongji frown slightly. Why do you care so much about her? What's wrong with caring for a friend? Congratulations, chief disciple of legalism. Li Qingshan smiled and pulled Han Xiongji into his arms. He touched his forehead intimately and gazed at her bright face lovingly. I have something to discuss with you. Han Xiongji pinched him and shrunk her exquisite body into his arms. What is it? I want to go into seclusion for a while. Han Xiongji had cultivated to the 10th level of qi refinement. She needed a lot of time to integrate the 12 standard meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Now that a great change was imminent, she needed to focus on cultivation. What a coincidence. Me too. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He was about to tell her about this as well. He needed a quiet place to recuperate and cultivate the path of qi refinement. Do you want to come with us? Han Xiongji's eyes lit up. If it was possible, she did not want to be separated from him. Then do we still have time to cultivate? Li Qingshan smiled wickedly and pinched her waist. After being nourished, she had become even more charming. I don't believe you won't get tired. Han Xiongji's face was flushed, but she was unwilling to give up. Haven't you always been the one to beg for mercy in the past? Li Qingshan's smile widened, and Han Xiongji's face became even redder, but she could not help but admit this. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her pinky, and her voice became gentle as she whispered into his ear, I can find a suitable dual cultivation method. You still have to think about cultivation when you do that kind of thing. It's too troublesome. Li Qingshan was greatly moved, but after thinking about it, he still refused. He had too many secrets. Just the fact that he absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth during cultivation was enough to make people think of many things. I think you just don't want to be with me. Han Xiongji was annoyed. She had already considered this step, but he was still unwilling to agree. I've already promised little Anne, Li Qingshan said helplessly. If you don't want to, then forget it. Just consider yourself unlucky. Han Xiongji snorted coldly. Li Qingshan did not agree. She was not someone who would pester others endlessly. It was as if she could not live without him. Li Qingshan could only coax her for a while and celebrate with her alone. A night of entanglement. The next day, he sent her to the Han family's seclusion abode and reluctantly bid farewell. On the bottom floor of Contention Island, Li Qingshan and Little and held hands. They watched the stone door close and the formation activate. They looked at each other and smiled. Does it still hurt? Little and untied Li Qingshan's clothes and pressed her hand on Li Qingshan's chest. On the surface, it looked fine. However, she could feel that the whole inside was far from being repaired. There's still a little, but it's fine. Li Qingshan rubbed her head. Ever since that battle, the pain in his chest had never stopped. However, he was able to endure it and did not show it. However, he could not hide it from Little and, let me help you. Little and said. Under her little hand's caress, Li Qingshan felt the pain gradually disappear. It was replaced by a faint warmth and an indescribable comfort. Waves of power came from her hand. Under the nourishment of this power, his flesh and blood became full of vitality. His injuries began to heal at a faster rate. 2 days and 1 night passed. Little and let go of his hand. Li Qingshan had completely recovered. He was even more resilient than before. I thought it would take at least half a month. I really can't do without you. Little and revealed a tired but relieved smile. As long as it doesn't hurt. The governing meridian was the fastest, originating from the womb palace in the lower abdomen and exiting the perineum. It traveled along the spine and went up to the brain. It could govern all the yang meridians in the body, which was why it was known as the Sea of Yang Meridians. It was the last of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Li Qingshan sat quietly with his legs crossed. A layer of faint, blue mist gradually rose up from his body. Now that he practiced qi, he no longer needed to ingest pills. Endless spiritual qi of the world naturally gathered in his body, which was far more effective than regular pills. If it could be contained, it would be sent into the sea of qi in his dantian and converted into true qi. If it could not be contained, it would be absorbed by the spirit turtle's demon core and converted into demon qi. There was no waste at all. Restricted by the size of the sea of qi, his cultivation speed was not particularly fast. However, he could spend 24 hours a day cultivating. A single day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days for regular people. Although his cultivation deepened, his mind constantly sank, sinking into a boundless azure ocean. A spirit turtle lifted him up, allowing him to drift freely on the ocean. It felt extremely comfortable. This was an extremely great sense of tranquility and freedom for his mind. Although there was a saying about bitter cultivation, true cultivation had never been hard. Instead, it was a wondrous feeling that regular people could not understand. At this moment, in the underground dwelling, Li Qingshan's mirror clone sat on the stone platform in the same posture. He used the spiritual qi in the spiritual stone mind to maintain the mirror clone's existence so that he could deal with any changes. He had already cast down several formations with formation banners. Even Fu Qingjin could not move about freely. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and saw the bowing Yi Mingzhu. He asked, "Has it been a month?" "It's only been 14 days. The 5 matriarchs of the other clans have come to see Sir North Moon. This is their congratulatory gift." Yi Mingzhu smiled. Everything had gone much more smoothly than she had imagined. Obviously, she had the effect of dealing with them. More importantly, Li Qingshan's power to defeat Strong Stone and Blood Shadow made all the clans lose the courage to face him head-on. In this cruel underground world, only strength could win people's respect and trust. Li Qingshan opened the boxes. Not bad, this was the result he wanted. He didn't need to rack his brain to gather the herbs. All he had to do was move his mouth and his subordinates would cater to his liking. How did you do it? Li Qingshan was rather curious. Of the 6 great night roamers, Yi Mingzhu had managed to do it in such a short amount of time. To be able to complete this mission without wiping out any clans, he was a little surprised. Geniuses remember in a second. I only issued an ultimatum 3 days ago. If you do not come today to pay your respects, Yi Mingzhu said with a smile, they will be exterminated. So simple? What will you do if they don't come? Actually, I just left. That's how they agreed. And then they all came. Li Qingshan's expression was rather strange. Yes. They obviously hope that some idiot really won't come, and then they can destroy her clan and divide up her territory. It's exactly because of this that they're afraid they'll become that idiot. Yi Mingzhu combed her hair. With her deep understanding of night roamers, she easily grasped their weakness. Li Qingshan shook his head and sneered. Even at a time like this, they still haven't forgotten about their internal strife? Or perhaps this had already become a habit that had been engraved into their very bones. Well done. Let them in. Yes. Yi Mingzhu turned around and said loudly, Liubua, Liusu, Sir North Moon has summoned the matriarchs. Under the lead of Yi Liubua and Yi Liusu, the 5 night roamer matriarchs entered the cavern and arrived before Li Qingshan. They all stated their names and clans before bowing together. Greetings, Sir North Moon. Apart from an old woman and a young girl, the others were all beautiful matriarchs like Yi Mingzhu. They raised their heads and studied Li Qingshan. No matter how displeased they were all respectful on the surface. None of them were foolish enough to clash with him. Idiots like that could never become matriarchs. From a certain perspective, it was this cleverness that prevented them from working together to deal with this foreign ruler. You can say this is our first meeting. Before the meeting, there are 8 words. Those who obey me live, and those who defy me die. Do you understand? Li Qingshan sat there without moving. He did not seem arrogant, nor did he give off any pressure. He just spoke very seriously, as if he was saying he liked sunny days and did not like rain. I understand. Yi Mingzhu spoke first, and the other matriarchs followed suit in a hurry. Now that they had reached this point, they no longer had much interest in resisting anymore. At the end of the day, as long as Empress Helicoverpa Rosa wanted to unite the night roamers, she would have to send a demon general to lead them. It did not matter who they were ruled by. Even if they struggled desperately, what was the point? They might as well use this opportunity to gain the upper hand in the future. It was more important. Li Qingshan smiled in satisfaction. This was the prerequisite for everything. If anyone dared to say they did not understand, he did not mind making an example out of them. There was probably no need for him to do anything. The other matriarchs could do it for him. Very good. When you came, you already saw the formations here. Pass on my first order. Send masters here directly under my command. Build a fortress here and prepare to fend off the human attacks. Before the matriarchs could return to their senses, Li Qingshan continued, the second order is that no night roamers are allowed to kill one another in my territory, whether openly or secretly. If they disobey, not only will they pay with their lives, but the entire clan will be severely punished too. Yi Liusu's eyes lit up immediately. Wasn't this exactly what she had been looking forward to the entire time? She wanted the night roamers to stop killing one another and unite once more. Perhaps he really could change everything? The third order is that from today onwards, all clans must contribute spiritual herbs to me, regardless of the type. The older the better. Do you have any objections to these 3 orders? Under the scrutiny of Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes, none of the matriarchs had any objections. The 3 orders seemed harsh, but it was not unacceptable to them. The first order was to send masters. There were no rules on what counted as masters, so it was completely manageable. The second order was even simpler. If they did not kill, then so be it. The last order was a little troublesome. However, spiritual herbs were not particularly useful to night roamers who were not skilled in alchemy. Only fruits that could be directly ingested would be relatively more valuable. The gifts they had brought today were all like that. Li Qingshan did not restrict this either. Every clan had a stockpile of regular spiritual herbs. As a matter of fact, some spiritual herbs grew widely in the territory, but no one knew what they were used for, so no one picked them. They were all extremely old, so it was very easy to use them to make up for the numbers. Everyone has been very cooperative, which makes me very happy. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Here are 1,000 qi gathering pills. They're what human cultivators normally use for cultivation. Split them evenly among the 5 matriarchs. As the most common pills, qi gathering pills were extremely cheap. A single spiritual stone was enough to exchange for a lot of them. However, they were indispensable to all sects and qi practitioners. Li Qingshan found several tens of thousands in the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouch. To a sect that was skilled in nurturing medicinal herbs and refining pills, an accumulation like this was actually very normal. Although Li Qingshan basically did not need them anymore, where he could sit down and inhale the spiritual qi of the world casually, it was equivalent to several hundred or even 1,000 qi gathering pills. However, they were perfect for rewarding. It was basically recycling trash. The matriarchs all had different expressions. They had obviously heard about the famed qi gathering pills before, and they were also capable of refining them. However, many of the medicinal herbs could only be found above ground, so they basically could not be refined. If they managed to obtain some from time to time, they would be especially precious. They would only use them to nurture their most talented clansmen. 200 chi gathering pills was already a very large sum to them. It was enough for 10 night roamers to cultivate for a year, as well as an additional group of elite warriors. Although it was nowhere close to the value of their gifts, they were still rather overjoyed to receive something like this in return. They felt like this Sir North Moon was very reasonable. He did not seem like a demon. Yi Mingzhu. Yes, sir. Yi Mingzhu happened to be interested. When she heard her name, she made her way over in a hurry. Her eyes were filled with eagerness. You've done well in this matter, gathering all the matriarchs together. This true spirit pill is your reward. If you give it to a suitable person, they should be able to break through very soon and undergo the heavenly tribulation. Even without Li Qingshan's special explanation, the various clans were extremely sensitive. Ever since Yi Liubo had gone back to show off, the matriarchs immediately learned about the existence of such a wondrous pill. They all widened their eyes, staring at the true spirit pill in Li Qingshan's hand. They were tempted to snatch it from him. Experts that had undergone the heavenly tribulation were the core, the most precious force in any clan. Thank you for your reward, Sir North Moon. Yi Mingzhu smiled from ear to ear. She bowed gracefully and accepted the true spirit pill. The helm that controls the puppets and cannons will be left to you for the time being. I hope that you can maintain the order underground. Li Qingshan's following words made Yi Mingzhu even more elated. She hurriedly said, I will definitely not let you down, sir. As long as she had this power, she would be able to firmly occupy the throne of the #1 matriarch. She looked at Li Qingshan with a seductive gaze. The other matriarchs had ugly expressions on their faces. Yi Mingzhu had once flaunted the might of those puppets. If they were to face them head-on, even if they could annihilate this puppet army, they would have to pay an extremely heavy price. And the power of those cannons was even more terrifying. Experts that had undergone the heavenly tribulation would also be injured if they took a direct hit. That small helm was like a scepter. When Yi Mingzhu held it in her hand, it had the power to annihilate any clan. At this moment, she suddenly realized that this was also bestowed by him. No, we can't continue like this. The matriarchs exchanged glances. The same thought flashed through their minds. Sir North Moon, I have an objection to this. I have an objection too. Me too. The matriarchs, who had always been submissive and had no problem with whatever Li Qingshan said, all stood up to object at the same time. Their expressions were furious. They could accept a demon ruling over them, but they could not accept Yi Mingzhu stepping on their heads. P.S. This is Dream Talker's order. Young and old men, have pity on me. Cast a monthly vote. Genius 1 second to remember. Chapter 49 Li Qingshan's order is complete. You may return. Oh, what do you think? This was exactly what Li Qingshan wanted. Although he didn't know much about politics, he could still motivate his subordinates. Such a powerful weapon should be in the hands of Sir North Moon himself. How can he just give it to someone else? The old woman said. She had a fierce expression that said, if I can't have it, no one else can. This was entrusted to me by Sir North Moon. How dare you question it? Yi Mingzhu immediately retorted. She had already said the word Sir North Moon very smoothly. You're right. However, I don't have the habit of taking back what I've given. If that's the case, you can take turns wielding the helm. However, it'll depend on your performance. Between Li Qingshan's words, Yi Mingzhu was first surprised, then delighted, and then worried. The matriarchs, on the other hand, felt a sense of hope. It seemed that he hadn't been bewitched by Yi Mingzhu. As long as he displayed enough loyalty, he would receive a corresponding reward. He didn't dare to have any thoughts of half-heartedly responding to Li Qingshan's 3 orders. Otherwise, his clan would be surpassed by the other clans and fall into decline even without him personally taking action. From the looks of it, Mingzhu's performance is the best. She'll wield the helm for now. Li Qingshan stood up and arrived beside Yi Mingzhu. He patted her shoulder comfortingly. Thank you for your trust, Sir North Moon. Liubo, this is your reward. Li Qingshan took out a bright yellow satin. This was a supreme quality spiritual artifact. he'd obtained from the golden pheasant elder's 100 treasures pouch. "Thank you, master." Yi Liubo was extremely excited. Seeing the situation, she didn't throw herself at him and give him a kiss. The matriarchs were even more envious. This was a powerful weapon that could only be forged by humans, yet it was given to a servant so casually. No, his two servants were both Yi Mingzhu's daughters. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous to them in the long run. They were all thinking the same thing. Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the 6 matriarchs. "Now that there is chaos, I hope that all of you can put aside your past disputes and work together to pledge loyalty to Lady Spider Queen. If they were still like a plate of loose sand, fighting endlessly, they will definitely be destroyed by humans." "Yes." The matriarchs accepted the order and left. "Master, can I change my reward?" Yi Liubo immediately stuck close to him and giggled. "What? You don't like it?" I like it very much, but I want you more, master." Yi Liubo licked her lips. Her hand reached into his clothes and slid under his body to grab something. His eyes were misty and filled with sorrow. "Go to the side and play. If I give it to you just because you say you want it, wouldn't I lose face?" Li Qingshan unhappily pushed her away. Lustful to such an extent, it was simply insane. If he let her touch him a little longer, if there was a change, his face would not look good. As she watched Yi Liubo play around with the bright yellow brocade happily, Yi Liusu felt rather disappointed for some reason. Suddenly, she made up her mind and went up. "Sir North Moon, please promise me one thing." "What is it?" Li Qingshan was rather curious. Ever since Yi Liusu became his servant, she had remained silent obediently. She would do whatever he wanted her to do, but she was as serious as a robot, refusing to lower her head to please him. She really did seem a little like a princess. It was rare for her to take the initiative like this. "Please protect the night roamers and lead them back beneath the starry sky. As long as you promise me this, I'm willing to serve you wholeheartedly. I'll be loyal to you and serve you, just like Liubo." Yi Liusu's delicate face was filled with determination. She had always worked hard on cultivation for the sake of the revival of the night roamers, but her future had always been bleak. His appearance seemed to bring her a sliver of hope. Perhaps she had been influenced by Liubo, but she now believed a little that as long as he was willing, he really could change everything. "Sister." Yi Liubo was rather surprised too. "Even if you turn your back on the Spider Shadow clan?" Li Qingshan smiled in thought. The more he understood the night roamers, the more he found Yi Liusu's personality to be strange. Her eyes were filled with a determination that was almost unwavering. She did not possess the darkness of regular night roamers at all. Perhaps in every tribe there would be 1 or 2 freaks. "Yes." Yi Liusu gritted her teeth. "Sorry, mother. This is for the sake of the night roamers. Are these clansmen really worth it for you to do this? I'm guessing most of them are jealous of you and want to kill you. It's this underground world that has twisted their personalities. We believe night roamers aren't like that in the first place. As long as they break free from control. That's a very impressive idea. I'm very tempted, but I refuse." "Why?" Although she had guessed this might happen, the degree of disappointment still exceeded Yi Liusu's expectations. "Because you've got the order wrong. I will give you loyalty in return, but I won't do anything in exchange for someone's loyalty. I'll only do what I want to do. You can help me or watch from the side. There's no other choice." Yi Liusu returned to her original position and fell silent. Li Qingshan returned to his state of cultivation, but before long, he jerked awake again. The masters sent by the clans had arrived much faster than he had imagined. The first to arrive were 10 beautiful female night roamers. They were either cool, gentle, or sweet. Even among night roamers, their appearances were the cream of the crop. Coupled with their sexy attire, it was like a beauty pageant. They did not just possess beauty, but great strength too. Every single one of them had undergone the heavenly tribulation. They were noble princesses of their respective clans. After reporting their names and offering up the spiritual herbs, they actually lowered their arrogant heads, expressing that they were willing to leave their clans and serve Li Qingshan as their master. Li Qingshan could not help but smile. Were these matriarchs trying to express that they could give him whatever the Spider Shadow clan could give him? As for just how loyal these princesses were, he did not hold any expectations at all. They looked at him like they wanted to eat him. Not only did they covet his beauty, but they also wanted to obtain something from him. In the eyes of these princesses, Yi Liubo was nothing. She had just gotten a little lucky. Since even she could receive a supreme-grade spiritual artifact as a reward, why couldn't he? Master. Yi Liubo felt extremely threatened, grabbing Li Qingshan's arm subconsciously. Yi Liusu sighed deeply instead. It was no wonder he did not take her seriously. Everything she could offer up was of no importance to him. All right, I agree. From today onwards, all of you will be my personal guards. Li Qingshan did not refuse. The clans needed to be equal and balanced, and he also needed a team that he could directly command. To be able to obtain such a group of personal guards was probably the dream of every man. Liusu, you will be their captain. Li Qingshan continued. Yi Liusu was stunned for a moment, and those proud princesses immediately objected, why? We should have a competition. Li Qingshan did not care so much and directly said, I am going to start cultivating. Disperse. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and the cave became quiet again. He then opened his eyes. Liusu, why are you not leaving? Why me? In your eyes, I am nothing at all. Yi Liusu asked in confusion. Because you are very special. It's madness. Yi Liusu's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head, and her lips curled into a bitter smile. Mother said that if I were born in a regular family of night roamers, I wouldn't have such a crazy idea. All dreams, at the beginning, seem so crazy. I might be a demon, but I don't dislike people with dreams and pursuits. Li Qingshan smiled. Then why won't you agree? Liubo has only entrusted her to herself, but you want to entrust far, far too much. You can't bear it yourself, so you want to dump it on someone else and live a relaxed life? No. Yi Liusu explained. I have no interest in being a mediator for a group of women, but perhaps your ideas can influence them and make them work for you. I've already given you the opportunity, so do it. I don't know whether you can succeed or not either, but if there really is a day when night roamers can live under the stars again, no longer having to scheme and kill one another, it will definitely be because of you, not me. Yi Liusu's emotions surged. For the first time, she understood Yi Liubo's feelings a little. Ever since she was young, no one had ever said something like that to her. No one had ever encouraged her like that, agreed with her ideas, or supported her like that. When Li Qingshan defeated Strong Stone and Blood Shadow consecutively, she only admired his strength and strategy. But now that she heard what he said, she actually felt like she could not meet his gaze. Her mind that had been unwavering from many years of arduous cultivation began to ripple slightly. Li Qingshan shook his head gently. Sure enough, idealists were the easiest to fool. Originally, he preferred Yi Liubo for the position of captain of the guards, but Yi Liubo's cultivation was too weak, and her temperament was lacking too. In comparison, Yi Liusu's qualities were much better. At the very least, she had the bearing of a leader, and she was relatively pure and easy to control. At the very least, she would not look at him greedily. However, Yi Liusu was far too unmotivated. Becoming his servant seemed to be a great blow to her. As a result, he came up with this excuse. It was not all a bluff. If Yi Liusu could really grasp this opportunity, she could indeed do many things. Yi Liusu arrived outside the cave and pressed her hand against her chest. She could still feel her heart beating heavily. She had no idea whether it was because of what he said, or because of him. Master really is impressive. You can actually make someone as pure and desireless as me fall for you. Yi Liubo walked over from the side with a smile. Shows nonsense. Let's go. Yi Liusu's face brightened before recovering her cold demeanor. She pulled Yi Liubo away. Now was not the time to think about something like this. What are we doing? Since they want to compete, I'll compete with them. Yi Liusu was in high spirits. This was an unprecedented opportunity. She had to grasp it. Under the setting sun, the sky was dyed red. A green figure appeared in front of a cave that led underground. Fu Qingjin stood with his sword on his back. He was exhausted. However, when he drew the green ruined sword, his eyes shone brightly, and he turned into a streak of green light, shooting into the pitch-black cave. If negotiations failed, only death awaited. P.S. Wow, a few hundred votes. I'm so happy. The green light moved with great speed, following the path it had taken to lure Millipede out last time and directly heading towards where Li Qingshan cultivated. The path before him was suddenly blocked by mist. Fu Qingjin frowned and stopped. The demon actually possessed a thought process like that, knowing how to use formations? But how could a formation like that stop him? Fu Qingjin brought his fingers together and slowly swept them across the green ruined sword. The green ruined sword lit up with dazzling light, possessing startling power. However, Li Qingshan had no idea about any of this. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do about it. His mind was deeply submerged in cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. His cultivation advanced steadily as a qi practitioner. Strands of Gui water true qi burst through his acupoints one by one. Suddenly, his mirror clone underground snapped open its eyes. As the person who had set up the formations, he could clearly sense that the formations had been triggered. Were they here? All personal guards, gather. Li Qingshan leapt up and his voice boomed out, spreading out in all directions. Although it was only his clone here, with 12 powerful night roamers and the geographical advantage, it was more than enough for him to put up a fight. Getting through the formations would take quite a lot of effort. A while later, 12 black figures flew over. In the lead were Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua. They were in high spirits. The 10 princesses were still reluctant to accept this, but they followed behind her. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua worked together, facing off against the 5 princesses one by one in a 2 versus 2 manner. Although they did not possess overwhelming strength, their teamwork was seamless and close, far surpassing their opponents' seeming unity. Coupled with the assistance of Yi Liubua's supreme-grade spiritual artifact, they achieved a complete victory without any mishaps. It was a daunting but not dangerous victory, and they had secured their position as the captain of the guards. What excited Yi Liusu the most was that she explained her idea of unity to the princesses and obtained the acknowledgement of 3 of them. Regardless of whether this acknowledgement was real or fake, it was an extremely rare improvement. She developed some respect towards Li Qingshan. Master. What can I do for you? Li Qingshan raised his hand and gestured for them to be quiet. He concentrated on sensing the array plate in his hand and gradually felt a little strange. The other party seemed to be trapped in a formation. Moreover, he was trapped in the outermost fog formation. This was definitely not Fu Qingjin. In a flash, he arrived at the edge of the formation. All he saw was a night roamer trapped inside, so he let him in for questioning. After a while, a strange expression appeared on Li Qingshan's face. The night roamer was a messenger from Helicoverparosa. Spider Queen urgently summoned him back to Cobweb City for a meeting. The reason was that a human cultivator single-handedly killed 4 demon generals and nearly 100 demon soldiers before leaving. The territories of these 4 demon generals were all around Li Qingshan's territory. One could almost imagine that the cultivator had encountered the formation. He chose to go around them and kill all the demon generals around him. Do you know what that human cultivator looks like? I'm not sure. I heard it was a green light. Li Qingshan had no idea whether he should be happy or disappointed. You've come? In Cobweb City. Helicoverparosa sat on the throne at the back, supporting her chin with her hand as she faced the 4 strongest demon generals under her. She was at ease. She did not become flustered over the loss of her soldiers, nor did she show any anger or sorrow. Instead, she seemed rather interested, as if she found this very interesting. You all know what happened, right? Yes. North Moon, he originally came for you, right? He's called Fu Qingjin. He's the Demon Slayer's liaison in the Clear River Prefecture. I basically killed the Green Vine Elder right in front of him. Originally, I thought he would throw caution to the wind and break through the formation to fight me, but I never thought. Fu Qingjin, a disciple of the Sword Collection Palace, really is something else. The 4 demon generals did not even have the opportunity to blow up their demon cores. If Blood Shadow had not arrived in time, even more demon generals would have died to his hands. Li Qingshan could not help but look at Blood Shadow. He forced back Fu Qingjin? I think it's probably because Fu Qingjin doesn't want to become entangled underground. If it weren't for the fact that I can't go above ground, I'd definitely keep that Fu Qingjin or whatever underground forever. Blood Shadow was filled with pride. Demons possessed an extremely vast range of senses, and Blood Shadow was one of the best among them. He changed the topic and asked, North Moon, everything happened near your territory. You actually couldn't sense it at all? North Moon's demon chi has never been as great as ours, not to mention that what you see right now is just a clone. North Moon, I'm very curious. Where has your original body gone? Before Li Qingshan could even answer, Dragonsnail interrupted him slowly. Obviously above ground, observing the demon slayer's movements. Is this how you observe their movements? Blood Shadow mocked. What's there to argue about? We can just kill our way back. Strong Stone bellowed out, surging with battle intent. Strong Stone is right. North Moon, you kill the 4 of them, so they kill the 4 of us. It's very fair. Blood Shadow, from today onwards, the demon generals in the west will be under your command. Strong Stone, the east will be yours. North Moon, you'll continue to manage the night roamers. Dragonsnail, you'll be in charge of managing them. Don't let anyone take advantage of this again. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow both beamed with joy. This meant they could both have several dozen demon generals under their command. Dragonsnail's eyes flashed. He did not have any subordinates, but he was the one who carried out Helicoverpa orders, so he was particularly important. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. With this arrangement, they really were going to start a war. Helicoverpa settled the situation underground with a few words. Afterwards, she stood up calmly and said, By His Majesty the Dragon King's orders, all demons under my command are free to move about and hunt humans from today onwards. At the same time, Fu Qingjin displayed the 100 demon cores he had obtained before the many Foundation establishment cultivators at the Demon Slayer meeting. They were of various sizes, like pearls and glass. Demon cores were the crystallization of a demon's thousands of years of cultivation. They were worth far more than regular spiritual herbs and medicines. Apart from ingesting them, they could greatly increase one's cultivation and allow one to break through. As a matter of fact, they had indescribable uses when it came to forging artifacts and formations. Because they were extremely rare, they were worth even more, and the value of a demon general's demon core was unimaginably great. Fu Qingjin's actions were like placing 100 diamonds before regular people. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all sighed in amazement at the same time, creating a buzz. Fu Qingjin stood with his arms behind his back, watching on coldly. For the sake of the bigger picture, he did not choose to attack the formations. Apart from not wanting to waste time and energy, the most important reason was because he actually did not have any grievances with Li Qingshan. Whether it was the 3 elders or Jiang Shanqing, if they died, then they died. They were not worthy of his special attention. Although Li Qingshan had forcefully taken down the Green Vine Mountain, humiliating him and the Sword Collection Palace, he had never cared about the word dignity. All he did was carry out his revenge according to the Sword Collection Palace's instructions, and he took out the demon core to incite the greed of these people. Since it was the same no matter who he killed, why did he have to choose the most troublesome opponent? Fellow Fu, how did you obtain this? A cultivator asked fervently. Fu Qingjin could not be bothered to explain, but when he thought about the Sword Collection Palace's arrangements, he still explained what had happened, which immediately earned him a series of praises. Isn't that going against the Treaty of Kings? From today onwards, all human cultivators within the Clear River Prefecture are free to enter the underground and purge demons. After a series of exclamations, everyone rejoiced. The priceless demon core, the spiritual stone mines buried deep underground, and the various spiritual herbs that had grown for centuries all seemed to be waving at them. Under the temptation of these benefits, demons did not seem so terrifying anymore. Only a few people showed deep worry. They looked at the surroundings, but they were unable to say anything. Was it really that simple? There was no such thing as a free lunch. Hold on. I'm Spider Queen, I have a different opinion. In Cobweb City, just as Strong Stone and Blood Shadow were overjoyed and excited, Li Qingshan voiced a different opinion. Oh? What do you think? I don't think we should let the demons do whatever they want. Li Qingshan could completely imagine the countless demons suppressed underground pouring out of their nests once Helicoverpa passed down the order. There were also powerful, bloodthirsty demon generals like Blood Shadow and Strong Stone. Just what kind of disaster would they bring to ordinary people? Why? Helicoverpa frowned. She found it strange that the most radical demon general under her had suddenly said something like that. Blood Shadow is doubting my investigation, so let me tell you the results of my investigation. That is, humans aren't united. They're divided into two major organizations, the Demon Slayer formed from various sects, and the cultivators who belong to the Empire with the 100 schools of thought as their core. So what? They're all our enemies. Blood Shadow said. You're right, but they're not friends either. If we focus our efforts on only targeting the Demon Slayer, the 100 schools of thought are likely to watch from the sidelines, or at least stall for some time. This way, our overall strength will be far stronger than the Demon Slayer, and we'll have a great advantage. But if we start a massacre and involve ordinary people, we'll force the 100 schools of thought to immediately join the war, and the situation will be disadvantageous to us. All of this is for the sake of the overall situation. Please understand, Your Excellency Spider Queen. Li Qingshan spoke with confidence and composure. He spoke with reason and evidence. He only wanted to target the Demon Slayer. The war was also instigated by the Demon Slayer. As long as these radicals were eliminated, peace might be restored between humans and demons. Blood Shadow was speechless. He had to admit that Li Qingshan's words made some sense. Strong Stone also looked at Li Qingshan from head to toe as if he had never seen him before. A guy who dared to risk his life against him actually had such a meticulous mind. North Moon, oh North Moon, this is what's so great about you. I have to praise you for your courage and resourcefulness. Helicoverpa clapped her hands lightly. Your Excellency is too kind. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He believed that this suggestion that was beneficial to the war situation would be accepted by Helicoverpa. Dragonsnail lowered her head, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Then I look forward to your next performance. Helicoverpa said. Was this acceptance or rejection? Li Qingshan stared at Helicoverpa cruel and vicious smile. He suddenly understood one thing. After underestimating Fu Qingjin, he also underestimated her. She just wanted to see the world burn. P.S. It's New Year's Day holiday, and all my friends are back. There are some occasions that I really can't avoid. The updates may be a little lacking, please understand. But it's not all bad. Recently, I've been at the bottleneck of the new plot. I feel much better. After having some entertainment and meeting people. It can be said that sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. The future will be even more exciting. I think we should start with immortals. Humans are all crafty, and they know how to set up traps like formations. They're extremely dangerous. However, if we target the cities inhabited by humans, they won't be able to guard against it. All they can do is be led around by the nose, while we set down traps and surround and attack the cultivators who come to rescue them. As the greatest think tank after Helicoverpa, Dragonsnail expressed her opinion slowly. What if they don't come to rescue us? Strong Stone frowned. Compared to mortals, he still wanted to kill cultivators more. I refuse to believe they'll turn a blind eye to us if we slaughter a city every day. Blood Shadow extended his bright red tongue and licked his lips. What he required the most for cultivation was fresh blood, but underground, he could not simply kill other demons and night roamers. He could only rely on the offerings offered up by night roamers to survive. Dragonsnail's plan suited him perfectly. Our target should be the cultivators. Li Qingshan found it even more unacceptable to lay his hands on the innocent people who had nothing to do with the Demon Slayer or even cultivators. Don't so-called cultivators become cultivators from mortals? Don't mortals grow up eating the flesh and blood of our race? Only by cutting them off from their very roots can we truly defeat humans. Have you instead neglected such a simple principle? Dragonsnail's 3 consecutive questions left Li Qingshan speechless. Humans fed on beasts. As humans expanded their range of activity, the range of beasts shrank. In the world completely ruled by humans in his past life, weren't other races going extinct every single day? So-called animal protection was just the leftovers from God's benevolence. And it was built on their own needs. Wild beasts were locked up and treated as playthings, while livestock were raised and then slaughtered. Humans took it in stride, but to beasts, it was the most terrifying apocalypse. The war had not just begun. Instead, it had never stopped. Humans and demons stood against each other from the very beginning. The founding emperor who maintained several millennia of peace between the two races had basically accomplished an unbelievable feat. Dragonsnail is right. This is what we demons do. Helicoverparosa praised. North Moon, when the time comes, you will have a taste of failure, Blood Shadow said gloomily. Ha ha ha. Finally, I can start killing. North Moon, why don't we compete to see who can kill more? Strong Stone laughed maniacally. A strange thought suddenly crossed Li Qingshan's mind. Why would I associate with them? The surrounding faces gradually distorted, sometimes turning into a terrifying killing stone. From time to time, it would transform into a bat that reeked of blood. In the end, it transformed into a vicious, eight-eyed, eight-legged spider that pounced at him. Then, he saw himself. His horns and tiger claws had been stripped off, and his black iron-like skin had turned into a bronze color. He had regained his original appearance. He was a human. North Moon. You've been on the surface the longest, so you think I should start with that city first. It's best if there are more people. Dragonsnail's words seemed to come from far away, breaking the illusion in front of Li Qingshan. Looking up, Helicoverparosa and Blood Shadow and Strong Stone were all looking at him, waiting for his answer. Spider Queen, I have something to report. What is it? I've recently reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. I need to go into seclusion for a while to break through, so that I can fight Fu Qingjin to the death. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the initial battle. Li Qingshan lowered his head, his crimson hair hanging down, hiding the trace of confusion in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the situation was completely out of his control. Perhaps it was an arrogant delusion to think that he could control it. Is that so? Helicoverparosa's eyes flickered, full of suspicion. Master, you're back. How did the discussion go? Li Qingshan returned to the cavern in the territory, and Yi Liubo immediately received him. From today onwards, I will enter secluded cultivation. Everything in the territory will be handled by Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo for now. If it's nothing important, don't disturb me, Li Qingshan made his way onto the platform and announced loudly. In the end, Helicoverparosa still agreed to his request. She did not doubt that this powerful and accomplished individual would be conflicted like this. Thank you for your trust, Master. Yi Liusu beamed inside. The other night roamers objected, but Li Qingshan completely ignored them. He dismissed them and closed his eyes, minding his own business. Little and, what do you think I should do? Below Contention Island, in his secluded dwelling, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and poured out his troubles to Little and without holding back. Don't help either side, Little and answered after some thought. Don't help either side? Yeah. What does it have to do with us whether it's other people or demons? It's not like you're the one killing them. They're the ones who want to kill each other. Don't worry about them. All we need to do is cultivate properly. Little and blinked her large eyes and comforted him softly. Actually, she struggled a little to understand Li Qingshan's troubles. After all, in her eyes, it did not matter even if all living beings apart from him died. She might as well say this was what she was looking forward to. You're right. Perhaps I've been thinking too much. Li Qingshan shook his head with a bitter smile. As a half-human, half-demon monster, he had already lost his standpoint, falling into absolute isolation. He could not help but think of Gu Yenying. Had she experienced a similar struggle before? Suddenly, he felt his eyebrows twitch. Little and had a serious look on her face as she pressed her little hand on Li Qingshan's eyebrows, as if she wanted to soothe his furrowed eyebrows. Li Qingshan smiled. At least, no matter when, he would not be lonely. Let's start cultivating. I need to build my foundation in one go. Take out the item that Brother Ox gave me. Li Qingshan was filled with lofty sentiments. He immediately sat down and began cultivating, but a while later, he unintentionally frowned again. Even when he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, he could not help but frown. He was also unable to enter a good state of cultivation. At this time, Li Qingshan suddenly heard the clear and melodious chanting of scriptures. It was little Anne's voice. Anne sat before Li Qingshan with her legs crossed, counting the bone prayer beads in her hand. Scriptures poured out from her mouth, directly entering his ears. Although he was unable to understand the scriptures, Li Qingshan's heart gradually calmed down. He began to reflect on everything he had encountered after leaving the Crouching Ox village. The various scenes began to recede like a rewind, moving faster and faster. The various figures flashed past his eyes one by one. The various events were like spinning silk from a cocoon. Unknowingly, so many feelings of love and hatred had already lingered in his heart, but now, they were like cobwebs of dust, brushed away one by one. There were also existences that could not be brushed away so easily, such as Fu Qingjin and Han Qiongji. They were the hatred and love that ran deep in his heart. Whenever that happened, the scenes would become stuck, stopping. And chanting changed, and these scenes flashed past. Finally, he returned to the Crouching Ox village once more, returning to the small cowshed. The young man lay on the hay, sleeping soundly. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply. It sounded like a steam whistle, kicking up a fierce gust of wind in the spacious secluded dwelling. He opened his eyes. Like two cold stars, the light gradually faded and became as dark as a lake. Little Anne, how long has it been? About 3 years. 3 years, that's a long time. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. What he actually felt wasn't a long time, but a short time. In 3 years, plants would wither and grow 3 times, turning a child into a teenager. But to him, it was as short as the snap of a finger. There was no 60 years in the mountain, no time in the cave. This was a cultivator's definition of time. In these 3 years, he didn't just meditate and cultivate. After 3 to 5 days, he would chat with Little Anne and compete with him. He didn't find it boring at all. Instead, he felt it was very fulfilling. When they were together, they didn't sit down and discuss the Tao in a serious manner. What they talked about often had nothing to do with cultivation. However, when they looked at each other and smiled at each other, they knew each other very well. They were fellow Taoists, or perhaps even bosom friends. Vaguely, Yi Liusu seemed to have reported to his clone underground a few times, but the specific content was already blurred. 2 years ago, Little Anne clearly talked to him, but he could clearly remember every word. Any gains today? Little Anne asked. There's still confusion in my heart. Li Qingshan shook his head and put his hand on his chest. Right now, Li Qingshan's cultivation was not Qi training level 9, but level 10. He only used half a year to borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He opened up the governing vessel. Then, he started to organize the 12 main meridians, which were the 3 yang meridians of the hand, 3 yang meridians of the foot, 3 yin meridians of the hand, and 3 yin meridians of the foot. After 2 years of absolute focus on cultivation, he finally finished organizing them and broke through to Qi training level 10. In the last half a year, he had been working hard, trying to break through to Foundation Realm and get the thing oxen left for him. At first, Li Qingshan was very confident. Because he had a lot of true pill, he felt that even if he forced himself to use them, he could still reach Foundation Realm. But as his cultivation deepened, he realized that things weren't that simple. The path of human cultivation placed great importance on the cultivation of one's temperament. If there were shackles in one's heart, one would only achieve half the results with twice the effort. It had even become a great hindrance. That was why Wasengzan was unable to break through to the next level after such a long time. It was not because he was not talented enough. How could the Hua family lack true spirit pills? We have to face what we have to face. Little Anne. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. Let's come out of seclusion. Little Anne continued with a smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her smile was sweet. Although 3 years had passed, her figure had not changed at all. Seeing the light of day again, Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at the scenery of the lake and mountains. Nothing seemed to have changed much from 3 years ago. However, he could sense that the spell formation enveloping the 100 schools of thought was still there. It had become even more mysterious and powerful. Little and had to make a trip back to the school of Buddhism, while Xianxia went straight to the school of legalism. They arrived in front of an exquisite little building by the lake. That was Han Xiongji's residence in the school of legalism. For the past 3 years, he was most worried about her. He was afraid that she had encountered some mishap in the chaos of war. After cultivating to the 9th layer of the qi refining realm, he wanted to come out of seclusion. But on second thought, she might still be in seclusion. Even if she came out, with her family background, there would be people protecting her. So, he calmed down. But he had to admit that his state of mind had changed compared to when he was passionately in love. Thump, thump, thump. Xianxia knocked on the door. The sound of footsteps came from behind the door. Xianxia's emotions were slightly stirred, but when the door opened, he was slightly startled. Due to the envelopment of the formation, Xianxia did not purposefully investigate the aura in the building. However, the person who opened the door right now was not Han Xiongji, but a rather familiar disciple of the school of legalism, Wu General. Seeing Xianxia, Wu Gen was taken aback too. He said in a hurry, "You've come for Senior Sister Han, right? Senior Sister Han doesn't live here anymore." Xianxia's heart sank slightly. This was her residence. How could she give it to someone else so easily? You've already reached the 10th layer. Congratulations. Before Wu Gen could even finish, Xianxia had already taken off on a cloud, heading straight for the Great War Island of the School of the Military. At the same time, Little and returned to Ansrava Island to visit the One Thought Master. Senior Sister Little and, you've returned. A Buddhist disciple hesitated. In the end, he led her to the One Thought Master's meditation room. Passing through the familiar temple and pavilion, she sensed that the aura of life that had once been active in the Ansrava temple had decreased drastically. Abbot, Senior Sister Little and has emerged from seclusion. She has come to visit you. The way the monk referred to her left Little and rather strange. A skinny monk emerged from the meditation room. His expression was stern as he brought his palms together. Junior Sister Little and, long time no see. Mind enlightenment. If it were not for the fact that Little and possessed the ability to sense the aura of other people, she would have never connected the person before her to the tall and chubby primary disciple of the school of Buddhism, Mind Enlightenment. After Little and defeated Mind Enlightenment in a single stroke, he personally went to the cliffside cavern to meditate for 3 years. After a period of arduous cultivation, he finally broke through and established a foundation. To no surprise, he wore the abbot's kasaya. You don't need to be surprised. I'm the leader of the school of Buddhism now, the abbot of the Ansrava temple. As he said that, there was no complacency on Mind Enlightenment's face at all. Instead, uncontrollable sorrow surged out. Tea-master is already dead. How did he die? He was killed by demons. Mind Enlightenment's eyes widened like the furious glare of a guardian deity. Little and lowered her head. She had no idea what to say. Don't you feel sad at all? Mind Enlightenment asked loudly. Yeah. Little and was expressionless. Why you really are heartless. Mind Enlightenment pointed at Little and as his voice trembled. He was clearly truly furious. Little and did not explain anything. As the leader of the school of Buddhism, I don't think you're suited for the position of primary disciple. Mind Enlightenment bellowed out, shocking the entire Ansrava temple before leaving in a huff. Little and did not feel angry. She had never wanted to be some primary disciple of the school of Buddhism. She had done what she needed to do. It was time for her to go find Xianxia. She turned around quietly and made her way out. The Buddhist disciples who heard the disturbance rushed out, casting either surprised or disdainful gazes. Little and ignored all of this. She arrived in the forest of pagodas. There was a very new pagoda with the Dharma name One Thought below it. It could be regarded as a final memento. Little and remained expressionless. She took out a golden pearl and stared at it for a very long time. This was the guardian king's pearl that the One Thought Master had given her in the past. Please forgive me. I can't grieve for you, but if it's possible, I will avenge you. In the main martial arts stadium, Xianxia stood with his arms crossed on the stone platform, watching the military disciples train. Through the baptism of war, he had broken through to foundation establishment, but the price he paid was several near-death experiences. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw a cloud fly over. He said gently, "He's finally here." "Tie, do you know?" Xianxia also saw Xianxia. He sped over on the cloud. Xianxia adhered to his usual rule of silence and did not say any small talk. He handed a stack of letters to Xianxia. The letters were clearly written, to Xianxia, for Han Xiongji. Xianxia opened them one by one. The first letter was from 2 years ago. After reading through it, Xianxia stopped worrying. As it turned out, Han Xiongji had already left the 100 schools of thought 2 years ago, going to the Rui Commandery to continue cultivating with her uncle, Han Angua. Perhaps because she did not receive a reply, the letters gradually decreased. The last one was from 3 months ago. After reading through it, Xianxia had no idea what he was feeling. He felt relieved and melancholic, as well as a sliver of peace. Don't blame her. She waited for you for half a year. During one of the missions, she encountered a demon general and almost lost her life, Xianxia explained for once. Why would she carry out such a dangerous mission? Xianxia frowned. There are no missions that aren't dangerous anymore. Where are the others? Xianxia's gaze returned to the main martial arts stadium, and the pairs of eyes looked back at him. 3 years had passed, and these military disciples all had an austere aura around them. It reminded him of the personal guards he saw in the Han clan. Although it was just training, every one of them had a murderous look on their faces, as if they were facing a real enemy. However, there were only 300 or 400 people present. There were many unfamiliar, immature faces among them, and their cultivations were not particularly high. Moreover, their cultivations were not very high. Clearly, they had just joined. Even if they're dead, there are those who fled, Xianxia said. Xianxia gazed at the clear, blue sky. In a daze, he saw a colossal monster lurking above the 1,500 kilometers of clear river prefecture, silently devouring everything. The monster's name was War. The so-called no different from 3 years ago was a huge misunderstanding. Let alone what kind of person Han Anjuan was, with how stubborn she was, why would she flee from danger? Do you want a reply? Xianxia asked. Not for now. Xianxia thought about it and shook his head gently. From the latter part of the letter, she was doing very well right now. She was also making preparations for foundation establishment. It was best if he did not disturb her mental state right now and affect her cultivation. Moreover, who knew when they would meet again? 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. Even her mental state right now was different from the past, let alone many years later. Xianxia and Little and met outside Cloudwisp Island. Before they could even enter the bamboo loft on the island, a beautiful figure walked over. Xianxia could not help but frown when he saw her. Xianxia saw Little and, but her eyes lit up. She rushed over in a flash, crouched down, and grabbed Little Anne's hand. She asked, "Does it hurt?" Little Anne shook her head. Xianxia's smile became even more resplendent. She wanted to give Little Anne a hug, but she missed. "Xianxia, what have you come for?" Xianxia pulled Little Anne behind him. "You're still the same. Take out your Scarlet Wolf tablet. There's a mission." Xianxia took out the Scarlet Wolf tablet doubtfully. It flashed slightly, and sure enough, Hua Sengzan's voice came out from it. It was a little vague. "Xianxia, I heard that you came out of seclusion. I have a mission for you. It shouldn't be dangerous, but it's hard to say. Anyway, familiarize yourself with the situation first. Xianxia already knows about the mission. When you return, I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you." Hua Sengzan seemed to be busy. After saying these words in a hurry, there was no sound. "Do you want to come and experience it? It's our paradise." Xianxia smiled like a brightly colored poisonous snake. This was a small city 250 kilometers away from the Clear River Prefecture. It was called a small city, but it still had a population of several tens of thousands. As far as the eye could see, there was only a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The red blood soaked the ground, turning it black before being frozen by the winter. It was sticky and slippery. With each step Li Qingshan took, he would alarm countless crows and various unknown scavenging birds. However, what was even stranger was that there were no signs of enemies invading this place. A woman in an apron and wielding a cleaver plunged her cleaver viciously into a man's head. At the same time, the man retaliated right before his death, crushing her throat. His expression before his death was utterly furious, like he was facing his mortal enemy. From where they stood, they should have been husband and wife. The virtuous woman should have finished cooking and called for the man to eat. A regular soldier with a spear pierced the chest of an armored military officer. At the same time, 3 spears pierced him. They all wore the same attire, as if they were soldiers responsible for defending the city. Now, they had been reduced to a pile of ice-cold corpses. They had forgotten their responsibilities and killed one another. A child with a bun used a hemp rope as a belt around the neck of another child beside her. His head had caved in from the metal ball that was originally a toy in his hand. His dead face was filled with viciousness and killing intent that did not belong to a child. The bloodied metal ball rolled to one side. This was originally a very ordinary game between friends. Wives killing husbands, soldiers killing commanders, friends killing partners. It was like the people in the city had gone mad together, launching desperate attacks against the people around them in an attempt to drag them down with them. Li Qingshan could vaguely guess who had done this. He clenched his fists as his expression became rather ugly. "I thought you'd like it. Fortunately, it's winter. If it were summer, it'd be much more entertaining." Xianxia walked over from behind. "Doesn't anyone do anything about it?" There were in the beginning, but after being killed a few times, they all learnt their lesson. Who would sacrifice themselves for mortals that are no different from ants? Oh right. There was one a while ago. The one thought master came to deliver the masses from suffering. He challenged the rock demon, but he lost. The rock demon. Li Qingshan confirmed in his heart that there was no mistake. This was the power of the Stone of Slaughter. Strong stone had arrived here. He released his innate ability, causing everyone to fall into a frenzy and die. To a monster like him, massacring an entire city was not a difficult task. As long as Li Qingshan was willing, he could also cause a huge earthquake here and turn the entire city into ruins. You still don't know. Now, the demons were under the command of the stone fiends and blood fiends. They were great fiendish demons that had massacred countless cities. The cities that were massacred by the stone fiends were like this, while the cities that were massacred by the blood fiends were filled with corpses without a single drop of blood in their bodies. Whether it was the 100 schools of thought or the demon slayer, there aren't many who can fight against them. Then what are we doing here? What's there to investigate here? Collect the corpse. Collect the corpse? This is a good job, I can see that. Wasungzan takes good care of you. Look, what's that? Xianxia pointed forward. Under the setting sun, a swaying figure stood up. A survivor. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately rejected this idea. The figure was a burly farmer. His eyes were white, and his fangs protruded. His body had already turned green, and his entire body was surrounded by corpse aura. Suddenly, he turned his head and locked onto a trace of a living person's aura. He roared and pounced at Li Qingshan. A wooden cart blocked his way, but he smashed it into pieces. This is a zombie. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. Xianxia dashed forward, and a bronze hoop flew out of her hand. She smashed it on the zombie's head, and the zombie disappeared. The bronze hoop flashed and returned to her hand. There was a faint bloodstain on it, and it almost covered the entire hoop. The dead have great resentment. With a little refinement, they can be turned into corpse soldiers that can charge into enemy lines. The quality of the corpse soldiers produced in the cities that were massacred by the stone demons are especially good. Their murderous aura lingers for a long time, and they can even be turned into zombies and refined into corpse generals, Xianxia said with a sweet smile. One by one, the corpses crawled up from the ground. Under the setting sun, they howled, as if they were expressing their endless resentment. Li Qingshan was also shocked by the scene. The words that he wanted to criticize Qian Rongji were at the tip of his tongue, but he was rendered speechless. Everything that happened in front of him was partly his responsibility. Of course, he could defend himself by saying that it was the demon slayer who instigated all of this, that the war between humans and demons was inevitable, and that he was only a pawn. However, in front of the scene in front of him, all excuses became useless. Even if he was only responsible for 1 in 10,000, it was still as heavy as a mountain. Ignoring Li Qingshan's thoughts, Qian Rongji's footsteps were light, and she subdued the zombies one by one. Little and tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve, and revealed a worried expression. Li Qingshan patted her head, and quietly went to collect the corpses. A raccoon-like demon shuttled through the alleys, constantly changing directions. It avoided the bursting flames. A few fireballs flew above the city, illuminating the night sky. It was a few disciples of the Fire Cloud Gate, dressed in scarlet robes, chasing after it, unleashing fireballs that ignited the flames. Smoke rose from the city, and the flames spread. The noise and wails soared into the sky like smoke signals. Li Qingshan looked down from the sky, and he was shocked. From his point of view, it seemed like a few cultivators were setting the city on fire. Before he could complete the first mission, he received a second mission. There were traces of demons in the city, and he had to eliminate them. But when he arrived, he only saw this scene. Someone got here first. It's the Fire Cloud Gate, said Qian Rongji. What are they doing? Purging demons, of course. It's fine. When they succeed, we'll just kill them as well, and we'll even get a few hundred treasure pouches. Don't look at me like that. Even if they have the chance, they won't go easy on us. The 100 schools of thought lost so many disciples, and they didn't just die in the mouths of demons. The threat of the demon race did not unite the humans. Instead, it broke the original order, causing the conflict to become more intense. Although they did not have the bewitchment of the Stone of Slaughter, killing each other was already the norm. To be able to obtain a few hundred treasure pouches without any danger, no one would mind. After all, in this chaotic world, no one would look into it. Before Qian Rongji could finish her words, Li Qingshan flew down. Oh no! Senior brother, it escaped. The raccoon-like demon was extremely nimble. It turned a corner and disappeared. The Fire Cloud Gate's disciples followed it, and when they saw a small hole in the wall, they couldn't help feeling dejected. That was a beast core. At this moment, Li Qingshan descended from above. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect immediately raised their guards. Li Qingshan waved his hand and conjured a few water dragons, lunging towards the fire and putting out the spreading flames. The Fire Cloud Gate's disciples' faces immediately changed. This person was definitely not someone they could deal with. I wonder which senior brother has arrived? Why haven't I seen you before? The leader of the group was an 8th layer Qi refining realm disciple. He mustered his courage and went up to greet Li Qingshan. Seeing that Li Qingshan had appeared in public, it did not seem like he was going to kill them immediately. Did you guys catch that demon? Asked Li Qingshan as he stood on the roof. Nope, or I would have handed it over with both hands. Then do you know how many people you've killed? Li Qingshan gazed at the city in the distance. There were still wisps of green smoke rising into the sky. With his extraordinary hearing, he could clearly hear the many sobs and moans, flying into the night sky like weeping and complaining. In the blink of an eye, countless families had been destroyed. Even if Li Qingshan had a heart of stone, he couldn't remain indifferent to all of this. If we don't kill this demon, more people will die. On the other hand, the Fire Cloud Gate's disciple was more resolute than Li Qingshan. He then pretended to be compassionate and said, "Sigh, we didn't want this to happen either. But if we're not careful, we'll be taken advantage of by the demon." When humans and demons fought, most of them didn't fight in the wilderness, but in the city. Powerful demons would massacre the city to vent their anger, while weak demons would use the complicated terrain to hide and treat humans as food. It was a common occurrence. When they fought, they would prioritize their own lives. Why would they care about the lives of mortals? Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the Fire Cloud Gate's disciples flew out of the city as if they had been pardoned. They gradually turned into a few sparks of light, but they suddenly extinguished. Another mission, said Xianxia as she walked over from where the sparks were extinguished. Her collection of corpses had increased by a few more. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to her. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, like a statue in the darkness. What's wrong? After 3 years of seclusion, you've turned from a ferocious tiger into a timid cat? Xianxia smiled faintly. She thought that she could work with him more often, but his performance disappointed her. She was even angry that she took the risk to anger him. Little and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia raised her hands and shrugged, not saying a word. Thank you, great immortal. Thank you, great immortal. The commoners in the city gathered under the eaves, kowtowing, expressing their gratitude, and asking for help. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear to them, and the crowd soon dispersed. Unknowingly, a night had passed. The stars had faded, and the east was shining. At the corner of the wall, Xianxia, who was holding little Anne's hand and teasing her, suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan. Gradually, a familiar feeling came from him, causing her to tremble. The morning sun in the east gilded him with a layer of golden radiance. Let's go, little Anne. Let's go back. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. There was no longer a trace of confusion in his eyes, and it turned into determination. Little Anne leaped up and returned to his side, holding onto his finger. Mission, said Xianxia. Boring mission, go and do it yourself. Li Qingshan's expression was as if he had just woken up, with a bit of laziness. Leaving Xianxia behind, he took little Anne and flew away. A dream that lasted 3 years awakened at this moment. Xianxia looked up at him disappearing into the horizon, and suddenly smiled. This kind of you is still somewhat useful. In the high sky where the wind was raging, little Anne cast a questioning gaze over. I'm not you, I can't not help either side, and I can't end everything. I will go and bear my responsibilities, as a human, as a demon. Li Qingshan stared at the golden horizon, and the corner of his mouth curled up. There was a bit of sharpness and naivety in his smile. Vaguely, he was still that high-spirited young ranger. I'm not a very smart person, and I can't think of any good ideas. But, as long as both sides are killed, the war will stop. All right, I'll help you. At this moment, no one would know that a restless chess piece would truly enter the game. Moreover, no one could imagine what kind of changes his appearance would bring. Li Qingshan returned to Cloudwisp Island. Inside the bamboo house, he frowned as he heard a woman's moaning coming from Lu Chuanfeng's room. Could this guy be using the divine talisman of great creation for this kind of thing again? Li Qingshan said to little Anne, wait here. Then, he quickly stepped forward and kicked the door open. As expected, Lu Chuanfeng was entangled with a naked woman. The woman was so lifelike that even Li Qingshan could not tell whether she was real or not. Lu Chuanfeng turned around and saw Li Qingshan. He was pleasantly surprised and said, who is it? Qingshan, you really came out of seclusion. He had already reached Foundation establishment, but he could not hide the dispirited look on his face. His clothes were disheveled, causing Li Qingshan to frown. What the hell are you doing? Li Qingshan shouted coldly. In life, we should enjoy ourselves. Ah, let go of me, I'm your master. Before Lu Chuanfeng could finish speaking, Li Qingshan walked forward, grabbed Lu Chuanfeng's shoulders, and lifted him up. Master my ass. I've wasted my efforts to help you reach Foundation establishment, and you're wasting the power of wishes to do such despicable things. Lu Chuanfeng felt like his shoulders were about to split open. He did not dare to put on airs anymore and hurriedly said, she's a real person. She came from the building. She's not created by the power of wishes. Li Qingshan looked at the woman again and saw that her face was full of surprise. She had never seen a chi practitioner bully a Foundation establishment cultivator like this. He chased the woman away. Li Qingshan and Lu Chuanfeng sat down. When did you reach Foundation establishment? More than 2 years. How's the School of Novels? Qingshan. The School of Novels was finished. Nowadays, demons are running amok and bandits are running amok. Everyone is in a state of panic. Who would still have the mood to read those stories? Why would they want to take the risk to kill demons? Who knows when they might be killed? Xianxia, please spare me. Was all his hard work going down the drain? If it was before today, Xianxia would definitely sigh with emotion. But now. He grabbed Lu Chuanfeng's collar and lifted him up. You still have to write for me. At this time, I need your stories to inspire people. Good, good, good. Lu Chuanfeng was always a little afraid of this disciple. It had transcended cultivation itself. When Xianxia glared at him, he felt guilty and didn't dare to say anything else. As long as you understand. Xianxia left Lu Chuanfeng behind. Before he walked out of the door, he turned around and said, there will always be a turning point. 10th layer of Qi training. Xianxia, your cultivation speed is really shocking. In the evening, Huasengzan hurried back to Cloudwisp Island. When he saw Xianxia, his eyes brightened. Xianxia had broken through the 9th layer of Qi training. It was supposed to be the most time-consuming, but he was able to break through in 3 years, which made people look at him in a different light. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to successfully build his foundation and become a strong ally. I barely managed to get by. You've changed too. It seems that I've missed out on many things in these 3 years. Xianxia looked Huasengzan up and down. He saw that his handsome face had become more mature and experienced. You've seen everything you need to see. What do you plan to do next? Huasengzan's expression darkened. I'll do my part for the 100 schools of thought, Xianxia answered without hesitation. Let's go. We'll celebrate for you today. When I call Tie, the others won't be free. Even if we call them, you might not want to see them. The 3 of us will celebrate for you. We won't be slow, right? 3 foundation building cultivators celebrating for a Qi practitioner could be considered an extremely rare and generous treatment. If they didn't value friendship and righteousness, they wouldn't have done this. However, Xianxia shook his head and refused. There's no need. Do you think there are too few people? I want to celebrate with you after I build my foundation. Xianxia smiled. Now that he had made up his mind, he could attack the last hurdle. Build your foundation? Huasengzan raised his eyebrows. He considered himself a genius, but in order to build his foundation, he had spent a lot of effort. He didn't dare to talk about it so easily. Lu Chuanfeng, who was at the side, also raised his head in surprise. This disciple of his really dared to talk big. You want to go into closed-door meditation for another 3 years? Huasengzan said tentatively. He thought Xianxia wanted to retreat because he saw the dangerous situation at hand. This kind of thinking wasn't rare. Therefore, the 100 schools of thought had strict control over their disciples going into seclusion. However, he also felt that Xianxia wasn't that kind of person. This time, it won't take that long. Xianxia shook his head gently. At this time, Hantie descended from the sky. Without saying anything, he directly stuffed a letter into Xianxia's hand. Xianxia opened the letter with a puzzled look. There were only 9 words inside. Bastard, reply to me. You've informed her. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He read the 9 words several times, and his heart warmed. Her face suddenly became clear, as if she was cursing in his ear. She's my sister after all. Hantie said. Although they didn't seem like siblings at all, and at first glance, they seemed a little distant, the kinship of blood was thicker than water. It couldn't be cut off. I often forget about this. Xianxia put the letter into his pocket. Do you want to reply? Of course. Xianxia smiled. He was no longer confused, and all kinds of thoughts of running away were swept away. This was his responsibility as a man. Hantie handed a jade slip to Xianxia. What's this? Take a look and you'll know. Xianxia opened the jade slip and was momentarily speechless. The jade slip recorded a cultivation technique, Arts of the Boundless Ocean. You said that you wanted a cultivation technique that could fully activate ocean wielding, and this Arts of the Boundless Ocean was found by Uncle. Although it's missing the first half, she asked Uncle to fill in the rest, so it won't affect you too much. It's the most suitable cultivation technique for you. She told me to give it to you after you come out of seclusion. It's a surprise. Xianxia rubbed his sore nose. He had almost forgotten he had said something like that to her, yet she still remembered it. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. This was a deep affection that couldn't be cut off. Even if she didn't know his various secrets, how could her affection be false? Li Qingshan waved the jade slip in his hand and said, "If I don't reply, you don't plan on giving me this jade slip. Right?" Han Tie was silent for a long time and then said, "I'm her brother after all." Although every cultivator had their own thoughts and choices when it came to relationships, a heartless person was not worthy of her thoughts. Li Qingshan returned to his room and wrote a reply in a few strokes. He stuffed it into an envelope and handed it to Han Tie. "She wrote so many letters, and you only replied with a few words?" Hua Sengzan laughed. "She knows that I actually hate writing." Li Qingshan no longer had any shackles in his heart. To be continued. Happy New Year to everyone. Actually, he didn't like this kind of voiceover. He felt that for an author, if he wanted to say something, this novel was enough. However, since it was a speech for asking for votes, he might as well say something to be responsible for the readers. He had been considering whether he should write this part of the plot or not. If he did, he would be unhappy. However, if he didn't, he wouldn't be Li Qingshan. It wasn't the first time that he felt this way. In fact, as the main character, Li Qingshan had been losing his composure from the beginning until now. When he saw Gu Yenying, he fell in love with her at first sight. He should have been sitting still and looking straight ahead so that she would take the initiative to come to him. He had killed that Lord of Cherishing Flowers Island. He had deceived her feelings and even killed her. As a hero, he should have let him go and killed him when he was shot in the back. That would have been a wise and magnanimous act. Besides, he didn't kill those mortals. It was all the demon slayer's fault. What did it have to do with him? Why were you so conflicted? Even the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect next door were much more decisive than him. The most unforgivable thing was that he fell in love with Han Xianxia. She was just a normal woman with a personality problem. She was just a little prettier, liked him a little, and treated him a little better. What kind of touching love story did they have that moved him? Even if it was a virgin, he had to hold it in until the day he defeated Goddess Gu. The most unforgivable thing was that after 3 years, he had actually lost interest in her. As the main character, if he wasn't infatuated with her, he would be a scumbag. Even if they hadn't seen each other for 16 years, he should have used his left hand to stroke her. Alright, for online novels that focused on the sense of immersion, writing such a plot was no different from asking for trouble. Clearly, as long as the tip of the brush changed, everyone would be happy. Why bother? Why bother? However, Wang Xiaobo had said that writing novels was a process of asking for trouble. A more professional way of saying it was anti-entropy. To put it simply, it was laborious and unrewarding. Water flowed to higher places, while people walked to lower places. He deserved to never become a god. Even if he couldn't become a god, there was nothing he could do. Because this was the Li Qingshan that I wanted to write about. He would be emotional, make mistakes, be confused, and have flaws. After bearing all of these, he would become a legend and become a myth. After saying so much, I wasn't trying to defend myself. It was because I knew very well that my level wasn't high enough. Even if I had good ideas, I might not be able to perform them well. There were many scenarios that were better handled, and I would also make mistakes. But all I can do is follow this direction and work hard. I want to walk a path that is not a hipster, not a noob, but my own path. That's right, this is really a speech to express my gratitude for asking for votes. Although I'm embarrassed to ask for it too directly, I actually really want it. Yes, writing a vote solicitation speech was also an anti-entropy process. The commandery city of Rui, the great general's estate. Han Xiongji's brows were rather furrowed. That guy actually did not reply to her immediately after emerging from seclusion. Who knew what he was thinking? Cousin, are you thinking about that man of yours again? A petite girl around 14 or 15 years of age with her hair combed into a bun stood on a great oak tree that shaded the sun and giggled. Mimi, get down here. Han Xiongji raised an eyebrow. Cousin, people are fickle. Perhaps he's already fallen in love with someone else. Han Mimi leapt down and landed on Han Xiongji's back. She wrapped her arms around her neck and spoke like an elder. Don't talk nonsense. He's always been a little mysterious. Perhaps something has happened to him. Miss Xianxia, there's a letter. A caretaker had personally delivered a letter. Han Xianxia rejoiced inside. Suddenly, she felt like Han Mimi weighed a ton on her back, making it difficult for her to even move. Suddenly, it eased up again. Han Mimi flew over and received the letter. She giggled. Come after me. Give it back. Han Xianxia panicked. She lunged forward as hard as she could, but she missed. Han Mimi spun around and landed gracefully on the eaves. I can't catch him. Han Mimi's cultivation was also at the 10th layer. Her cultivation was deep, and her reactions were even faster than Han Xianxia's. Like a nimble monkey, she darted through the garden as she tore open the letter. What? It's just 2 words, and it's written so ugly. Han Xianxia's heart sank. She roared out, give it to me, or I'll tell Uncle. Oh my, she's really angry. If you can't catch him, you'll tell my father. How shameless. Han Mimi leapt over the eaves and vanished. The letter drifted through the air and landed in Han Xianxia's hands. Sure enough, there were only 2 words written on it. It was crooked and inked, wait for me. What's this supposed to be? Han Xianxia curled her lip, but her eyes were filled with smiles. She pressed the letter against her chest. Everyone, come and take a look. Online, cousin is thinking of a man. Han Mimi appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a copper gong in his hand, banging it fiercely as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Han Xianxia sighed. Since their cultivations were similar, they were arranged to cultivate together. It would be strange if they could cultivate peacefully like this. However, I won't wait for you. Do you think I deserve to wait for you just because I'm a woman? You should be the one waiting for me. Once I reach Foundation establishment, I'll return to the Clear River Prefecture. Although it was dangerous there, her family and her lover were there. Xianxia didn't go into seclusion again. Instead, he arrived outside the 100 Schools of Thought, by Dragon Snake Lake, within a secluded reed thicket. He gazed at the boundless Dragon Snake Lake, listening to the undulating waves. Although they couldn't reach the seaside, they could still feel the boundless ocean. He had already read through the first half of the arts of the boundless ocean countless times and obtained the rest of the technique. He no longer hesitated. He immediately began to cultivate. Slivers of Gui water true chi were converted into boundless true chi. Although it was also water, who knew how many times more turbulent it was? It was like the difference between a mountain stream and the waves of the ocean. Practicing the arts of the boundless ocean had a very high requirement on talent for the water element, but it posed no difficulty to Xianxia. After reaching the 3rd layer of the spirit turtle, he seemed to possess the bloodline of the spirit turtle. His talent for the water element had already surpassed the upper A standard when he tested for the 5 elements a long time ago. He could be described as the perfect person for practicing the arts of the boundless ocean. 10 days passed. Xianxia converted the last sliver of Gui water true chi in his body into boundless true chi. Just like its name, it really did feel boundless. He had finally caught a glimpse of the gateway to Foundation establishment. His mind was free of shackles, and his true chi was filled to the brim. In the end, he took out 10 true spirit pills and lined them up before him. All rivers return to the sea. Xianxia called out inside. His 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 principal meridians were like rivers, filled with true energy. All of a sudden, they began to flow backward into his sea of energy, causing massive waves to rise up in his sea of energy, making him feel as if he couldn't control them. The boundless true chi cultivated by the arts of the boundless ocean was extremely powerful, but at a time like this, it instead became the greatest test for a cultivator. If he could not control the surging true chi, it would burst through the dantian and destroy the cultivator. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. The spirit turtle's demon core shone brightly, instantly suppressing the violent sea of chi to a point where it could not even ripple. Afterwards, Xianxia began to ingest the first true spirit pill. As soon as the true spirit pill reached his stomach, it melted into a wondrous presence. It was like a droplet of divine water had fallen into his sea of chi, only to contaminate it immediately, leading to a startling change. The true qi became viscous and condensed. If he were a cultivator like Hua Sengzan or Han Tie who had remained at the 10th layer for a very long time, a single true spirit pill would be enough. However, Li Qingshan's cultivation time was still far too short at the end of the day. His accumulation and foundation were insufficient, and the boundless true qi was far too powerful. As soon as the effects of the true spirit pill were unleashed, they began to dilute. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately ingested a second true spirit pill to ensure that its effects would be continuous. Since normal methods were useless, he would use the most brutal method to break through this obstacle. Just like that, he ingested 9 true spirit pills in a row. Not a single strand of true qi flowed through his sea of qi anymore, as all of the true qi had been frozen like water. His sea of qi had become a sea of ice. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly, and he stowed the last true spirit pill away. The time had come. Cracks appeared on the sea of ice before it shattered loudly. An aura that was even purer and clearer rushed into the air. Ignoring the existence of his meridians, it rushed straight into Li Qingshan's mind. In that instant, the heavens were clear, and his mind was clear. Li Qingshan understood that he had finally opened up his sea of consciousness, which was also known as the Purple Palace or the spiritual field. From now on, he could use his divine sense and manipulate the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the manner of humans. However, this feeling was not foreign to Li Qingshan. Normally speaking, heavenly tribulations would descend at this moment. A strong gust of wind surged, pressing down on the reeds and causing the water to surge endlessly. Li Qingshan looked around, but as expected, there was no second heavenly tribulation descending. Although he could deceive humans and demons, he could not deceive the heavens. The heavenly tribulations would not be more or less, and they would treat everyone equally. Since Li Qingshan had already received it, it would not descend. Ever since the war between humans and demons began, the school leaders of the 100 schools of thought had held a routine meeting. The person in charge was no longer Lu Chongqing, but Wei Yangxing, who had also reached foundation establishment. Lu Chongqing had not died in battle. Instead, he focused on carrying out his duties as a prefect. Many new faces had appeared among the school leaders. In the past 3 years, many of the original primary disciples had taken the most important step in their lives, reaching foundation establishment. Reaching foundation establishment was difficult, but all those who could become primary disciples were talented prodigies. As long as they did not have too many mental shackles and were willing to spend enough time, they could always make it through. The leaders of the schools of legalism and the Han became Hua Sengzan and Han Tie, while Wang Puxi and Han Anjuan focused on the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard and the military. School leader Lu, I heard that Qingshan has already emerged from secluded cultivation. Why hasn't he come with you? Wei Yangxing asked with a frown before the meeting. Primary disciples would also listen in on the meeting of school leaders. Behind Wei Yangxing sat Chu Tian. Qingshan said he wanted to break through to foundation establishment. Before Lu Chuanfeng had even finished, Chu Tian sneered, "Don't tell me he's hiding again." Primary disciples did not have the right to speak on their own. However, Chu Tian had already reached the 10th layer, the highest realm of Qi practitioner. Moreover, in the past 3 years, he had made quite a name for himself with the power of the palm of the 5 elements. He had killed many demons. Even if he encountered regular demon generals, he could retreat with composure. He would definitely become a powerful foundation establishment cultivator in the future. They also knew he was narrow-minded, so no one was willing to offend him. Moreover, Chu Tian's words were also in line with the thoughts of many people. Who didn't know that Qi practitioners were no longer safe in this era? However, who hadn't walked through such an environment? Why could you go into secluded cultivation in peace, while others had to fight to the death? Breaking through to the 9th and 10th layers in 3 years? Is that considered fleeing? Lu Chuanfeng argued with a reddened face. Chu Tian, shut up. Wei Yangxing stopped Chu Tian, then asked, School leader Lu, Qingshan has only reached the 10th layer of Qi practitioner not long ago, right? He has to continue preparing for foundation establishment. How long will that take? Don't tell me it's another 3 to 5 years? Can you persuade him that cultivation doesn't necessarily have to be in seclusion? Right now, the 100 schools of thought are in need of manpower. If he does this, it won't be a good influence. Regular disciples will have objections. What a pair of fleeing Mandarin ducks, said a middle-aged man with a stout face and silk clothes in a strange tone from the corner. Regular disciples were not the only ones who had objections. School of Miscellany's head, Go Dai, also had objections. School of Miscellany was the same as School of Novels. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy and were not good at fighting. In the chaos of war, the already small number of disciples had lost many more. And the primary disciple he had high hopes for had died in the hands of demons last year. Now, he had to stand side by side with a bunch of juniors, which made him feel terrible. Hearing Li Qingshan's words made him angry. If his disciple had also been in seclusion, how could he have died? Han Xiongji had left and Li Qingshan was in seclusion. Therefore, the 100 schools of thought had the disparaging nickname of fleeing Mandarin ducks. Senior, please don't insult my family. Han Tie raised his eyebrows and said coldly. All the disciples of the 100 schools of thought are like this. School leader Han, you can kill them all. Go Dai's anger had not dissipated, but his voice had softened a lot. Qingshan has his own plans. If the 100 schools of thought could have one more foundation establishment cultivator, wouldn't it be far better than a 10th layer Qi practitioner? Let's continue to discuss our next strategy. Hua Sengzan stood up and tried to mediate. I don't think so. Why don't we calculate who killed more demons? Chu Tian felt very upset when he heard this. The other primary disciples were also unconvinced. They had been in the 100 schools of thought for a longer time than Li Qingshan. Why was he treated differently? Hua Sengzan was about to speak when he suddenly felt a huge aura rushing over from afar. It was a foundation establishment cultivator. The room fell silent. Had one of the original family heads returned? But this aura did not seem to belong to any of them. It came so quickly. While he was thinking, the aura descended from the sky and the door suddenly opened. Li Qingshan strode in and looked around. He came to a corner and sat down behind Lu Chuanfeng. Everyone was stunned. Lu Chuanfeng twisted his body and looked at him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped himself. Hua Sengzan's eyes shone brightly. He really succeeded. From when they first met until now, it had been less than 10 years. He had gone from a penniless member of the Jianghu to a foundation establishment cultivator who ruled over an entire region. Moreover, it was under the circumstances that he did not have a clan to back him up. This was the so-called truth of the world. Du Yening had specially instructed him. By the looks of it now, she really had a good eye for talent. The leader of the school of miscellany, Go Dai, widened his eyes. He was speechless. This was because the aura that Li Qingshan gave off was vaguely even stronger than his. It did not seem like he had just reached foundation establishment at all. This was obviously due to the effects of the arts of the boundless ocean, but more importantly, it was due to Li Qingshan's extraordinary talent from cultivating the third layer of the spirit turtle. After reaching foundation establishment, the strength of a cultivator's aura no longer depended on the strength of their own spiritual energy. More importantly, it focused on their connection with the spiritual qi of the world. Li Qingshan knelt there casually, but his aura was like the waves of the ocean, surging endlessly. He resonated with the world and was one with nature. The other newly advanced foundation establishment cultivators present felt a faint sense of oppression in front of him. What are you all looking at me for? If you have something to say, go on. I want to hear it too. Li Qingshan smiled. He was not as overjoyed as regular cultivators after reaching foundation establishment. He had already sensed this extraordinary power when he transformed into a demon general. He had only come this time to understand the situation so that he could decide where he should go next. Qingshan, you really did it. Lu Chuanfeng lunged over and grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. He was filled with joy, seeming even happier than Li Qingshan. Qingshan, this is fantastic. This way. Our Bai clan has another foundation establishment cultivator. Wei Yangxing said with a smile. Behind him was Chu Tian. Behind him, Chu Tian clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In terms of cultivation speed, he actually lost to a country bumpkin. But no matter how arrogant his temperament was, he still didn't understand the difference between foundation building and ore refining, so he didn't dare to casually provoke him again. The other patriarchs also came up to congratulate him. Godai's round face was also filled with smiles, and he warmly talked about the old days after they parted. Only the head of the school of Buddhism, Mind Enlightenment, furrowed his brows. He sat still. He had just removed Little and from the position of the first seat of Buddhism, and the two of them had a close relationship. Everyone in the 100 schools of thought knew it. He was afraid that he had deeply offended this person. Senior apprentice brother Mind Enlightenment, you've come out as well, Li Qingshan said. Congratulations, junior martial brother, on successfully establishing your foundation. Mind Enlightenment put his palms together and bowed in return. From today onwards, Little and is no longer a member of the Buddhist school. He will continue to follow me and will no longer receive the Buddhist school's medicinal pills. I believe there will definitely be retribution for the One Thought Master's blood feud. My condolences, senior brother. Li Qingshan had heard about the One Thought Master from Little and had said nothing, but Li Qingshan had already made up his mind. In the past, Little and had received a lot of care from the One Thought Master, so all of the pills she received ended up in his mouth. Li Qingshan was not exactly particularly saddened by the One Thought Master's death, but he had to clearly explain the kindness he had shown so that he had a clear conscience. Ba, Mind Enlightenment chanted and lowered his head silently. Leaving the 100 schools of thought had never been easy. Only with Li Qingshan's current cultivation did he have the right to say something like that. The other school leaders would not object either. And, Little and had already been accepted as a disciple of the Annihilum Light Chan Master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. His status far surpassed that of a disciple of the school of Buddhism. Li Qingshan's gaze landed on an empty seat. That was originally the seat of the school leader of the School of Medicine, as well as the primary disciple of the School of Medicine. Both of them were empty. Hua Sengzan said, Ru Xian has also succeeded with foundation establishment. She's currently the leader of the School of Medicine, but she spends most of her time treating the sick and injured, so she doesn't usually attend these meetings. Li Qingshan nodded. Senior Brother Wei, can you explain the current situation to me? It was getting late, and the meeting dispersed. The news of Li Qingshan's success with foundation establishment caused an uproar in the 100 schools of thought. However, he personally turned down the celebratory banquet and left the 100 schools of thought with Little and, arriving in a desolate valley. The moon was hazy, and the grass was luxuriant. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered. He felt rather excited inside, eager to try it out. Foundation establishment was not particularly impressive to him, but it held great significance. He calmed down and found a cave to enter. Then he used a few formation scrolls to seal off the surroundings. Only then did he take out a ring from his bosom. It was the Soaring Dragon Elder Sumeru ring. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and gripped the Sumeru ring in his hand. The item that Oxen had left for him was inside. Just what was it? A super powerful arcane treasure? A super pill? Or perhaps it was just a joke, a form of reluctance. Raising the ring, Li Qingshan and Little An's hands crossed. Under Little An's gaze, Li Qingshan slowly put the ring on his finger. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and channeled spiritual chi into it. The ring gradually glowed, illuminating the pitch-black cave. Li Qingshan's heart leapt. This was the first time something like this had happened. Li Qingshan released his divine sense again, sending it deep into the Sumeru ring. However, it was obstructed by a force, unable to enter. In the boundless sea of knowledge, he saw a huge golden dragon entrenched, unmoving. This was the will that the Soaring Dragon Elder had left on it. Only by erasing it could he truly make the Sumeru ring his own. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He had finally seen the door. Now, all he had to do was break it open. He immediately used his divine sense to attack the golden dragon. The moment he touched it, the golden dragon abruptly awakened and let out a long roar. It was as if a huge gale had been set off, and the entire sea of knowledge had been shaken. The soul sense that Li Qingshan had released was basically ripped to shreds in an instant. He felt dizzy, and the world around him spun. He had never expected the will left behind by the Soaring Dragon Elder, who had died many years ago, to possess such power. To Foundation establishment cultivators, the Sea of Knowledge was even more important than the Sea of Qi. If the Sea of Qi was destroyed, there was still a chance to rebuild it, but if the Sea of Knowledge was destroyed, the best outcome would be becoming an idiot. Li Qingshan was not completely unprepared. He bellowed out inside, "The spirit turtle suppresses the seas." A turtle shell no different from the demon core appeared in his Sea of Knowledge. In the beginning, it was only the size of a grain of rice, but it rapidly grew as it gathered the scattered soul sense. Before long, the huge turtle shell hovered in his Sea of Knowledge, forcefully suppressing all of the chaos. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, and his mind cleared up. Afterwards, he said nothing more and sent the spirit turtle hurtling towards the golden dragon. Boom! A thunderous rumble rang out in his head, giving him a splitting headache. After who knew how long, the rumbling stopped just now. Li Qingshan had already retracted his soul sense. He saw that the spirit turtle had already shrunk, and the golden dragon had dimmed slightly too. Fortunately, the will left behind by the soaring dragon elder could only retaliate based on his instincts and would not take the initiative to attack. This gave him enough time to catch his breath and also reminded him that he had to be extremely cautious in this aspect when he fought with others in the future. Although his spiritual energy and body were powerful after practicing the arts of the boundless ocean, he did not have any improvements in terms of the senses of his soul. It was said that the cultivation methods of Moism mainly practiced this aspect so that they could control even more powerful puppets. However, perhaps due to practicing the three abilities of the ox demon and the turtle, Li Qingshan's Sea of Knowledge became extremely powerful as soon as it was established. It recovered quickly too. When the spirit turtle returned to its original size, Li Qingshan urged it to collide with the golden dragon again. Boom! There was another great rumble. The cycle repeated for who knows how many times. The golden dragon had already dimmed, reduced to a tenth of its original size. However, as it constantly recovered, the spirit turtle grew slightly larger instead. Li Qingshan pushed forward with a spurt of energy, and the spirit turtle smashed down. The golden dragon let out another roar, but it was so weak that it seemed like a whale on the brink of death. It writhed uncontrollably. There was a flash from the Sumeru ring, and the shackles that stopped Li Qingshan finally vanished. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he was about to open the Sumeru ring and find what oxen had left for him. A man with two horns on his head appeared out of nowhere, sitting on the spirit turtle with his back towards him. Li Qingshan had only seen the figure once, but it seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. It was even more lofty than a mountain. Li Qingshan exclaimed in joy, "Brother Ox! You're finally here." Oxen's voice was like a great bell, ringing through Li Qingshan's consciousness. However, it did not make Li Qingshan feel the slightest discomfort. "Don't tell me you've been hiding and spying on me all this time." Li Qingshan did not doubt that oxen would have such a vile interest. He had been doing this for over a decade as an ox. "Kid, don't even think about it. This is just a strand of my wool that I left behind. I can't be bothered with what you do. Your 10 years are as short as a day to me. Then why did you leave in such a hurry? Why didn't you accompany me for a day or two? That way, I can continue to listen to your teachings. If I'm accidentally killed by someone, you'll have wasted this one day." Li Qingshan had thought that oxen would say, "I have plenty of time." Even without Li Qingshan, there's still Zhang Qingshan and Wang Qingshan. However, oxen said, "Then I'll have to find you in the 6 paths of reincarnation and spend another day. Don't doubt yourself. No matter who says that you're an insignificant character, just treat it as bullsh*t. Then can you tell me, why did you choose me?" Li Qingshan pondered. Could it be that he had some kind of extraordinary talent? Or perhaps he was the reincarnation of some great expert. "Because I believe in you, even though you're just an ordinary kid with some innate wisdom." At this time, Oxen's figure flickered. "I'm leaving. Continue forward, kid. Don't make me look for you in the 6 paths of reincarnation. That will take a lot of time. I don't have too much time. I hope this isn't the last time we meet." As he spoke, Oxen's figure gradually faded away. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. "Then how much time do I have?" "About 1,000 days. Li Qingshan said in relief. "Then don't worry and wait. Although I'm just an ordinary kid, I'm not that useless. If I can't achieve anything in 10,000 years, I'll go commit suicide. Oh right, where's the thing you left me? Isn't it already in your heart? P.S. New Year's Day is so busy, relatives and friends, eating and drinking. But it's finally over. I'll continue to advance to the 9 heavens. Hey, don't think that you can fool me just because you look profound. Li Qingshan was stunned. He reached out and passed through Oxen's body. Oxen tapped Xiaochen's forehead with a finger. As he laughed, he vanished like a dream. Li Qingshan immediately felt something in his sea of consciousness. However, he did not have time to think about it, because the moment Oxen turned around, he saw many wounds crisscrossing on Oxen's chest. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why Oxen did not turn around. He could not help feeling lost. Right now, Xiaochen could not estimate Oxen's strength. Who could inflict such severe injuries on him? Also, who was the one who chopped off the ox horn? Why didn't you tell me? Because even if you told me, it would be useless. Little and held the hand of Li Qingshan's previous body and asked with concern. Li Qingshan looked up. His gaze seemed to pierce through the earth, the fog, the clouds, and the sky, all the way to the 9 heavens. After a long time, he lowered his head and smiled. It looks like we have to hurry. I just saw Brother Ox again. It looks like he needs us. Suddenly, the 9 heavens was no longer an empty promise. That was because the one who gave him everything and believed that this ordinary Xiaochen was not a minor character was waiting for his help. I'll accompany you, Little and said seriously. Of course. Li Qingshan withdrew his soul sense and returned to his sea of consciousness. All he saw was that in the boundless darkness, dark figures had appeared. Was that what Brother Ox left for him? The spiritual sense that had condensed into a spirit tortoise dissipated and returned to Li Qingshan's original appearance. Xiaochen roamed the sea of consciousness and arrived among the shadows. He counted them carefully. There were a total of 8 shadows. They looked like the silhouettes of various animals. Li Qingshan was most familiar with one of them. Wasn't that an ox? Li Qingshan stretched out his hand and touched that silhouette. That silhouette immediately lit up. A demonic ox stood tall, its back arched like a mountain. The blood vessels in his body expanded, as if they were releasing a steady stream of energy. Li Qingshan was even more familiar with the message that was transmitted from it. Wasn't this the ox demon's fist of great strength? Li Qingshan was overjoyed. In other words, these 8 shadows were 8 divine abilities. Then, he found the tiger and the tortoise, but he felt that something was missing. No, not 8, it should be 9. This feeling came from nowhere. Yet, it was so intense. The ox suddenly said, "That's right, this divine ability is called the 9 transformations of demons and gods, and it's something I've spent my entire life cultivating." Kid, can you comprehend a little? How many transformations you can cultivate will depend on your own ability. Brother Ox, you haven't left yet. Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. The ox remained silent, as if it was a dead object. These were the last words that Oxen left behind when he imprinted the 9 transformations of demons and gods into his sea of consciousness. However, he did not explain why it was called the 9 transformations of demons and gods, and why there were only 8 transformations here. However, Li Qingshan could no longer care about that. He looked around at the 8 silhouettes, and his heart was filled with shock. He finally understood why he always felt that the divine ability that Oxen had taught him was nowhere near as wondrous as the path of white bone and great beauty. As it turned out, he had not even truly mastered the first transformation of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, the ox demon transformation. If he could master all 9 transformations, what would Fu Qingjin be worth mentioning? What would the Sword Collection Palace be worth mentioning? It was not that he had to go beyond the 9 heavens, but that the 9 provinces could not contain his existence. Brother Niao had really left him something incredible. Li Qingshan calmed himself down and completely immersed himself in the ox demon transformation. The profound and supreme principles it contained were far more profound and complicated than what Oxen had explained to him in the past. However, back then, he was limited by his own ability to comprehend, so he could only give a rough explanation. He could just barely advance to the next level of cultivation. At this moment, when he carefully comprehended it, he suddenly felt enlightened, especially the aura that the ox demon statue gave off. It was his best teacher. As he comprehended the cultivation method, he subconsciously imitated the ox demon's movements. From Little An's perspective, Li Qingshan's muscles rose and fell like waves, vibrating in a strange manner and radiating with a startling aura. Li Qingshan suddenly found it rather strange. As his comprehension of the ox demon transformation gradually deepened, he did not sense boundless power or the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Instead, he felt a deep sense of sorrow and helplessness. A mantra suddenly appeared in his mind. Ox demon's great strength sinks in the mud. When Li Qingshan looked at the ox demon statue again, he immediately felt that it was very different. It was still the indomitable ox demon with boundless strength. Now that it was stuck in the mud, it had boundless strength but could not use it. It was all in vain, like a hero at the end of his road, a tyrant wringing his hands. Li Qingshan shook his head and touched the tiger silhouette flapping its wings beside his right hand. A ferocious tiger roaring at the sky seemed to leap out of the darkness. Its baleful aura and murderous intent soared into the sky. This startled Li Qingshan, and then he was overjoyed. This was the second transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and god, the tiger demon transformation. It loved to fight, loved to kill, and could destroy the world. Even the strong stone, known as the Rock of Slaughter, was like a child's play in front of this tiger demon. Li Qingshan immediately discovered that the tiger demon transformation Brother Ox had given him was even more severely lacking. He had basically purposefully neglected certain important parts. As a demon of slaughter, the tiger demon should have been even more powerful. However, when Li Qingshan focused his mind and comprehended the realm within, a frenzied killing intent immediately took over his mind. He actually felt an urge to kill everything in the world. Suddenly, another mantra appeared. Tiger demon forges the bones, frenzied heart. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of suppression in a hurry and suppressed the sudden killing intent. He suddenly became covered in a layer of cold sweat. He knew that if Brother Ox had taught him according to the original version right from the beginning, he would have become a bloodthirsty madman already. When he looked at the tiger demon statue again, it was a completely different sight. Its eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent, like a madman. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Since it was known as the 9 transformations of the demonic and god, these two were the demonic path. The spirit turtle was basically a god. He casually pressed his hand against the silhouette of the spirit turtle, and the spirit turtle appeared. 5-colored light shone brilliantly like silk. On its back, profound inscriptions crisscrossed, constantly displaying the changes of fortune and misfortune. It was the complete opposite of the aura of the tiger demon and ox demon. It was holy and noble, wise and tranquil. Although it was also a beast, it could not be described as a demon, much less a demon. Instead, it was an otherworldly god. Li Qingshan comprehended the will within and immediately felt like his mortal heart had become empty. Instead of depleting all his strength and fighting endlessly against others, he would be better off just sitting there and observing the changes of fate. Qingshan. Qingshan. When Li Qingshan comprehended the ox demon transformation and became sorrowful, little and did not worry. When Li Qingshan comprehended the tiger demon transformation and became filled with killing intent, little and only showed concern. But at this moment, Li Qingshan's expression was serene and tranquil, peaceful and distant. However, Xiaoan's expression changed drastically. He quickly went forward and shook his shoulder. He went up in a hurry and shook his shoulder, calling out his name. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. His gaze was as tranquil as still water. Some of his emotions and lust had faded away. He was so clear that it was chilling. When he saw Little N's face clearly, he gradually developed intense emotions, like he had thrown a few buckets of paint into a clear pool of water. Li Qingshan rubbed his head and shook his head with a bitter smile. Originally, he thought he would be a little safer after comprehending the spirit turtle transformation, so he relaxed and became careless. Never did he think that the gods would mislead him even more than the demons. Suddenly, he understood that even though the spirit turtle had suppressed the ox demon and tiger demon all these years, it had never been able to purge the endless demonic nature within them. If he only practiced the spirit turtle transformation, his personality would definitely change drastically. he would become a true cultivator with a pure heart and few desires. It was exactly because of the conflict between gods and demons that he managed to retain his humanity just now, allowing him to remain the same Li Qingshan. The third mantra also appeared in his head. For once, it was an auspicious one. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas, omens good and bad. The complete cultivation method of the three transformations had benefited Li Qingshan tremendously. If he could spend some time and comprehend it carefully, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine were not like regular cultivation methods, where he had to cultivate them layer by layer. Instead, he had to weave through them. Every single transformation was connected to each other in detail. Li Qingshan immediately thought, in other words, can I learn the 4th transformation? Since Brother Ox has chosen to give me this cultivation method at a time like this, it shouldn't be a problem. Li Qingshan raised his hand before lowering it again. The 4th transformation had to be the divine transformation. If he accidentally chose the demonic transformation, the spirit turtle transformation would not be able to suppress his demon chi, and his mind might be irreparably affected. After considering the 5 remaining shadows for a while, Li Qingshan's gaze landed on one of the shadows on the spirit turtle. According to the order, this should be the one after the spirit turtle transformation. The shadow was a huge bird that flapped its wings and dragged its long tail as it soared into the sky. Its posture was graceful. Even though it was just a black silhouette, it gave off a glorious and magnificent feeling. Li Qingshan no longer hesitated. He placed his hand on it, and a clear cry rang through his sea of consciousness. It was grand, and graceful. Li Qingshan had heard countless musical instruments and countless songs before, but none of them could compare to this cry. It was like a grand symphony, condensing the most magnificent notes. The phoenix. Li Qingshan gazed at the soaring phoenix for a very long time. It was so magnificent and noble. At first glance, it seemed like a ball of fire. The phoenix was the leader of all birds, the king of all birds. Even among regular people, it was a divine bird that resounded like thunder. Legend had it that it possessed the 5 virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. It did not perch unless it was a Chinese parasol tree, and it did not drink unless it was morning dew. Every time it died, its body would ignite in flames, and it would be reborn from the ashes. It would obtain an even more beautiful figure and an even more powerful life force. It was known as the phoenix's nirvana. This cycle repeated until it attained eternal life. Although the spirit turtle's lifespan was limited, the phoenix was truly an immortal bird. The phoenix circled around and slowly landed on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Only then did Li Qingshan realize that the other shadows had already disappeared. Perhaps it was because he had already made his choice. The phoenix pecked gently with its vermilion beak, and a tremendous amount of information was injected into Li Qingshan's body. It was the Phoenix Transformation, also known as the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. P.S. The outline is almost done. It's enough for me to write 100,000 words. I guarantee that I'll fill in all the holes. It'll be exciting enough. However, I'm going to put in a lot of effort this time and come up with an outline that can write 1,000,000 words. Otherwise, you guys will say that I have no integrity. Finally, congratulations to the leader of the Enan Alliance. Thanks for being late. To be continued. Li Qingshan stroked the phoenix's feathers gently. The phoenix was not particularly large, but it was shameless. Its long tail feathers trailed down gracefully, giving it an indescribable sense of dignity and nobility. The mantra of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva entered Li Qingshan's mind. At the same time, he comprehended its true meaning. It was the phoenix's noble and pure heart that cherished its feathers. It was different from the spirit turtle's tranquil state of mind. It was like an ancient sage. When the phoenix flies, the world is at peace. As a result, Li Qingshan also obtained the 4th mantra, the phoenix's nerva, calamity and chaos. The school of Taoism had the art of praying. It was divided into 2 parts. The praying prayed for blessings, while the praying for calamities. The phoenix possessed the power of nerva and an undying heart. Even if it faced a great crisis of life and death, it would not fear it, let alone a mere calamity. As Li Qingshan was moved, he could not help but sigh in amazement. Why is it that the ox demon and tiger demon are both gloomy and malicious, while the spirit turtle and phoenix are both pleasant and auspicious? Brother Ox, who created this ability, is a demon at the end of the day. And these 8 abilities belong to the 4 gods and 4 demons, so where does the last one belong? Suppressing his various questions, Xianxia calmed his mind and comprehended the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Afterwards, he opened his eyes. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. The spirit turtle was of water, while Xianxia's cultivation was all of the water attribute. However, the phoenix just happened to be of fire, while the spirit turtle was submerged in the deep sea, while the phoenix danced in the 9 heavens. One was quiet, while the other was agile. Their habits were polar opposites. The saying that water and fire complemented each other and moved as one wasn't strange in the cultivation world, but that was only for ordinary cultivators. These 2 types of divine beasts possessed extremely pure characteristics, and if one wanted them to be compatible with each other, then it would be extremely difficult. It was basically a fantasy to make them compatible. After cultivating for a few hours, Xianxia temporarily gave up. The wilderness was not a place for cultivation. He would think about it after he was done with what he had to do and return to the 100 schools of thought. Xianxia's thoughts landed on the summer ring again. His eyes gradually lit up. It shone. It contained all of the soaring dragon elder's possessions, various spirit artifacts, magic tools, elixirs, spirit stones, and talismans. There was bound to be an astonishing number, even to the current him. It was also a huge fortune. Putting everything else aside, as long as he could obtain the pills within, it would not be a problem to push his cultivation to the next level. Xianxia and Little and looked at each other and injected spiritual energy into it. As they probed it with their divine senses, the summer ring opened up with a bang, revealing an unimaginably large space. It was dazzling and sparkling with spiritual light. Before Xianxia could take a closer look, a beam of golden light shot towards him. Soaring Dragon Sword. Xianxia had a very deep impression of this sword. The body of the sword was like the body of a dragon, and the hilt was like the head of a dragon, densely covered with golden scales. It shone brightly, and at first glance, it looked like a living dragon. Now, the sword had truly come to life. It flew out of the summer ring and shot towards Xianxia. It was as fast as a golden bolt of lightning, as if it wanted to avenge its master. The sword thrummed like a dragon's roar. With this unexpected turn of events, even Xianxia was rather taken aback. Little and was a few steps away, so he was unable to save him in time. Clang! In the nick of time, the spirit turtle's profound shell rose up and blocked the soaring dragon's sword. Before Xianxia could even catch his breath, he saw the soaring dragon's sword leap up and take off into the air like a startling dragon. Catch it! It's trying to escape. Xianxia called out and leapt up, but he was still slightly slower than the soaring dragon's sword. It pierced through the formation and the rock. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The soaring dragon sword's assassination had failed, so it was like a supreme swordsman risking its life for an assassination. If its attack failed, it would flee into the distance. Never did Xianxia imagine that a sword would actually possess such intelligence. It was completely unimaginable. Clang! A bone sword swept out horizontally and knocked the soaring dragon sword away. The soaring dragon sword circled around a few times before fleeing in another direction. The 12 skull prayer beads flew about, surrounding the soaring dragon sword. The soaring dragon sword shone brightly, and the dragon's roar became even more intense. With clangs and clangs, it knocked away the skull prayer beads, but it immediately became much more sluggish. As it turned out, the 12 skull prayer beads had turned into 12 finger-sized skeleton demons that hugged the soaring dragon sword firmly. The skeleton demons all possessed startling strength. They could split apart mountains and shatter rocks, surpassing regular demon generals. However, the soaring dragon sword could still move about freely, slithering about in the cave like a golden snake. Every time it was stopped by Little and, it would become more and more frantic. This continued until a huge hand gripped the hilt firmly. The ox demon trembled, and the spirit turtle suppressed. The soaring dragon sword let out a long and sorrowful cry before being sent back into the summer ring and sealed up. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, but he suddenly felt a hint of unease. A lone mountain pierced through the clouds, like a lone island in the sea of clouds. Below it, not a single inch of land was connected to the ground. It just hovered in the air, aloof and proud. This was the famed sword collection peak of the sword collection palace. The cliffs of the mountain were covered in swords, either swallowed by rust or entangled by vines. They seemed ordinary and unremarkable. This mountain had hidden away all of their sharpness, quietly waiting for their next master. In the forest of swords, there were many sheath-like grooves left behind because the swords had been drawn. The moment the soaring dragon sword flew out of the Sumera ring, the sword collection peak seemed to respond. One of the grooves suddenly shone with dazzling light, scattering the clouds as if a mother was calling for her son's return. Every single sword would automatically return to the sword collection peak after their new master died. However, even when the light dispersed, the soaring dragon sword still had not returned. The entire sword collection palace was alarmed. On the main peak of the sword collection palace, a middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Invite the divining elder." The middle-aged man's face was ancient, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. Before him was a map that encompassed the 9 provinces. He drew an invisible line on the map with his gaze. If someone were to compare it, they would discover that the angle of the line was exactly the same as the line of light from the sword collection peak. With a few coughs, a white-robed, white-haired old man stepped into the palace with a strange sword in his hand. He seemed like he was on the verge of collapse, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, every single step he took was extremely firm. "Greetings, Palace Master." When the middle-aged man saw the divining elder's appearance, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, as the divining elder had not been like this a few years ago. In order to find the soaring dragon elder's murderer, he had triggered the heavenly secrets, but he had touched something and suffered a backlash from the heavenly secrets. In a single night, his hair and beard had all turned white, and he fell unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. When he woke up, the only thing he said to the middle-aged man quietly was, "No matter what it is, it's not something that anyone in the world can deal with. I'd advise you to stop looking into it for now, Palace Master. There might be a turn for the better in the future." "Is there a turn for the better now?" the middle-aged man asked. Clang! The divining elder drew the sword of divination, and his bearing changed drastically. His eyes became as deep as the ocean, and the sword of divination split into black and white along the spine. The 8 trigrams on the hilt revolved rapidly, and the black and white merged into chaos. A moment later, the Tianji sword flew up and the tip of the sword landed steadily on the 9 provinces map, right on the line drawn by the middle-aged man in his heart. His eyes suddenly lit up, and the entire palace seemed to darken. Or the Clear River Prefecture? At noon, Fu Qingjin landed on a barren mountain. The surrounding grass was luxuriant, dyed golden by the sunlight and swaying with the autumn wind. It was bleak and tranquil. Fu Qingjin focused 120%. This was where the soaring dragon sword had appeared. The divining elder's stern tone in the message prevented him from being careless at all. Very soon, he sensed the abnormalities in the spiritual qi of the world. Fu Qingjin found his way into a cavern. The cavern was not very deep, so he reached the end very soon. It was already empty, but he could sense that someone had once cast down a formation here. A streak of golden light descended from the sky, landing in Fu Qingjin's eyes. Through the crack, he could see the sky outside. "That's right, it's here." The soaring dragon sword had failed to escape, but the sword chi had already pierced the ceiling. Fu Qingjin closed his eyes. As the sun set, the streak of sunlight vanished in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjin snapped open his eyes. First of all, he was not particularly powerful. He was not at the second heavenly tribulation at the very least. Otherwise, he would have been suppressed before the soaring dragon sword could even unleash its sword chi. Secondly, he should have been a foundation establishment cultivator. Demon generals could not open the Sumera ring, and he was not weak either. Furthermore, his strength was not weak. Otherwise, it would not have been easy to suppress the soaring dragon sword. The only problem was, did he obtain the Sumera ring by chance, or was he connected to the soaring dragon elder's death? There were only around 100 foundation establishment cultivators in the Clear River Prefecture. As long as he investigated the location of these people when the soaring dragon sword appeared, then he would definitely be able to find some clues through elimination. Absolute hermit cultivators did not exist among cultivators. It was difficult to hide in the world. In particular, this was even more true for Foundation establishment cultivators. Fu Qingjin left the dwelling, and his eyes shone with cold light. He had to retrieve the Sumeru ring and the soaring dragon sword no matter what. On the shore of the lake of dragons and snakes, the reeds swayed. Little and opened her hand, and the Sumeru ring flickered. She thought about it and tossed the Sumeru ring into her mouth, swallowing it with a gulp. "You're alone?" At this moment, Qian Rongji arrived on the water and looked around. And nodded. "He told you to come find me?" And nodded again. "What is it?" Qian Rongji was curious. "Collect the bodies." Little and finally spoke. He took out a pile of spirit stones. "This is the reward. Don't let too many people know." "Why?" Qian Rongji squatted down, cupping his cheeks, and stopped talking and recalled what happened in the cave. When she parted ways with Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Little Anne, it looks like you can't casually open this Sumeru ring for the time being. I sensed that something was off earlier. Perhaps the Sword Collection Palace has already discovered our location from that moment. From now on, we'll split up. I'll go find Ru Xian to refine pills for me. You go find Qian Rongji. Let her help you collect the corpses and continue refining the skull prayer beads. Didn't you say that you would be able to set up a formation after refining 18 of them? I think we'll have to rely on you to kill Blood Shadow." Whether it was killing Strong Stone or Blood Shadow, they both required overwhelming strength. He needed overwhelming strength. Otherwise, once he was defeated, he would no longer be tolerated by the demons. Strong Stone was indestructible, while Blood Shadow was as fast as lightning. They were both tough foes. If he wanted to guarantee his kill, he would have to increase their strength. Out of all the people Li Qingshan knew, there was basically no one more untrustworthy than Qian Rongji. However, there was no one more suitable than her for this. Only someone as meticulous and secretive as her could complete this task in secret. Even Li Qingshan could not match up to her in this aspect. His nature of seeking nothing but profit became a form of protection at this time. Although Li Qingshan did not like his personality, their cooperation the entire time had been a success. Since An did not say anything, Qian Rongji did not ask further. She pushed the spirit stones back. "I'll calculate the payment with him. What kind of corpses do you want? Refined corpse soldiers and corpse generals, or anything else?" "Anything, but don't kill indiscriminately." "This is also his order?" Why would I waste this energy? What we have the least is people who kill indiscriminately. I'll bring you to a good place," Qian Rongji said with a smile. "He won't let me go with you." Little and lowered his head. "Alright, sometimes I really want to kill him. Don't stare at me. I'm just joking. The sun is so good." The sparkling dragon snake lake reflected their figures, as if they were plated with a layer of gold. The smile on Qian Rongji's face seemed to be a little warmer. "Let me rest for a while. I'll go right away." "Right away." Qian Rongji lay down on the withered grass. She pillowed her arms and closed her eyes. A beautiful little snake wriggled up her face. It looked strange and terrifying, but her expression was very calm. When Li Qingshan saw Ru Xian again, she was practicing medicine in a small city in the mountains. She was dressed in white and had a warm smile on her face. She stood among the crowd, and with a wave of her hand, injuries were healed and diseases were eliminated. Everyone knelt on the ground and called out Goddess, Bodhisattva, and Immortal. Her expression became more and more gentle, and she asked them to stand up. Under the light of the setting sun, her head seemed to be surrounded by a halo. She was noble and holy, like a goddess. "Bodhisattva Ru Xian, my heart hurts. May I know what medicine can cure it?" Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He concealed his aura, pushed through the crowd, and went forward to ask. Ru Xian heard a familiar voice coming from behind her. She looked back, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Your heart hurts because your conscience is bad. Only by digging out your heart and cutting off the bad flesh can it be cured. But I think your heart is already bad. Even the gods can't save it, and there's no medicine that can cure it. Then I'll dig them out for you. Li Qingshan laughed. After 3 years, old friends were still like old friends. Wasn't it great? This laugh was inappropriate, and it caused a wave of anger in the crowd, especially the young ones. They were filled with righteous indignation. Who are you to come and tease us? Don't let him run, beat him up. An old man rushed forward and wanted to punch Li Qingshan, treating Li Qingshan as a lecher. Li Qingshan tilted his head and dodged it, but he didn't dare to fight back. With his current strength, a simple move would cause a lot of people to die. Ru Xian giggled. Not only did she not understand, she said, "Thank you, fellow villagers, for helping me out. Get out of the way, I'm her husband." Li Qingshan shouted, and everyone was stunned. Afterwards, he pulled Ru Xian and made his way out. Ru Xian didn't struggle. She smiled and waved at the villagers, letting him pull her away. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the young ones. Their faces were ashen, and their hearts were broken. She actually had a husband. It was a small city. In fact, it was more like a big town, with white walls and green tiles, small bridges, flowing water, and green willow houses. Li Qingshan pulled Ru Xian to a secluded corridor. On one side there was a flowing river, and on the other side there was a house. There was smoke rising from the chimney. Looking up, the whole city was filled with smoke. Ru Xian smiled. "Husband, it's time to let go." "Husband, you can't bear to." Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He teased. "If you can't bear to, then divorce that lady from the Han family. Otherwise, I'll have to explain it to her. It seems like we're not fated to be together." Li Qingshan let go and shrugged. "How did you build your foundation too?" "Sigh, I wanted to show you the power of a foundation establishment cultivator and beat your stomach so hard that you would spit out the rest of the blue butterfly flowers. Now I can't." Ru Xian rubbed her wrist, and her almond-shaped eyes slanted slightly. She was full of smiles. "That's what you said. I really want to do that. How about it? The feeling of building your foundation isn't bad, right? You have to thank me." Li Qingshan sat on a bench in the corridor by the river. "Same here." Ru Xian sat beside him. "I heard that after you came out of seclusion, you've been practicing medicine and treating mortals. To be honest, I have a whole new level of respect for you. I'm just completing the mission given to me by the 100 schools of thought." Ru Xian smiled faintly and explained. It turned out that the consequences of the war were not as simple as demons massacring the cities. The corpses kept causing plagues. If there were no medical disciples to remedy the situation, the number of people who died from the plagues would probably be no less than the number of people who died from the demons. It's not that simple. Now that bandits are running amok, many people are taking advantage of the chaos to burn, kill, and loot. They are even more vicious than the demons. The Confucian school and the legalist school have both sent many disciples to maintain the stability of the various regions. They are taking more risks than me. People really like to kill each other. Ru Xian sighed slightly, and the smile on her face faded. "You seem to be very emotional." Li Qingshan sized up Ru Xian curiously. He saw that her eyes were wandering, and he could not tell what she was thinking. Back then, when the 100 schools of thought were attacked by the White Lotus sect, and there were countless casualties, she did not show this kind of expression. "What, are you charmed by me? Hurry up and divorce the Han family's wife." Ru Xian stroked her hair, and her smile was the same as before. "I'm not joking anymore. Do you still have time to concoct pills?" Li Qingshan explained the reason for his visit. While Ru Xian was thinking, a barefooted little girl with a bun ran over and stuffed an apple into Ru Xian's hand. "Big sister, I picked this from the mountains. Thank you for treating my father's illness." Good girl. It's about to rain. Hurry up and run back. Let your mother collect the clothes." Ru Xian smiled and patted the little girl's head. Then, she took a bite of the apple. The little girl responded and ran away. She shouted from afar, "It's raining, collect the clothes." Ru Xian spat out the apple and casually threw it behind her. Why did you throw it away? It's someone's kind intentions after all. Li Qingshan caught the apple. The bite on the apple was very neat, and it was easy to imagine her teeth. Of course it's because it's disgusting. I saved him, and I appreciate his kindness. I've also eaten the apple, so there's no need to continue making things difficult for my mouth. Ru Xian suddenly said mischievously, it can't be that after seeing me take a bite, you want to. Before Ru Xian finished speaking, she heard a plop. The apple fell into the river and was carried away by the current. Li Qingshan clapped his hands and said, how do you know it's going to rain? I remember that your main cultivation is wood spirit, right? Although there were many clouds in the sky, it was still clear. He could still feel the changes in the water vapor, so he did not dare to confirm that it was going to rain. I was just saying. Do you want to bet a true pill? If I win, we'll set off. I've opened a new cave abode, and I'll bring you to take a look. Can I not bet? In just a moment, the sky was covered in dark clouds and autumn rain poured down. Ru Xian stretched out her hand, a crafty look on her face as if her scheme had succeeded. Let's go. Li Qingshan placed a true pill on her hand. The rain became heavier, forming a curtain of rain outside the corridor. There's something wrong with this rain. Ru Xian frowned and looked outside the mountain in the west. It's demonic energy. Li Qingshan also felt the roiling demonic energy in the distance rushing into the curtain of clouds. At the same time, there was a tremor coming from the distance, and it was getting closer and closer. The two of them flew to the peak of the mountain. They saw a muddy yellow current sweeping up rocks and broken trees, howling as it rushed towards them. A mountain torrent. The mountain torrent rumbled towards the small city. How could the demon chi it contained escape Li Qingshan and Ru Xian's senses? This was not just a natural disaster, but a demon disaster. The small city was about to be swallowed by the flood in a single moment, turning into a swamp. Probably not even a tenth of the people in the city would survive. Li Qingshan said, let's stop the mountain torrent first. Ru Xian extended her hand and beckoned. The verdant leaves shrunk to the size of doors and scattered down, forming a dam along the path of the mountain torrent. Do you really think you can stop me with your puny tricks? There was a sneer in the distance. A strange catfish floated in the muddy waters with a flick of its tail. Its wide, pitch-black back seemed like a piece of land at first glance. It was a demon general as well. There were many demon soldiers vaguely in the water, also driving the torrent forward. The heavy rain was drawn into the torrent at a slanted angle. The torrent became even greater, smashing through the dam of green leaves loudly. When the residents of the city heard the disturbance, they all emerged from their homes and gazed at this in shock. A dragon's roar grew from soft to loud. A crystalline water dragon several dozen meters long condensed in the sky and flew down, lunging towards the strange catfish at the source of the torrent. This was the first time Li Qingshan had used techniques as a foundation establishment cultivator. The effects were so great that even he was surprised. The strange catfish's colossal, pitch-black body suddenly leapt high into the air, swinging its tail and dispersing the water dragon. Instead, it used the momentum of the water to make the mountain torrent even more rapid. It surged down like a stampede of 10,000 horses. The strange catfish possessed the geographical advantage. It did not seek to kill or injure the two of them, only destroying the city and killing them. It was no longer something a foundation establishment cultivator could stop. Li Qingshan was just about to fly down and use the spirit turtle's demon core when he suppressed the torrent. He hoped that Ru Xian would be careless and not notice anything amiss. Ru Xian instead said, I'll stop the mountain torrent. You go kill the demon. What? How are you going to stop it? Before Li Qingshan had even finished asking, Ru Xian had already flown down. She saw the two mountains sandwiched between them. The torrent rolled over, and her eyes suddenly turned blue, like a tranquil lake. His hair fluttered and turned light blue. His skin was faintly translucent like water. He jumped into the torrent. Cut the crap. Ru Xian rose from the water. It was composed of clear water and was several feet tall. Only its upper body was left, and it spread its arms wide to catch the torrent. The water seemed to have transformed into green threads that scattered in the rain. Li Qingshan didn't have time to be surprised. He took a step in the void, and a powerful wave surged under his feet. He took another step. He was already 1,000 feet away. The sky was filled with water rain, rippling waves of air as he fell into the mountain torrents. Boat Songhai? Tasho Shiki in an instant, the spiritual energy in his Dantian sea of qi began to surge. It was like the rising tide of the ocean that surged ceaselessly, and it carried an unstoppable imposing aura that seemed as if the entire world was the same. This was the power of the arts of the boundless ocean that Li Qingshan had yet to truly cultivate. Originally, he could not use it, but now that he did, he actually felt indescribably delighted. Without any time to think, he struck out with his palm. Bang! The turbid waves split apart, and the strange catfish demon general slithered away. The other demons and prawn monsters that came with it were not as lucky. They were still sent flying despite being separated by the water, dying a violent death. Li Qingshan dove into the torrent, and what greeted him was the huge, fanged mouth of the strange catfish, swallowing him in a single gulp. The strange catfish was stunned. It originally wanted to chew Li Qingshan to pieces, but instead, Li Qingshan took the initiative to enter its stomach. Then, it laughed sinisterly. Its digestive juices could be worn down even by metal. Suddenly, an intense pain came from its stomach. The strange catfish seemed to have gone mad as it thrashed about in the torrent. Not only did it fail to digest Li Qingshan, but it was also turned upside down by Li Qingshan. Suddenly, a figure broke out of its body. It was Li Qingshan, and in his hand was a demon core that emitted a faint blue light. It was trembling, but it couldn't break free. The strange catfish knew that it had unfortunately met a strong opponent, and shouted, "I'm going to die with you." It was about to activate the demon core to self-destruct, but suddenly, a pitch-black giant palm pressed down on its head, grabbing it. With a squeeze, it was crushed into a pulp, and randomly placed into its 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan's eyes turned scarlet. He glanced around and silenced the remaining underlings one by one, obtaining 7 or 8 demon cores and over a dozen corpses. He stowed them all into his 100 treasures pouch. Downstream, Xian immediately felt the pressure on her lessen significantly. However, even without the control of demon qi, the mountain torrent had already taken shape. Coupled with the support of the rain, the mountain torrent turned into a wall of water several meters tall in the blink of an eye. It was a daunting sight. Xian found it extremely difficult to use this innate ability, gradually struggling to maintain it. The water Xian she had conjured showed signs of collapsing as well. In the mountain city, the common people had never seen something like this before. All of them became ashen in shock. They all knelt on the ground, praying piously and crying for help. All of them seemed to be right by her ears. She smiled bitterly to herself. Even if you beg me, it's useless. I'm not really an immortal, Buddha, or demon at the end of the day. I'm just a puny cultivator who has just grasped the basics of the path of cultivation. She never thought that she would still be powerless after exposing herself before him. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan descended from above and landed in front of the torrent. The raging torrent immediately calmed down significantly, but the danger had not been resolved. The wall of water continued to rise. If this continued, it would be like a tsunami that could directly flatten the mountain city. At that moment, Li Qingshan forgot about everything. He stared straight at Xian. Only now did he finally see Xian's true appearance. Not only had her eyes changed color, but a pair of blue fins grew from behind her ears as well as an even larger pair of fins on her back. They were transparent like silk and fluttered like wings. From her waist down, the pair of fins turned into an azure fishtail, swaying gracefully in the water. Have you seen enough? If you have, then hurry up and help me. Xian said in annoyance. Sure. Move aside. Li Qingshan smiled like a child who had peeped into an adult's private matters, which made Xian feel like he was extremely annoying. She said nothing more and moved aside. The wall of water immediately collapsed. When the people in the city saw this, they all cried out. They all collapsed onto the ground as their legs became as weak as noodles. All they saw was the gushing water spiraling into the sky. Li Qingshan's right hand constantly spun, using the vortex form. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body shone brightly and flew high into the air. At this moment, the strange catfish had been slain. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sun emerged. Sunlight shone on the river of water that stretched across the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Qingshan swung his hand forcefully like he was splashing ink. In that moment, the river of water poured down and shattered in the air, turning into a true downpour. All the people in the city were drenched. As the mist surged, a streak of light shot across the city. Cheers rang out. Li Qingshan returned to the area between the two mountains. Ru Xian had already returned to her original appearance. She was so relaxed that it was like she was purposefully pretending nothing had happened. However, Li Qingshan could not hold back his curiosity. He asked, "You're a merfolk?" Ru Xian answered with a question instead. Even if mortals primarily cultivate the water element, do they possess such control over water? That's because I'm talented. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. The rainbow bridge stretched out behind him, shining resplendently. Me too. Ru Xian said in exasperation, "If you want me to refine pills, then cut the bullshit." She leapt up and landed on the verdant leaf, drifting away with the wind. Li Qingshan followed behind on a cloud, constantly studying Ru Xian's back. Merfolk were one of the other folk. They lived by water, mostly on the shores of the South Sea. They were beautiful and good at singing, weaving water into silk, and their tears turned into pearls. The Mist Province was much larger than the Green Province. He was unable to imagine how she had crossed almost 50,000 kilometers and settled down here. Now that he had seen her true face, the mystery surrounding her became even deeper. All right. I'm half a merfolk. What do you think? Ru Xian could not put up with Li Qingshan's stare anymore. She suddenly stopped on the verdant leaf and said in annoyance. Nothing. Actually, just now, you're quite beautiful. In particular, your eyes. Li Qingshan said sincerely. Perhaps due to the elves of the world condensing, many races of other folk were renowned for their beauty. Merfolk were the cream of the crop among them. It was said that their eyes possessed a mysterious power. You could not make eye contact with them, or you would be enchanted. Ru Xian's heart skipped a beat. She found Li Qingshan to be very strange. When regular people saw other folk, all of them would be surprised and shocked. They would feel repulsed, but he showed no reaction at all. Instead, he seemed even more amiable towards her. Her nervousness eased up. She pointed at her eyes with a smile. If my eyes are made into condensed jade pearls, they'll be priceless. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He smiled in disdain. And here I thought it was something impressive. I have something on me that's worth much more than your eyes. Ru Xian was originally probing him, but she never expected him to compare it to something more precious. She had no idea how to react. She did become rather curious about what he was talking about. Suddenly, she snorted, "What a pervert," and took off on her. Artifact. Li Qingshan was confused. I'm talking about the demon core. What are you thinking? 150 kilometers southwest of the Clear River Prefecture. There were dozens of undulating mountain peaks, and they were called chain mountains. Although it could not be considered a paradise, it was still rich in spiritual energy. It was a good place for cultivation. The two of them passed through the fog and landed on a cliff. Ru Xian waved her hand. The scenery in front of him distorted, and the door of the cave residence protruded. 2 large words were written on it, Ru Xian. Li Qingshan smiled. She had written her name on the door so boldly. It really did suit her style. Please, fellow Daoist Li, Ru Xian gestured with her hand. The stone table and table in the cave were complete, clean and elegant, without a speck of dust. Only the smoke curled upwards, adding to the otherworldly feeling. Ru Xian said, "I won't drink tea." "If you don't drink tea, I won't trouble you." "You won't drink tea, right?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Yes." While Ru Xian was preparing tea, Li Qingshan did not hold back at all. After looking around inside and out, he suddenly heard a clanking sound from the front hall. Ru Xian shouted, "Li Qingshan, get over here and drink some tea." Li Qingshan returned to the front hall, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. He said slowly, although this place is peaceful, what if a fiendish demon attacks? That would be bad. The formation will be able to hold on for a while. It's also very convenient to ask for help from the 100 schools of thought. Besides, I'm not made of paper. Let's not talk about this anymore. Quickly bring the remaining blue butterfly flowers over. With my current skills, it won't take much effort to refine a few true pill. Xian said casually. Li Qingshan put down his teacup and opened his 100 treasures pouch. Numerous blue butterflies flew out, but he was not done yet. He continued to take out the spirit herbs he collected from the underground, one by one. 1,000-year black blood ginseng, 1,000-year astragalus seed. Xian was stunned. She took out the spirit herbs one by one to admire them, her eyes shining brightly. She had been refining pills for a long time and had seen many kinds of spirit herbs. However, these spirit herbs were either 1,000 years old or 800 years old. Every single one of them was hard to find in this world. Yet, Li Qingshan took them out like they were cabbages. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Alright, that's all for now. Fellow Taoist Li, please have some tea. Xian smiled gently and picked up the teacup. Leave it here. Li Qingshan snorted and tilted his chin. TSK, I said you're fat. You're panting. Xian tossed the teacup on the table before picking up the spiritual herbs and studying them closely. Where did these spiritual herbs come from? Forget it. I've struck it rich. The virtue I've accumulated over the past 2 years really hasn't gone to waste. The two of them went to the alchemy room. Xian took out the crystal resin furnace and various spirit herbs. She immediately started to refine pills. Li Qingshan quietly retreated. Xian looked back and asked, "Where are you going?" To open up a cave. Li Qingshan had already planned on setting up his own school a long time ago. There were too many people in the academy, so it was truly inconvenient for him to cultivate. In particular, it was even more so when it came to demons. After seeing Xian's dwelling today, he made up his mind. You're not going to watch over me this time? I'm too busy. I don't have time. Don't blame me if I don't get enough pills. It doesn't matter. When the time comes, I'll get rid of the donkey after it leaves the millstone. Even you won't be able to escape. Li Qingshan waved his hand without looking back. Xian was startled. You're the donkey. Li Qingshan had already walked out of the cave. His laughter gradually dissipated. Originally, she thought he would have to accompany her to refine pills for a while. She felt it was a bit troublesome, but she didn't expect him to leave so quickly. Instead, she felt a bit lonely. Suddenly, she broke into a smile. Even though he was so bewildered, she had never doubted that he would really turn against her. Even if it was only 30% of the pills refined from these spirit herbs, it would be enough for any two cultivation sects to turn against each other and start a war. Shaking her head to get rid of these thoughts, she sat cross-legged, started the crystal resin furnace, and began to refine pills. Li Qingshan returned to the 100 schools of thought and told Lu Chuanfeng that he was going to open up a cave outside. Then, he looked for little Anne. Have you told that Qian Rongji about the matter? Yes, I've already collected 70 to 80,000. That fast? Li Qingshan was surprised. As it turned out, Qian Rongji had not just collected corpses over the years. She had also done quite a bit of shady business. She had accumulated 40 to 50,000 corpse soldiers, and they were all elites that had been refined with great care. The others that were of inferior quality had all been sold. Otherwise, she would have had at least 1 or 200,000. There were many acquaintances in the 100 schools of thought as well. After casually collecting some, they gathered 70 to 80,000, which she handed to little Anne for now. She didn't accept the spirit stones. She said she wanted to settle it with you. That's fine too. Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's head and thought to himself. It really was a good idea to leave this matter to her. Let's go build a cave. A cave? That's our home. Home. Little Anne repeated softly. The heart that was created from the path of white bone and great beauty suddenly burned with passion. She nodded firmly, all right. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Hua and Hantie came over together. One of them had a picturesque appearance and was incomparably handsome. The other had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, looking extremely heroic. Ever since they overcame the heavenly tribulation, their beauty had become even more alluring. When they stood together, they looked like a pair of jade. Li Qingshan went up to greet them. "Why are you two here?" "Qingshan, I heard that you're going to build a cave. Do you need our help?" Hua said enthusiastically. Hantie did not like to talk. He stood there coldly. "There's no need for that. It's just digging a hole." "You can't say that. You can't build a cave without a formation. This 8 gates formation of golden locks might not be the best formation, but it's barely enough to be used as a protective formation. Take it as a congratulation for your success in establishing your foundation." Hua was being overly modest. This 8 gates formation of golden locks was worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even a foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to break through it with their own strength. Furthermore, it could lock in spiritual qi. After a while, even a regular mountain could become a cultivation spot. Li Qingshan was moved. He accepted the entire set of formation plates and flags. Right now, he did not lack several tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, the source of his assets was unknown. If he spent it recklessly, it would be very easy for others to become suspicious. Hua Sengzan's formation could be said to be a timely help. However, he did not have anything to return the favor with. Everything he had on him was stolen goods. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out the demon core he had just obtained from the strange catfish he had obtained from his 100 treasures pouch. "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Take this." Hua Sengzan and Han Tie's gazes were immediately drawn away. Hua Sengzan accepted the demon core and said in surprise, "This is a demon general's demon core. Where did you get it from?" Li Qingshan told him everything that had happened. Han Tie looked at him, and the light in his eyes flickered. Hua Sengzan said, "I've heard about that demon too. It's already flooded many cities and towns. I never thought it would die to your hands." Apart from giving him a gift, he had also come to persuade Li Qingshan not to focus on cultivation and neglect the matters of the 100 schools of thought and the Hawkwolf Guard. Never did he think he would kill a demon general as soon as he took action. What else was there to say? Even if he went into secluded cultivation for another year or so, no one would say anything. The value of the demon core even surpassed his 8 gates formation of golden locks. He fiddled around with it before returning the demon core to Li Qingshan. "It's not like I've come to make a deal with you, so why would I need your demon core? If you don't need it, I can buy it. However, you specialize in the water element, and this demon core is also of the water element. It suits you the best, so take it." Li Qingshan was actually very reluctant to part with it. Since Hua Sengzan had said that, he would just go with the flow and take the demon core. As long as his cultivation increased, would he still need to worry about not having a chance to return the favor? "Brother-in-law, where's your gift?" Li Qingshan teased. Sure enough, Han Tie reached into his 100 treasures pouch. He seemed to pull out something, but there was nothing in his hand. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and studied it closely. Just now, he could see that it was an almost transparent sword over a meter long. Although it did not give off any light, Li Qingshan could clearly sense that it was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Hua Sengzan smiled. The illusory water sword of invisibility is one of General Han's treasures. When you use it, both you and the sword can become invisible. It's a god artifact for stealth and assassination. You basically acknowledged Qingshan as your son-in-law. "My father didn't say that," said Han Tie. Hua Sengzan ignored him. He asked, "Where do you plan on building your dwelling?" "The Chain Mountains." "Isn't that?" Hua Sengzan stopped talking and looked at Han Tie. Han Tie was about to hand the illusory water sword of invisibility to Li Qingshan when he suddenly clenched his hand and wanted to take it back. Li Qingshan grabbed his hand. "Brother-in-law, how can you take back something that you've already taken out? This is a gift from old Mount Tai." Han Tie struggled, but he could not move his hand at all. He was secretly shocked. What great strength! Li Qingshan smiled. Don't mess around. Don't forget, you still owe me a punch. Come and get it. Han Tie threw a punch. He had long wanted to spar with Li Qingshan again. Since we're already married, how can I still hit you? Li Qingshan smiled and dodged backwards. What does the matter between us have to do with other people? Han Tie took a step forward and swung down viciously with his fingers like a blade. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. The cloud parting form. Li Qingshan brought his palms together and pushed them forward in an ordinary manner. Han Tie's expression changed. He felt like a great tsunami was slamming down on him, blotting out the sky. He could not dodge it. A ring of blue light whistled past. The bamboo forest rustled and rippled. Hua Sengzan's clothes ruffled as he praised and sighed. Li Qingshan had only just undergone the heavenly tribulation, yet his control over spiritual qi was already so exquisite, not to mention the tremendous force behind it. If he faced him head-on, it probably would not be a good idea. Sure enough, Han Tie was like a floating boat in the surging waves, drifting back over 30 meters before landing gently on the ground. He was completely unscathed. With another stomp, he lunged towards Li Qingshan. The cloud parting form. Li Qingshan pushed out with his palms again calmly. With the tremendous spiritual qi he had cultivated from the arts of the boundless ocean as support and the spirit turtle's demon core assisting him in mobilizing the spiritual qi of the world, using the cloud parting form took an almost negligible toll on him. Han Tie could only retreat again. He had personally passed the arts of the boundless ocean to Li Qingshan, so he understood its workings very well. The greatest characteristic of the cultivation method was its limitlessness and vastness. For some reason, this advantage seemed to be particularly obvious on Li Qingshan. When he had just returned from Foundation establishment, no one had thought the tremendous aura would belong to a cultivator who had just reached Foundation establishment. In short, he could not face him head-on. All he could do was find an opportunity and defeat him in a single move. However, Li Qingshan seemed to have fallen in love with this move. No matter how many moves Han Tie tried, he just stood where he was without moving. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed out the cloud-parting form over a dozen times. Han Tie's battle techniques were profound, but he couldn't do anything to him. Originally, he wanted to wait until Li Qingshan's spiritual energy was exhausted and his spirit was exhausted. However, unexpectedly, the more he pushed, the more smoothly it became, and the more spirited he became. Han Tie was forced to retreat more than 10 times. She didn't even manage to touch a corner of his clothes. Hua Sengzan chuckled. Qingshan, don't bully an honest man. Li Qingshan was still in the mood to chat with Hua Sengzan. This is called one move to dominate the world. In a decisive battle on the battlefield, of course, whatever moves are useful will be used. What's there to bully? Even though Han Tie had a strong will, he was still cursing in his heart, and the coldness on his face deepened. With a single step, the stone slab shattered. He took out his weapon and shook the tassel of the spear. One with the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, intending to break Li Qingshan's cloud-expelling style. Oh, my little brother-in-law is angry. As Li Qingshan spoke, he pushed out his palms again. Han Tie raised his eyebrows, but he didn't see the expected cloud-expelling tsunami. His spear stabbed in the air. Then he looked at Li Qingshan's face, and a strange smile appeared. Oh no. I fell into this guy's trap. It was too late to change his move. Li Qingshan's right palm turned into a claw. Using the vortex style, he changed the push into the lead. Han Tie's body was drawn slightly, and Li Qingshan's left fist whistled over. A battle between masters was only a thin line. The long spear in Han Tie's hand suddenly became as soft as a snake, twisting and bending, and stabbing into Li Qingshan's heart. Li Qingshan retracted his fist and retreated. He took the illusory water sword of invisibility and floated away with little Anne. His laughter came from the clouds. Since we're already in-laws, let's forget about this punch. Little brother Tie, if you have any trouble in the future, don't hesitate to ask brother-in-law for help. Haha. This guy, Tie, are you alright? It's a draw. Hua Sengzan saw Han Tie standing still with his spear and said with concern. It's not a draw. I lost. Xianxia looked up at the sky and touched his face that was almost hit. No one knew what he was thinking. Winning and losing are common things in war. Besides, if it was really a battle of life and death, you wouldn't be so easily swayed. I know how you feel about Xianxia. Stop talking. I'm not you. Xianxia interrupted coldly. It was normal for one's heart to be moved by something that could be desired. However, not everyone would fall head over heels and break their hearts for the sake of the word love. All right. You're all men with hearts of stone. I'm the only one who's a sentimental little woman. Xianxia touched his face and sighed. This attitude caused Xianxia's lips to curl up involuntarily. His eyes revealed a smile, and the bit of depression in his heart disappeared. Sir, the demon slayer's Fu Qingjin is requesting an audience. He says he has some questions, a legalism disciple came to report. Xianxia's expression had already turned serious. He exchanged a glance with Xianxia and had the same doubts. What is he doing here? As soon as Xianxia left the 100 schools of thought, he came across an extremely familiar figure. Fu Qingjin currently stood with his arms behind his back, looking at the sky. He lowered his head and glanced past Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia frowned and brushed past him on a cloud, but he heard Fu Qingjin say, "Please wait, fellow cultivator." He arrived before him in the blink of an eye. What is it? I want to ask, where were you yesterday? Fu Qingjin said slowly. Why are you asking that? Xianxia immediately became alert. Sure enough, the appearance of the soaring dragon sword had exposed its tracks, which was why the spirit turtle's demon core had warned him. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just asking. Fu Qingjin smiled warmly with great self-restraint. He even nodded at Xiaoan. However, his politeness was like that of a naturally modest king. Although his politeness towards his subjects came from his own intentions, it was still difficult for others to accept. If it were a regular cultivator, even if they were dissatisfied, they would still be forced to show some politeness and say a few words. However, the two of them were not so easy to get along with. Little and was emotionless, while Xianxia said, I'll go wherever I want. What's it got to do with you? He directly rode off on a cloud. Fu Qingjin did not stop him, nor did he chase after him. He only watched on as he sank into his thoughts. At this moment, Xianxia received the news and came out to receive him. Fu Qingjin said, May I ask who the fellow who just left is? Why haven't I seen him before? Xianxia was taken aback. He had no idea what was going on, so he briefly introduced Xianxia. Fu Qingjin's right hand behind his back was hidden in his wide sleeve, holding a curved and elongated horn. He thought to himself, the truth. He added another name to the list of people worthy of suspicion, Xianxia. Fu Qingjin did not chase after him, which made Xianxia even more vigilant. This person was shrewd and unfathomable. The three elders could not compare to him at all. After flying for a while longer, a streak of 5-colored light shot over from below. Chu Tian called out, Xianxia, so what if you've reached Foundation establishment? Are you bold enough to compete with me and have a taste of my palm of the 5 elements? Xianxia sighed. If only my enemies were all as adorable as the one before me. He smiled. All right then. If I don't slap the face that's been delivered to me, what's the point of me reaching Foundation establishment? Ever since that meeting, Chu Tian had been holding back his anger. Afterwards, when he heard that Xianxia had actually found Xianxia and wanted to set up a dwelling in the Chain Mountains as well, he flew into a rage. Wasn't that basically the same as a couple of cultivation partners? However, he had been waiting for a very long time this time. Below was a desolate, sparse forest. If he used that thing here, no one would be able to find out. His killing intent suddenly rose up. To be continued, sensing this killing intent, Xianxia's eyes twitched. It seemed like he would have to settle things today. Chu Tian, I don't have any deep enmity with you, but don't blame me for being cruel and merciless when you put on such a display. The 5 elements' true energy shone brilliantly, condensing into a giant hand above Chu Tian's head. His mind sank bit by bit as he coldly gazed at Xianxia. All the humiliations he had received appeared in his mind. Li Qingshan, today is the day you die. Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances. A lion should use all its strength to capture a rabbit. Let's not waste any more words and work together to instantly kill him. Little and understood and pinched the skull prayer beads. The setting sun cast their figures into the wild forest below. Their gazes clashed, and a battle to the death could break out at any moment. Li Qingshan frowned and looked into the distance. He rubbed Little Ant's head and curiously sized up Chu Tian. Could it be that the reincarnation of a celestial really had the mandate of heaven protecting them? Wei Yangxing flew over and shouted from afar, "Chu Tian, what are you doing?" When Chu Tian heard that Li Qingshan wanted to open up his cave, he had come here to lay an ambush, thinking that no one would notice. However, he was a person who showed his emotions on his face. His body was filled with killing intent, and he would occasionally sneer. No one could see that something was wrong with him. As soon as Chu Tian left the 100 schools of thought, a Confucian disciple quietly reported to Wei Yangxing. "Patriarch, why are you here?" Chu Tian's expression changed, and he put down the item, not daring to make a move. Wei Yangxing ignored Chu Tian and bowed to Li Qingshan. "Junior brother Li, what are you doing?" "Chu Tian wants to challenge me." "Don't stop him, senior brother." "I'd like to see just what he's capable of," Li Qingshan muttered. He also sensed something was amiss. Although Chu Tian was arrogant, he wasn't actually stupid. Could it be that he couldn't see the difference in strength between them? Since he dared to challenge him, he must have some powerful trump card. "Chu Tian, is this true?" Wei Yangxing asked in surprise. What kind of person was Li Qingshan? Not to mention a mere qi practitioner, even he did not have the confidence to defeat him. Challenge him? Is the god of longevity tired of living? You even chose such a desolate place. Once Li Qingshan's murderous intent flares up, do you think you'll still be alive? "Patriarch, don't worry about me, this is our private matter." Chu Tian waved his hand in annoyance. Wei Yangxing was angered by the retort. "I was so worried about your safety and hurried over, but you didn't appreciate it at all. Instead, you're complaining that I'm a busybody. Chu Tian, your cultivation is amazing, I can't control you. I'll just watch from here. Let's see how you win. I'll be waiting to applaud and congratulate you." "Senior brother, don't be angry." Li Qingshan smiled. He knew that Wei Yangxing was staying here because he didn't want Chu Tian to suffer too much. But the current Chu Tian was just an insignificant person to him. So what if he spared his life? There was still a long way to go. Chu Tian frowned, his face full of anxiety. He clenched and unclenched his fists. In front of Wei Yangxing, he couldn't use that thing. He couldn't kill Wei Yangxing as well. After so many years together, he still had some feelings for Wei Yangxing. He wasn't deranged to the point of not recognizing his own family. But if he didn't use that thing, how could he win? If he admitted defeat like this, he would lose face. In his heart, he still had some hope. Now that his 5-elemental true qi was complete and formed the 5-elemental body protection, even if he faced a foundation establishment cultivator, he would have the ability to protect himself. When he returned, he could just say that even a foundation establishment cultivator like Li Qingshan couldn't do anything to him. Then he would win. Li Qingshan didn't waste any time. He separated his hands and used the vortex technique. The invisible true qi of heaven and earth converged into a huge vortex in the blink of an eye. It spun rapidly and released a strong suction force, causing the wind to howl. In the wild forest on the ground, some trees with shallow roots were uprooted and sucked into the vortex. Wei Yangxing's expression changed slightly. He flew back more than 10 feet and thought, is the arts of the boundless ocean so powerful? It was a happy thing for the 100 schools of thought to have such a powerful figure, but Chu Tian was going to be unlucky. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Chu Tian was shocked. He clenched his teeth and desperately urged the 5-elemental true qi to stabilize his body. But like a withered leaf in a vortex, he was involuntarily sucked into the center of the vortex. Suddenly, with a roar, the 5-elemental palm print fiercely slapped at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled. The vortex reversed and Chu Tian flew out again. He could only watch as Li Qingshan went further and further away. The vortex spun again and he was sucked in again. After going back and forth countless times, Chu Tian felt the sky and earth were spinning. He was dizzy and had no strength to fight back. A foundation establishment cultivator had an overwhelming advantage over a qi refinement cultivator. Chu Tian might be able to protect himself in front of a normal foundation building cultivator by relying on the 5 elemental true qi, but how could a normal foundation building cultivator compare to Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan simply sat on the cloud and guided the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. If he wanted Chu Tian to go east, he would go west. If he wanted Chu Tian to go west, he would go west. It was purely for fun. Wei Yongxing sighed softly. He wanted to say something but stopped. It was good to teach Chu Tian a lesson. If a qi practitioner jumped out like this and made trouble for him, this kind of trick would be considered light. Chu Tian said angrily, Li Qingshan, F***ck. What are you going to do? Li Qingshan's figure flashed. He arrived in front of Chu Tian and slapped down with his palm. Chu Tian's protective true qi began to crumble inch by inch. Bang! Like a rubber ball, Chu Tian flew into the wild forest. With a boom, the forest trembled, and smoke rose in all directions. Li Qingshan wanted to chase after him. Wei Yongxing stopped him and advised, Junior brother, give me some face and let it go. He's already been taught a lesson. Chu Tian jumped out of the deep pit he created. He stared at Li Qingshan with bloodshot eyes. Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. Li Qingshan said in surprise, weren't you the one who came to challenge me? What does it have to do with me? Did you come here just to make me happy? Thank you, I'm in a much better mood now. Chu Tian, why don't you apologize? Wei Yongxing grabbed Chu Tian and shot him a glance. Why you? Chu Tian looked at Wei Yongxing before looking at Li Qingshan. He clearly had a powerful trump card, yet he was unable to use it. He felt so wronged and furious that he actually burst into tears. It made Li Qingshan very apologetic. He clasped his hands at Wei Yongxing. Senior brother, I'll be leaving first. Wei Yongxing was exasperated at Chu Tian for failing to live up to his expectations. He persuaded earnestly and sincerely, little Tian, we're all people of the academy. It's not like you've killed your father or stolen your wife, so why must you humiliate yourself like this? Even if you want to get back at them, you need to reach foundation establishment first. Senior brother, if it weren't for you, Chu Tian hammered the ground as he choked back sobs. If it weren't for me? Wha? The Hawkwolf Guard bustled about in the Clear River Prefecture. Hua Sengzan descended from above and stepped in. Commander Hua, you've come. Everyone greeted him. Yep, I've come. Hua Sengzan nodded at them one by one. He made his way upstairs quickly and pushed open the door. Wang Pushi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back. He said without even looking back, where is he? Didn't I tell you to tell him to report back? Hua Sengzan said, he said he wanted to set up a dwelling, so I told him to go first. Aren't you being too lenient with him? Even if he's at Foundation establishment, he's still a Hawkwolf Guard, and he's a disciple of the academy. He has his own responsibilities. If he wants to enter secluded cultivation, he can enter secluded cultivation. If he wants to set up a dwelling, he can set up a dwelling. What kind of propriety would that be? Wang Pushi turned around and said sternly. Compared to 3 years ago, his appearance had not changed much. He only seemed a little more weathered. But he just killed a demon general. Wang Pushi was taken aback. Even so, he can't act so recklessly. However, his tone eased up. Not all of the school leaders of the academy could kill demon generals. Although Li Qingshan did whatever he wanted and was unrestrained, the things he did were impeccable. As a matter of fact, they could not help but praise him for his actions. Fu Qingjin came earlier. He asked me about my whereabouts yesterday. He seems to be investigating something. Hua Sengzan ruminated over his conversation with Fu Qingjin just now. He wanted to analyze something from it. No matter what this leader of the demon slayer of the Clear River Prefecture did, there would always be a deeper meaning behind it. Investigating what? Wang Pushi frowned. I'm not sure. From what he said, someone did something impressive yesterday. He even said he's going to do something major before long. He wants our cooperation, and it'll be very beneficial to us as well. Hua Sengzan crossed his arms in thought as he propped up his chin with one hand, trying to guess what Fu Qingjin was thinking. In the Chain Mountains, a white cloud swam freely between the mountains. It was Li Qingshan and Little and who had come to search for a suitable place to set up a dwelling. A while later, they had toured through several dozen mountains of various sizes. Finally, Li Qingshan chose a mountain. Although it was not particularly steep or lofty, it did seem rather elegant. Let's get to work. Yeah. Little and nodded. They circled around the mountain again and found a natural cave. Li Qingshan condensed the water ripples in his right hand into a huge drill. The rock fell to the ground like powder, expanding the cave. It was the entrance to the dwelling. Li Qingshan ventured deeper. Before long, he had carved out a huge cave in the center of the mountain. He had basically created the simplest dwelling. In the end, he took out formation discs and banners and cast down the 8 gates formation of golden locks. The 8 characters of the 8 gates, rest, live, hurt, do, die, open, flickered one after another around the mountain. A diagram of the 8 trigrams revolved at the top of the mountain and suddenly froze, enveloping it before vanishing at the same time. It was like it had merged with the mountain, locking up the spiritual chi of the mountain firmly. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. From that moment onwards, no one could enter the mountain so easily unless they received his permission. He did not have to worry about leaking demon chi and being discovered by others if he cultivated here either. Arriving at the entrance of the dwelling, Li Qingshan flattened the rocks above with a wave of his hand. He said to Little and, "I can't write." "You do it." Little and bit her lips. The bone sword pierced through her palm and danced in the air. Her strokes were like dragons and snakes, and the rock powder scattered. 3 big words appeared: Qingzhao's home. It was Qingshan and Little An's home. Qingzhao's dwelling. What a strange name. But it doesn't matter. From today onwards, this is our home. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked up. He was in high spirits. Little An smiled faintly. At that moment, the moon had just risen. The moonlight shone on the autumn mountains, shining on the 2 figures of one big and one small, freezing time. Kiss. If you think this site is good, please remember to help promote this site. This site. The Immortal's Cave that Li Qingshan had opened up was neither elegant nor magnificent. It only had one word: large. In the spacious belly of the mountain, Li Qingshan took out the monster core of the strange clam. This monster core was also of the water attribute, so the power it contained was the best tonic for him. He opened his mouth and swallowed the monster core. A huge amount of energy was released from his body. Although it was not a self-explosion, the power was enough to take the life of an ordinary cultivator. Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of suppression, but he felt like he could no longer suppress it any longer. His body immediately changed, rapidly growing taller and larger, turning into his original form as a demon. An enormous amount of demonic chi penetrated the mountain peak and shot up to the sky. The 8 gates golden lock formation immediately activated and locked this chi. If this was in the 100 schools of thought, this would inevitably reveal his tracks. Here, however, there was no need to worry about this. The spirit turtle's demon core shone brightly, spinning as it revolved. It pressed down with all its might, absorbing the demon core bit by bit. Only then did Li Qingshan's figure gradually return to normal. Seeing that Li Qingshan was fine, and sat down cross-legged at the side and summoned out the corpse soldiers. She activated the blood flame of corpse incineration and the pale flame of bone smelting, and refined a corpse in an instant. 10 days later, a skull prayer bead was forged. The 14 little skeleton devils were jumping around as if they were welcoming their new companions. Li Qingshan's cultivation had reached the most critical juncture. During the 3 years of secluded cultivation, he had been constantly practicing the spirit turtle's method of suppression, never stopping. Originally, he thought he could easily break through to the 4th layer of the spirit turtle with the water element demon core, but just now, he discovered it would not be that easy. Even if he completely digested the demonic core, he still needed a little more. This was the essence of a demon general that had been condensed for thousands of years. As his cultivation increased, the spirit turtle's demon core's demand for resources became more and more startling. If he just sat there and absorbed the spiritual chi of the world, who knew how many years it would take before it was enough? Xianxia suddenly remembered that when he killed the strange centipede, he had also obtained some low-quality monster cores, which were basically water-type. He took it out and swallowed it, making up for the last bit. In the Sword Collection Palace, the white-haired divining elder, sitting cross-legged in front of the 9 provinces map, the Tianji sword rested horizontally on his knees. It spun endlessly. While Fu Qingjin was investigating, Elder Diviner did not stop tracking. The Sumera ring was equivalent to a miniature world of its own. Apart from the owner, no one would be able to detect the situation inside, much less sense the aura of the flying dragon sword. Elder Divining pondered for a moment, then once again set his sights on the soaring dragon Elder's Sumera ring. It was difficult for the people of this world to find out what was happening in other worlds, but the door would always remain in this world until it was destroyed. Although it would not emit any aura, it was a trajectory that could be vaguely grasped. A couple of years ago, Elder Destiny tried the same thing. As a result, he suffered a counterforce and was injured severely. What hurt him wasn't Oxen himself, but Oxen's spirit power, which was left in Ji Hao's ring. If it were not for this spirit power, the Sword Collection Palace would have found Xianxia with the divination of the heavenly secrets a long time ago and cut him to pieces. Xianxia thought Oxen had already left, but little did he know that in these past few years, Oxen's power had always been protecting him. But at this moment, the spirit power vanished. Xianxia was like a child who had lost his final layer of protection. Not only did he have to survive in this world alone, but he also had to face powerful enemies that he struggled to face right now. Rise! Elder Destiny's hands were like a lotus, extending and moving with unbelievable dexterity. The sword of heavenly secrets thrummed and rose up, pointing downwards and hovering above his head. One with the sword. The sword of heavenly secrets fell down, stabbing into Elder Destiny's forehead and merging with it. Elder Destiny's pitch-black pupils conjured a Taiji diagram of yin and yang, constantly spinning as he gazed at the 9 provinces map. At that moment, his gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains and rivers, gazing over the entire Clear River Prefecture. He wanted to find the tiny Sumera ring within these 1,500 kilometers of rivers and mountains. He did not need to investigate, he did not need to analyze, he did not need to ask, he did not need to think. He directly asked fate itself, begging the heavens for an answer. After wandering around the river of fate for who knows how long, the corner of Elder Destiny's lips suddenly curled into a sliver of joy. He had finally found it. It was like a ray of sunlight in the darkness. Now, all he needed to do was follow this ray of sunlight and trace it back to its source. This also made Elder Destiny completely stop worrying. The last time he divined, the disaster of destruction had appeared with this ray of sunlight. In his days, it seemed to be a back. It did not give off any hostility, nor did it purposefully attack him. However, this was the most terrifying part, as just the existence itself was enough to make his divination completely collapse. If it were not for the fact that he had become one with the sword, allowing the sword of heavenly secrets to absorb most of the damage, his sea of consciousness would have almost suffered a destructive blow. He felt like a flying insect that had accidentally flown into the crater of a volcano. The volcano erupted on its own, completely unaware of the existence of the flying insect. However, just a tiny wisp of smoke was enough to kill the flying insect. Elder Destiny followed that beam of sunlight. Abruptly, he sensed a disturbance. He was surprised for a second, but soon, he calmed down. It seemed like the other party also knew divination, but just now, the other party's strength was still below his. Little Anne, who was refining the skull prayer beads, felt his heart skip a beat. He frowned slightly and used the cloud bookcase of the 7 lots. Elder Destiny immediately felt the interference intensify. The ray of sunlight twisted, and the path it pursued became unpredictable. Battles between practitioners of divination like this were even more profound and mysterious than any other form of battle. Elder Destiny smiled. Confident, he nullified Little Anne's interference one by one, advancing towards his target firmly. Li Qingshan had no idea that little and beside him was currently engaged in a battle like this with Elder Destiny thousands of kilometers away. All he did was quietly comprehend the changes in the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression until his mind reached absolute tranquility. Within the spirit turtle's demon core that resembled a turtle shell. Vaguely, there seemed to be something brewing within the tortoise shell, stirring restlessly. It was as if the primal chaos had just been born. The tortoise shell suddenly shook, and a pair of eyes lit up, deep and wise. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, which flickered with a clear, blue light. In that moment, he felt like he had been enlightened, as mortals would say. Many matters that had been difficult to understand suddenly became clear. The entire world became clear. Having broken through to the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, the profound glyphs on the spirit turtle's demon core became even clearer. An invisible power radiated from his body, reaching deep into the vast river of destiny and stirring up ripples. Elder Destiny opened his eyes in surprise. Just when the answer was about to appear, the ray of sunlight vanished completely, as if it had been obscured by a dark cloud. It was nowhere to be found anymore. You finally awakened. Little and exhaled deeply. What's wrong? Li Qingshan scratched his head. Although he was not particularly good at using the spirit turtle's ability of divination, hiding and fending off attacks were the instincts of the spirit turtle. From the perspective of the divination of heavenly secrets, what he hid was not just him, but his entire fate, in particular the existences closely connected to him. Didn't you sense it? Someone's using divination to find us, or should I say, find it. Little and looked at the summer ring in his hand. Hearing what Little and said, Li Qingshan returned to his senses. He frowned and said, earlier, I think. I felt like someone was spying on me, which made me feel bad, so I hid. Why would I think of that? And brought his palms together and smiled. The Buddhist scriptures say that there are 20 moments in a snap of a finger, and 20 thoughts in a moment. That's just one of your thoughts, so you obviously wouldn't notice it normally. Li Qingshan flicked his finger and smiled. So there are 400 thoughts in there. They're probably the so-called subconscious. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Even the person in question had no idea that they had thought that before. After reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, not only did Li Qingshan's demon chi increase drastically, but his thoughts became even more meticulous as well, reaching an unprecedented level. Li Qingshan paced around. He even understood the protection from Oxen's soul sense, which made him feel very touched. Brother Ox must have calculated his cultivation accurately. Even if he could not foresee everything after reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, he would not fall prey to a method like this. He had basically resolved one of his worries. He smiled. As for what he was going to do next, he already had an idea. The Sword Collection Palace definitely had a way to find the Soaring Dragon Sword's location, which was why Fu Qingjin had asked like that. If he wanted to retrieve the items in the Summer Ring or even make the Soaring Dragon Sword his own, he needed a suitable place that could avoid the Sword Collection Palace's detection while weakening the Soaring Dragon Sword's resistance. A place like that was actually not difficult to find. It was right below Li Qingshan's feet. He kept going down, venturing even deeper underground and using the underground magnetic field. Little and, what do you think? Li Qingshan shared his thoughts with Little and smart, Little and praised sincerely. Li Qingshan laughed aloud before sighing emotionally. His fate had been led underground once again, but he was in no hurry to set off. He could not let the North Moon appear too soon. After saying a few words to Little and seeing her success, Li Qingshan calmed down and took out the illusory water sword of invisibility to begin refining it. Paired with the glazed mirror of invisibility, it was a match made in heaven. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Autumn passed and winter came. Snow sealed off the mountains. The crystal resin cauldron was opened once more. Xianxia rubbed her neck and stood up. She took out the refined pills from the crystal resin cauldron and stored them into bottles. Looking through them, she saw that there were still quite a lot of spiritual herbs left behind by Li Qingshan. I wonder how that guy is doing. He left me to toil here alone. I'll go out and take a breather. Just as she was thinking about this, someone activated the spirit design. Li Qingshan's voice came from outside the cave. Xianxia, open the door. Xian activated the spirit design and opened the door to the cave abode. She scolded him. Don't shout and shout in the future. What if I'm refining pills and you get distracted? You'll pay me or you'll pay me. I know you're not refining pills. How's it going? Li Qingshan walked in, minding his own business. How did you know? I guessed. Li Qingshan smiled. This was not a lie. He had not deliberately divined anything. He just thought of Xian. And had a thought. That guy might have gotten bored with refining pills and came here. Kiss. If you think this site is good, please remember to help me promote it. This site. Why don't you come to my dwelling and take a look around? Where is it? Li Qingshan extended his hand, and the wisps of cloud condensed into a cloud bridge, crossing the gorge and extending into the distance. Xian followed the winding cloud bridge and circled around a mountain in front of her. After walking a short distance, she arrived in front of Li Qingshan's dwelling. She saw the words Qingzhao's home and seemed to be in thought. She stroked her hair. So close? Don't tell me you're plotting something against me. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just protecting my pills and the alchemist. In other words, you were cultivating in the dwelling that day? Fu Qingjin crossed his legs and crossed his arms, gazing at the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect before him with a smile. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect seemed rather uneasy. Fellow Fu, why are you asking this? I obviously cultivated in the sect. Fu Qingjin took out a curved, long horn from behind him. It flickered with light. Have you heard of the Xianxia before, fellow? It's said to be a divine beast that can distinguish between loyalty and treachery. So this is? That's right. This is the Xianxia's horn. I hope you can tell me the truth, as this is very important. Fu Qingjin fiddled around with the green ruined sword carelessly. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect's expression twisted. This was his secret. He definitely could not tell anyone about it. However, he glanced at the green ruined sword before glancing at the Xianxia's horn. After a very long internal struggle, he finally said, "Fine then. I'll tell you. I went underground that day." Alright, I understand. Fu Qingjin turned around and stood up. He investigated all the mainframe cultivators in the vicinity of the Clear River Prefecture. He obtained a preliminary result. Some of them were personally questioned by him, while others had clear alibis. However, there were also a few Foundation establishment cultivators who refused to cooperate. They all belonged to the 100 schools of thought. In the end, there were a total of 7 suspects. The prime suspect. Li Qingshan. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect felt like he had been pardoned. He let out a long sigh. As it seemed, Fu Qingjin had not come to investigate that matter. You're going to trade with the night roamers, right? Fu Qingjin's words made the Vermilion Clothes sect master's heart skip a beat. Contact envoy, let me explain. Colluding with the mutants and colluding with the enemy. It was a big taboo in the Demon Slayer. That's right. 3 years ago. Your disciple who killed a Hawkwolf guard is still around, right? Don't let him wander around. We might need him soon. After saying that, Fu Qingjin turned into a green light and flew away. The Vermilion Robe sect master was stunned. Fu Qingjin left the Vermilion Clothes sect and flew into the sky. He did not go to find the suspects one by one and interrogate them. Instead, he chose a direction. He flew towards the direction of the vast mountains. Those directly related to the Soaring Dragon Elder's death. The Dark Queen's cat demon and Gu Yenying. The Sword Collection Palace would not be able to investigate either one of them, but there would definitely be witnesses in the depths of the boundless mountains. That was because the witnesses were definitely demons. Due to the restrictions of the Alliance, the Sword Collection Palace struggled to investigate. Coupled with the Divining Elder's warning, they stopped. But now, the alliance within the Clear River Prefecture had been nullified, and the Divining Elder had confirmed that the power that did not belong here no longer interfered. They could finally carry out the investigation boldly. They would definitely be able to get to the bottom of the Soaring Dragon Elder's death by tackling these two aspects at the same time. Arriving at the edge of the boundless mountains, he saw that a city had already sprung up in the huge crater left behind by the destruction of the Green Vine Mountain. It was enveloped by formations, and many human cultivators moved about. It was even more bustling than the town of flowing clouds in the past. After the alliance was nullified, many human cultivators chose to enter the boundless mountains instead of the underground. Killing demons was also the same, but clearly, it was more reassuring to do it on the surface. And, the sunlit boundless mountains were even more abundant in spiritual herbs. Then, Fu Qingjin looked towards the east. Millipede had blown up his demon core, leaving behind a pit there as well. On the surface, it seemed barren. But Fu Qingjin knew that a city of night roamers had sprung up beneath the rock and soil. It was rumored that the night roamers there did not attack humans. Instead, they remained neutral. According to the information Fu Qingjin had received, the supreme rulers of the city were a pair of night roamer sisters. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect should have been dealing with them. This was not a coincidence. Compared to risking their lives in battles to the death, obtaining the rare resources underground through trade was much more appealing. The rise of the Green Vine Mountain's heavenly pit market had a lot to do with their attitude. Who knew how many resources were traded through these two cities? With Li Qingshan's throne as the center, the web-like tunnels became smooth and clean under the efforts of the night roamer craftsmen. They were like underground corridors. Her slender fingertips brushed past the smooth walls. As Yiliosu walked through them, she felt a deep sense of pride. This was the result of her 3 years of hard work. Yiliobua followed beside her, fiddling around with a set of formation banners. "Sister, I never thought the humans would actually be willing to sell us formations like this. They seem to be members of some demon slayer. Isn't that our great enemy underground? It's not like we're demons, so why can't we? The black gold ore is extremely useful for forging artifacts. The demon slayer doesn't have the ability to build underground mines either, so they obviously have to rely on us." As they said that, the two of them arrived in a cavern. This was a newly built village of night roamers. Every single night roamer bowed deeply when they saw Yiliosu. This was not only out of fear towards power, but also out of respect towards Yiliosu herself. Outside Li Qingshan's territory, the night roamers' internal strife did not stop. Instead, it intensified, extending from underground to the surface. As they followed Ma Spider Queen's orders and assassinated human cultivators, they also became prey for each other. Under Yiliosu's rule, Li Qingshan's will was carried out here. All internal strife ceased, becoming a unique land of peace. Many night roamers who had grown tired of fighting or were powerless to fight all gathered here, willing to become Sir Northmoon's servants. It was equivalent to breaking free from the control of other clans. When Li Qingshan was in secluded cultivation, his servants had already expanded to 5 digits. Yiliosu smiled. She had proven that night roamers did not have to kill one another to survive. They could also enjoy their lives in peace and happiness. "Liobua, set up the formation." Yi Lioboi cast down the formation, and a semicircular glow enveloped the cavern. Yiliosu nodded in satisfaction. Just like that, even if they were attacked by ignorant human cultivators, they would have time to provide reinforcements. Just when is master emerging from secluded cultivation? Yi Lioboi kicked a rock beside her foot. "Don't worry. He'll wake up sooner or later." Yiliosu's eyes flickered. When he woke up, she wanted to personally thank him and tell him, "You're right. I'm special." The rock flew into the darkness, but there was no sound of collision. Yiliosu's expression changed. "Be careful, Liobua." The rock shot back with 10 times the speed, but it smashed into the barrier of light created by the formation. Strong Stone emerged from the darkness and roared out, "Where's the North Moon?" Strong Stone's bulky body constantly radiated with a vicious, forceful aura. 3 years of battle had completely unleashed his nature, and his strength had increased drastically too. His shining eyes were completely condensed from killing intent and battle intent. He grinned viciously, revealing his ghastly white teeth as if he wanted to feast on someone. "Everyone, retreat." Yiliosu spread her arms like she was protecting a calf and ordered loudly. However, it was already too late. The formation was actually unable to stop the wondrous power of the Rock of Slaughter. The eyes of half the village's night roamers reddened as they lunged towards their companions. Yi Liubo waved her hand, and the bright yellow satin that Li Qingshan had bestowed upon her enveloped the night roamers, pulling them away from Strong Stone. Sir Strong Stone, please withdraw your power. This is Sir Northmoon's territory. Yi Liusu clasped her hands. Strong Stone gave her more of a headache than any human cultivator. Don't you have ears? That's exactly what I've come for. It's his. Strong Stone swaggered over, but he was blocked by the formation. Sir Northmoon is currently in secluded cultivation. He probably can't see you. Is he bold enough to disobey Ma'am Spider Queen's orders? A handsome, rosy-cheeked man in a cloak strode over from behind Strong Stone. He seemed to move slowly and leisurely, but he arrived before him in the blink of an eye. As he opened his mouth, he revealed two sharp fangs. Sir Blood Shadow. Yi Liusu sensed that something was amiss. She said with difficulty, if I wanted to pass on Ma'am Spider Queen's orders, why would the two of you need to come together? Yi Liusu, your actions the past few years have left Ma'am Spider Queen very dissatisfied. Not only do you avoid battle, but you're even bold enough to trade with humans. If it weren't for that bastard Northmoon's contribution, I would have come and killed you a long time ago. Blood Shadow's demon chi filled the cavern. Just the pressure from his demon chi was enough to make the formation tremble. Over the past 3 years, he had devoured an unknown amount of fresh blood, and his strength had also increased by a level. We are not avoiding the battle passively. Instead, he was accumulating strength. Yi Liusu's explanation was powerless. This is the gadget you got from the humans? Strong Stone knocked on the screen in front of him. Suddenly enraged, he punched the light screen. The entire cavern trembled and swayed, and stalagmites fell from the ceiling. The light screen of the formation was instantly filled with cracks. Lord Strong Stone, please calm down. Yi Liusu hurriedly put away the array. Not to mention that this array couldn't stop them, even if it could. How could she dare to fight against these two great demons? After 3 years of hard work, she once thought that she was strong enough. She even thought that there was nothing wrong with Li Qingshan going into seclusion, and that she could do whatever she wanted. But at this moment, she realized how weak she was. If Strong Stone and Blood Shadow worked together, they could destroy everything they had spent 3 years to build in a single moment, just like how they destroyed human cities. I don't care if you're avoiding the battle passively or gathering your strength. I only need to tell you that Ma'am Spider Queen's patience is limited. Blood Shadow sneered. Strong Stone grinned viciously. The humiliation of losing to the Northmoon in the past. It was time for payback. The two demons rampaged about, alarming all the night roamers. The personal guards led by Yi Liusu all rushed over. They looked at one another, but they were afraid to stop them. The two demons arrived at the central cavern where Li Qingshan resided. Because they were afraid to disturb Li Qingshan, only this place remained the same as it was 3 years ago. In the sea of blue butterfly flowers, Li Qingshan's mirror clone sat on a stone pedestal, while Millipede coiled around him, breathing in and out spiritual chi. He had recovered a lot of his strength, and he was much larger than before. He saw Strong Stone stride over and lunge over, spitting out a pink mist. Strong Stone suddenly grew taller, turning into a huge stone giant and crushing Millipede beneath his feet. Then he immediately recovered his original appearance, transforming at will. He went up and grabbed Li Qingshan by the neck. Wake up! Master! Yi Liubo's cry reached Li Qingshan's ears from a great distance away. Li Qingshan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His scarlet, ruby-like eyes shone. It's you? Blood Shadow said from the side, where's your true body? Ma'am Spider Queen wants to see you. We want to see you too. We've come to settle our old debts. Let go of your foot. Li Qingshan saw Millipede struggle beneath Strong Stone's feet, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Are you angry? Then hurry up and come. I'm already itching to fight you. If you come too slowly, all of your servants will die. Blood Shadow waved his hand, and a night roamer guard began to twitch. Scarlet blood squeezed out of every single pore on his body desperately, flying into Blood Shadow's hand. He extended his tongue and licked it. Ripples of light radiated from Li Qingshan's body. Every single night roamer in the area felt a sense of tranquility arise spontaneously. The light flowed along Strongstone's arm and into his body. Strongstone suddenly felt his raging battle intent and killing intent suddenly settle down. Surprised, he took a step back and let go of Xianxia. Xianxia's figure flickered, sometimes blurry and sometimes clear. He stood in the center of the ripples, but he also seemed like a reflection in the ripples. Only his demon chi constantly rose up. The reflection in the mirror, the reflection in the water. When the mirror shattered, the water stirred, but the reflection remained the same. Since the original body had changed, the mirror image would move too. This was another layer of comprehension that Xianxia had gained about this innate ability after reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle and condensing the essence of the spirit turtle. His mirror clone would no longer vanish from the depletion of demon chi. As long as he used this ability again, he would be able to make his mirror clone return to its original state, like calming down the ripples and allowing the moon to be reflected once more. At this moment, the mirror avatar was like he had used the moon's mirror again. As his main body became stronger, the mirror avatar's demonic aura also increased greatly. Originally, the moon's mirror could only reflect 30% of his strength, but now it had reached 40%. Immediately, the strength of Xianxia's mirror clone multiplied. And I had thought it was something impressive, but it turns out that's all there is to it. Blood Shadow sneered. Even though his demon chi had multiplied, there was still a huge disparity between him and the two powerful demons that had increased in strength. Blood Shadow curled his finger at Xianxia, and all of Xianxia's chi and blood immediately surged as if they were about to burst out of his body. He only uttered a single word, suppress. His chi and blood immediately settled down. Blood Shadow's face twisted viciously, and his fangs protruded. He grabbed at the air with his right hand and pulled hard. He refused to believe that he could not even deal with the North Moon's clone after 3 years of cultivation. Countless hexagonal, faint, blue screens of light emerged from Xianxia's body, spinning in a dazzling manner and reflecting everyone's faces. In the end, they settled down and formed a thin screen of light, completely isolating Blood Shadow's ability to control blood. This was still the innate ability he had grasped first, the spirit turtle's profound shell. However, after Xianxia broke through to the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, especially after obtaining the complete cultivation method from his sea of consciousness, his understanding of the spirit turtle had reached a whole new level. Most of the spirituality of the spirit turtle lay in its shell. Hidden within the shell was a world of its own. No matter how the world changed and how the world changed, it remained unfazed. Whether it was the mysteries of the heavenly secrets or the wonders of techniques, out of all the techniques in the world, what could bypass the spirit turtle's shell and affect it? In the moment the spirit turtle opened its eyes, Xianxia's barrier had surpassed Blood Shadow's control. It did not even have much to do with the amount of demon chi anymore. Blood Shadow was surprised. His ability was actually useless. You're trying to act mysterious. Eat my punch. Strongstone recovered his battle intent and killing nature, throwing out a punch. He had no doubt that the fragile screen of light would shatter under his fist. In a head-on clash like this, there were no tricks to be used. The faint, blue screen of light from the spirit turtle's profound shell was as smooth as a mirror. Strongstone could clearly see himself lunging towards him, but he did not take it to heart. It was just a reflection. With a single thought, his fist landed on the spirit turtle's profound shell, colliding with the fist in the mirror without the slightest difference. Strongboulder's face was filled with shock, as he could clearly sense a tangible power radiate from his own mirror image. It just happened to block his fist. Although it was slightly weaker than his own strength, it had nullified most of the force of his punch. Strongstone and Blood Shadow looked at each other in shock. The strength and abilities they were most confident in were actually useless before the North Moon. Most importantly, the one before them was not the North Moon's original body. It was just a clone. Just what had he cultivated in the past 3 years? You can't even deal with my clone, yet you're actually talking nonsense about wanting my original body to come. Alright then. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for what you've done just now. Seeing how Blood Shadow and Strongstone were about to strike again, Xianxia dismissed the spirit turtle's profound shell with a wave of his hand. He just sat down and crossed his legs. Actually, he had already come up with a rough idea for this move just now during his 3 years of secluded cultivation. However, he had only been able to use it recently. The two abilities of the spirit turtle were closely related in the first place. In particular, the water mirror's image had many aspects worth ruminating over. It was definitely not as simple as a clone technique. However, this move required tremendous mental and physical effort, so he could not use it casually right now. As a result, he did not give them the opportunity to continue attacking after establishing his might. Blood Shadow was surprised and doubtful. Suddenly, he was no longer as confident in his 3 years of cultivation. As for what Xianxia had said, he no longer dared to ignore it. He could not exactly say that he regretted killing the night roamer guard. He just felt slightly uneasy. Alright. I'd like to see just how powerful your original body is. Strongstone's fighting spirit was roused even more. He felt like he could not waste his strength on his clone, so he sat down before Xianxia, eyeing him covetously. Seeing how Xianxia had subdued the 2 demon generals with just his clone, the eyes of the night roamer princesses all flickered. This was the person they had sworn loyalty to. Although this loyalty did not come from the bottom of their hearts and was only for the benefit of their respective clans, they could not help but feel awed by the strength he had demonstrated at a time like this. Master! The night roamers cheered and lunged over, throwing themselves into Xianxia's arms and kissing him fiercely. Yiliosu let out a sigh of relief. Apart from relief, there was also a hint of peace. From what Blood Shadow had said just now, she had already understood that everything she had built up over the past 3 years had already reached a juncture of life and death. As long as Helicoverpa Rosa gave the order, everything would be annihilated. I won't run away from my responsibilities, but this is already something I can't bear. Master, please return. In the gloomy tunnel, a few night roamer guards patrolled the area. With their identities, they had no right to take part in the chaos that was happening in the center of the cavern. Suddenly, a figure swept past with a fierce gust of wind. Strongstone and Blood Shadow raised their heads. A tremendous demon chi rapidly approached them, which surprised them slightly. It had only been 3 years, yet his demon chi had actually grown so much. Yiliosu's expression changed. He's here. The wings of wind no longer resembled wings anymore. Instead, they seemed more like 2 spurting whirlwinds, pushing Xianxia forward rapidly. The cavern rapidly rose and fell in a rhythmic manner. If it was in the past, he would probably be unable to control himself while flying underground at this speed, and he'd collide head first with the rock wall. But now, his mind was at the microscopic level, and his control of demonic chi had reached the pinnacle, causing his speed to become faster and faster instead. In the blink of an eye, his field of vision widened. Yiliosu and the other night roamers, as well as the 2 demon generals, Strongstone and Blood Shadow, had all appeared before him. Their expressions differed. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He did not slow down at all, swooping down like a hawk on the hunt. Strongstone suddenly stood up and threw a punch. It turned into the size of a stone pillar and pierced the air with a thunderous rumble. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and clenched his fist. Blood Shadow flashed to his side and swiped over viciously with his claws. Xianxia did not panic at all despite being attacked by 2 demon generals at the same time. He turned his gaze and looked at Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow met the clear, tranquil eyes and felt like he had been seen through. Before he could even respond, he felt his wrist tighten. As if he had been expecting this, Xianxia casually grabbed Blood Shadow's wrist and pulled him forward. Strongstone's huge fist landed on Blood Shadow as hard as it could, and Blood Shadow coughed up a mouthful of blood violently. It was as if he had taken the initiative to deliver himself to Xianxia as a meat shield. With a flap of his wings, Xianxia's speed didn't slow down at all. He leaned to the side and swept past Strongstone's pillar-like arm. Then, he opened his fingers and grabbed Strongstone's head and flew away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yiliosu felt that it was too much for her eyes to take in, and she was dazed for a moment. The 2 enemies who had forced her into a corner were easily taken away by him. A violent tremor came from the distant underground. At this moment, Xianxia's doppelganger, who was left in the cave, said, "I'm going to the underground to meet the Spider Queen." Yiliosu, tell me. What happened in the past 3 years? When his mind reached the microscopic level, he could experience the life and death of a single thought within the 400 thoughts in a snap of the fingers. Multitasking was no longer a problem. Right now, he could control both his main body and his clone at the same time, and they did not interfere with each other. With Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua in the lead, the night roamers stood behind them. They said loudly, "Greetings, Master." Yi Liusu began to tell him everything that had happened in the past 3 years, including her trade with the humans. Li Qingshan listened quietly and smiled. "You sure are capable." "It's all because of Master's inspiration," said Yi Liusu. She had done this precisely because Li Qingshan had initiated the trade between the resources of the humans and the underground world. Have the clans offered up spiritual herbs on time? Li Qingshan did not mind what Yi Liusu had done. Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. Who didn't want to live a better life? Apart from spiritual herbs, none of the other resources could be directly converted into his cultivation. If he sold them on the surface, it would easily raise suspicion. The losses outweighed the gains. Seeing how Li Qingshan did not pursue the matter, Yi Liusu eased up inside and immediately offered up 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan opened it and took a look. His eyes lit up and he smiled. Xian is going to be busy now. Even deeper underground. Li Qingshan had grabbed strong stone. He threw a furious punch at Blood Shadow. Piss off. This is my battle. With a spurt, Blood Shadow was forcefully smashed to pieces, turning into droplets of blood. They twisted in the air and turned into a blood-red whip, lashing against strong stone viciously. Rock powder scattered, leaving behind a deep, white mark. Strong stone became even more furious, turning around and charging towards his old enemy. Li Qingshan just abandoned them, continuing towards Cobweb City. Blood Shadow and Strong Stone exchanged glances before lunging towards Li Qingshan together. The three demons basically constantly moved downwards as they fought. The collision of three powerful demon chi shook up the underground. Helicoverpa Rosa emerged from Cobweb City afterwards and arrived on the platform. She gazed over with a frown. Li Qingshan shook his arms, and the spirit turtle's profound shell suddenly expanded. He pushed Blood Shadow and Strong Stone aside and landed on the platform with a flap of his wings. He arrived behind Helicoverpa Rosa. "I'm Spider Queen, I've returned." Strong Stone and Blood Shadow followed closely behind. Under Spider Queen's coercion, they dared not act rashly. Helicoverpa Rosa studied Li Qingshan afterwards. "Your demon chi really has grown by quite a lot. If I hadn't sent Strong Stone and Blood Shadow to invite you, would you have remained in secluded cultivation the entire time?" "Of course not." Spider Queen said coldly, "Do you know what the night roamers under your command have been doing over the past few years?" Blood Shadow said, "That's colluding with the enemy. Please punish those night roamers, Ma'am Spider Queen, and strip Li Qingshan of his authority over the night roamers." "I just found out. It's just a few transactions." "Is that considered colluding with the enemy?" Li Qingshan understood Helicoverpa Rosa's cruel and mean nature very well. She absolutely detested peaceful coexistence like this. His past contributions were nothing in her eyes. Once he disliked her, she would never show any mercy. "Since you've already ended your secluded cultivation, I look forward to your next performance." Helicoverpa Rosa stared at Li Qingshan threateningly with a vicious gaze before turning around and making her way into the hall. Her long dress trailed behind her. "My patience is limited. Don't disappoint me." "Yes, I understand. I understand." Li Qingshan lowered his head and said softly. "As long as you understand." In Blood Shadow and Strong Stone's eyes, this was obviously a sign of weakness under Spider Queen's pressure. After clashing just now, they had also discovered that Li Qingshan was not ridiculously powerful. His demon chi was still below theirs. If they actually began fighting, the outcome would be unknown. Making them pay was just an empty threat. However, they failed to notice that between Li Qingshan's drooping, scarlet hair, his clear eyes flickered with light. There was not much sharp killing intent. He was calm and confident. The path he walked had never required him to associate with anyone in the first place. He only needed to follow his heart, do whatever he wanted, and do whatever he wanted. At the same time, Li Qingshan's mirror clone said, Liubo, gather all the matriarchs for a meeting. Yes, master. Everyone else is dismissed. Liusu, you stay behind. Li Qingshan patted Milliped's head. Aren't you injured? Millipede shook his head and tail to express that he was fine. Li Qingshan smiled. That's good. He thought inside, don't worry, I'll help you recover your strength very soon. All you need is a suitable demon core for you. Yi Liusu said, may I ask what orders master has for me? It's just us, so there's no need to be so polite. Come, take a seat. Li Qingshan patted the stone table beside him. Yi Liusu hesitated before sitting down gently. She said apologetically, did I cause you to be scolded by Spider Queen? How did you know? Forget it. It's not because of you. You've already done very well. Li Qingshan stared ahead. Their clash of ideals definitely did not stem from the night roamers. He did not fear challenges. He even enjoyed fighting, but he did not want to lose himself in the endless slaughter like the tiger demon. Thank you. Yi Liusu's heart softened. She stared at his handsome, flawless face quietly. It was just like how Liusu had described it. It was extremely enchanting. Liusu, Spider Queen has already passed an order. The days of peace are coming to an end. We must take part in the war. Yi Liusu had already anticipated this outcome, but she still could not help but sigh gently. Once they lost their neutrality, the trade would be impossible, and who knew how many night roamers would be sacrificed. Li Qingshan changed the topic. Oh right, how's the promotion of your ideals going? Many people agree with me, but they're all regular night roamers. They're powerless to protect themselves, while the powerful ones turn their noses up at me, saying I'm indulging in fantasy. Yi Liusu rallied with vigor, but she also felt rather helpless. When she thought about how they were about to be sucked into the war, she felt even more gloomy. After so many years, it's not easy to change our habits. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder comfortingly before saying, humans have a saying called, without destruction, there can be no construction. This might be an opportunity. An opportunity? An opportunity to eliminate the divisions between clans and rule over all night roamers. Growing up underground, Yi Liusu was eccentric, but she was no stranger to these schemes under the influence of what she saw and heard. Her mother, Yi Mingzhu, had discussed this with her countless times. Even if the weak shout themselves hoarse, no one will care. The gentle words of the strong can penetrate deep into people's hearts. Li Qingshan smiled. I understand. Yi Liusu's gaze became determined. As long as you understand. Li Qingshan smiled. No one liked being someone else's servant or a clown for others to entertain themselves. Li Qingshan hated it even more. Of course, with his current strength, he was still not strong enough to openly confront the Spider Queen, but he was not someone who could be manipulated by her. There would be a day when the Spider Queen would discover that all of her loyal subordinates were dead, only leaving behind a group of disloyal night roamers. When that day came, if she wanted to play her perverted game, she would have to personally take part. Were demon commanders unkillable? Li Qingshan refused to believe it. At the same time, Li Qingshan's original body ventured even deeper underground. The temperature became colder and colder, where droplets of water turned to ice. He personally witnessed an underground river flow towards freezing. However, after crossing a certain depth, the temperature began to warm up, constantly rising until it became scorching hot, enough to melt metal. The underground rivers gradually decreased, while the fire-red rivers of lava gradually increased, surging about recklessly. In his senses, the auras of living beings became fewer and fewer, almost to the point of non-existence. It had become a truly deathly silent world. Li Qingshan stopped and gasped a few times. He felt a discomfort similar to altitude sickness, so he was forced to use the spirit turtle's profound shell to advance. Even to cultivators, this was a forbidden zone. However, a smile appeared on his face instead. This was because he could clearly feel that the interference from the underground magnetic field was gradually intensifying. He could not even cast the simplest spell. Only the innate supernatural powers of the demons could barely be of use, but they were also beginning to be affected. Li Qingshan took out the Sumeru ring and gritted his teeth. He continued onwards. He wanted to go a little deeper to ensure that nothing would go wrong. In the boundless mountains, on Black Rat Mountain, a large rat ran back to the cave and reported, Great King, there's a human outside." The Rat King twiddled his whiskers. "Oh? I'll go take a look. Your support is my greatest motivation." Fu Qingjin erased his presence and strolled through the mountains slowly. The north wind swept up the snowflakes, making his blue robes flutter. The snow turned the mountains into a boundless world covered in silver. He let out a puff of white air, and the corner of his lips curled slightly. He seemed less dejected and dispirited, more calm and tranquil. If he could cast aside everything and find a bosom friend to wander through these empty mountains, would that not be better than fighting in the mortal world? Everything would return to dust, so why not have nothing in the first place? Suddenly, he felt demon chi approach. A rat crawled out of its nest in the snow. When it saw Fu Qingjin, it did not attack immediately. Instead, it called out loudly, "The Rat King has arrived." Ouch! Then, 16 rats standing on 2 legs, carrying a throne-like palanquin, broke out of the snow and ran over the messenger rat. A shifty-eyed fatty with a golden crown sat on the throne. He pointed at Fu Qingjin and barked, "Human, who are you? Where did you come from? Where did you go? Tell me the truth." Even with how knowledgeable Fu Qingjin was, he was stunned by the scene. He could not help but laugh. "I am Fu Qingjin. I've come to ask the Great King something. Please tell me the truth, Great King. I might spare your life if you do." The second sentence was spoken a moment later. In the green ruins illusion, the crown fell to the ground. The Rat King knelt below the steps and begged for mercy, "Spare me, great immortal. I will definitely tell you everything I know." Fu Qingjin stood on the steps with his hands behind his back, holding the Xianxia horn in his hand. "A few years ago, did a cat demon pass through your territory?" The Rat King's eyes swiveled around. I think so, and I don't think so." The Xianxia horn was unable to tell the truth from the ambiguous answer. Fu Qingjin picked up the green ruined sword again. Having been taught a few lessons, the Rat King told him everything that had happened that day. He no longer dared to hide anything. Fu Qingjin asked, "Did that demon really have 2 horns on its head, scarlet hair, scarlet eyes, ox hooves, and a tiger tail?" Yes. Fu Qingjin glanced at the unmoving Xianxia's horn. He let out a long sigh. "So that's how it is. North Moon, you've always been a part of this." "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." After an unknown period of time, the Rat King slowly raised his head amidst the cries of the rat bearers. He found himself in a world of ice and snow again, and Fu Qingjin had already disappeared. Heaving a sigh of relief, he plopped down on the ground. When he saw his crown, he hurriedly pounced on it and wiped it clean. A streak of green light descended from the sky and flashed past the Rat King's eyes. When the Rat King saw that the crown in his hand had already been split in half, he screamed in fear and fled into the cave. The 16 palanquin bearers followed closely behind, leaving the palanquin behind. After a while, the messenger mouse lifted the palanquin and fled into the cave. Li Qingshan's face was flushed by the lava. He was standing on a lava lake. Everywhere was a sea of fiery red. There were no sturdy rocks here. They were like balls of charcoal, emitting a dazzling red light as they slowly melted into the lava lake. If he went any further, he would probably reach the earth's lungs. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was here. Not to mention normal spirit artifacts, even the 100 treasures pouch, which was different in nature from normal spirit artifacts, could not be used here. Only the Summer ring was not affected. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. He suddenly felt like he was the hobbit in the movies who brought the Lord of the Rings to Volcano Apocalypse. In a trance, the word movie had become an extremely unfamiliar word. His previous life was getting further and further away. However, everything that was happening to him now was even more magnificent than in the movies. Li Qingshan slowly put the Summer ring on his finger. Just as he was about to activate it, his gaze suddenly focused. He took out the Summer ring and hid it. He tilted his ear and listened. He felt a wave of life coming from a faraway place. It couldn't be. There were actually living beings here, and this so-called faraway place wasn't above, nor was it somewhere parallel to them. Instead, it was even deeper, buried deep within the Earth's lungs. Together with the Earth's lungs, it slowly inhaled and exhaled in an extremely peaceful manner. Li Qingshan was shocked. Even he wouldn't be able to hold on for long if he dared to go any deeper. Unless he cultivated the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, that didn't mean he could roam freely in the Earth's lungs. At that depth, the interference from the magnetic field was even more severe. It was as if order had been broken and chaos had returned. Even his innate mystiques could not be used freely. Not to mention, there was also the terrifying fire poison and the legendary earth bubble in the Earth's lungs. No demon general could withstand the power of the earth bubble's explosion head-on. In any case, something that could go so deep into the Earth's lungs was definitely not a good person. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and slowly retreated. "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan immediately turned around and saw Helicoverpa Rosa standing nearby, her bright red dress trailing behind her. She cast a questioning gaze at him. After confirming that the Sumera ring had been properly hidden, Li Qingshan bowed. "I'm here to cultivate." "Cultivate? You're not a water-type cultivator. Why are you here to cultivate?" Helicoverpa Rosa's questioning voice was sharp and incisive. There was even a thread of murderous intent quietly surging, wrapping around Li Qingshan like spider silk. A drop of sweat rolled down Li Qingshan's forehead. His mind raced. Was it because he had touched Spider Queen's nerves, or because of this strange movement? No, it must have something to do with the presence in the Earth's lungs. This was right below the Spider Queen's territory. Since he could sense the presence, how could the Spider Queen not sense it? This was probably one of the Spider Queen's great secrets. He had accidentally stumbled upon it, which might have already made her grow even more suspicious, making her consider silencing him. The Spirit Turtle's demon core gave off a warning that sounded like a siren, telling Li Qingshan just how dangerous his current environment was. He cursed and sighed. What did the Spirit Turtle suppressing the seas mean? Why didn't she warn him earlier? However, he also understood that the Earth's lungs and the magnetic field had interfered with the power of the Spirit Turtle's demon core. If this were any other place, Li Qingshan would have some confidence in protecting himself even if he fell out with her, but here, he was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Li Qingshan smiled. "I want to dual cultivate fire and water, which is why I've come. I hope Ma'am Spider Queen doesn't mind." "Oh?" Helicoverpa Rosa made her way over slowly and grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist before wrapping her arms around his waist. "That does make me rather curious. The yin, yang, and 5 elements of demons were predetermined by the heavens. Normally, there would only be one." What Li Qingshan had said made her even more doubtful. Helicoverpa Rosa's beautiful face was only inches away, and her slender, curvy body pressed against his. From Li Qingshan's angle, he could even see the deep belly between her snow-white breasts. If they were on the banks of a lake with lush trees and clear water, accompanied by a beauty who whispered softly to him, just how pleasant would that be? However, the reality of the situation was blackish red rocks, a lake of magma, and the vicious Spider Queen, whose voice sounded like a curse. Li Qingshan was pressed to the side by her, and below him was the churning magma. As long as he did not give her a satisfactory answer, she would mercilessly push him into the lake of magma, and not even his bones would remain. "If Ma'am Spider Queen is willing, I can demonstrate it." After breaking free from Helicoverpa Rosa, Li Qingshan leapt to the center of the lake in a single step. "Satisfy my curiosity, North Moon." Helicoverpa Rosa crossed her arms and smiled. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "No problem." However, he thought and sighed, "Phoenix, oh Phoenix, you have to try a little harder this time." Ever since he obtained the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva, Li Qingshan had never given up on comprehending it, but he always ended up in failure. The main reason for that was the existence of the Spirit Turtle's method of sea suppression. Even though it was a symbol of peace and forbearance, as the ultimate spirit of water, how could it tolerate the existence of a pure spirit of fire? However, when Li Qingshan looked around, he thought of something. If he stayed here, perhaps he really might be able to practice the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Sparks rose up and vanished from the lake of magma, like the dance of fire elves. This place could not tolerate the existence of the spirit of water at all. The power of the spirit turtle's demon core had been suppressed to the limit. Perhaps this was an opportunity instead. The demon chi all over his body swelled up, surging with waves of fire. Li Qingshan's figure rapidly grew until he returned to his original form, turning into a colossal figure over 30 meters tall. He stood in the lake of magma like a black, stone pillar propping up the cavern. Although his original form would be slightly less nimble, it was the strongest form of a demon. This is the first time I've seen your original form. So you're a descendant. No wonder, Helicoverpa murmured from behind. Only the descendants of demons above Demon General could be referred to as descendants. They were not regular wild beasts the moment they were born. Instead, they possessed great strength similar to exotic beasts. However, very few demon generals were willing to do something like this, as it would result in a loss of power. In particular, the mother's side would remain in a state of weakness for a long period of time. However, this did dispel some of Spider Queen's suspicions. His cultivation speed was so fast that it barely made sense. Otherwise, he must have received assistance from other sources. As for Li Qingshan's ox horns and tiger tail, it made Helicoverpa nod her head slightly. If it was a fusion of two races and two bloodlines, it would make sense for him to practice two elements at the same time. Though, I recall that the second energy you control apart from water is wind. I'm Spider Queen, you'll understand if you keep watching. With that, Li Qingshan no longer paid any attention to Spider Queen. He allowed the lava to swallow him bit by bit. Waves of burning pain assaulted him as the violent fire poison invaded his body. Not only did he not circulate his demon chi to resist it, but he even withdrew all of his demon chi into the spirit turtle's demon core. He even guided the surging fire spirits into his body and began practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Immediately, Li Qingshan's eyes lit up like charcoal, burning brightly. At the same time, a sense of nobility rose up from his body. It was like a phoenix cherishing its feathers, proud and aloof. Helicoverpa furrowed her brows slightly and watched on silently. He really did seem to be controlling the fire spirits. Although Li Qingshan's entire body was in burning pain, his joy overwhelmed all of the pain, as sure enough, practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva here was much smoother. The rampaging fire spirits gathered together under his will, turning into a roaring fireball that constantly revolved. The fireball was not perfectly round. Instead, it was larger on one end and smaller on the other, shaped like a chicken. This was the phoenix's embryo. The lingering flames licked at Li Qingshan's body like black iron thrown into a furnace, about to be refined into steel and cast into a sword. His crimson eyes flickered like stars, and his crimson hair fluttered like flames. Half of Li Qingshan's body was submerged. He suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, stirring up huge waves in the lava lake. Dark red, crimson, bright red, and golden lava of various colors were stirred into a ball, filling the entire cavern with billowing white smoke. The rolling flames crashed into the dim curtain of light behind Helicoverpa, shattering into pieces. Her countenance flickered between bright and dark. What was she thinking? Li Qingshan returned to his normal size. He spread his arms and laid down in the lake of magma, bobbing up and down. His burns rapidly recovered, and the violent fire poison settled down too. In his body, a phoenix's embryo that resembled a face had finally condensed. When he raised his hand, balls of flames automatically gathered in his palm, ready for his use. Was this the first level of the phoenix? Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. No, he was still lacking something. This was just a trick. If he couldn't merge fire and water, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the true Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. However, it was already a considerable improvement. He could be considered to have found the door. He was about to get up when a divine sense pierced through the lava, his body, and his consciousness. Li Qingshan saw the surging lava and the violent explosions of the earth bubble. Amidst the surging lava, there was a golden infant sleeping quietly. Could this be Helicoverpa's son? Li Qingshan found this absurd thought laughable. Even if this was Helicoverpa's body, she couldn't live peacefully in the depths of the earth. The infant suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like he had been seen through. Before he could even think about it carefully, a strand of spider silk shot over, wrapping around him a few times and directly dragging Li Qingshan out of the lake of fire. "What did you see?" Helicoverpa asked from behind. "I didn't, anything, a baby." "Who was he? Or should I say, what is it?" Li Qingshan asked halfway through his sentence. "It was a blessing, not a curse. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided." Instead of letting the Spider Queen's suspicion change, it's better to just get to the bottom of things. If they turned hostile. He threw out the phoenix egg that he had just condensed and blew her up into a mess, seizing the opportunity to slip away. "You really saw it." Helicoverpa's expression changed. She tried to grab Li Qingshan, but missed. Li Qingshan flashed 100 steps away. "It's not me who wants to see him, it's him who wants to see me." "What did he say to you?" Helicoverpa's face revealed a trace of nervousness. She placed her hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder and clenched it tightly. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. The demon commander was indeed not to be trifled with. "I only looked. I didn't say anything." Helicoverpa's expression fluctuated. Sometimes it was fierce, sometimes it was peaceful. Li Qingshan had already prepared the phoenix egg and was ready to go. In the end, Helicoverpa's killing intent faded. According to what she saw just now, it seemed that Li Qingshan really did accidentally barge into this place for the sake of cultivation. As long as he was not instructed by someone or had some ulterior motive, she was not willing to kill a general at this time. "Don't mention this to anyone. If even the slightest hint of it gets out, I'll kill you." "I'll." Helicoverpa tilted her head and lightly kissed Li Qingshan's cheek. The tip of her scarlet tongue flitted across Li Qingshan's face. A strange feeling of excitement welled up in his heart. But Li Qingshan knew that this was not a declaration of love but a threat. Or perhaps, it was all the same to her. Binding, raping, and then killing were her natural hobbies. "I almost can't help but leak this news right now." Li Qingshan smiled as he wrapped his arm around Helicoverpa's waist. He felt the thrill of playing with fire. Helicoverpa laughed loudly. Her laughter was shrill, like the trembling of a spider's web. There was a strange and pleasing feeling to it. Li Qingshan suppressed the doubts in his heart. He did not dare to activate the summer ring here. As he left, Li Qingshan glanced back at the magma lake of fire. But, what was it? In the depths of the earth, the infant closed his eyes again. In that instant, he seemed to see the phoenix. But this was just an illusion. That undying bird had long since flown away from this world. Another 1,000 years had passed. "Black Dragon, I feel that your era is about to end." Arriving in the depths of Cobweb City, Li Qingshan bade farewell to Helicoverpa. Although he had failed to activate the Sumera ring, he had managed to catch a glimpse of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, so it had not been a wasted trip. But as he traveled further away from the earth, the spirit turtle's demon core immediately unleashed its full power again. He was forced to completely withdraw the power of the phoenix's embryo, but he could not help but feel like it was foreign. This was not something that could be rushed, so Li Qingshan just set it aside and focused on his clone. There was already a special discussion hall in the territory. In the center was a long, exquisitely carved table, with 6 seats placed to the left and right. The 6 matriarchs were all present, standing on the 2 sides. Hanging chandeliers illuminated their various expressions. One of them had changed her appearance. This was a very natural process for the night roamers, and there was no need for them to ask about the fate of the previous matriarch. Li Qingshan made his way to the end of the table. Yi Liubo pulled out a chair for him, and he sat down slowly. The 6 matriarchs stood up together. "Greetings, Sir North Moon." "Congratulations on emerging, sir." Li Qingshan had played it down. He had dealt with the provocations of the 2 demon generals with his clone, so he obviously could not hide it from them who were well informed. None of them dared to slight this rising star of the demon race. "Sit down." Li Qingshan yawned and leaned on the armrest with his hand to lean on his cheek. "Since I've emerged, I should exercise a little, just in case Ma'am Spider Queen thinks I'm not doing my job properly. Do you have any suggestions?" "Bring me a map." Yi Mingzhu clapped her hands, and the guard took out a mental map, unfurling it on the table. This is the map we obtained from the humans. Afterwards, she pointed at a point on the map. There's a human city here. Sir, you can treat it as a greeting gift for Ma Spider Queen. Bang! Xianxia slammed the table and stood up. Do you think Ma Spider Queen will be satisfied with a mere mortal city? Yes. Yi Mingzhu brushed her hand across the map, and several dozen specks lit up. This is the location of the human sects we've discovered. However, they're all protected by formations, and there's also the mechanical cannons of the school of Moism. They're all tough foes that won't be easy to deal with. And, once they're attacked, reinforcements from other sects will arrive very soon. Xianxia smiled. That's good news. He casually pointed at a spot nearby. This is the place. I request that everyone here participate in this battle. Sir, we still have to manage our clans. This isn't appropriate. We can send our clansmen to assist you. Other than Yi Mingzhu, the 6 matriarchs immediately objected. Who would be willing to leave their lair and go to the surface? They weren't afraid of the human cultivators being powerful, but they were afraid that the elders of their clans would take the opportunity to usurp their position. If anyone is unwilling to participate, you can leave now. Xianxia interrupted them. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and the killing intent of the tiger demon surged. This sight. Your support is my greatest motivation. None of the 6 matriarchs dared to say no. Since Lord Northmoon has decided so, we are willing to follow his lead. Xianxia smiled. Very well, I will give you 2 hours to gather your subordinates. Of course, as long as they are above the tribulation transcendence stage. It will be dark soon. The sky gradually darkened, but the Clear River Prefecture was still brightly lit. Above the Hawkwolf Guard, Wang Pushi stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the city that was strewn with sparks. As the capital city under strict protection from cultivators, the Clear River Prefecture was probably the only city that had not been invaded by demons. A ray of green light flew over and made a turn before descending from the sky. Fu Qingjin landed lightly on the rooftop with a person in his hand. Who is this person? The culprit who caused the conflict 3 years ago is now handed over to Commander Wang to deal with. This is my sincerity. Fu Qingjin tossed the person in his hand in front of Wang Pushi. The disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect who had massacred so many people in the past cried out in terror, Senior Fu, Lord Fu, I am the Demon Slayer's disciple, I am the Demon Slayer's disciple, you can't do this. Wang Pushi stepped on his throat and asked, what do you want? Unite. Fu Qingjin said, for the past 3 years, the demons have been wreaking havoc. Tens of thousands of people have suffered, and countless people have died. But because of our conflicts, we have not been able to work together. Instead, we have been holding each other back. I think it's time to resolve our conflicts, unite, and put an end to the demons. Settle it? How do we settle it? Wang Pushi frowned. What arrogance! Gather all the cultivators and launch a counterattack. Slay the demons. Fu Qingjin waved his hand in high spirits. He was full of convincing confidence. No matter how depressed he was normally, as long as he was willing, he seemed to be born with the charisma of a monarch. Wang Pushi pondered and said, this isn't something I can decide alone. I'll have to discuss it with the other patriarchs. Right now, I'm just communicating with them. Commander Wang, please contact them on my behalf. In 5 days, I'll invite all the Foundation establishment cultivators to a banquet upstairs for an alliance meeting. I will explain my ideas to them. Fu Qingjin cupped his hands and left. The suspect with the sumer ring arrived and used the situation to threaten them. With the help of the Shiji's horn, he would be able to expose himself. After the meeting, the first battle was to attack the North Moon's territory and force it to reveal the truth. This was the second battle. A huge net that Fu Qingjin had personally weaved and planned directly enveloped Xianxia. Xianxia, on the other hand, was at a loss. Even if he knew, it would be useless. This was not some crafty plot, but an upright strategy. Fu Qingjin was not only doing this for the Soaring Dragon Elder's matter, but he was also gathering his forces to fight a demon. This was the third reason. The moon rose above the trees. It illuminated the deep and secluded valley. In the valley, there was a continuous stretch of buildings. The buildings stood in great numbers, and the eaves were arched. The main color was vermilion. It was a majestic aura that no human being could possess. An invisible spell formation enveloped everything, blocking all outsiders outside. Among the many buildings, the most special were the numerous turrets. They were the crystallization of the Mahist's engineering skills. Xianxia had personally experienced their power. If anyone wanted to attack the formation, they would first have to endure their bombardment. Easy to defend and difficult to attack, it was heavily guarded. This was where the Vermilion Close sect was located. Xianxia only understood what Yi Mingzhu meant when she said they would be tough after seeing it with his own eyes. Although the formation in front of him could not compare to the duality formation of Minute, without the soaring dragon ship, it would not be so easy to break. On the hillside outside the valley, black figures stood silently in the forest. The one in the lead was obviously Li Xianxia. He rubbed his chin and thought. Behind him were the 10 personal guards, the 6 matriarchs, and many powerful night roamers. In order to prevent a fire from breaking out while he was away, the matriarchs had basically made ample preparations. Even Xianxia was taken aback by their tremendous presence. Afterwards, he smiled and thought to himself, forcefully capturing them as able-bodied men really was the right choice. Do you have any plans to take down the Vermilion Close sect? Xianxia asked with demon chi. However, in his opinion, with the formation here, there was nothing he could do apart from forceful attacks. Unfortunately, the thing night roamers were least skilled at was forceful attacks. Encircling them and attacking reinforcements was a good choice, but it all depended on whether the others were willing to fall for it or not. However, Yi Liusu said, I have a plan that can ensure we take down the Vermilion Close sect unscathed. Oh? Let's hear it. In my opinion, the formation isn't invulnerable. As long as we unleash the innate talent of the night roamers and use phantom roaming, we can pass through the formation and assassinate the master of the Vermilion Close sect. These turrets and even the formation will be ours. Xianxia's eyes lit up. If that really was the case, it would save him a lot of trouble. All he had to do was slaughter his way through the sects one by one. The losses would be minimal, while the benefits would be the greatest. A matriarch questioned, but only those who have undergone the second heavenly tribulation can use phantom roaming. Once night roamers underwent the second heavenly tribulation, they could reach the realm of phantom roaming. Not only could their bodies pass through all visible or invisible barriers, but their weapons could also pierce the protective techniques or arcane artifacts of the enemy. They could basically go anywhere and pierce through everything, turning into the most terrifying assassins. Yi Mingzhu smiled. It's indeed impossible with just the strength of a single person, but with so many people here, as long as we work together, we can temporarily open up a path of phantom roaming. Sending 1 or 2 people in is still possible. Work together? The matriarchs looked at one another. That thought had never existed in their heads. Apart from Helicoverpa Rosa, no one could order them to work together. But now, they had Xianxia. He smiled. That's a good idea. Let's begin. But who was going in? Isolated and without any support, once the assassination failed, they would be trapped. They would be in the most disadvantageous situation possible. Just the sight of the turrets was chilling. Yi Liusu walked out silently. Yi Liubo followed behind her with a smile. Me too. Under the lead of the 6 matriarchs, all the powerful night roamers gathered their strength, forming a hazy, smoke-like cluster of deep darkness. Even at a time like this, their power was silent and withdrawn, without giving off a sliver of their aura. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo were waiting for that fleeting opportunity. The 6 matriarchs suddenly struck together, and the cluster of deep darkness shot towards the Vermilion Close sect below. Sure enough, it passed through the formation silently, like a path of darkness. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo unleashed night roaming at the same time, leaping into the path of darkness. The master of the Vermilion Close sect paced around the room alone, carefully considering everything that had happened recently. He could not help but sigh inside when he recalled the resentful gaze of the disciple Fu Qingjin had taken away as a bargaining chip. However, he did not feel like he had done anything wrong. The survival of the fittest had always been common sense in this world. It was your fortune that the sect was willing to protect you in the past. It's your fate that they won't protect you now. What's there to be resentful about? Compared to that, it was even more of a pity that he could no longer trade with the underground world. A ruminating expression appeared on his face. Looking at Fu Qingjin's recent actions, he was clearly going to take action soon. Compared to trading with those strange other folk, using the blade in his hand to kill and steal was more in line with the principles of the Vermilion Cloth sect. The moonlight cast a figure on the wall. The master of the Vermilion Cloth sect suddenly looked back, only to see Yi Liusu wielding a curved blade, standing silently under the moonlight. Why are you here? What answered him was a smear of resplendent, silver light. The master of the Vermilion Cloth sect bellowed out. The blood-red blade on his waist moved like a dragon, dyeing the entire room red. It was unstoppable. Suddenly, a swathe of yellow embroidery enveloped his face. The master of the Vermilion Cloth sect's vision darkened, and he heard a strange whistle. He felt his back ache, and a dark dagger stabbed into his back. The blood-red blade swung back, and Yi Liubo retreated gracefully. The curved blade in Yi Liusu's hand drew a profound arc. It was untraceable, sweeping towards his throat. The master of the Vermilion Cloth sect was filled with surprise and fury. Red light surged from him, forcing the curved blade and dagger away. He was like a god in vermilion clothes wielding a blade, staring at Yi Liusu murderously. How did you get in here? The formation still maintained its function, showing no signs of being touched at all. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Everything that had happened tonight was strange. He had to ask the demon slayer for reinforcements immediately. Suddenly, he felt a numbness spread from his back. The dagger was poisoned, and it was extremely terrifying poison. Over the past few millennia, the night roamers' alchemy techniques had all been developed in this direction, but it was not without some results. Even Foundation establishment cultivators could not ignore it. In the blink of an eye, the master of the Vermilion Cloth sect's face turned green. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo circled around the master of the Vermilion Cloth sect like they were dancing gracefully. They turned into two black ghosts and merged into the night silently. All that was left was the bright yellow embroidery, drifting about and reflecting the moonlight. The master of the Vermilion Cloth sect's eyes narrowed. He felt like death was pressing towards him. The disciples of the Vermilion Cloth sect who heard the disturbance rushed over from all directions, but they were unable to make him feel at ease at all. He only felt colder and colder. Attack with the turrets? Ask the demon slayer for reinforcements? With a thought, the bright yellow embroidery suddenly expanded to 10 times its original size, enveloping the surroundings. Shatter! The blood-red blade in the master of the Vermilion Cloth sect's hand swelled up. With a single move, bloody battles, the blade aura rained down like a storm. As soon as the disciples of the Vermilion Cloth sect arrived outside, they saw streaks of blood-red light cut the buildings and courtyards to pieces. One of the disciples who had moved a little faster was sucked into the blade aura, immediately being torn to pieces and reduced to a pile of flesh on the ground. It frightened the other disciples into retreating. The bright yellow embroidery rippled. It was as flexible as water, completely unscathed, but it was unable to fall down either. It hovered in the air like a yellow cloud, obscuring the moon. The curved blade and dagger flashed, like a crescent moon, like a meteor. They crisscrossed and vanished in a flash. Time passed by slowly. There was a rumble of buildings collapsing and a hubbub of voices in the valley. Prepare to attack and support them, said Li Qingshan sternly. Their chances of victory were extremely high, but he still had to consider the worst-case scenario. They were his most important confidants among the night roamers. He could not allow anything to happen to them. Yi Mingzhu said, "It's just the master of the Vermilion Cloth sect, a Foundation establishment cultivator. They definitely won't disappoint Sir North Moon." As she said that, the formation vanished. The blade aura dispersed. The ground within a range of several hundred meters had been sliced to pieces. Not a single blade of grass could survive. Only the master of the Vermilion Cloth sect stood tall with the blood-red blade in his hand, like a god. A bloody gash had appeared on his throat. Blood flowed out from his chest, soaking his vermilion clothes. The color was indeed dark. The bright yellow embroidery drifted through the air, covering his regretful face before collapsing on the ground loudly. The life force of Foundation establishment cultivators was not as great as demon generals, but physical injuries were no longer so important to them who were one with the world. Otherwise, Yi Liubua's first strike would have been a lethal wound. However, the damage from the poison was omnidirectional. Foundation establishment cultivators could not completely detach themselves from their bodies either. The Vermilion Clothes sect was one of the more skilled sects in battle. The strength of the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect stood out even in the Clear River Prefecture. If they fought openly, even a handful of Yi Liusu would not necessarily be able to take him down in a short amount of time. However, assassinations had always been about catching the enemy off guard and defeating the enemy stronger than them. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect had let his guard down due to the formation, allowing him to suffer a lethal strike from Yi Liubua. The moment he was poisoned, victory was already decided. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua appeared. They knelt on one knee and panted slightly. Every single one of them was covered in several dozen horrific wounds. The desperate strike from the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect was truly startling, and the blade in his hand was anything but ordinary. It's other folk. Kill them. They killed the sect master. How did they get in here? Why didn't the formation give off any warnings? Under the cries of the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua looked at one another and smiled. They arrived beside the corpse of the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect like no one else was around and began searching through it. A 10th-layer Qi practitioner disciple lunged over with a swing of his blade. With a flash of the curved blade, it cut him in half. Even though they were injured, they had undergone the heavenly tribulation, so they could not be threatened by these regular disciples. Seeing this, the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect retreated hesitantly, fleeing in all directions. Yi Liusu had already found the formation disc and stopped the formation. Dark shadows appeared one after another. It flew into the Vermilion Clothes sect and followed every Vermilion Clothes sect disciple like a shadow. Several miserable cries rang out. The valley quickly quieted down. The turrets remained silent. Yi Liubua held the control mechanism in her hands and disassembled them one by one. He put it into his 100 treasures pouch. Xianxia unfurled his wings and took off with a trajectory, landing on a turret and observing the entire valley. All of the night roamers returned to him, offering up the 100 treasures pouches they had obtained. None of them were bold enough to keep it to themselves. The 100 treasures pouches of Qi practitioners were not enough for them to take on such a risk. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony and accepted all the 100 treasures pouches. Finally, he took the 100 treasures pouch from the Vermilion Clothes sect from Yi Liusu's hands. He smiled and said, "You guys have the greatest merit in this battle. When this matter is over, I will naturally reward you according to your contributions." He also said to the other night roamers, "I'm only keeping the spoils of the battle with me for now. Once we return underground, I'll reward the clans according to their contributions." Yi Mingzhu immediately said, "Lord Northmoon is wise. We will definitely unite as one and pledge our loyalty to you, sir." The other matriarchs secretly cursed Yi Mingzhu for being a shameless bootlicker, but they dared not fall behind either. They were just afraid that they would end up losing out when the spoils of the battle were distributed. "As long as we work together, there's nothing we can't overcome." Yi Liusu's heart surged. This was the first time she had become a Foundation establishment cultivator. There was actually an incomparably relaxed feeling. However, she knew that if it were not for Xianxia's leadership, it would have been impossible for her to be so relaxed. The other night roamers were rather perplexed too. At the very least, they believed in everything Yi Liusu had done. As Yi Liusu promoted his idea of unity, Yi Liubua moved over and wrapped her arms around his waist. She passed the blood-red blade from the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect into his hands and bit his ear. She said softly, "You can treat it as a gift. From me to master, all right?" "Oh no, even you're mine. How are your wounds?" Xianxia lifted the blood-red blade and could not help but praise, "What a fine blade." The blood-red blade was extremely sharp. It had already surpassed the boundaries of regular spiritual artifacts. The blade was a keepsake passed down through the generations of the Vermilion Clothes sect master. It had been refined through countless generations. It did not possess the ingenious transformations of regular arcane artifacts, but it was much more practical to Li Qingshan. If he could refine the blade, he would not suffer too much of a loss even if he faced Fu Qingjin's green ruined sword. It's just a small wound. I'll be fine after some rest. It won't leave behind any scars. The blade Ji is just a little troublesome. You only said it was yours, so why didn't you take it? Yi Liubo grumbled. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. He pressed his hand against her back and purged the blade qi. He smiled. Stop acting like a spoiled child. He raised his hand. Mingzhu, bring me a map. Where's the nearest sect? The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars filled the sky. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings and flew low over the wilderness. The dark shadows on the ground followed him silently. Wherever he went, there was only a gust of night wind. Very soon, a mountain appeared on the horizon. Li Qingshan folded his wings and flew off in a hurry. That was his next target. The night roamers became more and more familiar with working together. Towards the end, there were even 4 people sent into the formations, while most Foundation establishment cultivators in regular sects would only be 1 or 2. They carried out assassinations with a crushing advantage. They were basically invincible. They did not even have the opportunity to call for help. The only time they failed was when the formation of the Red Cloud sect was rather special. It enveloped a radius of several dozen kilometers, preventing them from using phantom roaming. They had to choose their next target. Just like that, in a single night, Li Qingshan annihilated 4 sects with his people and killed 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. They benefited greatly. Yi Mingzhu unfurled the map. Sir, it's getting late. Our next target is here. What sect is this? The Bronze Cauldron sect. They're renowned for forging artifacts. They should be very easy to deal with. On a nameless peak, Fu Qingjin sat with his legs crossed, breathing in and out the spiritual qi of the world. He had already cast down the net. All he had to do was wait for the right time to pull it in and end this lengthy journey. He would take her back to the Sword Collection Palace. After experiencing the changes of the past 3 years and witnessing the various horrors caused by demons, she must have understood the importance of strength. She would no longer be naive. Although he did not wish for her to endure such pain, this was a necessary step. At this moment, the Demon Slayer's tablet on his waist suddenly flickered. Fu Qingjin's eyes narrowed. It's the Bronze Cauldron sect's distress signal. Green light shot into the air, and Fu Qingjin arrived at Bronze Cauldron Mountain on his sword. Looking down, he could not help but be surprised even with his mental fortitude. The once prosperous Bronze Cauldron sect had basically been reduced to ruins. It was like a colossal beast had run over it. There was not a single complete structure left. All that was left was a huge cauldron, standing alone in the ruins. Just what had happened? Fu Qingjin flew over to the cauldron. Sect Master Chen, are you in there? Sect Master Chen's frantic voice rang out from the cauldron, be careful, fellow Fu. An hour ago, Li Qingshan had launched a surprise attack on the Bronze Cauldron sect with the night roamers. His phantom roaming technique had worked once again. When the formations had been destroyed from the inside, the machine turrets continued to function, shooting out beams of light and forcing a few night roamer assassins into hiding. Li Qingshan flew up and reverted to his original form mid-air, falling down loudly. Beams of light shot over. The spirit turtle's profound shell constantly disassembled and reassembled, blocking the attacks. Boom! With a great rumble, a shockwave swept out from the hooves, ripping apart all the structures including the machine turrets and sending them flying into the air. The disciples of the Bronze Cauldron sect standing on the ground all exploded as a mass of flesh and blood. Bronze Cauldron Mountain trembled and cracked. It was close to collapsing. This natural disaster left all the night roamers dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the Bronze Cauldron sect had been reduced to ruins. If Li Qingshan wanted to massacre an entire city, he would definitely be more efficient than Strong Stone and Blood Shadow. After the aftershocks subsided, the night roamer who had been ordered to carry out the assassination approached him. He raised his head and reported, Sir, there's a problem. Li Qingshan gazed down and had noticed the source of the problem a long time ago. Even his shockwaves seemed to be unable to destroy the only intact bronze cauldron in the ruins so easily. He's hiding in there. There's nothing we can do. As soon as the Night Roamer assassins began their assassination, the sect master of the Bronze Cauldron sect immediately summoned the huge cauldron and hid in there. Can we use phantom roaming? Li Qingshan patted the bronze cauldron, which produced a clang. The bronze cauldron was actually an extremely rare arcane artifact. It was the treasure of the Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It was extremely sturdy and stable. It was no wonder that even the Night Roamer assassins were helpless against it. Yi Mingzhu said, probably, but it'll probably be extremely disadvantageous for us if we enter his cauldron. If that's the case, then let's just wait for him to come out, said Li Qingshan. An arcane artifact cauldron for forging artifacts was extremely rare. Since he had come across it, how could he let it go so easily? At most, he would just drag it back forcefully. He refused to believe that a mere cauldron could rival his strength. Yi Mingzhu said, It's almost dawn now. He's probably already sent out a call for help. Although the sunlight's influence on night roamers at their level was extremely weak, it would still be quite a problem if the influence accumulated bit by bit. In particular, it would not be as easy to open up a path of phantom roaming. Alright then. Retreat. Li Qingshan immediately changed his mind. He turned around and left, shooting a glance at Yi Liusu. The group retreated to the bottom of the mountain. Yi Liusu ordered everyone to set up an ambush on the spot. She also took out the machine cannons they had seized along the way and prepared to carry out Li Qingshan's original plan, which was to surround them and attack reinforcements. The blood-red blade reflected Li Qingshan's face. Retreat? How's that possible? I haven't even had my fill yet. Since a sneak attack doesn't work, then we'll set up an ambush. If that doesn't work, then we'll launch a forceful attack. I want to use this momentum to deal a heavy blow to the demon slayer, Fu Qingjin. When a streak of green light descended from the sky, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. He never thought it would be this big fish right from the start. He currently had the blood-red blade in hand, his many subordinates by his side, and countless cannons at the ready. If he grasped this opportunity well, he might be able to kill Fu Qingjin here and end their conflict prematurely. Li Qingshan leapt up from the forest and swung his blade at Fu Qingjin. Fire! Right now, it was the darkest moment before dawn. In that moment, thousands of streaks of light illuminated the night sky, weaving into a net of light. Fu Qingjin looked back in surprise. All he saw was the streaks of light shooting through the air in a slight arc. As he cast down a net for Li Qingshan, he never thought he would charge into Li Qingshan's net first. P.S. I've been adjusting my schedule recently, so I definitely can't stay up late anymore. It's good for the body to sleep early and wake up early, though I keep feeling a little sleepy. To be continued, the cauldron-shaped bronze cauldron mountain shone with dazzling light, like a volcano erupting violently. The ruins turned to dust in the light before flying into the sky. All traces of human activity were wiped away in that instant, condensing into a layer of crystal. Li Qingshan cast his gaze at the rolling dust. Fu Qingjin had not managed to escape in time. The green ruined sword pointed at the sky, standing before Fu Qingjin. One side of his clothes and hair fluttered in the wind, while the other side turned into specks of light that scattered and condensed. In the final moment, he had unleashed the green ruin's illusion. Even when he was struck by the light, he only scattered into specks of light. Keep firing. Li Qingshan swung his blade and roared. No matter how powerful the green ruined sword was, its power was not endless. It seemed invincible only because it had not been forced to the limit. He wanted to test the limits of the green ruined sword and not waste this heaven-sent opportunity. The light fell like rain, pouring onto the top of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. The rumbling shook through the surroundings as the mountain was shaved off layer by layer. Fu Qingjin's body constantly dispersed and condensed. His expression remained the same the entire time. This continued for 15 minutes. Fu Qingjin frowned, and the green ruined sword in his hand thrummed gently. He had never thought he would end up in such a predicament due to a moment of carelessness. North Moon, I've underestimated you. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto the green ruined sword. The sword shone with green light, and he became one with it, turning into a streak of green light that rushed into the sky. Now. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Having been charging up for a very long time, he suddenly unfurled his wings of wind and swung out with the blood-red blade, forcefully severing the green light. Fu Qingjin smiled instead of becoming angry. The green ruined sword rippled with rings of green light. The abandoned palace and city. It unfurled in the air. In a daze, Li Qingshan fell into the green ruins illusion again. Yi Liusu and Yi Liubo walked through the air, following closely behind. They were ready to swing their weapons at Fu Qingjin, but they missed. They directly passed through the green light and looked back in shock. The green ruins illusion was like a mirage in the sky, visible but unreachable. Fu Qingjin said faintly, "Even if there are 10,000 people, only one can face me in the end. Are you ready?" North Moon. At this moment, many Foundation establishment cultivators arrived and saw the tragic state of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Looking at the illusory realm in the sky, he didn't know what to do. Yi Liubo shouted, "Quick, open up the netherworld path." Although he had never clashed with Fu Qingjin before, this liaison of the Sword Collection Palace was renowned underground. He had clashed with Strong Stone and Blood Shadow several times, and he had gained the upper hand every single time. Although he had failed to kill the two demons, he had forced them back underground every single time, and they would even be slightly injured. "There's no need." Li Qingshan stared at Fu Qingjin and said indifferently. The green ruins illusion was different from formations. It was completely under Fu Qingjin's control. Even if they forced their way in, they would be expelled. From now on, Yi Liusu will be in command. Kill and injure the demon slayer cultivators as much as possible. Yes, Liusu. Yi Liusu leapt towards the Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to provide assistance. The other night roamers followed close behind. She had already merged with the darkness in the air, vanishing. The Foundation establishment cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They had never seen so many tribulation-level night roamer assassins appear together. Mountainous Sword Qi. A middle-aged cultivator in Taoist robes drew his sword from its sheath. It turned into numerous blurs, wrapping around him like a mountain of swords. If he were up against a few night roamers, this move would be enough to defend himself. Night roamers were not skilled in direct attacks, but right now, he was up against several dozen of the strongest night roamer assassins. Clang! 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 A series of weapons collided. The night roamer assassins flashed like ghosts, forcefully pushing back the mountainous Sword Qi. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. He took out a handful of thunderbolt seeds from his 100 treasures pouch and scattered them. With a series of rumbles, he cut off the night roamer's attacks. He rode his sword away in a hurry. Yi Liubo snorted coldly, abandoning her sword and wielding a bow. She drew it to a full crescent, and a black arrow had already condensed between her two fingers. Behind her, over a dozen night roamer assassins did the same. Among night roamers, archery was something they had to learn since they were young. A black rain of arrows pierced through the smoke from the explosions, leaving behind black trajectories silently. The middle-aged cultivator called out to the backs of the other Foundation establishment cultivators, "Save me, fellow cultivator." The other Foundation establishment cultivators fled into the distance without even looking back, thinking that it was better for them to die than for themselves. They had not lost their minds when they risked their lives against several dozen night roamers undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The middle-aged cultivator blocked a few arrows with all his might. His Taoist robes fluttered. It was actually an extremely rare supreme-grade protective spiritual artifact, which helped him block 7 or 8 arrows. If it were a one-on-one battle, he would basically be undefeatable, but faced with an absolute disparity in numbers, the Taoist robes did not have the time to recover at all. The rain of arrows tore through it in a single moment, turning the middle-aged cultivator into a hornet's nest as he fell out of the sky. As for his fellow Taoists, they could not escape easily either. The 6 matriarchs went to block their way. Speed was their advantage, and there were not many opportunities for them to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator so easily. "Do you think you can disturb my mind like this?" Fu Qingjin said as he constantly used the green ruins illusion to recover the power he had lost just now. I've never thought about disturbing your mind. How about it? You didn't expect this, did you? Li Qingshan laid out his hands, actually not taking the initiative to attack. Instead, he began chatting with Fu Qingjin with great interest. He had never been one to waste his breath. He deeply detested the foolishness of talking nonsense and putting on an act even when he possessed an absolute advantage, only for his opponent to turn the tables on him. It was the exact opposite. After witnessing Fu Qingjin's speed just now, he understood he had no so-called advantage. Even if he threw his life on the line against Fu Qingjin right now, Fu Qingjin was bent on fleeing, he still would not be able to stop him. At their realm of cultivation, this was most situations in one-on-one situations. Victory was easy, but life or death was difficult. However, to Li Qingshan, winning a single battle was completely meaningless. As a result, he purposefully gave Li Qingshan the hope that Qingjin would kill him just to keep him here. His helper was already on the way. When he saw Fu Qingjin, Li Qingshan understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the demon slayer. His doppelganger began to take action underground. The helper he was looking for was not little An. In the underground cavern, Blood Shadow looked coldly at Li Qingshan. You dare come to my territory? Fu Qingjin is at Bronze Cauldron Mountain, facing off against my main body. If you want revenge, come. Li Qingshan said. Only with Blood Shadow's uncanny speed could he catch up to Fu Qingjin and end his life. Are you serious? Blood Shadow's expression changed. His hatred for Li Qingshan was no less than his hatred for Fu Qingjin. Both of them had humiliated him in the past. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Blood Shadow arrived before him in a flash. Where are you going? I'm obviously going to find Strong Stone and Dragon's Nail. Oh right, and Ma'am Spider Queen as well. I want to tell her that a good opportunity for a counterattack has come. Li Qingshan made his way around Blood Shadow and flew off. He did not know any battle tactics or strategy. He just suddenly discovered he had a good hand, so he wanted to win it all. War was not a game that could be won through schemes and schemes. So-called strategic planning was nowhere near as profound as described in novels. It was always filled with variables. A single coincidence could change the course of the war. What truly determined victory was still the strength of both sides. At the very least, at this moment, the United Night Roamers were even more powerful than the disloyal Demon Slayer. It only took Fu Qingjin a moment to understand all of this. He even managed to guess some of Li Qingshan's intentions. However, he remained as calm as still water. Instead, he smiled. I know what you're thinking, but even if the Blood Demon and the Rock Demon come together, you won't be able to kill me. I might as well try. Li Qingshan sat down on the moss-covered steps. I hope your subordinates are as tough as you. You're just arrogant because of a sword. Deep underground, Strong Stone smiled viciously. You want me to assist you? No. I'd advise you to take this opportunity to attack the other sections. Now is the best opportunity. Li Qingshan turned around and left. Strong Stone was unable to keep up with the speed of Fu Qingjin's flying sword, and the power of the Stone of Slaughter probably would not be of much use either. However, there was nothing better than taking down a sect by force. Fu Qingjin was right. He was not confident he could kill them right from the beginning, but he could at least destroy the Demon Slayer. A gentleman's life is not different, and he's good at faking things. Do you think you're just relying on yourself? Fu Qingjin said slowly. He arrived on the broken wall to Li Qingshan's right and sat down. He smiled. A group of Foundation establishment cultivators aren't as important as you imagine them to be. Compared to them, I still care more about you. In just a few short years, you've gone from a demon, no, a demonic beast to such a level. That's just shocking. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and smiled. They're very important to me. Without these battles and so many spoils of war, he would not be where he was right now. Is it because of the pill that the cat demon gave you? No, it's nowhere near enough. You must have had other fortuitous encounters, Fu Qingjin muttered to himself. Of course I'm blessed. Li Qingshan gazed down unconcernedly. The Foundation establishment cultivators were like deer surrounded by a pack of wolves. They gradually gave in, and another one died. "Oh right, do you know who killed the soaring dragon elder?" Fu Qingjin suddenly asked. He held the Xiaxi's horn in his sleeve. He had stayed here precisely to get to the bottom of this. To the Sword Collection Palace, this was the most important. Just now, he had only said so much to prepare for this question. He wanted to catch them off guard. The enemy obviously would not tell him the truth, but with the Xiaxi's horn, he believed he could get to the bottom of it. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but he thought of something and shut his mouth. He even closed his eyes. He could not afford to be careless when speaking to someone like that. A green light flickered through Fu Qingjin's eyes. He smiled. "Alright, I think I understand now. You're actually not someone who's good at hiding things. That person is the source of all your power, right?" Li Qingshan snapped open his eyes. "What's that in your hand?" Li Qingshan swung his right hand, and the wall shattered loudly. Fu Qingjin turned into specks of green light and flew around Li Qingshan, condensing into Fu Qingjin's face. He said, "You think you're already powerful enough, but you're actually alone and without help. Fu Qingjin, you sure like to talk nonsense. How can the strong and the weak, life and death be determined by your mouth? Speak with your sword." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He swung the blood-red blade about, striking every speck of green light with great precision. The green light split into two again, becoming even more chaotic. The light from the blade followed it like a shadow, striking it at the same time. The green light split into four again, and the light from the blade split as well. The light from the blade burst out wildly, but Li Qingshan's eyes remained calm, shining with a faint blue light. Time seemed to be being pulled, becoming extremely slow. The trajectory of every speck of green light became extremely clear. Clang! With a metallic clang, the green ruined sword condensed from the specks of green light collided with the blood-red blade. Fu Qingjin flew backwards, slightly surprised. He finally lost his composure. The realm of intricacy. Fu Qingjin's strength did not come from the green ruined sword alone. It also came from the Sword Collection Palace's deep heritage and the elite education it provided to the disciples carefully selected. If the 100 schools of thought and small sects were akin to regular schools, then the Sword Collection Palace was akin to training for geniuses. In regular schools, students who could memorize the formulas and use them flexibly could be considered good students. The latter, on the other hand, had to understand the formulas themselves under the guidance of a teacher to be considered qualified. At the same level of cultivation, their strength was completely different. Even if Fu Qingjin only wielded a regular spiritual sword, it would be very difficult for regular Foundation establishment cultivators to defeat him. The realm of intricacy. Is that what you call it? After reaching the fourth layer of the spirit turtle, Li Qingshan could experience life and death with a single thought. He could experience endless, profound changes in extreme stillness. If he used it on the spirit turtle's demon core, he would be able to detect danger with even greater sensitivity. If he used it on the spirit turtle's profound shell, he would be able to reflect an enemy's attack. Just now, he used it on his blade style to force back Fu Qingjin. He couldn't tell if it was talent or something else. Today. Finally, Fu Qingjin gave an explanation. "I have to admit that you are indeed an enemy that can threaten me. Towards such an enemy, I usually show some respect. However, this is not your fortune." Fu Qingjin's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and the fingers of his left hand formed a sword. The green ruined sword in his right hand pointed backwards. Li Qingshan slashed down with his saber, and the blood-red saber aura that resembled a waterfall was deflected. Blood splattered everywhere. The green ruin's illusory realm was dyed red. The green ruin's tribulation. Wan Jiansheng. Fu Qingjin chanted in a low voice and stabbed out with his sword. The green radiance and the saber aura clashed fiercely. The green radiance flashed and pierced through the saber aura, heading straight for Li Qingshan's forehead. Li Qingshan tilted his head and dodged it. He took a step forward and was about to land on the ground. Suddenly, a green ruined sword rushed into the air. He turned around. He leaned back and the sword light brushed past his face. Before his feet had even landed on the ground, streaks of green light burst out of the earth. Each sword was faster than the last. Li Qingshan's footsteps changed gracefully, weaving through the light like a vicious tiger through the jungle. He strode forward steadily, his gaze fixed on Fu Qingjin the entire time. The light became even denser. He casually swung the blood-red blade, carving out a path in the jungle. He mocked loudly, "Is this my misfortune? Then I sure am lucky." Fu Qingjin smiled. The show has only just begun. He formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the sky. The green ruined swords flew into the air one by one, hovering there. They turned around together and pointed their tips at Li Qingshan, turning into a rain of swords. They thrummed as they descended rapidly. Li Qingshan frowned. He turned around quickly and swung the blood-red blade around like a wheel, knocking away the rain of swords. The intense sound of metal colliding rang out without end. However, the rain of swords seemed endless. With Li Qingshan at the center, countless green ruined swords lined up neatly in a sword formation, flying over from every angle and direction. Even when they were knocked away, they would only adjust their direction and rearrange themselves. Fu Qingjin only smiled faintly. Li Qingshan's figure was gradually swallowed by the green ruined swords. The roar of the tiger demon pierced through the clouds. The sword formation paused, and Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind and broke out of the formation. He arrived above Fu Qingjin in a flash and swung down. Before the blade could land, Fu Qingjin turned into green light and dispersed, merging with the green ruined swords. The countless green ruined swords gathered into a long dragon, flickering with green light as it lunged over. With the green light imbued in the swords, even with the blood-red blade in hand, Li Qingshan struggled to injure him. In the green ruins illusion, Fu Qingjin's power could be replenished endlessly, while Li Qingshan's connection with the spiritual qi of the world was completely cut off. Every bit of demon qi he used would be a bit less. Fu Qingjin was in an undefeatable position right from the beginning, which was why he could converse with Li Qingshan so easily, like a hunter looking at prey in a trap. As for Li Qingshan, he was unable to even use his innate ability of the strength of the earth. He really did seem like he had fallen into a trap. In the face of danger, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly cleared up. The blood-red blade that he relied on to clash with the green ruined swords drooped down, as if he had given up on clashing with Fu Qingjin. It was an ordinary punch, and with every inch it moved forward, it seemed to have to pause for a moment and grow a bit larger. At first glance, it seemed to have a kind of sluggish feeling. Fu Qingjin smiled inside. He was using his body to face the green ruined swords. Was this the final, frenzied struggle of a cornered beast? The moment the fist and the swords collided, something unexpected happened. The green ruined swords shattered one by one. Before the tips of the swords could even touch Li Qingshan's fist, they were shattered and destroyed by an invisible force. The moment the swords shattered, even the green light that resided within them was extinguished bit by bit. Cracks spread rapidly, and everywhere they passed, the broken walls collapsed and shattered into pieces of green light. The rumble reached hundreds of kilometers away. It was even louder than the tiger demon's furious roar, as if an invisible bell had been struck. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. He had never used his most destructive power, the power of tremors, precisely for this opportunity. With his realm of intricacy, he layered the power of tremors on top of each other. Even a mountain could collapse. Li Qingshan completely destroyed the sword dragon in a single stroke. In a single moment, all the swords were destroyed, revealing the original form of the green ruined sword. Li Qingshan sneered and converted all of his demon qi into the power of tremors, pouring it into the green ruined sword viciously. The green ruined sword thrummed and flew back into Fu Qingjin's hand. His tattered, green robes were in tatters, no longer graceful at all. His face was completely drained of blood. He was heavily injured. In the green ruins illusion, he had dispersed his original body into specks of green light to avoid damage, which instead allowed Li Qingshan's power of tremors to unleash its full potential. However, the damage the green ruined sword suffered directly reached his mind, which made him extremely surprised and furious. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is this power?" "Ask the King of Hell." Li Qingshan lunged over and turned into his original form over 30 meters tall. He had a head of bronze and a forehead of steel, with sharp teeth and claws. He was like a black, demonic tiger, roaring madly. The tiger's tail swept up the blood-red blade, turning into a blurry blood shadow and swinging it towards Fu Qingjin's waist. The tiger's claws lunged out, ready to be unleashed with the power of tremors. His entire body was a weapon for killing. Wretched demon! Fu Qingjin bellowed out, and the surrounding ruins twisted into green light. The entire green ruins illusion turned into a sea of sword qi, surging towards Li Qingshan and surrounding him. The battle on the ground had ended a long time ago. The Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to provide support had all died. When the other Foundation establishment cultivators of the Demon Slayer saw this, none of them dared to get any closer. They flew in the air and watched from afar. At this moment, the east was beginning to glow. The night roamers no longer dared to disperse. They only stood below Bronze Cauldron Mountain, gazing at the battle in the green ruins illusion in the sky. The surroundings seemed to have become a stage. Everyone else hid below the stage, acting as spectators. Li Qingshan and Fu Qingjin stood in the center of the stage, drawing over everyone's gazes. Their victory would determine the situation in the Clear River Prefecture, as well as the fates of countless people. There were even a few spectators who hid in the darkness, silently hiding their existences as they watched on with their own thoughts. The green ruins illusion had turned into a sea of sword qi, reaching everywhere and enveloping Li Qingshan. Yi Liubo's heart suddenly leapt into her throat. She murmured to herself, "Master is undefeatable." Yi Liusu patted her shoulder. "You're right. Believe in him." Li Qingshan's tiger tail swept around the blood-red blade, conjuring up layers of blood-red light that clashed with the sword qi and melted it away. He swung his fists and stamped his feet like a demon, bombarding the space there and creating cracks. Tremors surged out in all directions, destroying the layers of sword qi. With a wild roar, the sound waves pierced through the sea of sword qi, revealing the dark blue sky of dawn. However, before he could even admire it, he suddenly shuddered. A piercing killing intent assaulted him from behind. Fu Qingjin leapt out of the sea of sword qi, stepping on the green ripples. The green ruined sword was like a green bolt of lightning that pierced through the night. The sea of sword qi dispersed with the strike, all gathering on the sword as it tore through the air. The pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell gathered into a mirror wall, clearly reflecting Fu Qingjin's figure. Fu Qingjin was not as slow-witted as Strong Stone, so he immediately sensed it. The figure in the mirror actually possessed the same bearing as him. Fu Qingjin's gaze turned cold. "No matter what kind of mystical ability you have, I won't be able to defeat you." How could it block the edge of the green ruined sword? Break! The tips of the swords met, and ripples spread out on the surface of the mirror. The Fu Qingjin in the mirror also distorted and disappeared. With a cautious sound, cracks extended and the mirror shattered with a loud bang. Fu Qingjin's face was devoid of any joy, and his heart sank. Li Qingshan laughed loudly, revealing his fangs. His blood saber spat out 100-foot-long saber energy and slashed at Fu Qingjin. Die. Even with Li Qingshan's meticulous mental control over the spirit turtle's profound shell, it still struggled to block the full-powered thrust of a powerful treasure like the green ruined sword. However, it was enough. Fu Qingjin's sure-kill sword was thwarted, and his sword aura and sword intent were no longer as sharp as before. In a battle between experts, there was only a thin line. Dang! With the clang of metal, the 3-meter-long blade fell from the sky. Li Qingshan's attack failed to land on Fu Qingjin, landing on the green ruined sword. At the very last moment, Fu Qingjin merged with the sword, hiding in the green ruined sword and surviving, but he was rather heavily injured. Li Qingshan cursed him for being shameless and bellowed out, "Stop him!" Little did he know that his abilities were also extremely shameless in Fu Qingjin's eyes. The night roamers did not respond slowly. Before he could even give the order, he had already taken off, but the green ruined sword was even faster. With a twist and turn in the air, it passed through the layers of night roamers like a bolt of lightning, flying off towards the southeast. Their strength was slightly weaker. If it were not for an assassination or an ambush, it would be very difficult for them to stop the escape of experts with their advantage in numbers alone. Li Qingshan cursed, "Blood Shadow, you fucking watched enough already." With a cold snort, Blood Shadow shot off. With his speed, he would have arrived a long time ago. However, he was only too eager for Li Qingshan to be finished off by Fu Qingjin so that he could reap the benefits. Why would he work with Li Qingshan? Now that he saw an opportunity, he refused to let Fu Qingjin go just like that. With a flash, Blood Shadow intercepted the green ruined sword. The cloak on his back unfurled, turning into a blood-red screen that enveloped the green ruined sword. There was nothing the green ruined sword could not pierce, but against the blood-red light, it faltered. It darted left and right, searching for an opening. Fu Qingjin had clashed with Blood Shadow several times, so he understood that the screen of blood could corrupt weapons. Regular spiritual artifacts would lose all of their spirituality the moment they came into contact with it, reduced to a piece of ordinary metal. It was more terrifying than any damage. If it were in the past, Fu Qingjin would not have cared. With the protection of the sword qi and light, he could just go back and refine it for a few days at most. However, the green ruined sword had been damaged time and time again today. The sword qi and light had already dimmed to the limit. Now that it was covered by the tainted blood, it would truly be gone. Fu Qingjin, to think you'd have such a day. Blood Shadow snickered sinisterly and pulled back the screen of blood. Fu Qingjin had already become a sitting duck, forced to reveal himself. Now that he was in dire straits, he instead recovered his composure and flew towards Blood Shadow. Why would Blood Shadow be afraid of an injured Fu Qingjin? He smiled viciously in response. This was the perfect opportunity for him to kill his enemy and take revenge. Li Qingshan reverted to his original form and lunged down with his wings of wind. He could not let Blood Shadow get away with Fu Qingjin 100 treasures pouch. At this moment, a sense of danger filled his head. He forcefully came to a halt and flew backwards. Blood Shadow was confused. He approached Fu Qingjin in the blink of an eye. Fu Qingjin held a scarlet talisman in his hand in his sleeve, and the inscriptions on it suddenly lit up. The light illuminated the surroundings. A streak of scorching white lightning as thick as a water tank coiled around for several hundred meters, like a dragon. Immediately, the vicious smile on Blood Shadow's face turned into fear. By the time he returned to his senses, the lightning dragon had already pierced his chest. Fu Qingjin brushed past Blood Shadow. He did not even waste the slightest bit of strength to swing his sword. Only after what seemed like a very long time did a rumble of thunder appear out of nowhere, shaking up the surroundings. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Not only was it a scarlet talisman, but it was probably a mid or even high-grade one. If Fu Qingjin had used it right from the beginning, the outcome would have been difficult to predict. His joy of victory vanished, replaced by caution. In the end, he had still underestimated the sword collection palace. Fu Qingjin broke free, but he did not flee. He stood in the air, but his face was filled with indescribable sorrow. There was even a hint of vexation on his face. After witnessing the power of the lightning dragon talisman, no one dared to approach him carelessly anymore. A while later, Fu Qingjin did something that no one had expected. He bowed deeply towards Li Qingshan in the distance. North Moon, I apologize to you for my underestimation of you in the past. Li Qingshan was mildly surprised. Are you begging for mercy? Fu Qingjin said, no, this is a challenge. Then take out your talisman and fight me for another 300 rounds. Li Qingshan was fearless. His blood was boiling. Fu Qingjin said, as a sword cultivator, you're not allowed to use external objects unless you're on the verge of death. This is an unwritten rule of the sword collection palace. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and sneered, then doesn't that rule mean that it's useless to you? Stop putting on an act. Feel free to use whatever you've got. If it's not enough, I can get the sword collection palace to give it to you. I, Fu Qingjin, swear that I will not use any external objects, nor will I rely on anyone else. I will use this sword to defeat you. Fu Qingjin raised his sword high into the air as his green robes fluttered. At that moment, his dispiritedness, indifference, and dejection had all vanished. He had recovered the bearing of a swordsman. Li Qingshan's pride was roused. He stopped smiling and said loudly, pass down my orders. From today onwards, no one is to interfere when I fight with this person. Fu Qingjin, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time, a third time, until I kill you. He spread his fingers and clenched them tightly, I will personally shatter your pride. Fu Qingjin's eyes flashed. He gazed at Li Qingshan deeply. You really don't seem like a demon. What a pity. With that, he fused with his sword and flew off. Li Qingshan watched the green light fly off into the distance. He did not waste any effort to chase after it. A golden line lit up in the east, dyeing the clouds and illuminating the surroundings. The bright moon remained in the west, hanging above Li Qingshan's head. The cultivators watching from afar saw this and murmured, "Moon Devil." After the terror of the Blood Demon and Rock Demon, he made a name for himself in a single battle after 3 years of silence. He became the Moon Devil with even greater strength than the two before him, casting a shadow over the hearts of all cultivators. The night roamers also bowed their heads in submission to the figure in the sky. The matriarchs offered up the 100 treasures pouches they had obtained obediently. Yiliosu went up, "Master, next we." Li Qingshan glanced around and flew down. He stepped on the bronze cauldron that wanted to slip away silently before raising his hand. "Mingzhu, bring me the map." As the sun rose in the east, the bright moon gradually faded away. But so what if it was daybreak? His greatest threat right now, Fu Qingjin, was heavily injured and powerless to fight anymore. It was the perfect time to defeat the demon slayer. "North Moon, you tricked me." A vicious voice rang out from the forest. Blood Shadow's face paled and twisted. No, his entire body twisted to fill the hole in his chest. After being struck by the destructive lightning dragon head-on, a portion of his body was directly vaporized, resulting in irreparable damage. The 3 years of blood-sucking cultivation had basically been destroyed. Li Qingshan mocked, "So you're not dead yet? If you want to be a fisherman, you should know your own worth. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, I'll send you off." You. Blood Shadow pointed at Li Qingshan, his face pale with anger. He had suffered a double loss. He had truly lost all face. Wings of wind fluttering, Li Qingshan stepped in front of Blood Shadow and cut him in half with a single slash. Then, he swept his leg across, and the power of vibration followed, kicking Blood Shadow's upper body into a mass of flesh and blood. "Go." Li Qingshan returned with his saber. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sense of foreboding. A white light suddenly shone from the east, accompanied by a noble aura. It soared into the sky. Looking over, it actually came from a thin old man with a face full of wrinkles. His rigid face was full of righteousness, and his sword came from the east, like a red sun rising from the east. It could not be stopped. He was the head scholar of Pine Suff Academy, Wen Jingming. He had always been paying attention to the changes in the situation in the Clear River Prefecture, in particular the murderer of Jiang Shancheng. As soon as Li Qingshan appeared, he received the news and rushed over, but he was restricted by the rules. He could not show himself, but when he saw how arrogant the wretched demon was, he could no longer hold himself back. Wen Jingming's words boomed in Li Qingshan's ears like thunder. "Die, wretched demon." The edge of the sword was sharp, piercing his eyes. Li Qingshan thought of the soaring dragon elder again, and his heart sank. "A golden core cultivator," he bellowed out, "Spirit Turtle's profound shell." Hexagonal, faint, blue screens of light layered before Li Qingshan. He was afraid to use mirror reflection again, not only because he had spent far too much effort on it today, but also because he probably could not even reflect 1/100th of his opponent's strength right now. He could only use the simplest and most direct method to defend himself. If Wen Jingming changed his move, then Li Qingshan would be able to break free from the sword intent. However, Wen Jingming's sword was unstoppable, just like him. The Spirit Turtle's profound shell shattered layer by layer. That was what Fu Qingjin wanted to do, but he was unable to achieve. Li Qingshan's eyes were clear, and he forced himself to calm down. He spread his arms, and his scarlet hair drifted about. The Spirit Turtle's demon core revolved rapidly, and all of his demon chi poured into the Spirit Turtle's profound shell. "I'm no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. Even if a golden core cultivator wants to kill me, it won't be that easy." The night roamers all paled in fright, all retreating. The terror of a golden core cultivator was not something they could withstand. They were afraid of attracting their attention. Only Yiliosu remained standing there. The bright yellow satin expanded to several meters in size and flew towards Wen Jingming. As soon as it came in contact with the righteous aura, it ripped apart with a rip. Yi Liubo let out a cry and turned into a dark shadow, lunging towards Wen Jingming. She stabbed down viciously with her dagger, and with a thump, she was sent flying back, smashing through countless trees. Liubo! Yi Liusu cried out. Wen Jingming's righteous aura had been shaken slightly, and another 3 layers of the spirit turtle's profound shell had shattered. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Li Qingshan was angered. He removed the spirit turtle's profound shell and spat out an oval bead. It was the phoenix's embryo he had condensed from the magma and flames of the earth. Boom! It seemed like a red sun had risen up from the ground, yet it also seemed like a volcano erupting with magma. World vanquishing with the sword of man. Even Wen Jingming's stern face wavered slightly. He called out. The sword rose up with the wind, brimming with righteous aura. It swung down and cut through the flames, swinging towards Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan roared out as he swung the blood-red blade. He did not retreat, advancing instead, throwing his life on the line. However, the sword suddenly deviated, brushing past him and landing on Bronze Cauldron Mountain, piercing through the layers of earth. Bronze Cauldron Mountain split in half loudly, collapsing to the sides with a rumble. Wen Jingming lowered his head, only to see an invisible thread of spider silk wrapped around the edge of the sword. He looked behind Li Qingshan and said coldly, "Spider demon." Li Qingshan turned around. Before he knew it, Helicoverpa Rosa had already appeared behind him. She smiled. "You really haven't disappointed me. Senior Wen, save me." The bronze cauldron rose up from the earth and flew behind Wen Jingming. A cry for help rang out from within. Helicoverpa Rosa did not even look back. With a flick of her finger, the bronze cauldron suddenly fell from the air, no longer emitting any more sounds. This time, Li Qingshan held his breath and stared. Only then did he see it clearly. The crystalline thread that was even thinner than a strand of hair had pierced through the cauldron, returning to the Spider Queen's hand. It had already been dyed red. A Foundation establishment cultivator had been casually slain by Helicoverpa Rosa like she was swatting a fly. Wen Jingming was rather far away, so he was unable to respond in time. He became furious. "Wretched demon! Come!" Helicoverpa Rosa spread her slender arms behind her back. She wore a scarlet dress that resembled an evening gown, revealing half of her chest. She was extremely bewitching. She seemed like she wanted to embrace Wen Jingming's sword. Her smile was gorgeous and vicious. It was indescribable. Li Qingshan understood that once this battle began, the Clear River Prefecture would no longer be a game of chess. From the corner of his eye, Yi Liusu had already taken advantage of the explosion just now to retreat far away with Yi Liubo. Only then did he relax slightly. Although he was unconscious, he was still alive. Wen Jingming's robes ruffled as his righteous aura surged. A great battle was about to erupt. Helicoverpa Rosa's smile suddenly froze. A voice that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with rang out from the sky. "Aluo, long time no see again." In the blink of an eye, a figure landed between Helicoverpa Rosa and Wen Jingming. Her clothes were even whiter than snow, and she seemed like an immortal. She held a jade folding fan and smiled as freely as the wind. It was Gu Yenying. The spectators hidden behind the curtains finally could not help but leap onto the stage one by one. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Originally, she wanted to teach this disobedient kid a lesson 3 years ago, but she became distracted by something else. By the time she returned to her senses, he had already entered secluded cultivation. He had been in seclusion for 3 years, and the moment he emerged, he caused a huge ruckus as if he was trying to make up for the time he had wasted. Gu Yenying abandoned the 2 experts of human Dao and demon Dao. She smiled and said to Li Qingshan, "You're amazing to be able to make the head of Wen Academy use the 3 talents sword." "I'm flattered." Li Qingshan's mind was now clear. He increasingly felt that Gu Yenying must have sensed something. When was it? 3 years ago, when he joined the 100 schools of thought, or she had already known about it. She had countless opportunities to subdue him, so why did she not do so? Was it because they were both transvestites? Or was it because she was afraid that Brother Nyo, who had killed the flying dragon elder, wanted to observe carefully? "Gu Yenying, get out of my way," Helicoverpa Rosa said through gritted teeth. Commander Gu, the demons are so insolent. I uphold the righteous path and can no longer sit idly by. If you are willing to help me slay the demons, please do it. If not, please step aside and don't stop me. Both of their auras focused on Gu Yenying, wanting to force her to leave. Gu Yenying tapped her forehead with her folding fan with a distressed expression. She sighed, it's really difficult for me to accept both of you. Her eyes turned and the corners of her lips curled up, I can only act according to my heart. Li Qingshan had a nagging feeling that this was for him to hear. He actually felt a hint of sorrow. Whether it was the human path or the demon path, no matter which side he chose, he would never be able to obtain true peace. All he could do was carve out his own path, but it would also be a lonely path that no one could understand. In the eyes of either side, he would be a despicable traitor. Li Qingshan's heart moved. Looking at her elegant demeanor and peerless beauty, his heartstrings were slightly moved. He could not help but ask himself, has the love in the past changed? I have the responsibility to ensure that this war continues without interference. However, both of you can't be persuaded with words. Gu Yenying's smile disappeared. With a swoosh, she opened her folding fan, whoever is dissatisfied with my arbitration, come at me. Helicoverpa snorted softly and clasped her jade-like fingers. Li Qingshan took a step forward and said in a low voice, Madam Spider Queen, we have already gained the upper hand in this war. Helicoverpa looked back, what do you mean? Quit while you're ahead. Li Qingshan shrugged. If he broke the chess game now, he would immediately be pursued by Wen Jingming. He might as well take this opportunity to gain enough benefits from this chess game. One day, he would be able to jump out of the chessboard and cut off all the hands that dared to bully him. Helicoverpa pondered for a moment. She seemed to also feel that it was a waste to destroy the great situation that Li Qingshan had created. Since the war was inevitable, there was no hurry. She kept her demonic aura and turned to leave. Gu Yenying said, thank you. However, she looked at Li Qingshan and turned to Wen Jingming. Dean Wen, there's no need to fight one of our own, right? You heard what Fu Qingjin said. Do you have no confidence in the Sword Collection Palace? Wen Jingming closed his eyes and let out a slow sigh. He sheathed his sword and took off, leaving behind a single sentence. Fellow Gu, you're so hesitant. You'll suffer sooner or later. Please take care. Thank you for your warning, great scholar Wen, but how can everything in the world be as one wishes? There are always losses when there are gains. Gu Yenying clasped her hands and took off into the air, sweeping away the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the three spectators who could not help but step onto the stage returned to the darkness. Under the completely collapsed bronze cauldron mountain, Li Qingshan picked up the bronze cauldron. It was slightly damaged, but it was still an arcane artifact after all. The night roamers who had scattered in fright gathered over silently again. They were all uneasy. Abandoning their commander and fleeing at a crucial time was unforgivable in any organization. Sir, where do we go now? Yi Mingzhu studied Li Qingshan carefully, but she was unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. Go back. Li Qingshan ordered. If they continued fighting now, they would lose the effect of a surprise attack. The night roamers were not used to moving under the sun either, so it was disadvantageous for them to continue fighting. Aren't we going to continue the attack? Liubo's wounds are more important. Li Qingshan made his way through everyone and arrived before Yi Liubo. She was still unconscious. Li Qingshan stroked her cheek gently. He could sense a brutal aura rampaging through her body. It was the cause of her unconsciousness. It was Wen Jingming's righteous aura. Fortunately, Wen Jingming had been focused on him the entire time. She had only been injured by the counterattack. If Wen Jingming had diverted some of his attention to deal with her, she would have died already. Every heavenly tribulation was a realm of cultivation. And the difference was even greater, like a chasm. Yi Mingzhu reported with a frown, this aura is extremely stubborn, and it seems to suppress the power of us night roamers. It's extremely difficult to deal with. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell gathered together, enveloping her and hovering in the air. She was like a crystal coffin. Li Qingshan exhaled. This battle had taken a great toll on him, whether it be his demon qi or his mental strength. Only now did he recover a little. His eyes became clear, and the demon core revolved. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Although his cultivation was profound, he had mastered all of his supernatural abilities. However, this was the first time he had used the abilities of the spirit turtle's profound shell on someone else. Yi Liuba's body trembled, and an expression of pain appeared on her face. The righteous chi within her body seemed to have a mind of its own, and it surged left and right, dodging Li Qingshan's power and causing even more damage to Yi Liuba. "Master," Yi Liusu said with concern. Outside the clouds, Wen Jingming glanced back. Although the spider spirit had killed a Foundation establishment cultivator right in front of him, he didn't miss. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Qingshan's forehead. It was clearly just a wave of righteous chi, but he had used all of his demonic chi. There was a feeling of being unable to suppress them, as if they were using a ragtag army to fight against dozens of elite cavalry. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Yi Liuba lost her life. Li Qingshan made up his mind and bellowed out, "Suppress!" The spirit turtle's profound shell pressed down from all directions, burrowing deep into Yi Liuba's body and completely squeezing the righteous chi to the point where it could not escape. Finally, it was all used up. What a wretched demon! Cold light flashed through Wen Jingming's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he left in a huff in the end. A while later, Yi Liuba slowly roused. She saw Li Qingshan and asked weakly, "Master, are you fine?" "I'm obviously fine." Li Qingshan's heart softened. He dispersed the spirit turtle's profound shell with a smile and placed a healing pill in her mouth. He picked her up. "Let's go." Yi Liuba was rather flattered before becoming overjoyed. She wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck and pressed her head against his chest. She seemed sweet. The group returned to the underground dwelling. Li Qingshan placed Yi Liuba on the stone pedestal. "Rest up." Afterwards, he took out all the 100 treasures pouches he had obtained from the battle and began to reward them according to their contributions. "Liusu, you do the counting." Yi Liusu stepped forward under his orders and opened the 100 treasures pouches one by one, tallying them up. They had killed 9 Foundation establishment cultivators and countless chi practitioners in this battle, so the spoils were extremely plentiful. There were 17 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, over 100 high-grade spiritual artifacts, and almost 1,000 other spiritual artifacts in total. As they took out the items one by one, the eyes of every night roamer lit up. The various pills were a dazzling sight as well. There were countless of them. By the time Yi Liusu had taken out the talismans, formations, and various puppets, they had basically filled the entire cavern. It had become a huge treasury. "My share first." Li Qingshan picked out the pills that were useful to him first. Just the virtue accumulation pills amounted to 4. Coupled with the other high-grade pills, it was enough for him to cultivate the ox demon to the 4th layer. Afterwards, there were a few scarlet talismans. Although they were all inferior low-grade talismans, they were quite powerful. Most importantly, they did not have any distinctive characteristics. Even if he used them as a human, no one would be able to track him down. He only chose the commander's tally for controlling corpse soldiers as a spiritual artifact. He planned on giving it to Little and along with the other corpses as a gift. As for the other spiritual artifacts, they were both useless and difficult to sell, so he did not take any of them. However, the most important items, the blood-red blade and the bronze cauldron, were already in his possession. The blood-red blade was obviously for his demon body to use. The main reason he had defeated Fu Qingjin this time was because he had taken advantage of the fact that he did not understand the mysteries of his abilities. It was no wonder that Fu Qingjin refused to accept it and was even bold enough to swear an oath like that. If he wanted to win again in the future, he would have to rely on the real thing. With the blood-red blade in hand, he would not suffer too much of a loss at the very least. As for the bronze cauldron, he could place it in the Immortal's cave to refine artifacts. With his foundation building cultivation, he should be able to refine it and use it. Although he could not even be considered a beginner in artifact refining, with such a powerful artifact in hand, as long as he spent some time learning, he should be able to refine a decent spiritual artifact. After he was done choosing, Li Qingshan looked back and said, "Liuba, choose 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts." Yi Liubo looked at Li Qingshan expectantly. Biting her lip, she said, "But master, can I change my reward? Don't mess around. Hurry up and go." Li Qingshan's gaze became even more gentle. After all, this was the first time he had received such loyalty in his life. Although Yi Liubo was unwilling, under his gaze, she felt even more unable to refuse. Risking her life this time was not in vain. Under everyone's envious gazes, Yi Liubo picked and chose 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts, a protective shield, a small bow that flickered with silver light, and a golden bangle on her wrist in the end. This damned girl sure has gained power. If I had known earlier, I would have treated her better in the past. Yi Mingzhu thought, not only has Yi Liubo obtained 3 supreme-grade spiritual artifacts all at once, but she even has priority in choosing them. They happen to be the best out of all the supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Liusu has taken 2 too. It's all thanks to your plan that we won this battle so easily. Thank you, master. Yi Liusu also bowed and went up to take 2. She knew this had a lot to do with her not running away at a critical moment. However, she wondered inside, if it were not for the mission of revitalizing the night roamers, would I be like Yi Liubo? Li Qingshan turned around and said unkindly, "It's your turn now." His hand slid past the glimmering supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. There are 12 remaining. Originally, the 6 clans were supposed to take 2 each. The spoils of battle have been halved for desertion. Do you have any objections? Under Li Qingshan's gaze, the matriarchs all lowered their heads. None of them dared to object. Although they felt pained inside, they instead felt relieved when Li Qingshan had lost his temper. They each went up to take 1. Li Qingshan waved his hand. "Liusu, you can distribute the rest." Yi Liusu accepted the order and split the remaining spiritual artifacts, talismans, pills, and so on into half. She split the rest into 7 equal portions. The extra portion obviously went to the personal guards. It was equivalent to declaring the establishment of a new clan. Only by wielding authority could she carry out her ideals. The matriarchs looked at one another and exchanged glances. They were filled with doubt. The personal guards were overjoyed. Being able to get an extra portion was obviously a good thing. It did not matter who they were under. As long as there were benefits, it was fine. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. After a series of rewards, he stowed away the tremendous amount of resources. He considered the pros and cons of the battle and left behind his mirror clone to deal with the situation. His main body returned to the dwelling in the Chain Mountains. The sky lit up. In the Chain Mountains, in front of Qing Zhao's dwelling. Little and sensed something. She walked out of the dwelling and gazed into the distance. All she saw was a white cloud with a long tail as it streaked across the horizon. She smiled at ease. "I'm back." Li Qingshan scooped up Little and whispered into her ear, "The battle was very satisfying. I taught that bastard Fu Qingjin a vicious lesson. Here's a gift." As he said that, he shoved 100 treasures pouch into Little An's hands. Before the battle, Li Qingshan had ordered the night roamers to collect the corpses. The 100 treasures pouch contained the corpses he had obtained from the battle. The corpses of the 9 Foundation establishment cultivators were all in there. Just like that, it was possible for the skull prayer beads to increase in power, and he could begin the next step of his plan. Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. His eyes narrowed, and he saw Qian Rongji fly. Over. Qian Rongji landed on the platform gracefully. She bent down and placed the 100 treasures pouch into Li Qingshan's hand. She smiled. "This is what you wanted." She straightened up and opened her hand towards Li Qingshan. "Now, it's time for us to settle our debts." Li Qingshan accepted the 100 treasures pouch and opened it. After a slight calculation, he took out 2 true spirit pills. "Is that enough?" Qian Rongji's eyes lit up. She smiled from ear to ear. "It's enough. You're just as considerate as before." Suddenly, she straightened up. "Now, let's talk about serious matters. The 100 schools of thought are urgently calling for all Foundation establishment cultivators to return for a discussion." Li Qingshan thought, sure enough. "Aren't you going to ask what happened?" Qian Rongji asked carelessly. She thought, he seems to have just returned. What happened? Li Qingshan asked calmly. The demon slayer. 11 Foundation establishment cultivators were killed, and 7 sects were destroyed. Among them, the rock demon killed 2, and the demon who killed the 3 elders 3 years ago and destroyed the Green Vine Mountain took action again. He led several dozen Foundation establishment night roamers and killed 9 people. He's now known as the Moon Demon. That's the current situation. What do you all think? In the 100 Schools of Thought, Lu Chongqing was solemn. He used the simplest of words to explain everything that had happened last night. A group of cultivators gathered before him. There were actually around 30 or 40 of them. There were quite a few unfamiliar faces that Li Qingshan had never seen before. They had all reached Foundation establishment, but they did not assume the position of school leader. Instead, they had carved out dwellings and cultivated in seclusion. They also belonged to the academy, or in other words, the empire. None of them could remain aloof from the war, so they had all been mobilized. Bright sunlight shone into the hall through the window, and dust floated in the pillar of light. The cries of birds came from outside the window, and the dragon snake lake was sparkling. This should have been an extremely peaceful morning, but the atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressing. If there were mortals here, they would definitely overturn the calm and composed image of cultivators in their hearts. Shock and contemplation were deeply engraved on everyone's faces. Although they were not on the same side as the demon slayer, and there were even many conflicts between them. But so many cultivators of the same status as them had died all at once. What they experienced was no longer just sympathy, but real threat and even fear. Li Qingshan frowned and pondered, as if he was lamenting the tragedy of the war. Ru Xian stared at his face, as if she found it very interesting. However, after Qian Rongji's reminder, Li Qingshan was determined to improve his self-cultivation as an actor. Especially in front of these people, he could not show the slightest flaw. Therefore, no matter how Ru Xian looked at him, he looked like a stone statue named the Thinker. Ru Xian soon felt bored and yawned lazily. She supported her cheek and looked at the sparkling dragon snake lake outside the window. Memories surged in her mind like a tide. The dancing sparkles turned into clusters of flames, burning the sky red. Fiery figures flew and danced in the flames like splashing sparks. Their fiery hair burned fiercely, and their roars were like volcanic eruptions. Raging flames spewed out of their mouths and scattered all over the sky like a meteor shower. The seawater overflowed the dam, destroyed the forest, and submerged the mountains. Thousands of mere people with fishtails swam in it. They sang in unison. If one had never heard it, they would not be able to imagine that the feminine and tactful mere people could sing such a soul-stirring war song. The song flew into the sky, like invisible ropes, pulling the sparks into the sea and extinguishing them. However, they were also hit by the fiery meteors and turned into charcoal. Whenever this happened, the singing of the mermaids at the side would become more and more resounding and sorrowful. There would even be crystalline tears flowing out of their eyes, turning into crystalline pearls and sinking into the bottomless sea. After the cultivators recovered from their shock, they started a heated discussion. Is the Moon Devil really that powerful? What kind of monster is he? I don't think he's that powerful. Instead, the night roamers were just too despicable. So much for having people in their name. How could he help the wicked? We should have killed all of these mutants long ago and not left a single one alive. He's not powerful? I've heard that even Fu Qingjin of the Sword Collection Palace took action, but he was injured and left in defeat. It's just bullying with numbers. Bullying with numbers? I think you've been in secluded cultivation for too long, so you're out of touch. 3 years ago, he faced off against 3 of them alone, killing 2 of the 3 elders. It frightened the Green Vine Elder so much that he dared not return to the mountain. In the end, he only dared to go back after obtaining a yin and yang dust formation, but he was still killed. Li Qingshan heard it. In the end, he even closed his eyes. He did not want to expose the smile in his eyes. However, he found it boring if he listened too much. He opened his eyes and broke free from the state of the Thinker. He glanced around and saw Ru Xian's face. His heart skipped a beat. A layer of mist clouded Ru Xian's eyes as if she was looking at an extremely distant place. Sunlight fell on her smooth, delicate face. Before he knew it, all of her expressions had vanished. She was like a beauty carved from white jade, so beautiful that she was lifeless. For some reason, Li Qingshan's heart sank. He said to her secretly, Xian, are you thinking about a man? Xian returned to her senses and replied secretly, I'm not thinking about you. What's wrong with me? Am I not worth your consideration? I'd be better off thinking about the moon devil than you. I heard he's a handsome man. The teasing expression that Li Qingshan found familiar returned to Xian's face. She glanced at Li Qingshan from the corner of her eyes, as if to say, go take a piss and look at yourself. Li Qingshan smiled. Then continue thinking about it. This slightly surprised Xian. Han Tie saw the two of them flirting with each other. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Hua Sengzan said with a smile, these two are really relaxed. It's worth emulating them. Lu Zhongqing raised his hand and gestured. When the hall quietened down, he said, many of the fellow Taoists here have been cultivating in seclusion and might not know much about this demon. Commander Wang, why don't you introduce him? Wang Puxi's serious face turned even colder. He got up and went to the stage. He hung up the painting that Chu Danqing had painted in the past. This is the Moon Devil. His original name is North Moon. As for his strength, according to the information I've received, he once defeated the Rock Demon and Blood Demon and was appointed as the commander of the Night Roamers by the Spider Queen. He's been in secluded cultivation for the past 3 years. In the battle last night, he demonstrated extremely great dominance. This is something that the Demon Slayer, or even us, can't match up to. With the two human organizations suddenly impeded each other, neither of them dared to unleash their full strength. A great battle against the demons would only harm them and benefit the other party. Wang Puxi continued, if you still don't have a clear understanding of his strength, then this morning, fellow Fu of the Sword Collection Palace went to Bronze Cauldron Mountain to provide reinforcements. He fell into an ambush and lost quite a lot of spiritual energy. After that, fellow Taoist Fu trapped the Moon Devil in the Green Ruins illusion. In order to wait for reinforcements, the Moon Devil did not attack immediately. When fellow Taoist Fu's spiritual energy was almost fully recovered, they fought, and fellow Taoist Fu was defeated. The hall immediately fell silent. Over the past 3 years, the strength and terror of the Rock Demon and Blood Demon had been deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Among the humans, Fu Qingjin's reputation was the greatest. He even seemed to surpass a few veteran late Foundation establishment cultivators. The Moon Devil had actually defeated the 3 of them one after another. However, Li Qingshan could tell what he was implying. Originally, Old Wang was extremely displeased with Fu Qingjin, but now, he kept referring to him as fellow Fu. Wang Puxi exhaled heavily. From today onwards, we've gained another terrifying enemy. The situation is extremely grim. A few days ago, fellow Fu brought the culprit of the Vermilion Clothes sect who murdered Hawkwolf guards to the Clear River Prefecture. Looks like he's interested in forming an alliance. Originally, I thought this was between the two, so I didn't want to say anything more. Now, I'm forced to invite everyone to discuss it. Li Qingshan had never expected Fu Qingjin to have already begun taking action in secret. If he had not struck first, probably Fu Qingjin would have led the cultivators in a large-scale attack. But speaking of which, he was also the greatest impetus for the two organizations to work together. External pressure would always lead to internal peace. The hall fell silent before becoming noisy again. However, they mainly discussed how to form an alliance. There were very few voices of objection. Li Qingshan obviously would not stand out. Wang Puxi saw how he remained silent, so he called out, Kid, tell us, what should we do? Li Qingshan stood up. Old Wang, I think we should form an alliance. As the ancient said, without the lips, the teeth will feel the cold. If the Demon Slayer dies, the pressure on us will definitely increase drastically. However, the war was instigated by the Demon Slayer. Now that their strength has plummeted, we should use this to seize even more power and become the leaders of this alliance. We can't be ordered around by outsiders. Everyone immediately agreed with Li Qingshan's words. Since the alliance was already set in stone, the most important thing was how to obtain as many benefits as possible from the alliance. The best outcome would be for the demon slayer to perish together with the demons they wanted to slay, and everyone could continue cultivating in peace. However, they obviously could not say something like that out loud. Wang Pushi snorted. He was rather displeased by the 2 words old Wang. He knew this was a response to this kid. However, this bastard's words were very much to his liking, and he had some right now, so he did not mind addressing him like that. After another round of discussion, they finally decided to use Lu Chongqing as the leader. Together with the other school leaders, they planned on negotiating with Fu Qingjin. However, they had no idea whether the meeting that was originally scheduled to take place would still go ahead now that Fu Qingjin was injured and the demon slayer was heavily injured. Li Qingshan did not pay too much attention to the meeting. He only felt that Fu Qingjin had chosen a very good location. As a sect, their school should have belonged to the demon slayer, but they had taken root in the Clear River Prefecture and had always mingled with the academy. They happened to be situated in an ambiguous region between the two. Begonia could be regarded as someone who was smooth and slick with people, so she could deal with them. When the meeting dispersed, Li Qingshan and Ru Xian bickered secretly as they made their way out. In the crowd, Lu Chuanfeng glanced at Li Qingshan. He wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan sensed something and turned around. Lu Chuanfeng's heart shrank like a mouse that had seen a cat. He lowered his head and left, which left Li Qingshan rather confused. Chu Danqing suddenly blocked his way. He bowed towards Li Qingshan first before saying to Ru Xian, "Senior sister, can you please visit my master?" "Danqing, you've reached Foundation Establishment too. What's wrong with your master?" Li Qingshan saw that he had also cultivated to the Zhuji realm. His face was less immature, no longer as dull as when he first came out of the mountain. Instead, his face was full of anxiety, and it was clearly not because of the demonic race. "My master isn't feeling well." Chu Danqing forced a smile and looked at Ru Xian. Ru Xian asked curiously, "Isn't Grandmaster Chu's body being nurtured by my master?" Senior Huaxiai said, "You can't cure an undying disease. Buddha will help those who are fated. Fellow Taoist's life force is at its end, and there's no cure for it. Thus, he won't come again." Chu Danqing's face was full of worry. Li Qingshan shook his head. That dark-skinned old man's words were really cold and direct. At the very least, he should have said a few words to comfort him. He did not know if Ru Xian had become like this because of him. "Since my master said so, then I'm afraid." "All right. I'll go take a look." Ru Xian was about to refuse, but when she saw the pitiful look on Chu Danqing's face, she changed her mind and agreed. Chu Danqing thanked her profusely and hurriedly led the way. Li Qingshan knew that he was just doing his best. He was grateful for his filial piety and could not help but sigh a little. A thought flashed through Zhang Xian's mind, and he followed suit as well. Ru Xian said, "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshan said, "To visit, of course. Grandmaster Chu and I have some fate." He paused. "I have a few pieces of calligraphy that I would like Grandmaster Chu to appraise." He thought of the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy in his hands. The alliance was imminent and war was about to break out. Improving his strength as a human was a top priority. If he could restore the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy, he might be able to bring out a powerful magic artifact. In the past, he was afraid of getting into trouble because of his treasures, but now he had no such worries. Painting and calligraphy were inseparable, so he could not count on Lu Chuanfeng. This matter still depended on the school of painting. Chu Danqing's worried expression eased slightly. He said with a smile, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother. My master is also very fond of calligraphy. Perhaps he will feel better after appreciating a few masterpieces." After several years of construction, the school of painting was already quite impressive. There were carved beams and painted walls, small bridges, and flowing water. The scenery was pleasant, although they were always at war. But the school of painting's ability was mainly focused on painting. It was not practical combat. Therefore, they usually did not carry out dangerous missions. They were mostly responsible for painting on the island and handing them over to the 100 schools of thought to ensure the safety of the other disciples. Therefore, they did not lose many disciples and were very popular. They were all dressed in white, but it was different from the pure white of the School of Medicine. They were painted with flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, and people. The murmuring of the stream and the swimming of fish were full of life. Under Chu Dongqing's lead, Li Qingshan and Ru Xian arrived in front of a house covered by pine and cypress trees. The flowers in front of the door were not afraid of the cold and were in full bloom. Butterflies fluttered among the flowers. It was a beautiful sight. Grandmaster Chu's painting skills are indeed marvelous. Li Qingshan held a butterfly in his palm and carefully sensed it with his divine sense. He felt that these butterflies and flowers were not real. Chu Dongqing scratched his head in embarrassment. These are all my paintings. Senior apprentice brother, you flatter me. They are not as good as the School of Fiction's wonderful method of deriving all things. Senior apprentice brother, can you wait outside for a while? The School of Fiction is good, but it has high requirements for the external environment. It is not like the School of Painting, which can be done in isolation. All right, go ahead. Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. He had almost forgotten about his identity as the top disciple of the School of Fiction. However, when he looked inside his body, he found that the divine talisman of great creation had unknowingly accumulated a lot of power of wish. He could not help but feel slightly delighted. This is the benefit of the School of Fiction. Even if I cast it to the back of my mind, it is still accumulating power endlessly. Although Lu Chuanfeng was rather pessimistic, as the true leader of the Cloudwisp Society, Sun Fubai had never stopped working hard. His persistence played a huge part in the accumulation of so much power of wish. If he used spiritual energy to refine the divine talisman of great creation again, he would be able to reach a whole new realm. He would not need to rely on the items in the books and could directly turn the false into the real, turning the illusory into the real. He would be a great help. Thinking of Lu Chuanfeng's appearance, it seemed that he should return to Cloudwisp Island to take a look and plan his future plans. He had a vague premonition that this power would become extremely important at some point in the future. Since you're here, come in. Chu Shidao's old and weak voice came from within the abode. Even though Li Qingshan did not know medicine, he could tell that Chu Shidao's breathing was weak, as if he was about to die. Please. Chu Dongqing could only offer his hand. Li Qingshan and Ru Xian stepped inside and saw that the abode was decorated very simply and elegantly. Chu Dongqing followed closely behind, but his expression was slightly gloomy. This place was decorated exactly the same as the place where he learned painting in the mountains. That was the place where he had enjoyed the most warmth in his life. To a child beggar who lived on the streets in a precarious situation, it was like the legendary Pure Land of ultimate bliss. However, looking at it now, he felt even more dejected. Dongqing, you're back. A mortal woman in a cotton dress came out from the back of the hall to welcome him. Chu Dongqing greeted her respectfully. Mistress, this is senior sister Ru Xian and senior brother Li. Are you the Li Qingshan who won the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Blossoms painting? I've heard a lot about you. The woman bowed gracefully. She did not have any makeup on her face as she sized up Li Qingshan curiously. Li Qingshan was surprised. He had long heard that Chu Shidao took painting as his wife. Could it be this woman before him? However, she was not as breathtakingly beautiful as the rumors made her out to be. At best, she could only be considered a pretty daughter of a humble family. Even now, he could not sense a trace of falsehood from her. That lively life force and those eyes that were filled with emotion were no different from a real person. This was truly a miraculous skill. This way please, said the woman. They arrived at the inner chamber together. Chu Shidao was lying on the couch. He propped himself up and cupped his hands. This old man is not feeling well. Please forgive me for not being able to come out to welcome you. His white hair was disheveled. Although he looked weak, he still retained his strength of character. The woman silently came to his back and combed his hair. She hummed an unknown tune softly with a relaxed expression. You're too kind, senior. Please allow me to take your pulse. Ru Xian went forward, but Chu Shidao waved his hand. There's no need. Although I'm not a doctor, I can still calculate my own life and death. Dongqing, you're doing something so useless again. Dongqing is just being filial. You don't appreciate it. The woman patted Chu Shidao's head lightly. Chu Shidao flew into a rage. I'm teaching my disciple a lesson. There's no need for you to meddle. Get out. The woman walked towards the wall without saying a word. There was a blank, yellowed painting hanging there. She walked straight into it and turned into a painting. She looked at Chu Shidao with a calm expression. Li Qingshan thought, even someone with Chu Shidao's temperament can't control his temper at a moment of life and death. But it's no wonder. Even at such a time, this mistress still showed no signs of grief. She was just a painting after all. No matter how much she looked like a person, she would not be able to understand human emotions. Chu Shidao pointed at the painting and shouted, "Danqing, roll up the painting. Don't let me see her." Chu Danqing looked like he was in a difficult position, but he did not dare to disobey his master's order. He bowed towards the painting and said, "Mistress, master is not in a good mood." You. Before he could finish, the mistress turned around. Chu Danqing rolled up the painting and passed it to Chu Shidao. Chu Shidao let out a long breath. The anger on his face melted like snow. He smiled and said, "I've made a fool of myself." Li Qingshan said, "Senior's health is more important. Why are you angry over a painting? If you don't like it, you can just change it to something else." Chu Danqing frowned. She was not just a painting. She was a gentle lady who looked after him as he grew up. She was like his mother. Chu Shidao smiled and said, "I don't have that much time. I won't be able to paint her again even if I have another 100 years. His gaze turned deep as he gently stroked the scroll. "When I painted her, I was still a little chi practitioner who had just joined the sect. Not to mention the lack of charm in the painting, I couldn't even draw her face well. I wanted to paint a peerless beauty, but the result was a little out of shape. She barely left the painting scroll, but there was no life in her. She spoke like a parrot, and she was dumb. When I asked her to grind the ink for me, she would always knock over the inkstone. Later on, I don't know why, but I became more and more. Actually, I'm the same as Danqing. Although I like painting, I really don't plan on marrying a painting. Life is unpredictable." Chu Shidao sighed with a smile. He held the scroll as if he was holding a peerless treasure. He was filled with longing and reluctance. Li Qingshan and Ru Xian looked at each other, speechless. What he had poured into the painting was not pen and ink, but the feelings of his entire life. He had turned this clumsy painting of an apprentice into a living being that understood joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. No pop-up window," Chu Shidao then said to Ru Xian, "It's good that you're here. I heard from Brother Hua that you're good at concocting strange medicines. You've even concocted the water of recollection that can help people recall memories." Ru Xian nodded, "I still have a lot of water of memory." Chu Shidao shook his head. "I have enough memories. Can you refine a medicine with the opposite effect? The opposite of the water of recollection, wasn't it the water of forgetfulness?" Li Qingshan said, "Isn't that the soup of Mengpa? Not bad." Chu Shidao nodded with a smile as he stared at the scroll in his hand in a daze. Ru Xian suddenly understood. "Senior, you want to give her." Chu Shidao's eyes were like water. "The road to the Yellow Springs is long, and she won't be able to follow me to the Bridge of Helplessness. I can't possibly drink Granny Meng's soup alone. Master, how can this be?" Chu Danqing's expression changed drastically. "I have my own plans." Chu Shidao raised his hand and said to Ru Xian, "I don't have much to give. Here's 3 taels of dusk cinnabar. You can use it as medicine. Consider it your reward." He took out a round metal paint box from his 100 treasures pouch and passed it to Ru Xian. Ru Xian opened the paint box, and a misty red overflowed from it. It was like the afterglow of the setting sun, with countless layers of color changes. Light red, blood red, and purple red dyed the whole house. It was as if the afterglow of the setting sun had been collected and sealed in this small box. Not only was it beautiful, but the spiritual energy it harnessed was also astonishing. Ru Xian returned it with both hands and said, "This is too precious, I can't accept it. I will do my best to fulfill Senior's request, but I might not be able to fulfill it. Sometimes, forgetting is harder than remembering." "That's right. Take it." Regardless of success or failure, it's yours. Chu Sherdao chuckled and said, Xianxia, I've actually been wanting to meet you for a long time. I really missed it. Painting. The two guests I've invited today are very much to my liking. As long as Master is happy. Li Qingshan said, could it be that Senior still wants to take back the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Blossoms painting? It's just a painting. It's not worth mentioning. Chu Sherdao took out a painting album. In his hand was the divine brush Ma Liang that Li Qingshan had used to defeat Chu Danqing in the past. This is your masterpiece. Chu Danqing did not understand. He had also seen this album before. The painting was clumsy and not worth mentioning, but Chu Sherdao flipped through it for a long time, as if he could not bear to put it down. You flatter me, Senior. Li Qingshan was also somewhat baffled. I had nothing to do on my sickbed, so I drew a few things according to this. They can't really be regarded as paintings. They're just for fun. As Chu Sherdao said that, he passed a piece of paper to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took it and saw that it also had the words Magic Brush Ma Liang written on it. Gradually, it melted into a blob of ink and turned into scenes of people running back and forth, speaking to each other. That was the plot of the story. The artist's painting skills. Drawing fish that could swim and birds that could chirp were all basic skills. Only by freeing the objects in the painting from the constraints of the paper could one be considered a beginner. To Chu Sherdao, this could only be considered a game doodle. However, the liveliness and charm it displayed stunned even Li Qingshan, who had experienced many movies and animations. What was this? A master animator? Children would be so happy to see it. No, even adults would love it so much that they could not bear to part with it. Painting and calligraphy are inseparable. Novelists and artists are considered to be at the bottom of the list. However, if we can work together, there will be great development. It's you who reminded me that painting can also be used in this way. Master, you're right. Li Qingshan's mind was already spinning. With the artist's skills, even movies would not be a problem, let alone animations. Moreover, all of them would be shocking scenes that were more powerful than any special effects in his previous life. What was a 3D effect? This could even fly out of the screen when one was excited. The effects would be shocking. Moreover, it would eliminate the barrier of words, so the accumulation of wish power would be even faster. Chu Danqing frowned and said, Master, are you saying that I should also condense the divine talisman of great creation to gather wish power? Chu Sherdao grabbed Chu Danqing and Li Qingshan's hands and said earnestly, the two of you both have the word Qing in your names. It's also fate. If we can work together sincerely, there's no need to worry about not accomplishing great things. Li Qingshan thought, Fu Qingjin and I both have the word Qing in our names. Master, I will. Chu Danqing naturally obeyed and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan patted Chu Danqing's shoulder and said, Senior, don't worry. I also admire Danqing's character. We will definitely work together to achieve great things. He would write the script and Chu Danqing would draw it. After touring around, they would split the profits, not the box office but the wish power. Wouldn't that be great? Chu Sherdao revealed a satisfied smile. Ru Xian teased, it's a pity that these two Qings are both men. Otherwise, they could cultivate both yin and yang. Li Qingshan glared at her, and Chu Danqing coughed a few times. Chu Sherdao smiled and said, You're wrong, my dear nephew. Congeniality makes them lovers. Like-minded makes them Tao companions. Isn't the latter far better than the former? Chu Danqing said, You only dare to say that because Master's wife isn't here? Chu Sherdao caressed the scroll and said, Ha, she's my confidante. The word confidant doesn't matter about gender. Alright, let's change the topic. Li Qingshan said, Oh right, I have 3 scrolls here. I'd like to invite Senior to appraise them. Oh? Chu Sherdao accepted the 3 scrolls of the cursive sword calligraphy from Li Qingshan and unfurled them one by one. His eyes suddenly shone with dazzling light as he stared at the 3 pieces of sword calligraphy, as if he wanted to engrave them into his heart. His expression was first shocked, then filled with endless regret. Li Qingshan hurriedly asked, Senior, can you tell the origin of these 3 scrolls? Chu Dao let out a long sigh and said, "The origin of these 3 scrolls is not simple at all. They're from a very long time ago, even before the Great Xia dynasty. Have you heard of the 9 states 5 absolutes? May I know which 5 seniors?" Li Qingshan asked. How bold. There were so many extraordinary people in the world who would dare to use the word absolutes. After understanding how big the 9 states were, he expressed heartfelt respect for those who dared to use the word absolutes. These 5 people must be powerful figures that have surpassed the ancients and the contemporaries. Chu Dao shook his head and said, "The 9 states 5 absolutes are not 5 people, but 1 person." 1 person? Who is it? Li Qingshan and the other 2 were astonished. I've only heard bits and pieces from my master. It's rumored that this person is also the reincarnation of a celestial. After awakening his innate wisdom, he possesses unbelievable wisdom and power. Because he's unparalleled in sword, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he's known as the 5 Absolutes Immortal, also known as the 9-5 Heavenly Lord. If I'm not wrong, these scrolls must be his handiwork. Li Qingshan was delighted. His cursive sword calligraphy's origin was indeed impressive. It was no wonder that he was praised by Brother Ox with a mere spirit artifact. If he could collect all of them, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and Buddhas if they stood in his way? Ru Xian said, "Senior, there are always many experts in the world. There should be many cultivators who are proficient in the way of the sword and calligraphy, right?" Chu Dao changed the topic and asked, "Danqing, have you figured it out?" "Yes, master." Chu Danqing picked up another scroll and looked at it carefully. Other than the way of the sword and calligraphy, there seems to be painting as well. Chu Dao nodded in satisfaction. If you're not a painter, it'll be difficult to see this. Painting isn't widespread. I really can't think of a second person who is proficient in all 3 and can combine them. This painting's artistic skill is truly astonishing. No matter how it's cut, the essence, qi, and spirit within are still intact. It may be small, but it's complete. It can even be used as a spirit artifact. It's truly incredible. If I could see it in its original form, I could die without regrets. Chu Dao was both amazed and regretful. Li Qingshan asked, "Is there a way to combine these 3 scrolls into one? If we can separate them, we can naturally combine them. I'm not talented, but I might be able to comprehend your divine skill and try to repair it." Li Qingshan was overjoyed. "If you can help me, I definitely won't let you waste your efforts." "No, master, your body is already like this. How can you waste your energy?" Chu Danqing stuffed the cursive sword calligraphy back to Li Qingshan. "Sorry, senior brother. I can't fulfill your wish. It's time for master to rest." Li Qingshan could not say anything else. He could only try another path. "Do you want me to lie on the bed and meet the king of hell?" Chu Dao slapped the side of the bed and roared at Chu Danqing, "Give me the painting." "Li Qingshan, don't you want an artifact?" Chu Dao's temper flared, and no one could dissuade him. In the end, Li Qingshan left the 3 scrolls of cursive sword calligraphy behind and left. The white cloud soared into the sky, and the vast land sped backward. The wind whistled, and close fluttered. Li Qingshan sighed. They basically seem like a family. They're so deeply in love. It's enviable. Ru Xian sat cross-legged on the cloud. It's not necessarily a good thing for people of our generation to be too affectionate. Only those who forget their emotions can become immortals. If that's really the case, then it's fine if they don't become immortals. A strange smile appeared on Ru Xian's face. It was as if she was looking at a stubborn child. Li Qingshan said, "What, have you been charmed by my charm?" "A little." "Then you're too late. Haven't you heard of the saying, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first?" Ru Xian leaned close to Li Qingshan, exhaling a fragrant breath, and talking with a smile. Her watery eyes seemed to flow with an indescribable affection. Li Qingshan had known her for a long time. How could he fall for it again? "Stop fooling around. Can you really refine this water of oblivion?" Ru Xian said, "Let's give it a try. Maybe I need it too." It had always been the hardest to forget emotions. It was the word forget. After parting ways in the Chain Mountains, Li Qingshan returned to his cave abode and saw Little and sitting in the middle. The flames on Xiao Chen's head blazed fiercely. The huge skulls formed by the skull prayer beads opened their mouths and spewed out flames, making them burn even more fiercely. One by one, the corpses flew into the fire and melted in the blink of an eye. They melted into a ball of white liquid at the center of the fire and scattered in all directions. Some of them scattered into the skull's mouth, while others dripped down. As the refinement of the skull prayer beads deepened, it was not just the number that increased. Its overall strength constantly increased as well, and the number of corpses consumed increased as well. After who knew how many corpses were consumed, the white liquid gradually solidified, turning into a round shape. It was another skull prayer bead. Little and stood up and smiled sweetly. I'm about to reach the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. The so-called foundation establishment realm was true foundation establishment to her. She had cultivated arduously for many years, and only now did she barely manage to build up her body and mind, establishing a sufficient foundation for the path of white bone and great beauty, a divine ability from beyond the heavens. Li Qingshan said, should I praise you for cultivating quickly or slowly? If you reach the first layer, how does it compare to that blood shadow? Little and said, he definitely won't be able to escape. Even if he fights you, he might not necessarily lose. Little girl, I'll show you my power right now. Li Qingshan lunged over with a smile. Little and dodged far away, leaving behind a tinkling smile. Before darkness descended, many sects in the Clear River Prefecture carried out the same task. They removed their formations and stowed away their mechanisms and puppets before glancing back reluctantly. Afterwards, they took to the air together, abandoning the sects that they had managed for many years and beginning a great migration. Due to Qi practitioners, the migrating groups did not move quickly. However, when they encountered other sects, they would group up and advance towards the same destination. The sky was about to turn dark. The setting sun dyed the surrounding clouds red. Huasengzan stood on his sword and gazed down from above. All he saw were specks of light, like fireflies, of cultivators from various sects flying into the clouds. Then he gazed at the crescent moon in the distance and said to Hantie beside him, I never thought a single moon devil would be able to force Fu Qingjin and the entire demon slayer into such dire straits. Hantie said, I'd like to see him clash with me. Huasengzan said, I hope you won't get the chance to do that. Before he had even finished speaking, a scarlet figure shot through the air and arrived above the rose cloud sect. His wings of wind were like a god's, and his scarlet hair drifted about. His ruby-like eyes locked onto Hua and Tai. Huasengzan was alarmed. He smiled bitterly. You sure are a jinx. Hantie was stern, ready to strike. Li Qingshan left his main body in the mountains to take medicine and cultivate. He sent his doppelganger out to check on the demon slayer's movements. He was prepared to engage in a few more harassment battles. If there was a chance, he would eliminate a few more sections. This way, he would have more bargaining chips for the upcoming alliance. He would be able to suppress the Fu Qingjin demon slayer in all aspects. Then, he encountered this great migration. He traced it all the way to this place. However, he encountered Hua and Tai, who had come to investigate. Seeing that they were on high alert, Li Qingshan smiled in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the Rose Cloud sect. Huasengzan relaxed. He pulled Hantie, who was eager to fight, and quietly retreated. Since the other party had no intention of attacking, then it couldn't be any better. Not to mention that their chances of winning were slim, even if they were lucky enough to win, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Below them was the Demon Slayer's base camp. It wasn't their turn to attack. The Demon Slayer cultivators also sensed Li Qingshan's presence. Panic spread. The Qi practitioners sped up and flew towards the clouds. The Foundation establishment cultivators appeared one after another. They raised their heads to look at the figure that forced them here. Their hearts were filled with hatred and fear. No one took the initiative to challenge him. They just stared at each other in silence. Huasengzan was slightly moved. He alone was able to make thousands of cultivators not dare to challenge him. What kind of power was this? This was the Moon Devil. However, when he saw him with his own eyes, he realized that he wasn't as vicious and violent as he had imagined. His calm and composed appearance had an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. Before Fu Qingjin entered secluded cultivation to tend to his wounds, he had ordered them to avoid battle and avoid being provoked by demons, just in case they fell for the enemy's schemes. He had to deal with the situation by remaining unchanged. The current Rose Cloud sect had been established by Fu Qingjin as the Demon Slayer's base camp in the Clear River Prefecture. Who knew how many powerful formations and who knew how many cannons had been set up there? If Li Qingshan was bold enough to go down there, he would be walking into a trap. Looks like Fu Qingjin isn't here. Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He shoved his hands into his pockets and set foot on an invisible path of heaven that blanketed the stars, making his way off into the distance. Everyone could not help but ease up a little. Hua Sengzan and Han Tie exchanged glances and became sterner. An opponent like that was truly terrifying. The matter of forming an alliance was truly pressing. On the next day, the Demon Slayer sent a message. Fu Qingjin used the excuse of recovering from secluded cultivation to postpone the matter of forming an alliance indefinitely. Originally, this was expected. Fu Qingjin would never negotiate with the academy in his weakened state. But very soon, everyone realized the viciousness of Fu Qingjin's move. He was not targeting demons, but the academy. In the Hawkwolf Guard of the prefectural city, Wang Puxi and Hua Sengzan were currently conversing. Thump. 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 3 knocks came from the door. Come in. Greetings, commanders. Another garrison has been breached by demons today. 17 Hawkwolf guards have fallen in battle. Hua Qinglu was dressed in scarlet clothes. After 3 years of cultivation, she had finally reached the 7th layer and been promoted to a Scarlet Wolf Guard. The clean Scarlet Wolf uniform should have made her seem valiant, but it outlined her slender figure, making her seem even more graceful. Wang Puxi slammed the table and shivered. The sects could ignore everything, but the various academies of the 100 schools of thought had the responsibility of protecting the people on behalf of the emperor. They had to constantly send people everywhere to kill the demons that caused trouble. Having lost the restraints of the sects, it wasn't just the Hawkwolf Guard. Even the disciples of the academy had suffered heavy losses recently. Hua Sengzan said, I didn't think we'd be outmaneuvered instead. He's trying to make us realize that we're interdependent. He's trying to put us in a disadvantageous position when we negotiate with the alliance. Wang Puxi said, they've caused trouble and turned the entire prefecture into hell, but they've retreated as soon as the situation has taken a turn for the worse. Instead, they've used the people as hostages to threaten us. How despicable. Fu Qingjin, Sword Collection Palace. Hua Sengzan raised his head and exhaled. The Rock Demon and Blood Demon are massacring everywhere. Even if we send more people, it'll be difficult to stop them. The only fortunate thing is that the Moon Devil hasn't taken action. Even the Night Roamers seem to have restrained themselves, or the situation would be even more difficult to deal with, which would only make us more worried. We need to go ahead with the alliance. Wang Puxi frowned. At a time like this, whoever could not help but contact the other party first would be at a disadvantage. Hua Sengzan said, Qinglu, has Zijian been well recently? Hua Qinglu said rather helplessly, I've tried to persuade her to cultivate more, but she's in a very bad mood. She doesn't want to remain in the 100 schools of thought. She wants to contribute to the outside world. I've already asked her father to persuade her. Over the past 3 years, Hua Sengzan had protected Yu Zijian even more than Hua Qinglu. After all, this involved the successor of the Violet Cloud Sword. If she died in battle, the Sword Collection Palace would definitely fly into a thunderous rage. The situation might be even worse than losing the war. He had even made arrangements for Yu Shuquang and the others. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed, but Yu Zijian was rather different. Hua Sengzan pondered for a while. I agree with her going out to train. Let's give her some safe missions first. However, once she left the protection of the formations, were there any missions that were absolutely safe? This was a conflict of interest between 2 organizations, yet he had to use this kind-hearted girl as a bargaining chip. He did not feel good about it either, but at a time like this, there was no other suitable method. As a member of the 100 schools of thought, he had to plan for the interests of the 100 schools of thought as a whole. It was just like how humans had to fight demons. This? Hua Qinglu hesitated. Alright, but I want to carry out the missions with her. After Hua Qinglu left, Wang Puxi asked in confusion, what does Yu Zijian have to do with this? Hua Sengzan thought about it and decided to tell him the truth. Wang Puxi listened to him. I see. I've always felt that you're a little overly concerned about Yu Zijian. I thought you'd finally fallen in love with someone else. This is a good move. However, we need to send a foundation establishment cultivator to protect them secretly. They have to be trustworthy, and they can't be too weak. They also have to be able to hide themselves. Hua Sengzan smiled. I have a suitable candidate in mind. P.S. I'm currently in Zhengzhou, preparing to attend a gathering on Qidian. Although I brought my computer, the updates might be a little unstable, so please forgive me. To be continued. Li Qingshan received the message and hurried over to the Hawkwolf Guard of the Clear River Prefecture. He pushed open the door and entered. What's the matter? Kid, I have a mission for you. Wang Puxi looked at the nimble Li Qingshan and nodded in satisfaction inside. No matter how unruly he was still a trustworthy person. What mission? Li Qingshan thought to himself. Sure enough, he knew a little about the current predicament the 100 schools of thought faced. Fu Qingjin's actions instead erased his sense of guilt. He did not even care about the person who had started this, so what was there to feel guilty about when he was the one who faced the enemy head-on? Hua Sengzan paced around in deep thought, arriving beside Li Qingshan. You know my younger sister and Yu Zijian, right? Li Qingshan said, of course. What do you think of them? They're both good girls. What, you want to propose marriage for me and marry your younger sister to me? Li Qingshan smiled. Hua Sengzan smiled as well. You have the right. If you can get Qiongji and Qinglu to nod, I won't interfere. Your mission is to protect them secretly. The reason for this mission was inexplicable. It was rather strange. How could regular foundation establishment cultivators have the patience to protect Tu Chi practitioners? That sliver of good will clearly become extremely important. I remember that. It's been 3 years since we last met. Qinglu has become even more beautiful. Let's stop joking around. Where am I supposed to protect them? Wang Puxi said, nowhere. It's just a few simple missions. Li Qingshan was perplexed. You want a foundation establishment cultivator to protect Tu Chi practitioners? You sure are thoughtful. Since there's danger, just get them to stay put. Can't you just get me to complete the mission? Hua Sengzan said apologetically, this is extremely important, so I can't explain it to you. And, not only can you not let them know about this, but you can't let anyone else know either. I know it doesn't make sense. Apart from you, I don't trust anyone else. If you trust me, why aren't you telling me the truth? Alright, I won't trouble you. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a single hair on them. No, if it's not life-threatening, don't do anything. Just watch and that's enough. Just treat it as training for them. Interesting, you've really piqued my curiosity. He left the Hawkwolf Guard. Li Qingshan turned in the direction of the Cloud Wisp Association. He did not cast any spells. He walked slowly like a chariot. He blended into the crowd. Right now, it was the end of the year. The entire Clear River Prefecture was bustling with activity and joy, as if it had not been affected by the war at all. On the contrary, due to the chaos of war, the prefectural city became the only peaceful place. Countless people moved their families there, which created a strange kind of prosperity. Most cultivators didn't have the concept of celebrating a new year. Li Qingshan had not seen such a scene in a long time. He felt a sense of familiarity as he followed the flow of people. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Wisp Association. The 3 words Cloud Wisp Association were written on the fiery red archway. It was decorated with lanterns and banners everywhere, giving off a joyous atmosphere. Performances were currently taking place inside. Operas, storytelling, and singing were all available, but the price was extremely cheap. It only cost a few copper coins, and you could spend an entire afternoon sitting in a theater in the dead of winter, drinking hot tea and eating snacks. You could forget about the troubles of the mortal world amidst one story after another. It had already become a trend in the Clear River Prefecture. Li Qingshan walked past the archway and tossed a few taels of silver before entering the newly built theater. A gust of hot air greeted him. The theater was packed, numbering around 1,000 people. In the center was an old man who was telling a story loudly. He was telling the story of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The inscriptions on the ground amplified his voice several times over, reaching every corner clearly. In a room behind the Cloud Wisp Association, Sun Fubai and Lu Chuanfeng sat opposite one another. Sun Fubai grumbled, "Junior brother, since you've seen Qingshan, why don't you get him to come over and discuss the next step of the plan?" Lu Chuanfeng said, "What's there to discuss? It's so chaotic outside. None of the plans can be carried out. It's just within the Clear River Prefecture. Just having us is enough. Speaking of these difficulties, we'll be scolded again." "Scolded by who?" "Long time no see, Uncle Fu. Your cultivation has improved again." Li Qingshan walked in with a smile. All he saw was Sun Fubai sitting on a round-backed chair. He wore thin, gray robes, and his hair and beard were all white. However, he was in better spirits instead. His true chi surged through his various meridians. He was close to the peak of the 10th layer. Sun Fubai leapt to his feet and said in surprise, "Qingshan, you've finally come." He studied him and was greatly gratified. "I heard you've reached foundation establishment." Sure enough, sure enough." "Very good, very good." Li Qingshan sat down and listened to Sun Fubai explain the development of the Cloud Wisp Association. Just like what Lu Chuanfeng had said, they had developed very well in the prefectural city. They had already opened up many branches, but their situation was extremely horrible in other places. Bandits were everywhere, and demons ran amok. Their lives were in constant danger, so who would be in the mood to listen to their stories? Lu Chuanfeng said, "Especially now that some moon devil has appeared, forcing the demon slayer to cower in fear. Perhaps before long, the Clear River Prefecture will become the world of demons." Sun Fubai frowned. "Junior brother, why are you saying something so depressing again? The situation will improve. The war won't last forever. We need to make preparations right now to win the hearts of the people. I visited the school of painting a while ago." Li Qingshan told him about Chu Shidao's idea. Sun Fubai's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Qingshan, if you don't have time, why don't you go visit the school of painting?" Li Qingshan said, "It's best if you don't go visit him for now. Master Chu's health isn't particularly good." Sun Fubai nodded, expressing his understanding. He smiled. "Qingshan, with your return, our school of novels seems to have gained a pillar of support. Right now, the schools are replacing the old with the new. Junior brother, you can give up your position." Lu Chuanfeng became nervous. He was afraid of seeing Li Qingshan, and he was also afraid of mentioning this. He had just gotten a taste of being a schoolmaster, and he had a few disciples now, so he was very reluctant to give up his position. Fortunately, Li Qingshan declined immediately, which allowed Lu Chuanfeng to ease up. He poured him a cup of tea in a hurry. Sun Fubai suddenly asked, "Qingshan, do you practice the arts of the boundless ocean?" "That's right." Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. However, this wasn't a secret in the 100 schools of thought, so it wasn't strange that Sun Fubai knew about it. Sun Fubai recalled. "Back then, there was this cultivation method in my bookstore, but it was only the first half. Later, I gave it to a black, burly man." Lu Chuanfeng said, "It's still a cultivation method." "Why did you give it to him?" Sun Fubai said in annoyance, "Isn't it because of your book that made me lose face? Plus, that big man has a forthright personality. He even said that if he was lucky enough to find all the cultivation methods in the future, he would send this cultivation method to me. I didn't expect that you would be practicing this cultivation method. What a coincidence. Who knows where that burly man is now, and whether he's dead or alive. Why don't I let you take a look at this cultivation method? At least I've fulfilled one of my wishes." Li Qingshan smiled. He took out the jade scroll and gave it to Sun Fubai. The promise of the past had been fulfilled in this way. Life was truly unpredictable. P.S. The flight arrived in the afternoon, but he only arrived at the hotel after 11. He was so tired that he went to sleep. How can I do that? Sun Fubai declined in a hurry. Just take a look. Li Qingshan shoved the jade slip into his hand without giving him any chance to explain. Sun Fubai thought, this boldness is rather similar to that person from the past. Regular people would treat a special cultivation method like a treasure when they obtained it. Why would they show it to others so easily? Sun Fubai roughly skimmed through the jade slip and then handed it over. This cultivation method is indeed shockingly powerful. What's even rarer is that it suits your temperament very well. It will definitely be able to bring glory to you. I believe that the school of novels will flourish in your hands too, Uncle Fu. Li Qingshan placed a true spirit pill in Sun Fubai's hand. This is far too valuable. I really can't accept it. It's all thanks to Uncle Fu's efforts in the past few years that I've been able to obtain so much power of belief. If the School of Novels can gain another foundation establishment cultivator, what's there to worry about when the three of us work together? After chatting a little more, Li Qingshan left Clear River City and arrived at the shore of the Lake of Dragons and Snakes. Gazing at the rolling reeds, he thought about the time he spent here with Han Xianxia in the past. He thought, I wonder how Xianxia is doing. Has she reached foundation establishment yet? He sat down in the mist that was as thin as silk and took out the illusory water sword of invisibility. He stroked the sword gently, and ripples of light rippled out. Both he and the sword vanished without a trace. He withdrew his thoughts and sank them into his sea of qi. The water spiritual energy surged like the sea. In the sea, a divine talisman of great creation shone slightly dimly. Ever since he reached foundation establishment, he had been tied up with various matters. He mainly practiced the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Now, he could finally settle down and reach the realm of the divine talisman of great creation. He also took a step forward. Waves surged in his sea of qi. Waves flew out of the surface of the sea, spiraling towards the divine talisman of great creation. They formed a ball of water, like a huge cocoon, gradually burrowing into the divine talisman of great creation. The sun was high in the sky. The mist gradually dispersed. The ball of water that had condensed in Li Qingshan's body shattered. The divine talisman of great creation shone brightly. The mural twisted and turned, becoming even more mysterious and complex. Amidst the surging brilliance, one could vaguely see the birth of all living things, flowers, and trees. Birds and beasts were everywhere, and nothing was tolerated. Li Qingshan's figure appeared out of thin air. He twisted and turned for a moment before turning invisible again. A jackdaw appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair. Li Qingshan stared at the jackdaw on his wrist. This was what he had created with the help of the divine talisman of great creation. Sure enough, it was vivid and lifelike. Zhang Xian infused a sliver of his spiritual perception into it before raising his hand. The jackdaws spread their wings and soared high into the sky. With the sound of flapping wings, countless jackdaws scattered into the sky, turning into black dots. Li Qingshan seemed to have the compound eyes of an insect. Countless scenes appeared in his mind. It was as if countless cameras had been set up around the entire lake of dragons and snakes, giving it an astonishing view. The amount of power of faith required to conjure these crows was not large. The divine talisman of great creation only consumed a little bit of its light before it was quickly replenished by the newly obtained power of faith. However, it greatly increased the range of his divine telekinesis. Although he could not examine it closely, he could see and hear it. In the 100 schools of thought, a group of young disciples made their way through the formation of dragons and snakes bit by bit, crossing the lake of dragons and snakes and arriving on the shore. A jackdaw descended from the sky, landing on a withered branch. Its pitch-black eyes reflected their figures. Li Qingshan saw Hua Qinglu with a single glance through the eyes. She had become even more beautiful. In her scarlet clothes, she was like a fully bloomed rose, giving off an alluring fragrance that attracted butterflies, bees, and bees. The gazes of the male disciples in the surroundings were basically unable to shift away for even a moment. They fawned over her. She smiled at them in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. She vaguely possessed the bearing of an elder brother. She no longer possessed any childishness. Time slipped away unknowingly. The young girl who pretended to be mature in the past had become the person she wanted to be. Zijian, let's go. Hua Qinglu said gently. Only then did some true gentleness appear in her eyes. Yeah, Yu Zijian said gently. How did she become like this? Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Yu Zijian wore Taoist robes with her hair in a bun. She carried a sword on her back, which made her seem tall and slender, like a willow branch in the wind. However, she did not seem like her at all. She had lost her sunny appearance in his memories, becoming silent and quiet. There seemed to be an undispersible melancholy between her brows. She lowered her head like she was standing in the shadows. She was also a woman in her prime, but due to the lack of sunlight, she was like a wilting orchid nourished by rain and dew. Junior sister Yu, this must be your first time out on a mission, right? It's unavoidable for you to be a little nervous. Don't worry, it's just a few demonic beasts. There won't be any danger, Sunny patted his chest. He was also a disciple of the school of Taoism. His cultivation was at the 8th layer, which was the highest among the group. Although he did not show it, he did look down on Yu Zijian slightly inside. All this time, even a genius like Chu Tian had to take risks and carry out missions like the other disciples. Who knew how many dangers he had taken on and how many of his seniors and juniors had died? However, Yu Zijian was completely protected. All she had to do was cultivate on Wuwei Island, but in the end, she failed to achieve anything after 3 years, only reaching the 7th layer. She had failed to live up to her title as a genius. The second time. Yu Zijian's voice was very soft, such that Sunny did not hear it clearly. What? The second mission. Yu Zijian raised her voice slightly. You're talking about that time? Sunny and the other cultivators could not help but mock her. Sunny even felt rather disgusted and resentful. He never thought she would actually be shameless enough to mention the mission that had humiliated the entire school of Taoism. On Wuwei Island, the slovenly Taoist priest gazed into the distance and frowned. His Taoist robes were just like before, but his cultivation had become more and more profound. He had already been recognized as the person most likely to undergo the second heavenly tribulation in his mother's prefecture. He gazed in the direction that Yu Zijian had left in and patted the stone railing gently. Zijian, oh Zijian. 3 years ago, he had personally arranged for the experiential mission. Hua Sengzan had objected, but he had scolded him back. The edge of a treasured sword was forged through sharpening. Experiential training like this was very important to cultivators. It could motivate them to work hard on cultivation. And it was only a simple investigation mission. However, the outcome was not what he had expected. Ever since she returned from the mission, she had become completely dejected. There were rumors in the 100 schools of thought that the genius of the school of Taoism had been frightened out of her wits, making a huge fool of herself. It was as if it had proven once again that no matter how great her talent was, it was pointless if she lacked a strong mind. As a result, he no longer forced her to carry out any more missions. She remained on Wuwei Island the entire time to cultivate, but her cultivation had stagnated until now. Hua Qinglu held Yu Zijian's hand. It was cold to the touch. I'm the leader of the mission this time, so you have to listen to my orders. The outside world isn't as safe as the 100 schools of thought. If you're afraid, it's best if you leave right now. Sunny studied Yu Zijian again inadvertently. The group flew off on their own artifacts. Soon after they had left, a jackdaw cried out and took off into the air. Li Qingshan leapt up and chased after it. The mist around her became even thicker. Just what had she gone through? This doubt even turned into anger. He had extremely special feelings for her. Hua Qinglu glanced back at Yu Zijian and felt even more guilty. She thought back to 3 years ago. A great plague had erupted in a small city 400 kilometers to the west of the Clear River Prefecture. Because there were traces of demon qi, they were suspected to be demonic beasts, which was why they had been sent to investigate. This was not a dangerous mission. Powerful demons would not act so sneakily, and Hua Qinglu had plenty of life-saving pills and talismans. As long as they did not run into demon generals at crucial moments, there would not be too many problems. Sirs, the patients are all here. Under the lead of a gray-robed old man, Yu Zijian stepped into the gloomy clinic with the afternoon sun on her back. With her sword on her back, she seemed valiant and invulnerable to evil. The clinic was deathly silent. There were no moans at all. Countless men and women lay on the ground haphazardly. Even when Yu Zijian walked past them, they did not react at all. It was as if they had already accepted their fates and were waiting for death, giving off an aura beforehand. Hua Qinglu hated this smell. She stood in the sunlight in the courtyard. The old man offered up some tea. Please have some tea, ma'am. Hua Qinglu accepted the tea. Just when she was about to drink it, she glanced at the old man. He was currently staring at the teacup in her hand. When he saw Hua Qinglu look over, he forced out a smile, wanting to express his kindness, but it only made him seem even more sinister. Hua Qinglu recalled Hua Sengzan's instructions. She took out a jade needle and placed it in the tea, but the needle did not react at all. She found her own carefulness to be rather funny. With so many sick people, it would be strange if she had a pleasant expression on her face. She then felt slightly proud of her own carefulness. She said to the old man, "Don't worry. We'll find the source of the plague." She drank the tea in a single gulp before glancing at the clinic again. All she saw was Yu Zijian frowning as she carefully examined every single patient. She admired her seriousness slightly. Yu Zijian then examined a sick man. She raised her head and said with certainty, "They give off a very faint demon qi." The moment she raised her head, a black speck swam past the whites of the eyes of the man on the ground. "Then there's no need to examine them so closely. I have a demon-searching compass, so all I need to do is find the demon and kill him." Hua Qinglu took out a spiritual artifact that resembled a compass from her 100 treasures pouch. Demons could hide their demon qi, but they would always leave behind faint traces. However, the demon-searching compass could sniff out these traces. Like a hunting dog, it could find where the demon was. It was extremely agile. The needle on the compass spun rapidly, which made Hua Qinglu frown. The surroundings were filled with demon qi, which interfered with the operation of the compass slightly. However, as the needle began to move, it finally stabilized and pointed towards the entrance of the clinic. Hua Qinglu turned around and said to the old man, "Move aside." The old man retreated to one side with his head lowered. Hua Qinglu said, "Thank you. Zijian, let's go." She carried the teacup and made her way out of the courtyard, but the moment she brushed past the old man, the needle spun with her, pointing towards the old man firmly. Hua Qinglu's expression changed. She tossed aside the teacup and reached towards the blade on her waist. She called out, "Zijian, be careful. The demon is right here." The teacup shattered on the ground, and the tea spilled all over the ground. There were black specks even smaller than the tip of a needle on the tea leaves. In the clinic, the old man's face gradually twisted, turning into a vicious smile that did not belong to humans. His teeth protruded from his lips, giving off a demon qi. All the patients in the clinic crawled to their feet like zombies. Just when Hua Qinglu was about to strike, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The true qi she had just mobilized immediately dispersed. Her eyes widened. "There's poison in the tea." The old man shrouded in demon qi lunged over with unbelievable speed. In that moment, the danger of death enveloped Hua Qinglu. No matter how many powerful talismans she possessed, it seemed like she could not use them in time. A streak of white light illuminated the entire clinic. Yu Zijian's eyes narrowed. She flew up, and the 9-yang sword pierced through several patients, blocking her way like a streak of white light, piercing the old man. Black smoke sprayed out from the wound. Rushing towards Hua Qinglu. The jade pendant on Hua Qinglu's waist shone with a ring of green light. The black smoke collided with the green light, but it was unable to pass through. It turned around and flew towards the wall. Although the protective spiritual jade had saved her life, Hua Qinglu still collapsed. Yu Zijian caught her in her arms. At this moment, miserable cries and groans suddenly rang out from behind. Yu Zijian looked back. Wherever the 9-yang sword passed by, blood sprayed everywhere. It was a dazzling, bright red color. The patients who had been pierced seemed to awaken from a nightmare, wailing on the ground. Strands of black smoke sprayed out from their gaping mouths, merging with the black smoke on the wall. They were not zombies or puppets, but living people. Yu Zijian was stunned. I killed them with my own hands. Zijian, it hurts so much. There's poison in the tea. Before Yu Zijian could accept this reality, Hua Qinglu was already in utter pain. Her body temperature fluctuated, scorching hot in one moment and cold like a corpse in the next. Qinglu, use your cultivation to purge the poison. It's not poison. It's my children. The black smoke buzzed strangely. Yu Zijian gathered her true qi in her eyes and saw a startling sight. The black smoke was not real smoke, but countless tiny, black insects that had died. She lowered her head and looked at Hua Qinglu again. She was already covered in cold sweat. She shoved a recovery pill into her mouth in a hurry. It's useless. Before long, she'll die from crippling all her organs. It's your turn now. The black smoke buzzed. The eyes of the people controlled by the black insects widened as they pushed their way out of the clinic. It let out an inhuman roar. Yu Zijian no longer dared to use her sword so easily. She picked up Hua Qinglu and flew towards the top of the wall. Her sword whistled out and stabbed towards the black smoke. The black smoke churned and dispersed before condensing in the distance. Yu Zijian saw the wall, and her expression changed drastically. When she first arrived, the whole city was dead silent, and there were not many people on the streets. At this moment, countless men and women filled the streets and alleys as if they were attending some grand ceremony. They all raised their heads blankly and looked at her with their wide eyes. They were like puppets made of clay or wood. I've already let my children swim into every well. I originally wanted to slowly enjoy the city full of blood and flesh, but you actually dared to disturb me. Die. The sea of people suddenly came to life and roared in unison. The terrifying sound waves rushed to the horizon. It contained the buzzing of the black insects. The crowd surged like a great tide, lunging towards Yu Zijian. With a rumble, dust was kicked into the air. The walls directly collapsed from the pressure. Yu Zijian leapt up with Hua Qinglu in her arms. She looked down at the black mass of people below. She had no idea whether it was several thousand or several tens of thousands. Her body and heart sank together. As she stared at the countless pairs of hollow eyes, she became rather dazed. Hua Qinglu whispered into her ear with difficulty, Zijian, go. Yu Zijian immediately returned to her senses. Before she had even landed on the ground, the 9-yang sword thrummed out and hovered over 3 meters in the air, flying over the sea of people and out of the city. Countless hands extended out, like a scene from Avicii. A middle-aged woman suddenly leapt up. Even though she was under the control of a demon, this had completely exceeded her mobility. With a crack, her legs snapped, but her hands managed to touch Yu Zijian's clothes. The other humans under the control leapt up as well, lunging over. Yu Zijian pursed her lips and stared ahead. She pushed the sword manipulation technique she had learned in the school of Taoism to the limit. The 9-yang sword turned into a twisted, white streak of light, sweeping through the sea of people. Demon Qi directly rushed over from behind. Looking back, the black smoke composed of countless tiny insects surged in pursuit. However, the 9-yang sword truly was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact personally bestowed to her by the leader of the school of Taoism. Although Yu Zijian was unable to unleash its full power, she was still startlingly fast. She gradually shook off the black smoke and shot over the city walls. The black smoke circled around the city walls a few times, producing a reluctant hiss, but it was afraid to pursue. However, it understood its own strength very well. It was not suited for open battles. The humans had some powerful techniques, so it would be terrible if it was heavily injured. It was better off using the several tens of thousands of food to nurture itself a little stronger first. If 2 came, it would just kill 1. That would be enough. The demon Qi gradually grew further away. Yu Zijian came to a halt, and the 9-yang sword beneath her suddenly shifted over a dozen feet before coming to a forceful halt. When she looked back and saw that the demon did not pursue her, a deep sense of lingering fear immediately filled her heart. Her back became covered in a layer of cold sweat. Demons like that were extremely rare. They were actually an amalgamation of countless black insects, yet they possessed such great intelligence. If this continued, the entire city would be massacred. Yu Zijian had always been a kind-hearted person. When she saw the horrific situation, she immediately became filled with sorrow. She even forgot about her fear. She was tempted to kill the demon right there and then. However, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Qinglu, we've escaped. We're going back right now. Hold on. Hua Qinglu forced a smile. Just when she opened her mouth to say something, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her face was completely pale as she said feebly, Zijian, I can't hold on much longer. Her cultivation as a qi practitioner was already impressive, but the organs were the weakest parts of a person. Countless black insects wreaked havoc in there. If her control over true qi was as meticulous as Li Qingshan's, she could still kill the black insects. However, that was impossible for her right now. When she said that, Yu Zijian's heart ached as much as it could be. Tears streamed down her face. Qinglu, don't talk nonsense. You wouldn't. I never thought I'd die on my first mission. How embarrassing. Tell my elder brother, Don't say it. I won't listen. Yu Zijian covered her ears. The black mist let out a sharp hum and sneered, children, eat her heart and liver. Hua Qinglu said, it hurts. It hurts. Yu Zijian was filled with despair. She raised her head instinctively, wanting to find someone to help her. No matter who it was, a tall, sturdy figure would appear in her mind instinctively. However, there was only desolation around her. Only her best friend moaned painfully in her arms, on the brink of death. Under such circumstances, there would be people who would wail, and there would be people who would be at a loss for what to do. However, her gaze gradually became firm and determined under the unendurable pressure. Qinglu, hold on. I won't let you die. I will definitely kill the demon and save you, save everyone. Yu Zijian placed Hua Qinglu on the ground and removed her 100 treasures pouch. She leapt onto the 9-yang sword and flew towards the city resolutely. Hua Qinglu extended her hand, but she was unable to say anything. All she could do was watch the violet figure vanish from her vision before completely fainting from the pain. After who knew how long, rain began to fall from the gloomy sky. Droplets of rain fell from the clouds high above, forming thin strands that landed on Hua Qinglu's face. Her expression that had been twisted from pain had settled down before she knew it. Hua Qinglu felt the hint of coldness on her face and slowly opened her eyes. The pain in her body had already vanished. The black insects had calmed down for some reason. They no longer tore at her madly. Instead, they lurked silently like regular insects. Even their demon qi had become extremely faint, almost vanishing. Did Zijian succeed? Yu Zijian was filled with joy from surviving a disaster. She immediately circulated her true qi and purged the insects that had lost their intelligence and only acted on instinct from her body. She looked in the direction of the city gates and frowned again. She propped herself up and made her way towards the city. The rain became even heavier, forming a curtain of rain in front of the city gates. Hua Qinglu lifted the curtain and entered. She passed through the pitch-black gate and entered the city that had almost claimed her. Life once again. The sight in the city surprised her. A large swathe of structures before her had been flattened as if they had been scorched by fire. This was the power of the supreme-grade talisman that Hua Sengzan had given her for protection. She could vaguely make out countless grayish-black figures on the ground before being diluted by the rain. As she walked forward, corpses after corpses appeared in front of her. They had either been turned into charred wood by the lightning-guiding talismans or frozen into ice shards by the cold ice talismans. However, most of them had been pierced through, cut in half, or killed by swords. Zijian, Zijian. Hua Qinglu panicked inside. She called out her name loudly. Her voice imbued with true qi echoed through the quiet city, but there was no response at all. The sky grew darker and darker. It was probably dusk already. Finally, Hua Qinglu found her in front of an old ancestral hall that had not been destroyed. She hugged the 9-yang sword and sat on the bluestone steps with her head lowered. The rainwater caused her messy hair to stick to her cheeks, and then slid down her smooth cheeks, suddenly turning blood red. Her entire body was bathed in blood, and under the washing of the rainwater, blood began to spread. Only the 9-yang sword shone like snow. She stared at the stone steps before her. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared on the stone steps, and a gentle call rang out from above, Zijian, Zijian, are you fine? Qinglu, I've won. But, I've only saved you. Yu Zijian seemed to wake up. She raised her head slowly and smiled with difficulty. Her face was moist, perhaps from the rain or her tears. Hua Qinglu looked at her smiling face and felt a stabbing pain in her heart. It was even more painful than having black insects gnawing at her insides. She was unable to say anything. Several streaks of light shot through the sky. One of them was Hua Sengzan's flash. Afterwards, Hua Qinglu heard from the knowledgeable Hua Sengzan that the demons they had encountered were extremely rare. They were called miasma demons. Among carapaced demons, there were some that were far too simple and tiny, lacking even the slightest bit of intelligence. They were not even as great as ants. It was basically impossible for them to become demons. However, if they gathered in spiritual veins and spiritual lands, over time, there was an extremely small chance that they would develop intelligence, turning into something similar to miasma. Destroying them was very easy. All she had to do was kill most of them. If she had been a little later, she would have died. Fortunately, Yu Zijian had found a way in time, which saved her. However, there were certain times when Hua Qinglu would rather not be saved, such as right now. P.S. I'm finally back. I'll start updating tomorrow. .. To be continued. Li Qingshan controlled the illusory water sword of invisibility and flew through the air, tailing them from afar. The group of Qi practitioners was far too slow in his eyes. He was tempted to go down and take them with him. If it were not for him, other Foundation establishment cultivators would never be in the mood to carry out a mission like this. Towards the end, he just laid down on the sword and closed his eyes, beginning to practice the arts of the boundless ocean. After reaching the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, he could connect with the water spiritual Qi in the surroundings as easily as eating or drinking. The endless spiritual Qi gathered in his dantian, stirring up waves in his sea of Qi. 4 hours later, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. The true energy in his sea of Qi had become even more abundant, constantly surging like an ocean. The effects of cultivation were startling. Just like the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, his cultivation of the arts of the boundless ocean just happened to be at the 4th layer, which was equivalent to early Foundation establishment. As long as he continued cultivating like this, breaking through to the 5th layer would only be a matter of time. This was obviously not just because of the spirit turtle's demon core. Humans had always cultivated much faster than demons. 1,000 years of arduous cultivation for demons might not even be able to match a talented human who could cultivate for a century or two. It was not just an exaggeration to say that all creatures were intelligent. However, any random lesser demon could live for several centuries. Even human Foundation establishment cultivators paled in comparison. This was an advantage that they could only envy. Li Qingshan practiced both at the same time, so he could sense the difference even more clearly. He no longer dared to underestimate the cultivation of humans at all. If it were not for the large quantities of pills he ingested, his cultivation as a human would probably have completely surpassed demons already. And, in the future, it would definitely become more and more difficult to obtain pills. Even if Li Qingshan became very powerful by then, allowing him to go on a killing spree for spoils of battle, the pills he ingested would definitely become rarer and rarer. Perhaps by then, demons would be the ones who would have to rely on humans. At this moment, Yu Zijian and the others on the ground finally arrived at the small city where they were carrying out their mission. Li Qingshan immediately sensed a tiny demonic beast hiding there. To regular people, it was an extremely vicious monster. To them, it posed no threat at all. People moved about in the city, so it could be regarded as bustling. Clearly, a single demonic beast was not enough to completely disrupt their lives. Demons wanted to eat people, but they still had to live their lives. Such a lively scene. To Yu Zijian, this was something she had not experienced in a very long time. However, she subconsciously tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword as she stared at the emptiness before her. Li Qingshan stood there and for a moment, he thought that she had discovered something. However, he quickly realized that she was just in a daze. As he stared at her obviously thin face, he could not help but feel a sense of pity for her. Zijian, oh Zijian, what's wrong with you exactly? Hua Qinglu took out the demon-searching disc and determined the location of the demonic beast very soon. However, the demonic beast was crafty as well. It had already dug a tunnel for escape. As soon as it smelled their scent, it immediately burrowed underground. However, the few of them seemed to be prepared for this situation. Most of the monsters came from the underground. Which one of them didn't have the ability to dig holes? What demon slaying? Hua Qinglu patted her 100 treasures pouch, and a few mechanical snakes flew out. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they flickered with a metallic luster. They arched their bodies before bouncing off violently like springs, chasing after the demons. The school of Moism's ideology had always been love with impartiality, not aggression, but in war, they pushed the art of engineering to the limit, creating powerful mechanical puppets that could deal with various situations. Because they did not have high requirements for the user, and they could adapt to various cultivations, they were extremely popular throughout the entire Clear River Prefecture. When war machines were created in the workshops of the school of Moism, all ideologies became worthless. Only survival and victory were meaningful. Before long, the mechanical snakes wrapped around the demonic beast that had been strangled to death and returned to the surface. They had lost 2 of them, and the mission was complete. Fate was unpredictable. Sometimes, they thought they were facing imminent disaster, only to have a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, turning misfortune into fortune. Sometimes, it felt like everything was going smoothly, only to have a treacherous situation that would capsize the boat. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and began discussing how to split up the demonic beast's skin, flesh, and bones. None of these items were cheap. The bones could be ground into powder for alchemy, while the fur could be used to forge artifacts. Even the flesh of demonic beasts could bring countless benefits to the body if consumed regularly. The cheers of the people in the city rang out in the surroundings, viewing them as heroes. Only Yu Zijian continued to hold her sword, lowering her head and frowning. However, all she heard were countless wails. The people she had killed with her sword she rolled around and died. At this moment, a crisp cry jerked her back to her senses. A blue bird landed on her shoulder, chirping happily as if it was completely fearless of people. It was lively and filled with intelligence. As soon as Yu Zijian extended her hand, the blue bird pecked the tip of her finger gently with its vermilion beak. She could not help but smile. It doesn't fly when it sees people. Don't tell me it's a demon. Sunny said cautiously. How can it be? It doesn't have any demon chi. I was worried about whose pet it was, so it ran out. It seems like it likes you very much, Zijian. It was rare for Hua Qinglu to see her smile, so she rejoiced inside. Li Qingshan stood nearby, smiling faintly. They did not run into any more accidents. After contacting the 100 schools of thought, a new mission arrived very soon. It was already late now, so they decided to rest for the night. They carried out the necessary daily cultivation before setting off the next day. In the dead of night, Hua Qinglu sat with her legs crossed. After completing her cultivation, she saw Yu Zijian sitting in front of the window, holding her cheek and playing with the blue bird. Hua Qinglu was interested. Zijian, why aren't you cultivating? There's no hurry. Let's talk about it later. It seems to really like me. Yu Zijian stroked the blue bird's feathers. The moonlight shone on the windowsill as she smiled faintly. Hua Qinglu faltered. In the end, she made up her mind and said, Zijian, let's go back. Why? Yu Zijian asked in confusion. Do you know why my brother suddenly allowed you to carry out missions? It's all because he wants to use you to force the sword collection palace. If this continues, you'll be in danger. Hua Qinglu finally could not hold back her guilt anymore. She cast down a formation in the room and told her the truth. However, the blue bird continued to flap its wings, perching on Yu Zijian's hand. After Hua Qinglu's close inspection, she confirmed that it was just a regular bird. There was nothing special about it. Li Qingshan sat on the eaves as he thought of something. Why was Zijian still connected to that bastard Fu Qingjin? How was she supposed to force him? Using me? Yu Zijian had almost forgotten about the man who fished with a sword. In a daze, she remembered that he had once wanted her to go to the Sword Collection Palace. The Sword Collection Palace seems to believe that you're the successor of the Violet Cloud Sword of the 10 renowned swords, while the Violet Cloud Sword and the Green Ruins Sword are the twin swords of Yin and Yang. Once they appear together, forming a deep bond. Even if hundreds of thousands of people die, Fu Qingjin might not care, but as long as you're in danger, you can force him to take action and end this stalemate, allowing the 100 schools of thought to benefit even more from their conflict with the Demon Slayer, Hua Qinglu said in a single breath. On the eaves, Li Qingshan was already filled with shock. He never thought Yu Zijian would actually have such a deep bond with the Sword Collection Palace. If that was the case, his mission could be explained. Oh right, and what bullshit twin swords of Yin and Yang. With that, Li Qingshan suddenly felt displeased. Was that bastard Fu Qingjin worthy of her? What deep bond? Watch as I break this bond apart. However, upon further thought, he found it rather strange. Fu Qingjin had come to the Clear River Prefecture a long time ago, so why did he not take her to the Sword Collection Palace sooner? Why did he waste his time here? Even an idiot would know that cultivating in the Sword Collection Palace was much better. Yu Zijian smiled. I see. Qinglu, thank you for telling me. Thank you for coming with me. Hua Qinglu said, you're not allowed to thank me. You've even saved my life before. Why don't we leave right now? I'll go talk to my brother. If that doesn't work, you might as well go find Fu Qingjin. Stop thinking about that Niu Juxia or whatever. Didn't your father say he's fine? You can't just wait here for him forever. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. As it turned out, she had actually stayed behind because of him. His heart surged as warmth filled him. He was tempted to jump down right now and tell her his identity so that she no longer had to worry. However, after some thought, he held back. It was not just for the mission, nor was it for hiding his identity. If she really settled down, wouldn't she have to return to the Sword Collection Palace with Fu Qingjin? Yu Zijian smiled with some of her past radiance. Qinglu, aren't you afraid of your brother Qingzan the most? Since when have I ever been afraid of him? If I tell him to go east, he won't go west. It's all his fault this time, coming up with such a bad idea. I'll get him to apologize to you when we get back. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Hua Qinglu reddened as she said in disdain. Yu Zijian shook her head firmly and turned her down. Qinglu, you should go back. You shouldn't have come with me. I don't blame your brother. Instead, I feel a little grateful to him. If I had a use like that, why wouldn't I be useful? Hua Qinglu grabbed Yu Zijian's hand. What nonsense are you saying? Because of me, you've already. If you're injured again, I really don't know what I'll do. Yu Zijian said sternly, Niu Juxia told me to make a proper choice. I can't be as hesitant as my mother, or I'll regret it. I've never regretted saving you. Even if I had to choose again, it would be the same. Right now, this is my choice as well. Li Qingshan sighed slightly. She really had grown up, and she even treated his words so seriously. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner and looked at the moon. The choice was easy, but just how many people could bear the burden of their own choices? Hua Qinglu felt rather relieved inside. She returned to the bed and sat down. Alright, I can't win against you. You actually believe that big, dark-skinned man. However, don't make me leave either. This is also my choice. If we really run into danger, we'll just die on the same day of the same month. Then she grumbled, what Fu Qingjin? In my opinion, it's better if we work together. That's more suitable. Yu Zijian smiled. Then why don't we become sisters? Hua Qinglu's eyes lit up. Alright, but you have to let me be the elder sister. I've had enough of being the younger sister already. On the windowsill, the blue bird let out a crisp cry and flapped its wings into the night sky. Please remember the domain name of this website. Or here. Li Qingshan leaned against the roof and took out a gourd of alcohol with a smile. He tilted his head back and took a sip, watching the moonlight flow like water as the blue bird flew off into the horizon. Zijian, be careful. Hua Qinglu cried out. All she saw was a wild boar demon as tall as several people rushing towards Yu Zijian with two long, snow-white tusks protruding from its mouth. It was like a mad elephant. They faced a true demon during the mission this time. It was far more dangerous than the previous ones. Sunny and the others unleashed techniques that shone with light, but when they landed on the wild boar demon, they only managed to leave behind some shallow marks. Wherever the wild boar demon passed by, the buildings collapsed loudly and collapsed, opening up a path. The aura made everyone's expressions change drastically. Yu Zijian, who bore the brunt of the attack, remained extremely composed. The nine-yang sword in her hand turned into a streak of white light and flew towards the wild boar demon. The streak of light stabbed into the wild boar demon's blood-red right eye. The wild boar demon let out a wild howl and shook its huge head violently. Its tusk stabbed towards Yu Zijian's ribs. It was even willing to die with her. Even at a time like this, Yu Zijian showed no fear at all. Instead, there was a sense of calmness and relief. She had already experienced something even more terrifying than this. This was her choice. No matter what the outcome of her choice was, all she could do was accept it. The wild boar demon's swinging tail suddenly straightened, but no one noticed this detail due to its colossal body. All they saw was the wild boar demon suddenly come to a halt. The nine-yang sword pierced through its eye and head, reducing the wild boar demon's head to mush. Yu Zijian used this opportunity to leap up and leap over the wild boar demon. The colossal corpse fell to the ground loudly. Due to the great inertia, it flew another several dozen meters away, knocking down a small building before coming to a stop. Zijian, are you fine? That strike earlier was far too risky. Hua Qinglu rushed over as soon as Yu Zijian landed on the ground. She was both concerned and grumbling. If we still don't subdue it, who knows how many buildings will be destroyed and how many people will die. It's worth taking a little risk, Yu Zijian said. She felt rather confused. Just now was a moment of life and death. No one could sense the wild boar demon's pause more clearly than her. That feeling. It didn't look like the wild boar spirit had lost its balance after being heavily injured. Instead, it looked like it was affected by an external force. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and stood not far away with a smile. Just now, he had only casually pulled the wild boar's tail. Zijian, well done. Sunny and the others gathered over as well. After working together for a few missions, their opinion of Yu Zijian had changed drastically. He felt that she was not as timid as the rumors made her out to be. Instead, she had a kind of extraordinary courage. In many cases, even they had to admit their inferiority. But don't take this kind of risk again in the future. It's not something mortals can compare to. Sunny frowned. As usual, after killing the monsters, the people were like frightened mice and rabbits. They came out of their hiding places and looked at the scene from afar with timid expressions. I don't see any difference between them and us. It's not that I'm looking down on them. I was born immortal too. It's just that only by staying alive can we kill even more demons and save even more people, Sunny said righteously. Senior brother is right. Zijian understands. Yu Zijian lowered her head. She did not argue with him, but she did not show any signs of regret either. It was just like saying, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Oftentimes, she really was looking down on them. To cultivators, treating mortals like ants seemed to be a form of talent. Even the weakest chi practitioners could achieve that easily. However, she could not. This was far too difficult for her. She would feel sad when she saw others cry. This was her weakness, as well as her choice. At this moment, a familiar cry rang out from the sky. A blue bird circled around as it descended, landing on the mountainous corpse of the wild boar demon. Yu Zijian smiled. You've come again. The blue bird seemed to be able to bring her luck. Looking at the sky, she felt like a guardian god was silently watching over her. The people in the city calmed down from their fear and gathered over. Their gazes towards her seemed like that of a god. The 100 schools of thought sent a message for them to return and rest. They all eased up inside. After being out for so long, they could finally set off on their return journey. Li Qingshan wondered, has Fu Qingjin already responded? During this period of cultivation, he had pushed forward the arts of the boundless ocean by quite a lot. After reaching foundation establishment, the effects of the body gradually diminished. The effects of meridians and acupoints had become almost non-existent. What was even more important was the connection and comprehension of the spiritual chi of the world, as well as a person's temperament. Yu Zijian waved her hand at the cheering people. She sat on the 9-yang sword and sped off in the direction of the 100 schools of thought. She said to the blue bird on her shoulder seriously, "Don't poop." She recovered some of her radiance and cheerfulness. Although a person's heart was weak, it would become stronger through constant tempering. After returning to the 100 schools of thought, they all returned to their own homes. Yu Zijian and Sunny returned to Wuwei Island. Halfway along the mountain path, they saw the slovenly Taoist priest standing in a pavilion on the mountainside. Yu Zijian said in surprise, "Master, why are you here?" Sunny clasped his hands. "Greetings, Master." The slovenly Taoist priest waved his hand and dismissed Sunny. He chuckled at Yu Zijian. "I'm obviously waiting for you. How's it going? Are you in a good mood? You don't look too bad." He studied Yu Zijian and smiled in satisfaction. Sunny felt indescribable admiration or even jealousy. As the person most likely to break through to Golden Core, the slovenly Taoist priest, Zhou Tong, was one of the most powerful figures in the entire Clear River Prefecture right now. Normally, he only cultivated in seclusion for the sake of breaking through. Even the leaders of the various schools could not see him whenever they wanted. Now, he had specially waited for her on the mountainside. What an honor! It's just a pure Yang constitution. This world sure is unfair. Sun Yi's heart ached. If he knew that a foundation establishment cultivator had been protecting her the entire time, and it had nothing to do with her talent or cultivation, his feelings would probably become even more mixed. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint Master this time. Yu Zijian pursed her lips. You've never disappointed me, even during that mission. Others think you're weak, but that's exactly where you're strong. You don't hold on to anything, and you're like a fly for personal gain, so you obviously won't understand. What I'm afraid of the most is that the matter will ruin your temperament. The slovenly Taoist priest shook his head gently as he looked at the lake of dragons and snakes. Divine swords can only be forged after repeated tempering. Something like fate isn't a good blacksmith. Sometimes, a single strike from the hammer can turn a treasured sword into a piece of scrap metal. I don't have to worry now that I've seen you like this. Girl, work hard. You're not an ordinary piece of metal. Once I undergo another heavenly tribulation, I'll formally accept you as my disciple. There were countless disciples in the school of Taoism, but aside from Zhuchenzi, only she had received such a promise from him. Li Qingshan returned to the Chain Mountains. The skeleton demons were like monkeys, running around and playing around in the large cavern. These skeleton demons were extremely interesting. They were like clones of Little and that he could control at any time, but they also possessed their own intelligence and even intelligence. After being taught a few lessons by Little Anne, they no longer dared to provoke Li Qingshan when they saw him again. They moved to one side obediently. Little Anne waved her hand, and the skeleton demons all turned into prayer beads, returning to her slender, white wrist. There were exactly 17 of them. She only needed one more, and she would be able to assemble the 18 skull prayer beads into a formation. Meanwhile, the bones beneath her flesh and blood became even more translucent. They shone with a hidden Buddhist nature. She had also reached the juncture of the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Li Qingshan smiled. Looks like this game of chess is about to come to an end. Even though no one had realized this. Once the time was right, the two of them would work together to defeat Strong Stone, kill Blood Shadow, destroy the Demon Slayer, and kill Fu Qingjin, putting an end to this war. Afterwards, he could reunite with Han Qiongji and spend more time with Little Anne. He could write some novels and accumulate some power of will. Right, he had to learn how to forge artifacts as well. It was rare for him to obtain such an arcane artifact, the Copper Cauldron. There was no need for him to be so busy. Just as he was picturing the beautiful future, Little Anne interrupted his beautiful dream. Yesterday afternoon, Chu Danqing came to find you. He said that what you wanted was done. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He picked up Little and kissed her. He smiled. My good stuff is here. In the 100 schools of thought, in the school of painting, Chu Sherdao could no longer get off his bed. Not only was his face haggard, but even his eyes were starting to turn turbid. He stared at the liquid in the small bottle. As his arms were trembling, the golden liquid was also trembling. Feeling a little excited, he asked Ru Xian, "This is?" Ru Xian said, "That's right. It's the water of oblivion that you wanted, senior. I've tried it, and it's quite effective." "That's great. Miss Ru Xian, you're indeed a master of medicine refinement. No wonder that old man Hua Xi is full of praises for you." Cough, cough, cough. Before Chu Sherdao could finish, he started coughing, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "Master." Chu Danqing looked worried. He sat by the bed and caressed Chu Sherdao's back. He injected spiritual qi into Chu Sherdao to calm his breathing. "Foolish child, don't waste your cultivation needlessly." Chu Sherdao's withered hand grabbed Chu Danqing's arm. At this moment, he became very determined. Right now, he was like a bottomless bucket. No matter how much water was poured into it, it would be futile. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Junior Li Qingshan is here to pay his respects." "Just nice, he's here too." Chu Sherdao grinned. One could vaguely see that almost all of his teeth had fallen out. When Li Qingshan entered the abode and saw Chu Sherdao's appearance, he was shocked. His joy dissipated quite a bit. With a serious expression, he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the trouble, master." Chu Sherdao did not take out his 100 treasures pouch, but from under his pillow. He took out a scroll painting and handed it to Li Qingshan. "What do you think?" Just like the cursive sword calligraphy that Li Qingshan had obtained in the Black Wind Mountain stronghold, this scroll painting looked ordinary and did not have any spiritual qi or spirit light. However, when he slowly unfolded the scroll painting, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart and his hair stood on end. It was a situation that would only happen when he encountered danger. When the scroll painting was completely unfolded, he did not have time to look at it in detail. A sharp sword intent attacked the center of his brows. "P.S. I'm a man of my word. I'll listen to the voices of the readers. There won't be any more 2000 character updates in the future. I still have to work hard in this world. It's almost the new year, and it's almost the end of the month. Please support me with your monthly votes and accompany me to take another step forward." To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to give me a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For the latest and fastest chapters, please log in. Reading is a pleasure. I suggest you keep it. End of chapter 454. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.